Chapter 1. The Initial Sign-In, Golden Eyes, and Stellar Technique. On the continent of Douluo, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the province of Fasnuo. In the southern part of Notting City, atop a small hill rising 100 meters nearby, an exhilarating sound resonated in Morlang's mind. Ding! Detected that Tang San is about to practice the purple extreme magic eyes for the first time. Sign-in conditions met. Do you wish to sign in? Upon hearing the system's notification, tears of excitement welled up in Morlang's eyes. He had been waiting in this place for nearly a year and a half, and finally, Tang San had come here to cultivate. He could finally initiate his first sign-in. As he gazed at the silhouette of the 5 or 6-year-old boy before him, Morlang clenched his fists in exhilaration. At the age of 7, he was 1.5 years older than Tang San, having traversed into this world a year and a half earlier. This prolonged wait had tested his patience. Having bound himself to the initial sign-in system, he knew that he could earn various rewards by signing in during Tang San's significant first moments. His primary task was to sign in during Tang San's first practice of the purple extreme magic eyes and the Shintian skill. Thus, Morlang had endured a year and a half of waiting, finally witnessing Tang San's first training session on this hill. Missing this opportunity meant he would never know when the next significant moment would arise. He recalled that in the novel, Tang San practiced the purple extreme magic eyes and Shintian skill daily at this hill when he was 5 or 6 years old. However, the specific timing of Tang San's initial training was not explicitly mentioned in the story. Therefore, Morlang had started his vigil at the hill before dawn since Tang San was 4 years old, waiting for this moment. This wait had lasted nearly a year and a half. Fortunately, Morlang had arrived in this world as an orphan. Otherwise, his parents would have surely thought him deranged for lingering here daily before sunrise. Moreover, he could claim that he was here to pay respects to his parents, who were buried on this very hill. At long last, fortune favored the diligent, and Morlang had finally awaited Tang San's pivotal moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Rewards, Golden Eyes, and Stellar Technique. Upon hearing the rewards, Morlang's eyes sparkled with delight. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the significance of the Golden Eyes. They were the coveted vision of every man, combining the abilities of both the all-seeing eye and X-ray vision. An undeniable first-rate skill. With this power, he thought mischievously, Qian Ringshu, you better not let me discover where you're bathing. Morlang's sole purpose for traversing into this world was to seize every opportunity with the enchanting women of Douluo. Of course, to charm these ladies, he needed strength, so he must first secure Tang San's various initial experiences before pursuing romance. His first target was none other than Xiao Wu. After all, in the novel, Xiao Wu had endured considerable hardships alongside Tang San, and he did not wish to witness her suffering. Having crossed into this world, it was only natural for him to ensure that the female characters he adored lived blissful lives. As for Tang San, Morlang's feelings were complex. He felt both resentment towards him, like Tang Hao, who could not even protect his own woman, and sympathy for his plight. Ding! Would you like to use the Golden Eyes? Yes. In an instant, Morlang felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes, and the method for utilizing the Golden Eyes surfaced in his mind. However, he currently lacked soul power and was unable to activate them. I also received the Stellar Technique, didn't I? As he pondered his inability to cultivate, he recalled that he had acquired something else, which, judging by its name, seemed grand and was likely a cultivation technique. Eagerly, he clicked to examine it. Stellar Technique, a divine-level skill that allows one to absorb the power of the stars, integrating it into one's soul power, thereby enhancing both its strength and endurance. Upon reading this description, a bold idea sparked in Morlang's mind. Could he integrate the power of the stars? Coughing to suppress this audacious thought, he clicked to use it. Instantly, the cultivation mantra of the Stellar Technique was etched into his brain. What a relief! Morlang felt thoroughly satisfied with the rewards from his first sign-in. With the Golden Eyes and the Stellar Technique, even without a formidable martial soul, he would not be reduced to insignificance. Thus, he began to anticipate where the second sign-in location would be. Ding! The second sign-in point is the location of Tang San's first martial soul awakening. Upon seeing the system's notification, Morlang leaped with excitement. It was common knowledge that everyone in the Douluo continent possessed their own martial soul. At around 6 years old, individuals would undergo a martial soul awakening ceremony conducted by the Spirit Hall. Gaining a martial soul would enhance certain abilities, though the specifics were not elaborated upon in the novel. Morlang had long suspected that Tang San's initial martial soul awakening would undoubtedly serve as his next sign-in point. Thus, when Elder Jack had sent him for the martial soul awakening ceremony last year, Morlang had cleverly evaded it, infuriating Elder Jack to the point of shaking with anger, nearly losing his breath. At that moment, Morlang had felt a twinge of guilt after all. Elder Jack had raised him since childhood. Elder Jack was arguably the only family he had in this world, having treated him like a beloved grandson throughout his upbringing. Therefore, it was understandable that Elder Jack was so upset upon learning that Morlang had skipped a year of martial soul awakening. The sooner one awakened their martial soul, the earlier they could begin cultivation. Otherwise, the opposite would happen. A slow start would lead to a sluggish path. This was not what Elder Jack wished to see. Morlang had deliberately postponed his awakening for a year, knowing that Tang San's first martial soul awakening would be the perfect moment for him to sign in. Thus, he had chosen to await Tang San's awakening to sign in and reap the rewards. Now, it seemed his intuition had not betrayed him, and Morlang was eager to discover what martial soul he would awaken or what rewards he might obtain. As he gazed at Tang San's silhouette, Morlang murmured, "Little San, allow me to show you what it truly means to be a man." With that, he descended the hill, realizing that he had some time before his next opportunity to benefit from Tang San, and decided to practice the stellar technique in the meantime to gauge its effects. Meanwhile, immersed in his training, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that someone had taken advantage of him, with intentions to continue doing so. In the village of Holy Spirit, upon returning from the hill, Morlang had collected a bounty of mushrooms and wild leeks. The mushrooms were intended for a delectable chicken stew, while the leeks would complement a dish of scrambled eggs. If he were to establish a harem, he needed to fortify his body from a young age. Having graduated from the new Oriental Culinary School, Morlang's cooking skills were undoubtedly commendable. He had originally planned to work as a chef in a 5-star hotel until fate intervened, leading him to this world. Is Elder Jack not home? Morlang was taken aback by the absence of Elder Jack, who was typically an early riser at 61 years of age. He usually encouraged Morlang to refrain from wandering aimlessly and to read more about martial souls. Morlang had wanted to tell him that he had already read that book 3 times. Clatter. As Morlang prepared the chicken stew, his heart skipped a beat when the lid of the pot slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. What on earth happened? Could something have happened to Elder Jack? A sense of foreboding crept into Morlang's mind, but he hoped his concerns were unfounded. Chapter 2. The joy of being called brother by the protagonist. Although he often addressed him informally as Elder Jack, Morlang had long considered the kind-hearted elder as his own grandfather. The thought of something happening to him was unbearable. "Xiao Wu, what delightful dish are you cooking that smells so wonderful?" Just as Morlang's worries peaked, Elder Jack's voice drifted in from outside, causing Morlang to breathe a sigh of relief. Judging by his tone, Elder Jack seemed to be in a good mood today. As the voice grew closer, Elder Jack's figure appeared at the door. At 61, he was tall and slender, still maintaining a lively spirit. Each day, he dressed sharply, with his sparse hair neatly styled using hair gel. Morlang often teased him about possibly having his eyes on Widow Wong, to which Elder Jack would laugh and scold, "You rascal, where did you learn such nonsense?" "Elder Jack, has Widow Wong agreed to warm your bed? You seem particularly cheerful today." Seeing the broad smile on Elder Jack's face lightened Morlang's mood as well. He glanced at the broken pot lid on the ground and muttered a blessing for peace, then playfully joked, "Looks like you're in high spirits. Get lost. If it weren't for your exceptional culinary skills, I would have kicked you out long ago with that mouth of yours." Elder Jack shot an admonishing glare at Morlang, who had once again teased him. Morlang was a good kid overall, but his mouth often got the better of him. He showed little respect for the village elders, casually calling them Old Tang and Old Wang, which stirred chaos among the villagers. Strangely, no one in the village disliked him. Even Tang Hao, who usually bore a scowl, would occasionally crack a smile upon seeing Morlang. The affinity this young lad possesses with his elders is inexplicably remarkable to an absurd degree. Indeed, I, too, hold a fondness for this sprightly child, who, despite being merely 7.5 years old, speaks with the wisdom of an old hand Molang. In fact, I have long regarded him as my own grandson. Old Jack also has a son and a grandson, both of whom are quite fond of Molang, showing no concern whatsoever about Old Jack adopting him, especially given Molang's exceptional culinary skills and his endearingly carefree demeanor. They have all embraced him as family. As fate would have it, the martial soul awakening ceremony is merely 3 months away. I have heard whispers that consuming the flesh of soul beasts can enhance the potency of one's martial soul during awakening, prompting me to purchase a pound without hesitation. Though the meat is costly, draining half a lifetime of savings, should it indeed increase Mo Lang's chances of awakening a formidable martial soul, then this expenditure would be well justified. If this lad truly awakens a powerful martial soul and becomes a soul master, I would have ample tales to boast about for the remainder of my days. And if he were to ascend to the rank of soul sage, I could rest in peace content. With such thoughts in mind, Old Jack could not resist presenting the pound of soul beast meat he procured earlier that very day, addressing Mo Lang with excitement. "Guess what kind of meat this is, you little rascal?" Upon witnessing Old Jack's enthusiasm, Mo Lang's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the fragrant piece of meat, exclaiming dramatically, "Old Jack, you didn't go slaying dragons, did you? This must be dragon meat." "Enough of that. I knew you'd spout nonsense." Old Jack rolled his eyes at Mo Lang, clarifying, "This is soul beast meat. In 3 months, you're to undergo your martial soul awakening, right? I've heard that consuming soul beast meat can slightly enhance the probability of awakening your soul power, so I bought a pound for you to try. How much did it cost?" At the mention of the price, Mo Lang's expression turned icy. He had never heard of soul beast meat increasing the odds of awakening soul power. Surely, there are unscrupulous merchants, much like in my previous life, deceiving the elderly in small mountain villages. And they come to Sacred Soul Village to swindle those parents who hope their children can become soul masters. With this thought, Mo Lang clenched his fists. Above all, he loathed the idea of con artists preying upon the elderly. In my past life, I cannot take a life, but now I shall vanquish every single one I encounter. It's not much, just 5 silver soul coins. Old Jack noticed the change in Mo Lang's demeanor, realizing that if the boy knew the cost was 5 silver soul coins, he would undoubtedly insist on returning it. Thus, he casually mentioned a rounded figure. "Where is it?" Mo Lang observed that Old Jack's gaze frequently darted to the right while speaking and said little more, picking up a nearby kitchen knife. Mo Lang. Seeing Mo Lang's insistence on a return, Old Jack's temper flared, calling out the boy's name for the second time. The first was when Mo Lang failed to attend his martial soul awakening last year. Today marks the second instance. This indicated that Old Jack was truly upset. Otherwise, he would merely refer to Mo Lang as Little Rascal. "You needn't concern yourself with the cost of this old beast meat. This is not a matter for a child like you to fret over. Your responsibility now is to eat this soul beast meat and dutifully attend the martial soul awakening in 3 months. Old Jack's expression turned stern as he stated, "I know you've always been sensible, but in this instance, you must heed my words. I purchased this meat, and regardless of its efficacy, I spent the money willingly. Even if there's but a sliver of hope, I am willing. If you become a soul master, if I, Old Jack, were to furrow my brow, I would call you grandfather." "Ha ha ha. Old Jack, why so serious? Even if I go, I wouldn't stand a chance against them. But today, you do look quite formidable. Perhaps Widow Wong might just take a liking to you." Witnessing Old Jack's imposing demeanor, Mo Lang could not help but burst into laughter, tears of mirth escaping him. Whether from amusement or heartfelt emotion, he could not tell. Bang! Old Jack, still irate, playfully struck Mo Lang on the head, then joined in the laughter And not exaggerating, Widow Wong has been casting glances my way. That's splendid. Be sure to indulge in the stir-fried chives and eggs today, and strive to become even more impressive. You little rascal, where on earth did you learn such lewd talk? Quickly sought the soul beast meat. Let's pay a visit to Tang San's family and bring them some as well. It's unfortunate for that child to have ended up with such a father. Very well. Mo Lang did not object, as he was quite familiar with Tang Hao and Tang San. Once, while sharing drinks with Tang Hao, they nearly swore brotherhood. This led to Tang San eyeing him warily ever since, fearing he might coax his father into drinking. At Tang Hao's home, the same dilapidated wooden house from the novels greeted them. Tang San likely had just returned from training, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Ah, little San, just back from a run? Upon spotting Tang San, Mo Lang took the initiative to greet him. Tang San, upon recognizing Mo Lang, felt his spirits plummet from their earlier heights. The reason was simple. This boy, who was merely a year and a half older, relentlessly sought to forge a brotherly bond with his father, hoping to have Tang San call him uncle. As someone who had traversed realms, addressing Tang Hao as father and old Jack as grandfather posed no issue. But to call this lad, who was just a year and a half his senior, uncle, he could never bring himself to utter such words. Yet, having received considerable care from Mo Lang and old Jack over the years, Tang San, out of politeness, still greeted them. Good day, Grandpa Jack. Greetings, Brother Lang. Upon hearing the call of Brother Mo Lang felt an immense sense of comfort. Being addressed as brother by the protagonist was undeniably gratifying. In Chapter 3, during the second sign-in, with the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his left hand and the Pangu Axe in his right, each time Tang San caught a glimpse of Mo Lang's mischievous expression, he could not help but suspect that Mo Lang might be a wayward disciple from the Tang sect, sent to torment him. However, considering that Mo Lang had saved his life when he was nearly bitten by a venomous snake at the tender age of 3, Tang San eventually laid aside his suspicions. This was also the reason why Tang San was inclined to call Mo Lang Brother Mo, and why Tang Hao was willing to engage in conversation and share drinks with this mischievous young lad. A life saved is worth more than a mountain of gold. From that moment onward, Tang San began to pay attention to this seemingly carefree boy, who, beneath his playful demeanor, exhibited a maturity far beyond his peers. Little did he know that Mo Lang had risked his life to save him not merely out of kindness, but in pursuit of reaping benefits for himself, while also aiming to be recognized as Tang Hao's younger brother. For only Mo Lang knew that Tang Hao was a titled Douluo. Before he reached invincibility, he saw Tang Hao as a crucial ally. Nonetheless, Mo Lang's absence from the soul awakening ceremony last year had left Tang San somewhat informed about soul powers. Though he remained unaware of the intricacies of soul rings due to the Xiantian Gong not having reached its pinnacle, after serving Tang San the dishes he had prepared, Mo Lang turned to Tang Hao, saying, Brother Hao, next time I'll teach you how to roll dice. You truly lack talent for rock, paper, scissors. What do you mean I lack talent? Tang Hao retorted. Tonight, let us have a contest. If I lose, I shall call you Brother Mo. Upon seeing Mo Lang's disdainful expression, Tang Hao was instantly incensed. I have no time for this. The soul awakening ceremony is in 3 months, and I must begin intense training. Who has time to drink with a worthless fellow like you? Mo Lang waved his hand dismissively, causing Tang Hao to fume in frustration. I am a proud titled Douluo, one of the Slaughter City's gods of death, one of the continent's 3 great craftsmen. You dare call me worthless? If not for your youth, I would teach you a lesson. Once I complete my awakening, I will introduce you to new experiences. All right then, Brother Mo, Tang San, old Jack, soon enough. 3 months swiftly passed. Once again, atop the familiar little hill, a figure appeared each night, as the world fell into silence. This figure was none other than Mo Lang. According to the Stellar Technique's teachings, practicing at night would yield greater results. Indeed, each night, as Mo Lang engaged in his training, he felt the cosmic stars showering down strands of celestial energy, imperceptible to others, entering his body. Strangely, although he had reached level 10 soul power a month prior, he did not encounter the bottleneck that plagued Tang San. He was still able to continue his cultivation. Thus, he persevered for another 2 months, finally reaching level 20 soul power today, at which point he encountered the familiar threshold. Mo Lang attributed this to the fact that the starry technique is superior to the Xiantian art, thus marking level 20 as his ultimate limit. This indicates that, like Qian Ringshu, he possesses innate soul power at its peak of 20. Ah, indeed, she is worthy of being my future wife. even sharing the same innate full soul power as I do. Mo Lang felt the radiant soul power coursing through his body, akin to the brilliance of the stars. He narcissistically stroked his chin and mused, "My dear wife, await me. I shall come to find you soon." The following day, Mo Lang accompanied old Jack to the Tang family, leading Tang San to undergo his soul awakening. However, contrary to the novel, Tang Hao insisted on joining them. "Kid, today I shall witness what soul you awaken. If it turns out to be a worthless one, I will surely laugh until I perish." After uttering these words, Tang Hao regretted them. He could not fathom why he had become so childish over the years. Moreover, he was met with old Jack's piercing gaze. "Ahem. I was merely jesting. You all carry on. I shall procure a few bottles of wine to celebrate." Tang Hao awkwardly waved his hand, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes. How had his son grown so much? It was indeed time for the soul awakening. Thus, it was time for him to depart as well. With Mo Lang around, he felt reassured. The spirit hall, that wooden house. After a series of maneuvers by old Jack and Su Yutao, it was finally Tang San's turn to undergo the soul awakening. At that moment, the system's voice, which had been silent for 3 months, resonated once more. Ding. Detecting Tang San's first soul awakening ritual, conditions met for sign-in. "Would you like to sign in?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Lang clicked yes. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Reward: Divine-grade soul weapon, Ruyi Jingu Bang, Chaos-grade soul weapon, Pangu Axe." Upon hearing the rewards from the system, Mo Lang was utterly astonished. No way. Ruyi Jingu Bang and Pangu Axe. One is a divine-grade soul weapon, the other a chaos-grade. Filled with relief, Mo Lang felt fortunate for having endured last year. Otherwise, he would have regretted it immensely. It was essential to understand that Douluo continent was merely a lower-tier realm, with the divine realm above it. To possess a soul weapon surpassing this realm at the very onset was nothing short of invincible. Moreover, having the chaos-grade Pangu Axe was sufficient to render him invincible even in the divine realm. Of course, he currently lacked a spirit ring and was uncertain whether the system could override Yu Xiaojiang's research to provide him with a 100,000-year spirit ring as his first. That would be truly delightful. Ding. The next sign-in point, Tang San's first apprenticeship with Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing the next sign-in point, Mo Lang felt a surge of anticipation once again, curious about the rewards associated with Tang San's initial apprenticeship. However, he was slightly apprehensive about the possibility of his extraordinary talents being exposed. Such a revelation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, jeopardizing his ability to sign in beside Tang San. Even though the Spirit Hall could provide him with endless resources, nothing could compare to the rewards granted by the system. Above all, he wished to remain low-key, accumulating wealth quietly while pursuing romantic interests. As a virgin in his past life, he harbored an extraordinary obsession with courting women. System. Can you assist me? I haven't finished speaking, and you already can? I can hear your innermost thoughts. Then I have a humble request. Assist me in concealing my talents, so I may accompany Tang San to Notting City for school. That is where he first encountered Xiao Wu, and I am certain I can sign in again. Not a problem. Soon after Tang San completed his assessment, Si Yuntao expressed his regret. What a pity. To possess innate full soul power, yet awaken the worthless blue silver grass. He then turned to Mo Lang and said, "Kid, it's your turn." All right. Mo Lang adjusted his soul power to level 1 and instructed the system to transform the Ruyi Golden Rod into a needle. This way, he could attend school in Notting City without occupying a spot meant for Tang San. Silver Needle? Upon witnessing Mo Lang's martial soul, Su Yuntao sighed, realizing yet another low-level martial soul had emerged. Indeed, it was exceedingly rare to find prodigies in such a rural locale. "Do you wish to test your soul power?" Su Yuntao inquired, acknowledging that a silver needle could possess some degree of offensive capability or serve as a support for a healing soul master. "Yes." Mo Lang nodded in affirmation. With level 1 soul power, he at least qualified to be a soul master. However, he would not be able to train for free at the Martial Soul Hall. If you aspire to be a soul master, you must pursue your studies independently. Su Yuntao remarked before picking up his belongings and departing without a backward glance. As the door swung open, old Jack hurriedly approached, his expression tense. "Master, are there any potential soul masters in our village this year?" Su Yuntao cast a glance at old Jack, sighed, and replied, "There are indeed 2. But it's regrettable. What do you mean, master?" Old Jack pressed. Su Yuntao recounted the circumstances surrounding Mo Lang and Tang San before taking his leave. Old Jack gazed at Mo Lang and Tang San. "Rest assured, even if I have to sell everything I own, I will ensure you both can attend school in Notting City. Moreover, who says that a lowly martial soul cannot cultivate? In my eyes, there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless individuals. Your grandfather eagerly awaits the day you both achieve the rank of soul sage. Mo Lang gazed at old Jack with a hint of astonishment, never expecting that the old man could utter such a profound saying in his attempt to console him. Observing the age spots on old Jack's face, Mo Lang clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Rest assured, old Jack, with me by your side, I shall take you to witness the divine realm." However, before that, he needed to earn some tuition fees first. Otherwise, old Jack's modest savings would prove insufficient. Chapter 4. My name is Xiao Wu, the dance of life, little Mo. Here is your wage for the past 3 months. Take it. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had flown by, and the day of the commencement at Notting Academy was fast approaching. During this time, Mo Lang had not remained idle. He had ventured to Notting City to secure employment. Initially, old Jack was vehemently opposed, but after Mo Lang's persistent entreaties, old Jack reluctantly acquiesced. This was prompted by Mo Lang's candid remark, "Your voices with Widow Wang are far too loud." Old Jack nearly succumbed to embarrassment on the spot. Fortunately, no one overheard him, and he breathed a sigh of relief, ultimately agreeing to allow Mo Lang to explore Notting City, albeit with the stipulation that he return once a month for a visit. Mo Lang nodded in agreement, reminding old Jack to take care of his health. Given his advancing age, some matters are difficult to articulate. Thus, Mo Lang, utilizing his culinary skills acquired from New Oriental, secured a position as a chef. And before he knew it, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. The Nottingham Academy finally commenced its term, and he was once again able to sign in. After expressing his gratitude to his employer, Mo Lang took his earnings and purchased various items, preparing to return to St. Sol Village. Despite nearing 8 years of age, the nourishing effects of the stellar technique rendered him comparable in height to a boy of 11 or 12, and his strength was astonishingly formidable. Mo Lang conducted a secret test and discovered that he had already achieved an impressive strength of 500 pounds. This implies that with a single punch, an ordinary person would stand no chance against him. Although the stellar technique has stagnated after reaching level 20, the surplus stellar energy is continually nourishing his physical form. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang focused his gaze and observed 2 burly men encircled by a white soul ring. One wielded an axe, while the other was accompanied by the spectral image of a wolf. It was evident that they were both soul masters. However, these two appeared rather disheveled, kneeling on the ground in a plea for mercy. Opposite them stood a petite girl, slightly shorter than Mo Lang, exuding an air of youthful innocence. She was undeniably adorable, her cheerful face radiating a rosy hue, adorned in a pink outfit reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. At that moment, her charming smile was overshadowed by indignation as she glared fiercely at the 2 men before her. Astonishingly, it was Xiao Wu. At a glance, Mo Lang recognized the young girl. She was none other than the enchanting Xiao Wu, the one he had longed for in his dreams. Yet, at this moment, she presented herself in the guise of a petite loli. Wait a moment, loli? The notion of a nurturing game seemed rather appealing. Just as Mo Lang was about to offer his assistance, he halted in his tracks. No. If he approached her now and Xiao Wu expressed a desire to accompany him, it would inevitably lead to an early encounter between her and Tang San. How could he possibly check in then? The system does not allow for premature check-ins. That would mean he would miss an opportunity. Very well, give me the money, and I shall let you be. Xiao Wu stepped forward, unsuspecting, extending her hand toward the 2 individuals. Seeking money? In your dreams. To hell with that. Unexpectedly, the 2 kneeling figures sprang into action, launching simultaneous attacks from either side at Xiao Wu. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? Xiao Wu, taken aback by their audacity, felt a surge of panic. Damn it. To hell with the check-in. How dare they lay a hand on the woman I desire? They are courting death. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Lang disregarded any formalities. He also came to realize that if he hesitated in his actions, how could he possibly guide Tang San in becoming a man? Xiao Wu was already his chosen partner, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. As he activated the starry sky art, a radiant light enveloped him, akin to donning a cloak woven from the cosmos. And clad in celestial armor, there was no need to summon his martial spirit. He struck with the swiftness of lightning, delivering 2 resounding blows to the pair before him. With a dull thud, the 2 individuals, merely ordinary level 10 soul masters, were utterly crushed under the weight of Mo Lang's 500 gene of force. Their organs shattered as they were sent hurtling like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the nearby trees, their fates uncertain. After 4 years of slaying beasts in the east, his heart had grown colder than the Antarctic. Only a woman could influence the speed at which he drew his blade. As for his mentors, only women clad in black silk could affect their readiness to fight. "Little girl, are you all right?" Mo Lang almost inadvertently revealed Xiao Wu's name. But fortunately, he managed to correct himself in time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. It was no big deal. When he caught sight of Mo Lang's sun-kissed, handsome visage, for reasons unknown, Xiao Wu felt her heart race as if struck by some invisible force, fluttering like a startled fawn. Especially when she recalled how he had shimmered with starlight moments ago. He was simply too dashing. However, at that moment, she remained unaware of the emotions swirling within her, only recognizing that this young man was rather appealing. Meanwhile, Mo Lang was also observing Xiao Wu, taking in her porcelain doll-like features and the delicate fragrance that wafted from her. Though she was still young, she had nonetheless captured his heart. Truly, she was the heroine. Radiating beauty. "Why are you bleeding from your nose?" Xiao Wu exclaimed upon noticing Mo Lang's unexpected nosebleed, promptly retrieving a handkerchief from her belongings to assist him. "Huh?" Mo Lang quickly realized the situation, touching his nose to find it indeed bleeding. He inwardly cursed himself, feeling like a beast. Even though the other party was over 10,000 years old, she still appeared as a little lowly. In his previous life, such an act would have landed him in prison for a long time. "Don't move. I'll help you clean up. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving me earlier," Xiao Wu softly said, gently wiping away Mo Lang's blood. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had suddenly taken on a tender quality. "It's nothing. Perhaps I've just eaten something that has caused a bit of heat." Mo Lang never anticipated that after 3 years of consuming scrambled eggs with chives, he would finally experience a bout of heatiness. After discreetly activating the starry technique to stem the flow of blood from his nose, he turned to Xiao Wu with curiosity and inquired, "What prompted you to engage in a confrontation with them?" "I witnessed them deceiving the elderly here, claiming that consuming soul beast meat could enhance the probability of awakening soul power. What efficacy could soul beast meat possibly possess?" Upon recalling this incident, Xiao Wu returned to her usual self, exclaiming in indignation, "Are they selling soul beast meat?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lang recalled the 5 golden soul coins that old Jack had been deceived out of, and immediately cast an angry glance at the 2 individuals. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were already lifeless. He examined his own fists, surprised by his own formidable strength. Yet, their demise was inconsequential. Had they survived, he would have ensured their existence was one of relentless torment. Unexpectedly, "You are quite impressive at such a young age." Upon witnessing the 2 corpses, Xiao Wu refrained from uttering any further words. Fearlessly, she rummaged through their belongings and retrieved a pouch of coins, for she harbored little fondness for humans. After all, her mother had fallen victim to their cruelty. However, having spent a year or 2 in the human realm, she understood that humanity, like soul beasts, possessed a spectrum of good and evil. This understanding was precisely why she was inclined to assist the elderly, as many had shown her kindness, providing her with sustenance and shelter during her time of need. "By the way, I am called Xiao Wu, dance being the meaning of my name. What is yours?" Xiao Wu suddenly remembered to inquire of Mo Lang, curious about his name. Chapter 5. I can share a bed with a Lang. "I am Mo Lang. Wave being the essence of my name." Mo Lang gazed at the familiar opening line with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Noticing Mo Lang's unwavering gaze, Xiao Wu inquired bashfully, "What are you looking at?" "You have something on your face," Mo Lang quipped effortlessly. "What is it?" she asked. "It's rather endearing," he replied, causing Xiao Wu's cheeks to flush a vibrant red, making her appear even more charmingly shy. It was indeed the first time a boy had ever called her cute. "You have something on your face too. Is it handsome?" she teased. "Not quite. It's the snot you smeared when you wiped away your nosebleed. By the way, a Lang, where are you headed?" Xiao Wu suddenly asked after returning the soul coins to those individuals. Upon hearing this, Mo Lang, who initially intended to stealthily depart, realized that he could not evade the situation. However, having Xiao Wu by his side was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, as it afforded him the opportunity to protect her. With this clarity in mind, Mo Lang ceased to dither and stated, "I'm heading home. After all, isn't the opening of Nodding Academy the day after tomorrow? I'm planning to attend. How fortuitous. I too shall be enrolling at Nodding Academy." Let us go together, Xiao Wu exclaimed, inexplicably trusting this boy she had only just met. That sounds splendid, but I must first return home, as I have a younger brother who will also be attending. And I need to check on my grandfather, Mo Lang replied. Home? At the mere mention of this word, a flicker of despondency crossed Xiao Wu's eyes, which quickly turned into anxiety as she gazed at Mo Lang and inquired, May I accompany you home? At this question, Mo Lang's heart raced. Had a girl expressed such a sentiment in his previous life, he might not have remained solitary. Of course, that would be delightful. Let us hasten our pace so we can return in time for lunch. I shall showcase my culinary skills. Since there was no way to avoid the situation, Mo Lang resolved to seize every opportunity to bond with Xiao Wu. After all, affection often blossoms over time. Really? You can cook? Xiao Wu's excitement reignited, revealing her undeniable foodie nature. Indeed, I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. Mo Lang raised an eyebrow and declared, It is time to showcase my culinary skills. I shall carve a phoenix from this carrot. In Shahun village, two figures stood anxiously at the village entrance, scanning the surroundings. Father, I must say, if you can lose your way, then that rascal Mo cannot possibly be lost. The younger figure, named John, remarked to the elder Jack beside him. Enough. At this hour. Mo should have returned long ago. It has already been an hour, and still no sign of him. How can I not be worried? Jack retorted, casting a stern glance at his son. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am senile? You ungrateful child. John, sensing his father's ire, refrained from further comment and turned his gaze towards the village outskirts, only to spot Mo Lang returning. Father, look. Mo is back. I told you he wouldn't get lost. Must you shout? I am not blind. Upon seeing Mo Lang's figure, a smile finally graced Jack's face. However, John began to question whether he was truly Jack's biological son. His doubts were only deepened when he noticed a charming young girl accompanying Mo Lang, prompting Jack to display a look of astonishment. Has this lad really brought home a granddaughter-in-law after just 3 months? She appears quite lovely. She will undoubtedly grow into a beauty. I suppose I must continue to save money to help this boy marry. I'm back, Mo Lang exclaimed as he approached Jack, playfully patting him on the back. Not bad, eh? You haven't succumbed to the allure of beauty. You little rascal, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful, Jack chuckled. Then turned to the young girl, inquiring, and who might this young lady be? Aren't you going to introduce her? With that mouth of his. I am certain he has charmed her into coming along. John teased from the side. John, we need to have a serious talk about what happened in the grove the other day with Aunt Mona, Mo Lang interjected, only just realizing John was present. If John were to expose his secrets, the splendid image he had painstakingly crafted before the girl would be utterly ruined. Thus, he promptly gestured for John to remain silent, and the latter immediately complied. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang introduced old Jack and John to Xiao Wu, who immediately greeted them with charming politeness. The two men, enchanted by Xiao Wu's cuteness and courtesy, found themselves quite fond of the little girl. All right, let us return home. I have procured some delightful ingredients that will surely satisfy your appetites, Mo Lang declared, eager to showcase his culinary prowess. He aimed to capture Xiao Wu's heart through her stomach. It has indeed been a month since I last savored your cooking, old Jack remarked, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Recognizing Mo Lang's desire to impress, he promptly praised, Xiao Wu, do not be misled by Mo Lang's seemingly carefree demeanor. Once he steps into the kitchen, he transforms entirely. Initially, old John anticipated Mo Lang would present his signature dishes, delicacies such as chopped chili fish head, mapo tofu, Westlake vinegar fish, dompa pork, and sour soup beef, all renowned for their delectable flavors. However, when Mo Lang unveiled the first dish, old John was left utterly astounded. Before him lay a phoenix intricately sculpted from radishes and various vegetables. Following this was a white tiger carved from white radish, and an array of stunning vegetable sculptures that dazzled the eye. There were also several dishes he had never encountered before, their exquisite presentation suggesting a lavish culinary experience. Seeing this, old Jack turned to Mo Lang and exclaimed, You, my boy, are not merely skilled. You are extraordinary. Yet, as he reflected on the fact that despite raising this young man for so long without tasting such culinary wonders, It seemed rather unfair that the arrival of a girl had inspired such creativity in his cooking. I learned all of this in Notting City. I was not merely an apprentice at the hotel there. I simply wanted to prepare the dishes I mastered for you. Mo Lang quickly explained, alleviating old Jack's frustration. Satisfied, old Jack summoned some villagers, including Tang Hao and Tang San. Mo Lang had initially worried about any potential interaction between Tang San and Xiao Wu. But his concerns were laid to rest when he observed Xiao Wu devouring the dishes with great enthusiasm, hardly glancing at Tang San. It appeared his worries were unfounded. However, Tang Hao cast a meaningful glance at Mo Lang and quipped, "Why is everything radish? Are you a rabbit?" Feigning ignorance of the other's intent. Mo Lang glanced at Xiao Wu and remarked, "These are all Xiao Wu's favorite delicacies. She has traveled far and is our guest. You ought to be cognizant of your own standing." Tang Hao, I, a titled Douluo, how can I endure such indignity? Pour your brother some more wine. What can dispel sorrow? Only Du Kong. Soon, evening arrived. Little Mo, you'll have to squeeze in with your cousin tonight. Xiao Wu will take your bed. Although old Jack was quite pleased with Xiao Wu, there was no need to rush things. Both were merely children. Their future would depend on their own choices. It's all right. I can share a bed with a Lang. Before Mo Lang could nod, Xiao Wu interjected. Chapter 6. Mo Lang possessed the potential of a titled Douluo. In the end, Mo Lang slept on the floor. After all, Xiao Wu was only 6 years old. How could he be so base? It was just that when he awoke the next day, Mo Lang felt as though he were ensnared by an octopus. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. Xiao Wu, unbeknownst to him, had also succumbed to slumber on the ground, entangled around him like an octopus. Observing Xiao Wu in deep repose, Mo Lang lacked the heart to rouse her. "Mom, I miss you so much," she murmured in her dreams, a sentiment that struck a chord within Mo Lang's heart. In that moment, he recalled that, much like himself, Xiao Wu appeared carefree yet possessed a deeply fragile and sensitive interior. She particularly cherished familial bonds. It dawned on Mo Lang why he harbored such fondness for Xiao Wu. They were kindred spirits, both orphans. "Xiao Wu, rest assured, with me by your side. You shall never be harmed by anyone," he vowed silently, clenching his fists as he noticed the tears at the corners of her eyes. Soon enough, the day arrived for the commencement of classes at Notting Academy. Old Jack insisted on personally escorting Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San to enroll in school. Mo Lang found himself unable to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. After all, old Jack had a scene to perform with the gatekeeper. It was precisely due to the gatekeeper's disdainful attitude that they encountered the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, which subsequently led to Tang San's apprenticeship. This was also the moment of his third sign-in. However, even if old Jack chose not to attend, Mo Lang had his own methods to facilitate Tang San's apprenticeship with Yu Xiaojiang, albeit with a touch more inconvenience. Since old Jack was eager to go, Mo Lang decided to go along with it. Yet, if the gatekeeper dared to take action, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the meaning of cruelty. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Notting Academy. "Halt! What business do you country folk have here? This place is beyond your reach," the young gatekeeper exclaimed, immediately reprimanding Mo Lang and his companions upon noticing their attire. Old Jack swiftly produced the credentials provided by Su Yuntao. After scrutinizing the document, the gatekeeper scoffed and expressed doubt about its authenticity, remarking, "Even if this is genuine, you possess only one quota. Why are there 3 of you? Is it not permissible for a young gentleman to self-finance his education?" Mo Lang could no longer tolerate the disdainful attitude of the gatekeeper, who looked down upon others. He extracted a few gold soul coins he had earned from his labor and presented them. The gatekeeper's eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld the coins in Mo Lang's hand. With a sinister glint in his gaze, he immediately turned hostile and exclaimed, "I knew my money was stolen. It was you, brat, who dared to take it. You seek death." Observing the tattered garments of Mo Lang and his companions, the gatekeeper surmised they were impoverished country folk. He thought to himself that if he were to beat them and seize their money, no one would dare to object. "Be careful, Langil." Upon noticing the looming threat, Tang San prepared to intervene. However, in the next moment, Mo Lang swiftly grasped the gatekeeper's fist and delivered a powerful slap across the gatekeeper's face, a force of 500 pounds that knocked out his teeth, which flew out amidst a spray of blood. The gatekeeper was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this lad endowed with innate strength? Old Jack and Tang San were equally taken aback. When did Mo Lang become so formidable? "Young man, if you dare to cause trouble at Notting Academy, you shall face the consequences." Silence. To be publicly slapped by a mere child is an utter humiliation. The gatekeeper, filled with rage and shame, was about to summon assistance when a raspy voice interrupted him. Initially taken aback, the gatekeeper was astonished that someone had the audacity to tell him to be quiet. As he turned around, ready to unleash a torrent of profanity, he was met with the sight of Yu Xiaojiang, and his expression immediately transformed into a sycophantic smile. Bowing slightly, he said, "Master, you have returned." Yu Xiaojiang nodded, and then turned to Mo Lang, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "At such a young age, why do you strike so ruthlessly? Who taught you this?" Mo Lang was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Yu Xiaojiang, who had come to reprimand him. He immediately expressed his displeasure, stating, "It is one thing for this gatekeeper to look down on others. It is quite another to falsely accuse me of theft and even attempt to resort to violence. Were it not for my considerable strength, an ordinary person would have already been beaten and robbed of their money in such a situation. A mere slap would be a light punishment. Had it not been for the reputation of Nodding Academy, I would have rendered that hand useless. Moreover, I am here at Ding Academy to acquire skills, not to be bullied." Mo Lang spoke with reason and evidence, unyielding and resolute, his words resonating with strength. "Ha! What a splendid remark. I am here to acquire skills, not to be bullied. Young man, you are quite impressive. Would you consider taking me as your disciple?" Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Mo Lang, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. At that moment, Mo Lang was taken aback. "Do you not see the credentials? Why would you wish to accept me as your student? Tang San is your true love. I am merely here to reap the benefits from Tang San. If you want me to be your disciple, aren't you obstructing my path to fortune? To hinder someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Do you understand? I have no need for this. I, Mo Lang, possess the potential of a title Douluo. What level are you at that you would expect me to take you as my mentor?" Mo Lang cast a fleeting glance at Yu Xiaojiang, his eyes seemingly conveying a silent message. "Old man, know your limits. This is not a script meant for you." Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone turned to stare at Mo Lang in astonishment. Who was this young lad? So audacious at such a tender age? Even Tang San looked on in disbelief at Mo Lang's brazen remarks. In that moment, he finally grasped why his father could engage so easily with this individual. After all, whenever his father was intoxicated, he would proclaim himself as the titled Douluo. Even the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang felt compelled to remark, "In all my years of research, I have never encountered anyone as boastful as you." Bang! Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to speak, old Jack delivered a stern punch to Mo Lang, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? It is a privilege for you to be accepted as a disciple by the master. Should you not express your gratitude?" Having lived a long life, old Jack could discern from the gatekeeper's demeanor that this seemingly disheveled and lethargic middle-aged man held a significant status. Should Mo Lang become his disciple, a bright future surely awaited him. However, old Jack was also perplexed. He knew that Mo Lang had a penchant for exaggeration but had not anticipated such a display, especially in front of so many witnesses. The notion of being a titled Douluo, if you could indeed become a soul sage, I shall call you grandfather. Ha, the lad is ambitious. Since you are reluctant to accept me as your master, I shall not press the matter. But should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out." Yu Xiaojiang chuckled heartily, finding the young boy quite amusing. He then picked up the Soul Hall certificate from the ground and examined it, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he inquired, "Which of you is Tang San?" "I am," Tang San replied, raising his hand eagerly upon hearing the master's call. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Tang San. Then turned to old Jack with an apologetic expression, saying, "Sir, I extend my apologies on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. This certificate is genuine. If you are at ease, may I take these children under my wing to assist them with their registration?" "No need for apologies, no need at all. My grandson could not bear to see me humiliated, which is why he acted with such fervor. But I assure you, master, he is indeed a good child." Old Jack, taken aback, continued to defend Mo Lang. He then turned to Mo Lang, exclaiming anxiously, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to your master. Do you wish to drive me to despair?" Mo Lang gazed at old Jack's demeanor and realized that he had no choice but to accept the apprenticeship. However, he pondered why Yu Xiaojiang, this young man, was so keen on taking him as a disciple. Could it be that he had discerned his twin martial souls? With so many people present, he was reluctant to reveal his talent and chose not to inquire further. Instead, he stated, "If you wish for me to become your disciple, it is acceptable, but Tang San is my younger brother, and you must also take him as your disciple." Tang San felt a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated Mo Lang's consideration for him. He could clearly perceive that this master before them possessed considerable skill. as long as he is willing. I certainly have no objections, Yu Xiaojiang replied, contemplating how he had been searching for a reason to accept Tang San, a wielder of twin martial souls, as his disciple. Since you have proactively offered this suggestion, it seems that fate has destined us to be master and disciple. Even before entering, you have alleviated my concerns. Truly, you are a commendable disciple. I have another condition. Another condition? I shall decide for you. From now on, the master will be your teacher. Quickly, address him as master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As M.O. Lang and his companions gazed at old Jack's retreating figure, a sense of reluctance enveloped them. He yearned to offer old Jack a room for the night. However, he knew that old Jack would rather endure the streets than spend a single coin. Thus, he refrained from voicing his offer. It became evident that he must devise a lucrative scheme to ensure old Jack could enjoy a more comfortable life. After all, culinary skills would scarcely yield a fortune in the Douluo continent. Besides, having traversed realms, he could hardly resign himself to the role of a mere cook. Yet, there was no immediate urgency. The third sign-in was about to commence, and he was curious about the rewards the system might bestow. As they prepared to leave, Yu Xiaojiang reprimanded the young gatekeeper, advising him to reconsider his actions before leading M.O. Lang and the others into the school. Hey, old man. Why did you choose to take me as your disciple? Surely it can't be my captivating appearance? M.O. Lang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity in the absence of onlookers. This question elicited laughter from Xiao Wu, who, for reasons unknown, felt an unparalleled joy in M.O. Lang's company since her departure. Though merely 2 days had passed, she had indulged in an array of never-before-tasted delicacies and had heard numerous charming yet somewhat crude declarations of affection that made her heart flutter. The more she got to know M.O. Lang, the more she realized his mind was a repository of peculiar thoughts. Tang San, accustomed to such eccentricities over the years, exhibited no surprise. As long as M.O. Lang did not expect him to refer to him as uncle, he could accept anything. However, Yu Xiaojiang found it difficult to tolerate. He smirked, bemused by M.O. Lang's antics. Despite his handsome appearance, how could he speak so absurdly? As the villagers of Shanghan village would say, what a fine child. Yet why does he have such a mouth? It wouldn't be long before Yu Xiaojiang comprehended this sentiment. Nevertheless, in his attempt to assert his authority, Yu Xiaojiang declared, let us set you aside for a moment. I shall first address Tang San. Tang San's heart raced as he questioned, could it be you have taken a liking to me? Yu Xiaojiang produced a document, stating, through my investigations and research, I have discovered that aside from blue silvergrass, you possess a remarkably formidable martial spirit. Tang San subtly lifted his left wrist, his expression gradually calming as he replied, there are always exceptions. Why might I not be one? Yu Xiaojiang proceeded to expound upon his findings with great assurance, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. Eventually, Tang San nodded and abruptly knelt before Yu Xiaojiang, bowing 3 times and respectfully proclaiming, disciple pays his respects to the master. This left Yu Xiaojiang taken aback, bemused. Foolish boy, a mere bow suffices for apprenticeship. Kneeling is reserved for reverence towards sovereigns and parents. However, Tang San asserted the famous adage, once a teacher, forever a father. You ought to accept my prostration. At that moment, after a 3-month interval, the system's voice echoed once more in M.O. Lang's mind. Ding. Detection of Tang San's first apprenticeship completed. Sign-in conditions met. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rewards, innate divine strength, divine barrier. God-level soul guidance device, void ring, and the 6 sovereigns of Dotian. Upon hearing this, M.O. Lang was immediately filled with exuberant joy. Although he had awakened the Ruyi Golden and the Pangu Axe, he hesitated, aware that his strength was insufficient to wield the Ruyi Golden, which weighed a staggering 13,500 pounds. The Pangu Axe was even more extravagant. M.O. Lang felt that without reaching the rank of a title Douluo, manifesting it was out of the question, and it might even require godly powers to utilize. Did this mean he truly had to cleave open the divine realm with the Pangu Axe? Perhaps not. With his continuous sign-ins and subsequent strengthening, he might be able to wield the Pangu Axe sooner than anticipated. For now, possessing the Ruyi Golden sufficed. In this humble Douluo realm, with a divine-level martial soul, he could stride confidently. The issue lay in his inability to lift the Ruyi Golden. But now that he had acquired innate divine strength through sign-in, it was evident that he could indeed flaunt the Ruyi Jingu Bang. However, before he could ascertain the extent of the increase in his innate divine strength, Yu Xiaojiang, having dealt with Tang San, turned his attention to Mo Lang and said, "Now, let's discuss you." Observing this, Mo Lang was not in a hurry to look, but rather intrigued by how Yu Xiaojiang discerned his uniqueness. Yu Xiaojiang, gazing at Mo Lang's curious visage, speculated that such youth coupled with terrifying power must signify a full innate soul power. Thus, he confidently asserted, "Based on my deduction, you must also possess full innate soul power, correct?" "No, I possess full innate soul power at level 20. Chapter 8, Xiaojiang. The path ahead of you is still quite long. Indeed, I said you have full innate soul power. Wait, what did you just say? You have full innate soul power at level 20? Yu Xiaojiang quickly reacted, staring incredulously at Mo Lang, and asked for confirmation once more. Yes, indeed. I am full innate soul power at level 20. Mo Lang has revealed his true self. He no longer pretends. With his innate divine power and protective aura, there is no need to conceal his genius any longer. Previously, he acted cautiously for self-preservation, but now, armed with the strength to protect himself, he has no reason to hide. Who dares to flaunt their superiority before him? He would readily crush their arrogance. Such confidence, such audacity. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were all taken aback. With innate soul power reaching level 20, all he needs is to find a soul ring to become a formidable soul master. A hint of astonishment flickered in the master's eyes. He was aware of certain truths regarding the innate full soul power of level 20, which can only manifest in a specific place. Could it be? As they marveled, Mo Lang swiftly glanced at the descriptions of his innate divine power, protective aura, and the divine soul guide artifact, the Void Ring. Innate divine power. The host possesses an immense strength of 10,000 pounds. Protective aura. Immunity to all damage from Soul Emperors and below, excluding Soul Emperors. Void Ring. Contains a mustard seed space, capable of holding an expanse of void. Spirit Hall Level 6 Token. An Elder's Token from the Spirit Hall. After reading, Mo Lang was left dumbfounded. With a divine title, how could it merely bestow a strength of 10,000 pounds? He could hardly wield the Ruyi Jingu Bang. This was less effective than a hammer. Nonetheless, with such immense strength, even without the Ruyi Jingu Bang, he would not be weak. However, the protective aura was an overstatement. It only grants immunity to attacks below the Soul Emperor level, explicitly excluding Soul Emperors. Does this not imply that when faced with a Soul Emperor or someone stronger, he must still tread carefully? This feels like a deception. Fortunately, no one overheard. Those present were all allies. Moreover, according to the unfolding narrative, it would still be a while before any Soul Emperors appeared, allowing him ample time for growth. All right, I comprehend now. You possess innate full soul power at level 20. Is that sufficient? Yu Xiaojiang, who had been somewhat excited, suddenly recalled the claim of this young man regarding possessing the potential of a tidal Douluo and immediately recognized the absurdity of the situation. He nearly fell for this boy's bluff, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Innate full soul power at level 20 was indeed unprecedented. Yet, truth be told, this boy really does have the gift of exaggeration. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Allow me to demonstrate, Mo Lang responded, having no choice but to reveal his soul power. Thankfully, he knew Yu Xiaojiang to be a decent person, so exposing his abilities was not a concern. He promptly activated the star technique, channeling a vast soul power imbued with stellar energy, which enveloped him like a shimmering river of stars, radiant and breathtaking. Wow, incredible! Yu Xiaojiang feigned indifference, but upon witnessing Mo Lang's profound soul power, he exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Tang San were equally astonished, their mouths agape in shock. What kind of soul power is this? Why does your soul power possess color? It's a vibrant spectrum of black. However, the richness of this soul power undoubtedly confirmed its level 20 status. Why does your soul power have color? Yu Xiaojiang, amidst his astonishment, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang spoke with an unblinking demeanor, his heart steady and expression unchanged. After all, boasting cost nothing, and who could expose his facade? Moreover, the system was akin to his mentor. The knowledge it provided was a product of his master's research. Where was his master? Traveling far and wide. He had entrusted Mo Lang to this place for learning, remarking that while he showed promise, his vision was somewhat limited, in the realms of soul power, soul rings, and martial spirits were far more intricate than he had imagined. After elucidating his thoughts, Mo Lang continued with an air of sage wisdom, Xiao Gang. The path ahead is still quite long. Yu Xiao Gang looked at Mo Lang, speechless. Here he was, nearing 50 years of age, being schooled by a mere youth about the length of his journey. Such a situation was both amusing and exasperating. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed at Mo Lang with eyes sparkling like rubies, utterly captivated by his prowess and knowledge. Tang San was also taken aback. Was what Brother Lang had said to him true? Did he indeed possess a formidable mentor, one knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters? Very well. Since you have a mentor, I shall not insist on taking you as my disciple. But why haven't you clarified this with your grandfather? Yu Xiao Gang inquired. I've already mentioned it. They all think I'm just bragging, much like you. Mo Lang shrugged, expressing his indifference. I couldn't be bothered to prove my worth to them. You can ask Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao Gang turned to Tang San, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that Mo Lang was likely truthful. As he composed himself, Yu Xiao Gang recognized he had stumbled upon a treasure, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. If the Spirit Hall discovered the talents of Mo Lang and Tang San, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Thus, he repeatedly advised the trio to keep this matter strictly confidential. After receiving their solemn promises, Yu Xiao Gang suppressed his excitement and proceeded to finalize their enrollment. Once back in his quarters, he realized he had failed to disclose his name to that young man. However, considering that the lad's mentor had sent him here, it was likely that his teacher had already informed him of his name, so he dismissed the thought. Without the presence of Old Jack, Mo Lang felt no remorse in spending money, covering the tuition fees for both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, feeling somewhat guilty, expressed, Brother Lang, thank you. But I will definitely repay you for this tuition. Nonsense. You've already called me Brother Lang. Such a trifling amount is of no concern to me, Mo Lang replied lightly, giving Tang San a playful pat on the back of his head. This act deeply moved Tang San, who vowed to repay Mo Lang in the future. Initially, the three were meant to head to the fabled 7th dormitory, as per the storyline, since the 4th sign-in point should coincide with the moment Tang San and Xiao Wu first met. However, due to Mo Lang's fortuitous encounter with Xiao Wu, the plot had progressed significantly, shifting the system's indicated 4th sign-in point to the moment Tang San first acquired his soul ring. Mo Lang believed that under such circumstances, there was no need for the three of them to endure hardships at the 7th dormitory, so he paid their tuition fees and ensured they were accommodated comfortably. However, what intrigued Mo Lang immensely was whether he too was to receive a soul ring, and he wondered what year of soul ring the system would bestow upon him. Mo Lang felt a sense of anticipation rising within him. Soon, the trio arrived at the 1st grade dormitory. Although they had paid a fee, it was not substantial, and their accommodations were only marginally better than those of the working students. Nevertheless, the same events that had transpired in the 7th dormitory began to unfold here. Upon their entrance, they were met with scornful glances. A taller boy, accompanied by a group of boys who were all a head to half a head shorter than him, approached them. Initially, he intended to look down at Mo Lang as he spoke, but upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that this first-year student was of equal height. Though taken aback, upon noticing the patched clothing worn by Mo Lang and Tang San, a look of disdain crossed his face as he sneered, "You should hurry and leave. This is no place for you working students." Witnessing this scene, Mo Lang was somewhat at a loss for words. Had he truly invested so much only to endure such a clutch scenario? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The tall youth, incensed by Mo Lang's apparent disregard, raised his hand to strike. To him, these lowly working students, devoid of money and connections, were mere parasites of society. Hitting them was of no consequence. However, just as the towering boy made his move, Mo Lang appeared before him and gently flicked his forehead. With a resounding crash, the tall youth was sent flying backward, landing with a tremendous impact that utterly demolished the bed behind him, all while the onlookers gazed in astonished disbelief. Mo Lang extended his little finger, gently clearing his ear, and remarked, "From now on, please speak to me in hushed tones. My temper is rather volatile, and when provoked, I am inclined to resort to violence. Do you comprehend?" "Absolutely," they replied, observing Mo Lang effortlessly dispatch Wang Hu with a mere snap of his fingers. The others in the dormitory gazed at him in sheer astonishment, fear evident in their nods. They were merely children, unaccustomed to such displays of power. Furthermore, "We are not mere working students. We have paid our tuition. From this day forth, I shall be the leader here, and you will refer to me as Brother Lang, while he shall be your third brother. Do you understand?" Understood, Brother Lang. Excellent. Mo Lang acknowledged with satisfaction, then turned to them and instructed, go and help that fellow up. I exerted less than 10% of my strength. He should be able to withstand it. Mo Lang speaks the truth. He possesses immense strength. With a mere fraction of his power equating to 1,000 pounds, a feat beyond the endurance of any ordinary child. Yet, to the ears of other youngsters, Mo Lang's declarations sound like mere bravado, and though they dare not call him out, their understanding belies their youth. They recognize that exposing someone's boastfulness yields no benefit and could invite trouble. Only a fool would be so reckless. Even though Tang San was already aware of Mo Lang's nature, he could not help but feel a twinge of self-doubt. Am I the one who has traversed realms? Or is it Mo Lang? He was the king of children in the village, and now at school, he is poised to take on a leadership role once more, exhibiting a level of sophistication that leaves Tang San pondering its origins. Perhaps this is for the best. He could focus on his training quietly. However, should anyone dare harbor ill intentions toward Mo Lang, Tang San would undoubtedly be the first to defend him. In this world, aside from his father, only old Jack and Mo Lang hold a place of closeness in his heart. Xiao Wu is but a half connection. Upon Mo Lang's inquiry, he learned that the tall youth was named Wang Hu. He instinctively wished to ask about Wang Xing's relationship with him, but ultimately refrained to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. What is going on here? Fighting in the dormitory on the very first day of school? Have you grown wings? At that moment, a male teacher in his 30s entered, carrying 2 blankets. Upon noticing a bed had collapsed, he could not help but express his dismay. He then inquired, who among you is Mo Lang and Tang San? Mo Lang and Tang San stepped forward. The male teacher said, my name is Mo Hen, but you may call me Teacher Mo Lang. Here are the bedding provided for you by the master. Thank you, Teacher Mo. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Mo Lang and Tang San received the bedding and gracefully expressed their gratitude. Inkmark nodded in satisfaction, then offered a few reminders before departing. Just before leaving, he cast a fierce glare at Wang Hu, saying, Wang Hu, do not think that just because of your age, you can bully others. Look at how well-behaved these two are, and then look at yourself. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu felt a wave of injustice wash over him, nearly bursting into tears. Teacher, are you blind? Can you not see the large bump on my forehead? Who is truly bullying whom? You should have seen Mo Lang's expression just now. It was as if he had thug written all over his face. What, are you feeling wronged? Mo Lang turned to Wang Hu, who immediately shook his head, insisting, I'm not aggrieved, truly. Yet, why do you clench your fists then? Are you plotting against me? Wang Hu stammered before bursting into tears, which left Mo Lang feeling quite awkward. Eventually, Mo Lang, exasperated, shot Wang Hu a glare and warned, silence. If you keep crying, I'll twist your head off. This only made Wang Hu cry louder. Witnessing this scene, the others vowed to keep their distance, promising to steer clear of Mo Lang by at least 10 meters. Observing the commotion, Tang San sighed, pondering if this was any way to console someone. He approached Wang Hu and gently patted his shoulder, saying, stop crying, or I'll sew your mouth shut. Wang Hu indeed ceased his tears, startled by Tang San's serious intent to thread a needle. The others renewed their vows, determined to maintain their distance from the two brothers. One threatened to twist heads, while the other spoke of sewing mouths shut, truly fearsome individuals. Lang, I want to sleep with you. Just as Mo Lang was about to make the bed, Xiao Wu bounded in, clutching a blanket, and promptly spread it across Mo Lang's bed. The moment the rosy-cheeked girl entered, the dormitory's occupants were initially taken aback, but soon their faces broke into joyful smiles. However, upon hearing her words and witnessing her actions, their smiles vanished without a trace. A sense of indignation welled up within them. How could this adorable girl possibly want to share a bed with someone like Mo Lang, a ruffian? It was simply too enviable. Mo Lang never anticipated that Xiao Wu would move in and share a bed with him, leaving him momentarily flustered, despite his fondness for her. The mere sight of her face extinguished any other thoughts. After all, he was already 30 years old, encompassing 2 lifetimes. He feared that if he were to lie down beside her, he might inadvertently regard her as his own daughter. Xiao Wu, there are so many people here. It is inappropriate for a girl like you to sleep in this place, don't you think? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Mo Lang listened to the familiar dialogue, his lips twitched slightly. Is this truly the language of a human? Do I lack dignity? If it weren't for your tender age, I would have long since become a brute. Witnessing this scene, many boys displayed expressions of envy and resentment. Only Tang San shook his head, with a hint of heartfelt reflection. Women are indeed troublesome. If you share my bed tonight, how am I to cultivate? Perhaps it was for this very reason that Mo Lang felt entirely at ease with Tang San. For Tang San's heart was colder than that of his chef master, who had spent 2 decades fishing. He doubted that even a woman clad in black silk could sway him. Moreover, you haven't yet finished recounting the tale of 7 men and 1 woman from yesterday. How can I possibly fall asleep? Xiao Wu pouted playfully. Upon hearing her words, the others, who were initially hungry and contemplating a meal, immediately halted in their tracks. If you are to discuss this, we shall lose our appetite. Even Tang San feigned indifference as he spread his blanket, yet he attentively perked up his ears. 7 men and 1 woman, is that even possible? Xiao Wu, that refers to the story of the 7 dwarfs and Snow White. Since you wish to hear it, I shall continue the tale tonight. Upon observing the group of individuals, Mo Lang noticed their ears standing upright, surpassing even those of a rabbit. And he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The children of Douluo continent were far too precocious. It was time for a cleansing. Chapter 10. This soup is too nourishing. You cannot handle it. Alang, I am so hungry, came the plaintive voice of Xiao Wu, whose stomach rumbled after he had prepared their meals over the past couple of days. She gazed at Mo Lang with a look of longing. After indulging in his culinary creations, she could not help but think of him whenever hunger struck. This thought filled Mo Lang with immense joy. To be the first person a girl thinks of when she feels hunger signifies that love is not far behind. Thus, during a date, one should refrain from merely taking a girl out for dinner and a movie, as such experiences become commonplace. Instead, one ought to introduce her to exhilarating and novel adventures, such as go-karting. The rush of adrenaline may lead her to mistakenly perceive it as the flutter of romance. Alternatively, one could prepare a meal for her personally. Come, let us go dine together. Mo Lang affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. No, I want to eat what you make, Xiao Wu pouted, her ruby-like eyes sparkling as she playfully whined. No problem, I will take you to my workplace. It's a perfect opportunity for you to meet old D. When I'm not around, you can go there for a meal. Just keep track of the expenses, and I will settle the bill when I return. Mo Lang contemplated the imminent adventure of accompanying Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San to absorb the first soul ring. Naturally, he intended to follow them, armed with the highest-ranking token that granted him unrestricted access to any soul-hunting forest. Should anyone inquire, he would simply attribute his presence to his master as permission. He envisioned seizing the opportunity to sign in while Tang San was engaged in the absorption process. This thought brought a delightful warmth to Mo Lang's heart, as he eagerly anticipated the potential years and types of soul rings and skills the system would bestow upon him. Brother Lang, you all go ahead and eat. I shall refrain from joining you, as I have brought some coarse grain cakes from home, Tang San remarked, aware that dining out would incur expenses he could not afford. Having already used a gold soul coin for the registration, he felt reluctant to impose further by dining for free. In response, Mo Lang delivered a swift slap to the back of Tang San's head, asserting, "What nonsense are you uttering? Your father has stated that you must heed my words. If I say we are going out to eat, then we shall go, understood? Moreover, you are in a critical growth phase. If you continue to subsist on these coarse grain cakes, you might hinder your development, and in the future, you may find it difficult to attract any young ladies." Initially touched, Tang San quickly became perplexed, his face adorned with a series of question marks. What absurdity are you spouting? Why would I care about attracting girls? All I desire is to grow stronger. Boss, bring me a bowl of tiger whip soup. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tang San immediately ordered the soup. Although he had no interest in girls, that did not imply he was unconcerned about his stature. Ha ha ha, little San, with your small frame consuming such nourishing fare. Be cautious of a nosebleed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang also informed the boss that in the future, whenever Xiao Wu and Tang San came to dine, the expenses would be charged to him, and he would settle the bill. The boss readily agreed, offering a generous discount of 20%. He had complete faith in Mo Lang's integrity. This news thrilled Xiao Wu, who hugged Mo Lang tightly and exclaimed with excitement, Lang, you are truly amazing. Even Tang San couldn't help but cast a glance at Mo Lang, thinking how adept he was at charming the ladies. Indeed, having wealth made courting seem effortless. Meanwhile, he remained uncertain about what to eat for their next meal. It appeared he needed to find work at the blacksmith shop soon. Striving not to burden Lang Gu any further. "All right, let's go buy a few outfits," he suggested, "so we won't be labeled as students working part-time. While I personally see no shame in that, it would help us avoid any unnecessary troubles." With a grand gesture, Mo Lang spent 3 golden soul coins for registration. And after purchasing goods and enjoying a meal, he expended an additional golden soul coin, leaving him with 6. Initially, he intended to reserve 5 for Old Jack. However, the thought of Old Jack discovering this and promptly returning it to him deterred him from secretly placing the coins beneath Old Jack's pillow. After all, the future is long. And once he accumulates substantial wealth, he will ensure Old Jack's comfort and security. Xiao-san, why are you bleeding from your nose? I mentioned that at your age 1 bowl would suffice, yet you insisted on consuming 3. Is this tiger whip soup truly something you can handle at your tender age? Mo Lang glanced back at Tang San, blood gushing from his nose. He promptly instructed him to lift his head, then pinched his nostrils and gently patted the back of his neck. Tang San immediately began to circulate his Xiantian skill to staunch the flow of blood. He never anticipated that the tiger whip soup in this world was even more nourishing than in his previous life. He had let his guard down. Without a doubt, Mo Lang would relish recounting this incident for years to come. The mere thought of it made Tang San's head throb. Why must he, the carefree Lang Gu, have spoken up? In total, he spent 1 gold soul coin on clothing. Mo Lang purchased 3 garments each for himself and Tang San, costing 1 silver coin, while the remaining 9 silver coins were lavished on Xiao Wu. Observing Xiao Wu's extravagant spending, Tang San resolved even more firmly to avoid seeking a wife unless she happened to be exceedingly wealthy. Mo Lang had not anticipated that his inadvertent actions would inspire Tang San to entertain thoughts of seeking the favor of a wealthy woman. On their way back, Tang San suddenly posed a question to Mo Lang. "Brother Lang, how is it that you have attained a full innate soul power of level 20, while I am only at level 10? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Mo Lang understood that the other party was likely preparing to take Tang San to the soul-hunting forest, and he too should make preparations to set off in advance. In the absence of Tang San, Mo Lang confided in Xiao Wu that his master was taking him to absorb a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed slightly, pondering. Are soul rings truly that significant? Meanwhile, Wang Hu and others nearby thought to themselves, of course soul rings are important. We are here precisely to grow stronger. How can one become more powerful without a soul ring? Were it not for Mo Lang's imposing presence, they would have deemed Xiao Wu foolish. Seeing this, Mo Lang spoke softly with deep affection. Of course, the soul ring is not as important as you. I wish to always be by your side. However, if I do not absorb the soul ring, how can I grow stronger? Without strength, how can I protect you? My journey to absorb the soul ring is not to leave you, but rather to ensure I can safeguard you in the future. Listening to Mo Lang's heartfelt confession, Xiao Wu's legs weakened, and she fell into his embrace, whispering with the utmost tenderness, "Then be careful. I will wait for your return." This exchange made it clear to Wang Hu and the others. The reason they lacked girlfriends was revealed here. As men, they were deeply moved by Mo Lang's words. Upon returning from the Masteress, when Tang San learned that Mo Lang was also heading to the soul-hunting forest to absorb a soul ring, a smile appeared on his face as he wished to accompany Mo Lang. However, Mo Lang declined, stating he needed to venture deeper into the forest where it was more dangerous. It would be troublesome for his master to take him alone, and bringing Tang San and the master along might lead to unforeseen accidents. Hearing this, Tang San felt a sense of melancholy, unsure why he felt such dependence on Mo Lang. The next morning, Mo Lang vanished from the dormitory, departing for the soul-hunting forest even earlier than Tang San and the master. Chapter 11. What use is this iron rod? With an order, a team was to hunt powerful soul beasts, still needing 3 more members. Hurry to the vehicle. For hunting agile soul beasts, 7 members awaited further orders, offering 10 gold soul coins. As Mo Lang entered the soul-hunting forest, he was greeted by the familiar shouts echoing around him, stirring deep emotions within. Wearing a mask and a long robe, he concealed his identity. After all, his token bore the highest level of authority, and he wished to remain unrecognized. When Mo Lang presented his token, the soldiers were taken aback. 6 distinct marks. Which notable figure was this? Sensing the figure's desire to remain anonymous, the squad leader refrained from inquiring further, understanding the dangers of speaking out of turn. They promptly cleared a path, allowing Mo Lang to pass respectfully. It was the first time he had seen such a token. Upon returning, he could boast over drinks about it. Navigating through the iron barricades, he gradually ventured deeper, where the external clamor faded, and the air became refreshingly pure, indicating a high concentration of oxygen. Rather than wandering aimlessly, Mo Lang found a large tree along the necessary path and lay against it to practice the Starry Sky technique. Although he lacked a soul ring and could not enhance his soul power, he could still transcend his current realm, as the Starry Sky technique augmented his strength. This was why he possessed the might of 500 pounds. Even with innate divine strength, any bit of power was valuable, to wield the Ruyi Jingu Bang effortlessly. Mo Lang remained diligent. Otherwise, what use would the iron rod serve? However, he was frequently disturbed by oblivious little soul beasts around him. Mo Lang decided to cease his training and seek some earnings instead. With his current strength, even without a soul ring, defeating a century-old soul beast should be a simple task. Numerous teams were preparing to hunt soul beasts, and he could charge a fee to assist them in taking down more formidable creatures, thus earning some pocket money. Isn't that the group that previously sought to hunt powerful soul beasts? Perfect timing to inquire about their target soul beasts and see how many soul coins he could earn. Mo Lang noticed a group of individuals cautiously approaching in the distance. So he changed his mask and attire before leaping down from the tree. Who are they? Mo Lang descended from the heavens, startling the group of individuals who immediately assumed a defensive stance, gazing intently at him. Brothers, do not be alarmed. I am a bounty hunter, specializing in the pursuit of soul beasts. All that is required is a certain amount of soul coins. Mo Lang confidently articulated his intentions. A bounty hunter? I have not heard of such a profession. You are not a fraud, are you? A burly man, the leader of the group, scrutinized Mo Lang with suspicion. Moreover, we have already formed a team and possess sufficient capability to hunt the soul beasts we need. Thus, I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Mo Lang replied. From what I observe, your strength is limited to hunting soul beasts that are under 100 years old. How about this? I will first injure a soul beast over 100 years old and then present it to you for the kill. Once you have absorbed the soul ring, you may compensate me with soul coins. What do you say? Upon hearing Mo Lang's earnest proposal, many in the group felt tempted. After all, the enhancement from a 10-year soul ring to a 100-year soul ring was a monumental difference, with a more potent soul ring that could also become stronger. However, the price of a 100-year soul ring is beyond our means. If you could lower your price, I might consider it, the team leader replied. Indeed. The cost of a 100-year soul beast is 100 gold soul coins. If you are willing to accept 80 gold soul coins, I would also be inclined to hire you, another individual suggested, given that many high-ranking soul masters are seldom willing to lead teams. The prospect of collaborating with a formidable individual was appealing, as it presented an opportunity to obtain superior soul rings without taking risks. Who would refuse such an offer? Very well, since I have nothing pressing to attend to, earning some pocket money would not be amiss, Mo Lang mused. 7 individuals at 80 gold soul coins each would yield over 500 gold soul coins, a far more lucrative endeavor than his previous occupation as a chef. Wait a moment. To hunt a 100-year soul beast, one must possess at least the peak strength of a great soul master. What level of soul master are you? We need to know. The burly man remained cautious. That is my secret. You only need to inform me of the soul beast you require. And then wait for me here. Mo Lang shot a glance at the man beneath his mask, thinking to himself how verbose he was. That will not suffice. What if you deceive us? Would we not be wasting our time? The burly man insisted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed at the stunned group, their faces smeared with dirt and disbelief, and clapped his hands together, inquiring, how is it? Do you still harbor doubts? Witnessing the commotion he had caused, he appeared entirely unfazed, even without utilizing any of his soul power. Those who had narrowly escaped being struck by the large tree cast resentful glances at him. We merely wished to observe your soul ring. We never intended to put you in peril. No more doubts, no more doubts. We shall await your return here. The burly man nodded eagerly, fearful that another punch from Mo Lang might send him away for good. In that case, please inform me of the soul beast you require, and grant me half a day. I shall bring them to you if I encounter them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang appeared behind the group, bearing several half-dead spirit beasts. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, quickly identifying the spirit beasts they required to deliver the final blow. Notably, some of these creatures were 200 or even 300 years old, prompting a sense of delight rather than complaint among them. In their perspective, the greater the age, the more it contributed to their strength. Thus, even with the same discount of 20%, they felt they were reaping substantial rewards. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang nodded, indicating that he understood. Before departing, he asked them to sell him some snake repellent powder, as he had forgotten to bring some. In response, the burly man generously gifted him several bottles as a token of gratitude. After expressing his thanks, Mo Lang hurried after Tang San. His fourth sign-in reward was imminent. Chapter 12. Fourth sign-in, the Four Mischievous Monkeys Gift Pack. Following closely, Mo Lang soon found Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, though he kept his distance, wary of being discovered. He intended to appear only when it was time for him to sign in and claim his reward. Otherwise, if they inquired about his soul ring, how would he respond? Fortunately, Mo Lang was cautious. After a day of tracking, Tang San and the others finally encountered the mandala snake. Watching Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang fight, Mo Lang yearned to leap in and deliver a single punch to expedite Tang San's first soul ring absorption, allowing him to sign in as well. However, if he revealed his martial soul and soul ring to strike the mandala snake, he would find it difficult to explain himself. Besides, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were unlikely to perish, so there was no need for him to fret unnecessarily. At last, after Tang San's efforts, the mandala snake was defeated. Under the master's guidance, Tang San began absorbing his first soul ring. It was at this moment that the system's voice echoed in Mo Lang's mind once more. Detection complete. Tang San has absorbed his first soul ring, meeting the sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Filled with anticipation, Mo Lang nodded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Reward, the Four Mischievous Monkeys Gift Pack. The host, possessing only level 20 soul power, randomly acquires the 10,000-year soul ring of the Spirit Stone Monkey and the 10,000-year soul ring of the Red Butt Monkey. Upon hearing this reward, Mo Lang was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with exhilaration. The inhabitants of Douluo continent might not know what the Four Mischievous Monkeys were, but as a transmigrator, he certainly recognized them. According to the records in Journey to the West, the world is home to four great spiritual monkeys known as the Four Mischievous Monkeys. The first is the Spirit Stone Monkey, adept in transformation, attuned to celestial and terrestrial omens, capable of shifting stars and changing constellations. The second is the Six-Eared Macaque, skilled in auditory perception, capable of discerning principles, understanding the past and future, and possessing clarity in all things. The third is the Long-Armed Ape, able to grasp the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the universe. The fourth is the Red Butt Monkey, knowledgeable in yin and yang, well-versed in human affairs, adept at entering and exiting situations, and skilled in prolonging life. These four monkeys do not fit neatly into the 10 categories and are not named within the 2 realms. Among them, the Spirit Stone Monkey is one of the protagonists of Journey to the West, the owner of the Golden Staff, which is now his martial soul. Moreover, the Red Butt Monkey is also one of the Four Mischievous Monkeys. It is said to possess profound knowledge of yin and yang and exceptional water control skills. Even the water god Gong Gong would not dare claim superiority over him in that regard. This clearly illustrates the potency of these 2 soul rings. However, it remains uncertain whether the abilities conferred by these soul rings encompass all their powers or just a select few. Should it be the former, Mo Lang might very well storm the Spirit Hall and seize Qianren for himself. More importantly, due to his current lack of strength, he could not access the entirety of the Four Mischievous Monkeys Gift Pack. Nonetheless, this implies that he need not wait for Tang San to acquire another soul ring to sign in and advance. This means that as his level increases, he will gain access to all the soul rings of the Four Mischievous Monkeys. What soul rings might appear next? Amidst his anticipation, Mo Lang felt a twinge of confusion regarding his Pangu Axe. Why didn't the system reward him with a 100,000-year or million-year soul ring? Seeing that the system remained silent, he had no choice but to let it go. Perhaps he would have to wait until Tang San first bestowed a soul ring upon the Haotian hammer before his Pangu Axe would be deemed worthy of one. Moreover, he was currently incapable of wielding the Pangu Axe, so even if he possessed a soul ring, it would serve no purpose. On the bright side, he had acquired 2 10,000-year soul rings, significantly enhancing his strength and physical prowess. Surely, he should now be able to utilize his martial soul. However, First, he needed to ascertain what abilities he had inherited from these two great monkeys. Spirit Stone Monkey Soul Ring grants the Soul Ring skill transformation, allowing for the creation of clones, each possessing 50% of his strength. Current clone count, 2. Strength and number increase with his own power. Redbutt Monkey Soul Ring grants the skill Mutual Warmth, enabling him to sense danger and locate treasures. Range, 20 miles, increases with level progression. Upon witnessing these two abilities, Mo Lang was once again rendered speechless. Although he hadn't inherited all their powers, these two abilities were precisely what he desired. The ability to create clones was invaluable. With it, he could effectively work 3 jobs simultaneously. Wait, with this, he could accompany his primary partner, Xiao Wu, one clone for his secondary partner, Qianrenxue, and perhaps consider adding another companion? No, how could he think like this? Once he grew stronger and increased his clone count, one would hardly suffice. However, Ning Rongrong, with her temper befitting a young lady, would demand too much attention. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed admirable, but she was far too cold. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong, being Qianrenxue's mother, complicated matters with the timelines. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's figure and beauty were truly captivating. Suddenly, Mo Lang recalled someone, Hulaina, who was also quite attractive, and more importantly, possessed a fox martial soul. Her every expression was enchanting. Yet, pondering such matters now seemed premature. He was merely 8 years old, and such thoughts were futile. Most importantly, the strength of his clones would augment with his own, meaning the stronger he became, the mightier his clones would be. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't need to intervene in battles later? Just a simple tug on his leg hair could suffice. When he finally met Tang Hao, he could boast, "My leg hair is stronger than yours." The thought alone was exhilarating. As for why he would tug on leg hair, excessive hair plucking would lead to baldness. The ability of the Redbutt Monkey was even more extraordinary. With the power to sense fortune and misfortune, it was practically a divine skill for dungeon diving. He would know where danger lurked and the whereabouts of treasures. How could anyone compete? Though the current range was limited to 20 miles as his strength grew, this radius would expand, bringing immense comfort. Thus, Mo Lang was thoroughly pleased with these two skills. "Master, Tang San, is this truly you?" Observing that Tang San was nearly finished with his absorption, Mo Lang pretended to run over from a distance. Tang San was still in meditation, while Yu Xiaojiang had just finished wrapping his right arm with cloth. Upon seeing someone approach, he was about to order Luo Sanpao to move, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon recognizing Mo Lang. "What brings you here? Have you absorbed your soul ring?" Yu Xiaojiang, aware that Mo Lang had been taken by his master to absorb a soul ring, was surprised at how quickly he had managed to find them. "Yes, I've completed the absorption and came to find you." Hearing the sounds of combat from this area, I wanted to see what was happening, and lo and behold, it is indeed you all. Mo Lang had already prepared his excuse. "And where is your master?" Yu Xiaojiang glanced behind Mo Lang, noticing the absence of anyone else and curiously inquiring. His interest in Mo Lang's master was piqued, particularly since he had managed to mutate his soul power. More importantly, he had been poisoned, and if not rescued soon, his life would be in jeopardy. Yet, it was clear that Mo Lang was not adept at detoxification. "My master helped me absorb the soul ring and then left. He is quite busy." Mo Lang casually concocted an excuse and brushed it aside. "I have never even met my master, so what makes you think you can?" Such a pity. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Yet he still inquired with a hint of hope, "Has your master ever taught you about detoxification?" "How fortuitous." Mo Lang shook his head. "I do not possess such knowledge." Yu Xiaojiang retorted, "Do you believe yourself to be quite humorous? In Chapter 13, I did not anticipate your transformation to be so profound. What is the essence of your spirit ring? Might I have a glimpse?" Yu Xiaojiang suppressed the urge to unleash a devastating blow from Luo Sanpao upon Mo Lang. His curiosity piqued. As for allowing Mo Lang to take him away, he felt uneasy leaving Tang Sen alone in this place. It was far more reassuring to have Mo Lang remain here. He could still endure. After all, Tang San represented his lifelong hope. Should anything happen to him, it would be unacceptable. "Rest assured, you shall not perish. Little San will handle the detoxification. Once he awakens, he will assist you. As for my martial soul, it would be best if you refrained from viewing it. Your current condition does not permit such scrutiny." Mo Lang feared that upon revealing his 10,000-year spirit, Yu Xiaojiang would completely collapse. After all, as a theoretical titan, he had devoted the majority of his life to the study of martial spirits. Concluding that the highest limit for the first spirit ring was 423 years, while the second spirit ring's ultimate limit was merely 764 years. If he were to witness that both the first and second spirit rings were of the 10,000-year variety, he would likely shatter into pieces. It was akin to a gathering of elite scholars debating whether a drop of water falling from a great height could be fatal, when suddenly, a passing janitor, with a look of bewilderment, interjected, "Haven't you ever been caught in the rain?" This remark left the esteemed scholars questioning their very existence. After 30 years of study, not a single one could rival the wisdom of a mere janitor? What a farce! How absurd! Yu Xiaozhang, incensed, pointed at Tang San and declared, "Do you see this? This is a 400-year spirit ring, the pinnacle limit of the first spirit ring, no matter how formidable you are. It is impossible for you to possess a 10,000-year spirit ring, correct?" Mo Lang turned to Yu Xiaozhang and asked, "Are you the great prophet?" "I truly am a soul ring of 10,000 years." Mo Lang understood that since it was meant for others to see, he might as well be straightforward. He had already prepared his explanations. As my master said, my mutated soul power is truly remarkable. Thus, 2 dark as ink soul rings materialized around Mo Lang. When the first black soul ring appeared, an image emerged. A towering stone monkey with golden eyes, wielding a gigantic staff, roaring at the heavens. The second black soul ring also conjured an image, a monkey with an oversized head, its eyes black and white like yin and yang, similarly stirring the waters of the celestial river with a colossal rod. Clearly, these 2 soul rings were of great significance. However, Yu Xiaozhang furrowed his brow, pondering why he had never encountered these 2 monkey soul beasts before. Although they bore some resemblance to the Titan Great Ape clan, they were not quite the same. Wait a moment. Gazing at the glossy black soul rings, Yu Xiaozhang suddenly realized, good heavens, these are 2 10,000-year soul rings. How could this be possible? How could this lad possess 10,000-year soul rings as his first and second? Had all his prior research been in vain? Yu Xiaozhang struggled to believe his own eyes. Yet the reality unfolded before him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. He felt utterly shattered as he glanced at Tang San, who was absorbing a 100-year soul ring. He couldn't help but wonder how Tang San would feel if he knew that Mo Lang had directly absorbed 10,000-year soul rings while he was merely dealing with a 100-year one. The thought made Yu Xiaozhang consider unbinding the cloth around his right arm, contemplating that perhaps it would be better to be poisoned to death. "Master, please remain calm. This is all due to my mutated soul power. Your research is still correct." Seeing the spark of life extinguished in Yu Xiaozhang's eyes, Mo Lang hastily explained, "I merely possess extraordinary talent. Furthermore, I have stated that my potential as a title Douluo starting with 10,000-year soul rings is not extraordinary. There is no need for alarm, stay composed. Tang San still requires your guidance." Upon hearing Mo Lang's explanation, the light returned to Yu Xiaozhang's eyes as he grasped Mo Lang's hand, exclaiming, "I knew it. My research cannot be flawed." "Yes, indeed. Otherwise, my master would not have remarked that you are quite impressive." Mo Lang hurriedly praised Yu Xiaozhang. If Yu Xiaozhang were to perish just like that, Mo Lang would find it difficult to explain to Tang San, and it would feel as though he had indirectly caused the man's demise, a burden he was unwilling to bear. By the way, what is your martial soul? Logically speaking, with your innate full martial soul at level 20, your martial soul should be immensely powerful. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yu Xiaozhang grew curious, as he certainly wasn't going to die just yet. In response to Yu Xiaozhang's inquiry, Mo Lang thought about the feedback from his 10,000-year martial soul and believed he could wield the Ruyi Bang now. With a flourish of his left hand, a silver needle-like martial soul suddenly appeared at the center of Mo Lang's palm. Yu Xiaozhang began to question his own existence again. When did a silver needle become a full innate soul power at level 20? Could this lad also possess twin martial souls? This is not merely a silver needle. My master refers to it as the Ruyi Bang, capable of enlarging and shrinking, a top-tier power-type weapon martial soul. Mo Lang attributed everything to his virtual master. After all, he claimed it existed, and whether one believed it or not was of no concern to him. The Ruyi Bang? It can change size. Yu Xiaozhang's expression turned peculiar. That name carried weight. However, how had he never heard of a top-tier power-type weapon martial soul? You haven't heard of it? That's quite normal. My master mentioned it could very well be an artifact that fell from the divine realm, transformed into my weapon soul, Mo Lang said with faint pride. Yu Xiaozhang, observing Mo Lang's smug demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to state, I too possess a treasure that can change size. Who do you look down upon? Yet, considering his master's status, he refrained from voicing that thought. I am quite eager to see how this needle of yours can change size. Master does not believe that martial souls can alter their form? If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate, but do be cautious. I fear I might accidentally injure you, Mo Lang replied, having never attempted to use the Ruyi Jingu Bang before. Huh? Am I, a distinguished soul master, afraid of being pricked by your silver needle? Upon hearing Mo Lang's dismissive tone, Yu Xiaojiang retorted defiantly. Very well, should I injure you, I shall not bear responsibility. Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang was unyielding to his counsel, Mo Lang found himself at a loss, deciding that caution was his only recourse. After all, it was the first time for his bride to embark upon her bridal sedan. He first concentrated the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his grasp, then, imitating the manner of Sun Wukong from the television, he exclaimed, "Enlarge." With a resounding thud, the Ruyi Jingu Bang suddenly expanded in size. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaojiang was positioned too closely, failing to react in time, and was thus unceremoniously flung away by the staff. Stop, 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 Mo Lang shouted. Realizing that the Ruyi Jingu Bang continued to grow larger and thicker, if this persisted, Yu Xiaojiang might meet an untimely demise at the hands of his own weapon. Hastily, Mo Lang retracted the staff, rushing to ascertain whether Yu Xiaojiang was still alive. Fortunately, he had only sustained some internal injuries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang, feeling somewhat aggrieved, spoke. Master, I have already advised you to keep your distance, yet you chose not to believe me. I find myself at a loss. Yu Xiaojiang, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gazed at Mo Lang with a look of helplessness. I never anticipated that your abilities would grow so formidable. You nearly sent me away. Chapter 14. If you continue to inquire in this manner, do you believe you will meet your demise? He questioned. What is your martial soul skill? Struggling against the pain, Yu Xiaojiang could not suppress his curiosity and directed another question at Mo Lang. However, this time, his eyes bore a distinct wariness. Should this young man claim it to be perilous once more, he would certainly abandon any disbelief. He feared that if he did not succumb to poison, he might instead be outmaneuvered by this boy. Observing the blood that continued to seep from Yu Xiaojiang's lips, Mo Lang's mouth twitched as he could not help but remark, Master, given your current state, it would be wise to refrain from speaking too much. Once Tang San absorbs the spirit ring and alleviates the poison within you, wouldn't it be better to focus on surviving? Yu Xiaojiang remained silent for a moment. But the thought of Mo Lang possessing two 10,000-year spirit rings, something that shattered his understanding, ignited his scholarly curiosity. His fascination stemmed from the vivid image of the two colossal apes that had accompanied Mo Lang's spirit rings, stirring an insatiable itch of intrigue within him. Thus, he could not help but utter, Do not dawdle, young man. If you withhold your knowledge, it will only exacerbate my discomfort. Very well, since you are eager to know, I shall divulge it. Seeing the other's unwavering determination, Mo Lang, with nothing to occupy his time, decided to demonstrate his true skill. Pay close attention and learn well. Mo Lang bent down to roll up his pant legs, intending to pluck his leg hair, only to realize that he was scarcely 8 years old, with only a few sparse hairs. Fortunately, being young, he was free from the worries of receding hairlines or baldness. Carefully, he plucked a single strand of hair from his head and, channeling his soul power, blew upon it with force. In response, the hair split in two with a resounding pop. Almost immediately, two identical figures appeared beside him. However, as these duplicates materialized, Mo Lang distinctly sensed his soul power dwindling. After some contemplation, he estimated that his current reserves of soul power could sustain the two duplicates for merely half an hour. Thus, he willed one of them to vanish. And indeed, the rate of soul power depletion halved. It appeared that he could maintain a single duplicate for up to an hour. He pondered whether, with an increase in his strength, he might extend the duration of his duplicates. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. While his strength would undoubtedly grow, the power of the duplicates would similarly enhance. Thus, it was likely that the duration would remain consistent. In essence, regardless of his level of mastery, he could maintain a single duplicate for 1 hour. Should he reach the rank of title Douluo, even summoning 10 duplicates would only allow him to sustain them for 6 minutes. Nevertheless, this was still ample time, if his duplicates could wield his full strength. 6 minutes would suffice to overpower any title Douluo. Moreover, considering his first soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, the enhancement it bestowed was incomparable to that of an ordinary great soul master. For instance, he now felt capable of effortlessly crushing Yu Xiaojiang. With this thought, Mo Lang could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him. Humph, you little scoundrel. Are you insulting me, kid? Yu Xiaojiang, who had been astounded by Mo Lang's soul abilities, was immediately provoked by his gaze. No way, How could that be? Mo Lang withdrew his gaze and hastily denied it. It was not that he was timid. Rather, he feared that Yu Xiaojiang might be driven to exasperation by him. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was notoriously sensitive, unwilling to sacrifice pride even at the cost of suffering. How much power can your doppelganger possess? How many can you conjure at present? And for how long can each sustain itself? Yu Xiaojiang chose not to dwell on whether Mo Lang held him in disdain, but rather, he was intrigued by the capabilities of the latter's duplications. As of now, I can summon 2 doppelgangers, each capable of wielding 50% of my overall strength. One can last for an hour. If I summon 2, their duration is halved. However, my teacher mentioned that both the strength and number of doppelgangers can increase with the enhancement of my own power, although the duration will remain unchanged. Mo Lang had nothing to conceal. Having revealed his 10,000-year spirit ring, he had no reason to fear betrayal. Such transparency was only fitting, as the energy required to maintain the doppelgangers would accordingly rise with their number and strength, in accordance with the law of conservation of spirit power. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, touched by Mo Lang's honesty. This indicated a level of trust, suggesting that Mo Lang had no apprehension about exposing himself. Clearly, his teacher was not only proficient in theoretical knowledge, but also possessed an unfathomable strength, evidenced by the ability to severely injure, rather than eliminate, 2 10,000-year spirit beasts with such efficiency. Yet, even if his counterpart lacked a formidable mentor, Yu Xiaojiang would never betray him. The existence of Tang San alone was sufficient to help him realize his dreams, and with Tang San's unwavering loyalty to Mo Lang, he would never be foolish enough to dig his own grave. As Mo Lang grows stronger, Tang San's safety becomes increasingly assured. The moment Mo Lang acquired the soul ring and dared to come here, it became evident that he is deeply concerned about Tang San's well-being. However, Tang San possesses considerable talent as well. Why then did the master's mentor choose to accept Mo Lang while overlooking Tang San? The master expressed his own perplexity. Upon encountering the question posed by Yu Xiaojiang, Mo Lang had long prepared a retort and, feigning mystery, responded, "You shall soon discover." Noticing Mo Lang's reluctance to elaborate, Yu Xiaojiang wisely refrained from pressing further, reflecting that Mo Lang at times resembled a cunning adult, yet his whimsical nature bore a striking resemblance to that of a child. This brought to mind Mo Lang's second 10,000-year spirit ring, prompting him to inquire, "What is the skill of your second spirit ring? May I have a glimpse?" Mo Lang nodded and spoke. "The ability of my second soul ring is not an offensive skill, but rather akin to a passive skill. It allows me to avert calamity and seek fortune, enabling me to sense dangers and treasures within a radius of only 20 kilometers. However, as my strength increases, this range will expand." Well, I initially thought Mo Lang's first soul ring was extraordinary, but the second skill is even more remarkable. The ability to sense danger is already impressive, and now he can also detect treasures. He is truly a boon for adventurers. With this in mind, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze towards Mo Lang transformed entirely. Bringing him along on treasure hunts would be akin to finding free loot. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yu Xiaojiang asked, "Can you sense if there are any dangers or treasures nearby?" Mo Lang cast a displeased glance at Yu Xiaojiang, whose complexion had turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Did this old fellow truly consider himself a treasure-seeking rodent? Thus, with a tone laced with irritation, he remarked, "While I have no perception of any treasure, I warn you. If you continue to inquire so, you may very well meet your demise. Do you believe me?" No sooner had he uttered these words than Yu Xiaojiang collapsed into unconsciousness. This startled Mo Lang. Rather than evading misfortune, it seemed he had invoked a curse with his words. He felt Yu Xiaojiang's pulse and, thankfully, detected a faint heartbeat. Though whether he could endure until Tang San awoke remained a matter of fate. After all, the man had been poisoned, and the complications were manifold. Chapter 15. Having just advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, was he now poised to ascend to Soul Ancestor? Upon Tang San's awakening and discovering Master was poisoned, he immediately set about purging the toxins from him. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang remained unresponsive. Mo Lang speculated that this might be linked to the injury inflicted upon his internal organs by his Ruyi Jingu Bang, and that a period of recuperation was necessary. Of course, he chose to remain silent about this, for it was Yu Xiaojiang who insisted on inspecting his treasures, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade him. After tending to Master's toxins, Tang San turned to Mo Lang and inquired tentatively, "Brother Lang, are you not curious as to why I possess such extensive knowledge?" Mo Lang shook his head with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "What's there to be curious about? Everyone harbors their own secrets. It's nothing of great consequence. All I need to know is that you are my brother. As long as I am here, I shall ensure your survival, no matter the circumstances." As he gazed into Tang San's tearful eyes, he couldn't help but affectionately ruffle the boy's hair, thinking to himself, if you perish, how shall I continue to benefit from my free rides? He then added, enough of this. A man should bleed without shedding tears. Let us hasten our exit. For any further delay will only exacerbate the master's condition. With that, Mo Lang carried the master out of the soul-hunting forest. The following day, aboard the carriage, the master, having taken his medication, gradually awakened under Tang San's attentive care. Upon realizing he had not succumbed to death, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it was no small feat to find such an exceptional student like Tang San. He could not allow himself to perish so easily. He resolved to demonstrate through his actions that, even if he may be deemed a failure, the disciples he nurtured would surely be extraordinary. As the master regained consciousness, Tang San's anxious heart finally found solace. Although they had only spent a few days together, the master's concern for him rivaled that of his brother and father, evoking a long-lost sense of familial warmth within him. By the way, Brother Lang, I have yet to show you my spirit ring, Tang San exclaimed, akin to a child proudly presenting their achievements to a parent as he revealed his century-old yellow spirit ring. Mo Lang gazed indifferently at Tang San's soul ring, noting the anticipation in his eyes, which seemed to plead for praise. With a reluctant nod, he responded, yes, it's decent. His intention was not to belittle Tang San, rather. After acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring, he viewed those beneath it as mere trifles. To offer any commendation to Tang San was already a concession, a gesture to spare his pride. Brother Lang, this is a 400-year mandragon snake. Tang San, interpreting Mo Lang's indifferent demeanor as ignorance of the soul ring's significance, could not help but elaborate. The master stated this represents the maximum age limit for the first soul ring that a soul master can absorb. Upon seeing the look in Tang San's eyes, the master anticipated his forthcoming words and was about to intervene. Yet, Tang San had already divulged his findings. A flush crept across his aged face as he exchanged an awkward smile with Mo Lang. Had it not been for the lingering pain in his chest, he might have thought he was merely dreaming. Both the first and second soul rings were of the 10,000-year variety. It was undeniable that Mo Lang's innate talent was rather astonishing. I understand. Hence I affirm that you are indeed commendable. Mo Lang hesitated to reveal his eternal soul ring to challenge Tang San, as he was concerned that the latter, still young, might be unable to cope with the disparity between them, leading to a collapse of his resolve. Is that so? Then allow me to witness the prowess of your soul ring. Tang San clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Mo Lang's mere assertion of being not bad, eager to ascertain the true nature of Mo Lang's soul ring. Sighing softly, he let out a breath of resignation. Mo Lang gazed at Tang San, who perpetually struggled to maintain composure in his presence. He understood that if he did not dissuade the other from harboring hope, Tang San would undoubtedly continue to cling to him. With no other recourse, he decided to reveal his Millennium Soul Rings. No worries, it's nothing. A Millennium Soul Ring. Upon witnessing Mo Lang's resigned sigh, Tang San mistakenly assumed that his companion was merely concerned about pride, and thus downplayed the merit of his own martial spirit. Just as he intended to offer words of comfort, he was taken aback by the sight of two glowing black Millennium Soul Rings manifesting around Mo Lang. He was rendered speechless. Was it not established that the absorption limit for the first soul ring was 423 years, and for the second, 764 years? How could both of yours be Millennium Soul Rings? Could it be that the master is a charlatan? With this thought, Tang San turned to face the master. I have regarded you as a father with utmost respect, yet you treat me as a grandson and deceive me? Ah San, please allow me to elucidate, the master began. This is all due to the peculiar mutation of Alunga's soul power, which enables him to absorb soul rings in a manner far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Observing Tang San's expression, the master realized the latter was on the brink of despair and promptly continued his explanation. After speaking, he glanced at Mo Lang. You, my lad, must clarify this. Otherwise, I would find myself unable to cleanse my name even in the depths of the sea. The master's assertion held truth. My ability to absorb 10,000-year soul rings is indeed a result of the mutation in my soul power, Mo Lang affirmed with a nod. He understood that he would still require the master's explanation moving forward, for this was a fabrication of his own making. Should the master provide an explanation, it would lend sufficient credence to his claim. After hearing the explanations from both the master and Mo Lang, Tang San, though no longer in as much distress as before, found it impossible to regain his former joy. He finally comprehended why Mo Lang had been so reluctant to admit the truth. His first and second soul rings were both 10,000-year soul rings. The jester had been none other than myself. Enough of this despondency. Do not forget you possess a second martial soul. Once you grow in strength, you too can bestow upon it 10,000-year soul ranks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, conveying the message that it was time for his arrival. Originally, Yu Xiaojiang intended to inform Tang San about the secrets of the twin martial souls later, believing the other party to be overly ambitious. However, since Mo Lang had already revealed it, he sighed and said, I had planned to disclose the mystery of the twin martial souls to you later. But since Xiao Lang has mentioned it, I shall share it now. In my lifetime, I have encountered only 3 individuals with twin martial souls. As he spoke, Yu Xiaojiang cast another sidelong glance at Mo Lang, feeling certain that the latter possessed an even more formidable martial soul. Subsequently, the master elaborated on the enigma of the twin martial souls. In conclusion, Yu Xiaojiang solemnly stated, therefore, until you have a certain level of self-defense capability, do not allow anyone else to discover the secret of your twin martial souls, understand? I see. Tang San nodded, realizing that his innate talent was truly exceptional. By the way, Brother Lang, what level of soul power do you currently possess? Tang San was curious about the extent of the enhancement Mo Lang had experienced after absorbing 2 10,000-year soul ranks. Upon hearing this question, Yu Xiaojiang also looked at Mo Lang with keen interest, wondering if the augmentation from the 2 10,000-year soul rings had propelled this young man's soul power to remarkable heights. Upon hearing this, Mo Lang felt a surge of curiosity, as he himself had not yet taken a look. Thus, he activated the Starry Sky technique to perceive the situation. To his astonishment, he found himself bewildered. How had he suddenly ascended to the rank of a level 28 Soul Master? Did this not imply that he was on the verge of acquiring his 3rd soul ring and advancing to the rank of Soul Sage? Contemplating this, he cast a troubled glance at Tang San, who, upon noticing the familiar expression, suddenly became understanding and, with a hint of dejection, remarked, I see now. I shall refrain from asking further. Seeing this, Mo Lang smiled and patted Tang San on the shoulder. All right, you're doing well. Keep up the good work. He then fell silent, eagerly anticipating the next sign-in time. However, he was somewhat puzzled when the system indicated that the next sign-in location was the blacksmith shop, a place Tang San had first visited. Could it be that the reward for the 4th sign-in was related to forging? Chapter 16. Sister-in-law is wonderful. At the back mountain grove of Nodding Academy, the location alone suggested it was a favorite spot for those of a certain age, particularly during university days. One could often witness what they wished to see and hear the sounds they longed for. Yet, Nodding Academy was merely a rudimentary Soul Master Academy, despite the students' precociousness. Such occurrences were unlikely. Little girl, if you regret it now, it's not too late. Of course, I wouldn't mind having an additional rabbit as a pet. Your martial soul must be a rabbit, right? As Mo Lang arrived, he immediately heard the boisterous and arrogant voice of Xiao Lao. Having watched Douluo 3 times, Mo Lang was quite familiar with most of the supporting characters, including the rather minor antagonist, Xiao Qinyu. However, he was taken aback that such a scene could unfold even after he had left the student dormitory. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Allowing the lowly he had nurtured to serve as a pet was indeed a reckless path for this young man. You little rascal. It's not too late to kneel and apologize now. Of course, should you choose not to, I assure you, you'll be leaving here horizontally today. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Mo Lang's voice, though low, resonated clearly among all present, drawing their attention to the audacious speaker. Lang, you're finally back. Xiao Wu instantly recognized the voice. Although their time spent together had been brief, the distinctive, mischievous tone of Mo Lang was unmistakable. Turning around, she was greeted by a strikingly handsome face. Here, I've brought you a gift. It's a cake I made myself, which is why I'm a bit late. Mo Lang said, his previously indifferent demeanor softening as he gazed at Xiao Wu, holding a beautifully crafted gift box in his hand. Well, I've missed your cake so much. Upon seeing Mo Lang and the exquisite box he held, Xiao Wu, as previously puffed-up cheeks transformed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like black gemstones as she rushed toward him. Hey, don't you think you're underestimating me a bit too much? But before Xiao Wu could open the gift box, Xiao Qinyu approached with a dark expression, his cold gaze fixated on Mo Lang as he sneered. Who did you just call a little rascal? You must not want to stay at this school any longer, huh? I'll give you 3 seconds. Either kneel and apologize as I suggested earlier, or I'll make sure you spend the next 3 months in bed. Mo Lang returned the sneer. Had it not been for the absence of murderous intent from his opponent, he would have already taught him a lesson. Although he was aloof, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Huh. I've never seen Xiao Qinyu laughed, but his derisive expression quickly morphed into one of horror. In the blink of an eye, Mo Lang, who had been 10 meters away, was suddenly standing right before him. Simultaneously, he felt a terrifying surge of soul power enveloping him like a tempest. Under such overwhelming force, he felt as fragile as a leaf caught in a storm, unable even to muster the will to escape. Merely watching helplessly as the torrent of soul power engulfed him, it was only when he instinctively shut his eyes, awaiting his demise, that he realized the terrifying force had vanished. Upon cautiously opening his eyes, he discovered Mo Lang's alabaster fist halted less than an inch from his forehead, and the oppressive pressure had dissipated. It was at that moment he noticed his back had become drenched in sweat. Get lost. Before Xiao Qinyu could feel relieved, Mo Lang's icy voice rang out again, and with a swift flick, he struck Xiao Qinyu on the forehead. Bang! Xiao Qinyu felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, the force rendering him momentarily blind, and he lost consciousness as he was propelled backward. When his subordinates attempted to catch him, they found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the force, toppling over in a cascade. Hiss! The onlookers gasped collectively, their faces a mixture of shock and fear as they stared at Mo Lang. He appeared no older than 8, likely a third-grade student, and yet, with a mere finger, he had sent Xiao Qinyu flying, along with those behind him. What kind of prodigy was this? The strength of just one finger was astonishing. One could only wonder how formidable Mo Lang's true abilities were. Tang San, who had accompanied Mo Lang, observed him with wide-eyed astonishment. Initially intending to ask Mo Lang for training, he quickly suppressed that thought, realizing the nature of his companion. If you don't court disaster, you one team meet with misfortune. He resolved to train diligently in hopes of catching up to Mo Lang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed at Xiao Wu in her current state, unable to resist the urge to pat her little head. He then turned to the surrounding crowd and declared, from now on, Xiao Wu shall be your elder sister-in-law. Understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Greetings, elder sister-in-law. Only one voice stood out, somewhat jarring in its enthusiasm. Upon turning, Mo Lang discovered that this perceptive young lad was Wang Hu. Immediately, he produced a gold soul coin and tossed it to him, bestowing an appreciative glance. This young man possesses remarkable talent. How knowing, Xiao Wu, though quite mature for her age, felt her fair cheeks flush bright red upon hearing so many refer to her as elder sister-in-law. She cast a charming glare at Mo Lang. Indeed, she was a little enchantress. Observing Xiao Wu, still in her youth, yet already exuding such allure, one could only wonder how captivating she would become as she matured, certainly rivaling the likes of Bibi Dong. The only lament was that their journey had begun too late. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would have undoubtedly been drawn to her as well. However, it was fortunate that Qian Rinxue was not inferior to Bibi Dong, alleviating any need for excessive concern over the matter. The following day, Tang Sen eagerly approached Mo Lang, presenting a gold soul coin. He excitedly revealed that he had registered his identity as a soul master at the Wuhuan Hall that morning and had received a soul coin. Wishing to treat Mo Lang and Xiao Wu to a meal, as Mo Lang gazed at Tang San's eager little eyes, he chose not to decline the unspoken request. More importantly, he was aware that once Tang San registered as a soul master, he would be compelled to work at the blacksmith shop, which happened to be the site of his 4th check-in. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what rewards this check-in might yield. Chapter 17. The 5th check-in, Tang San's 100-fold critical strike soul coins. The art of the 9-9 return to 1 hammer. Brother Lang, with your remarkable talent, why not test your skills at the Spirit Hall? With your strength as a great soul master, you could earn 10 gold soul coins in a month. Tang San inquired softly, his curiosity evident as they made their way to dine. Mo Lang cast a glance at Tang San, revealing no concealment in his expression as he spoke with a profound gaze. It is precisely because of my exceptional talent that I must remain low-key until I fully mature. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. This world is far more complex than you imagine. Listening to Mo Lang's words, Tang San realized that Mo Lang was far from the simple person he had initially perceived. After all, how could an 8-year-old child articulate such thoughts? Yet, as the other had previously stated, everyone harbors their own secrets. Tang San only needed to remember that, without Mo Lang, he would have long perished in the belly of that venomous serpent. A debt of gratitude for saving his life must be repaid with his own. From Mo Lang's remarks, Tang San grew increasingly vigilant. Before he could completely comprehend this world, he needed to arm himself as much as possible. After dinner, he resolved to work at the blacksmith shop and create hidden weapons for the Tang sect, thus enhancing his self-defense capabilities. After the meal, when Tang San went to settle the bill, he discovered that Mo Lang had already taken care of it, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. Mo Lang playfully smacked him on the head, silencing his words with a mere glance. With their stomachs full, Xiao Wu expressed her desire to go shopping. But Tang San declared his intent to work at the blacksmiths. Mo Lang, of course, did not object. He intended to accompany Tang San to sign in, but before that, he instructed him to change back into his original attire. As Tang San pondered the reason for this request, he glanced at his simple school uniform and quickly understood, finding a corner to change back into his previous clothes. Upon hearing that Tang San was going to work, Xiao Wu curiously insisted on joining them. And thus the three of them made their way to the blacksmith shop together. Children, what brings you here? If you're here to buy something, you should bring your parents. This place is dangerous. Please leave. A booming voice resonated as they entered the blacksmith shop. A burly man with an exposed torso emerged. Concern edged across his features. This was Sher San, the owner of the blacksmith shop. Hello, sir. I came to inquire if you need any apprentice workers. Tang San's youthful voice rang out, though he was still a child, as a soul master. He spoke with clarity that resonated amidst the clamor of clashing steel in the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing his words, several blacksmiths paused their tasks, curiously observing the 5 or 6-year-old boy. The blacksmith profession is often regarded as one of the least esteemed trades, requiring both strength and skill. It is rare for children to choose to apprentice in such a field. After Tang San elaborated on his intentions, Sher San finally agreed to let him become an apprentice in his shop. At that moment, Mo Lang's mind was once again stirred by a familiar voice, detected that Tang San has commenced his first job. Does he wish to check in? Prepared in advance. Mo Lang did not hesitate for a moment. Filled with curiosity, he promptly clicked to confirm. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Reward. Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. 9 to 1 hammer technique. Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. 9 to 1 hammer technique. Upon seeing these two rewards, Mo Lang's heart raced with excitement as he opened the system explanation. Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. The host can earn a 100-fold soul coin income from all of Tang San's revenue sources. 9 to 1 hammer technique. The pinnacle of hammer techniques, where 9 strikes converge into 1 to forge a divine artifact. Proficiency, 0-10. After reading these descriptions, Mo Lang could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was the ultimate opportunity to reap the benefits from Tang San. Not only had he checked in, but now he could gain 100-fold from all of Tang San's earnings. This was simply overwhelmingly delightful. It should be noted that the soul coins Tang San would earn from his future collaboration with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and selling hidden weapons would amount to 5 million soul coins. With the 100-fold gain, his worth would skyrocket to 5 billion. Mo Lang seemed to perceive the rolling soul coins beckoning to him. Even though Tang San currently earned but a single silver coin at the blacksmith shop each month, with his 100-fold enhancement, he could amass a staggering 100 gold soul coins. Not to mention that Tang San also received a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall, under a 100-fold critical strike. He could effortlessly acquire a total of 110 gold soul coins without lifting a finger. Consequently, he need not worry about earning soul coins, as he could simply rely on Tang San. This windfall would also allow him to improve the living conditions of old Jack's family. As for the 9 to 1 hammer technique, it was even more formidable. The 9 hammer convergence artifact was indeed a divine instrument. In the entirety of the first installment of the divine artifacts in Douluo continent, only 4 super divine artifacts have been recorded. Among them are the super divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, belonging to the first-level deity, the Sea God, the super divine artifact, the Shura Sword, of the supreme deity, the Solar Holy Sword, wielded by the first-level deity, the Angel God, and the Rasha Scythe, belonging to the first-level deity, the Rasha God. This sufficiently attests to the rarity of divine artifacts. Even the Ruyi Jingu Bang is merely a divine-grade weapon. Moreover, who would ever disdain having an abundance of divine artifacts once they mastered the 9 to 1 hammer technique? System, what does the term proficiency signify? Mo Lang noticed the additional parentheses following the 9-9 return to 1 hammer technique, which contained the proficiency level, and couldn't help but inquire with the system. The system explained that once the host is capable of forging 10 divine weapons, the 9-9 return to 1 hammer technique would automatically upgrade, enabling the forging of transcendent artifacts. So that was it. Mo Lang came to a realization. For in the realm of Douluo continent, artifacts were categorized into ordinary and extraordinary ones. For instance, the sun's sacred sword wielded by Qianren Shua was merely an artifact. While the Shura sword was deemed an extraordinary artifact, the disparity in their power was monumental. The Shura sword was universally acknowledged as the foremost extraordinary artifact of Douluo. In light of this, he understood the necessity of mastering the Jiuzhongyi hammer technique at this blacksmith shop to lay a solid foundation for forging artifacts in the future. Contemplating his thoughts, Mo Lang had already devised a plan. His current strength sufficed in Nodding City, yet in the entirety of Douluo continent, he was but a novice. Fortunately, he had a few years to develop his skills, allowing him to simultaneously cultivate and enhance his proficiency in the Jiuzhongyi hammer technique. Is that the chaotic wind hammer technique? The most formidable continuous forging technique in metallurgy? Shan gazed in astonishment at Tang San, who bore a perplexed expression. Chaotic wind hammer technique? What is that? Tang San inquired in confusion. Consequently, Shan elucidated the remarkable aspects of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Upon hearing this, Tang San recalled the image of his despondent father and pondered if perhaps his father was an exceptional blacksmith. Well, you will receive the same wages as everyone else, 1 silver coin per month. Should business flourish, commissions will be calculated separately. Shan appeared quite pleased, pleasantly surprised to have stumbled upon a treasure. Wait, I too wish to become an apprentice. At this moment, Mo Lang could not restrain himself from interjecting. Chapter 18. The initial manifestation of the Jiuzhongyi hammer technique. Mo Lang and hammer become one. You, youngster, do not jest. This is not a place suited for a pampered child like you. If you seek to impress young ladies, go elsewhere. I cannot afford to harm someone as delicate as you, noble scion. Observing Mo Lang, who was dressed like a wealthy youth, alongside the petite Xiao Wu. Shan furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, evidently perceiving Mo Lang as a frivolous rich kid out to chase girls. Ha ha ha, indeed. I doubt you can even lift a forging hammer, let alone flaunt your strength before the young lady. Spare us the embarrassment and return home. The other blacksmiths in the shop could not help but chime in with ridicule. Mo Lang remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he seized the forging hammer that Tang San had just used, delivering a powerful blow to the iron block Tang San had forged moments earlier. With a resounding crash, the sound reverberated through the air, leaving everyone stunned, their scalps tingling from the impact. Even Mo Lang felt a sharp pain in his palms from the force of the strike. He had not anticipated that the 9-9 return hammering technique would be so formidable. Under the transformation of stellar force, his physical prowess had reached extraordinary heights. Even the blacksmiths around him might not match his strength. Yet, this seemingly simple swing drained an unexpected amount of energy. However, what appeared to be a straightforward strike was understood only by Mo Lang, who felt every muscle in his body exerting force, his arm swinging out like a tail. The principle of interconnected action was evident if he had unleashed his full strength. The blacksmith shop might have collapsed under the sheer force. Suddenly, as the onlookers marveled at Mo Lang's might, the forging hammer in his hands emitted a cracking sound. In an instant, several fissures appeared on the hammer, which then shattered into a heap of scrap metal that clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, the raw iron on the anvil was revealed to the crowd. What had been a piece of iron the size of 2 fists was transformed into a flat disc under Mo Lang's strike. It is widely known that forging iron does not solely rely on brute strength, it requires a delicate balance of technique. Otherwise, the iron would fracture and become worthless. Indeed, even with mastery of divine forging techniques, without the requisite skill, crafting a quality weapon remains unattainable. Gazing at the myriad of cracks on the iron disc, Mo Lang murmured to himself, his resolve to learn the craft at the blacksmith shop growing stronger. The surrounding onlookers stood frozen, their expressions a blend of disbelief and awe. Who was this child, whose strength was so terrifying? With a single blow, he had flattened a block of iron and even shattered a forging hammer capable of withstanding 3,000 pounds of pressure. Was this a dream? Ouch. Why are you pinching my thigh? I need to ascertain whether I'm dreaming. Get off me. Shan, witnessing this spectacle, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes, and upon realizing it was not an illusion, he swallowed hard, gazing at Mo Lang as if he were a monster. Boss, how about my strength? If you're not satisfied, I can give it another go. But if my full power causes your shop to collapse, I won't take responsibility. Mo Lang, having showcased his strength before Tang San, dusted off his hands and rubbed his aching palm, tilting his head with a playful smile. Wait, I acknowledge your strength. But forging isn't merely about power. I am fully aware that forging requires more than just strength. I merely wish to demonstrate that I can wield the hammer. If you doubt my ability to forge, provide me with another piece of raw iron, and I shall show you." Before Shen could refuse, Mo Lang waved his hand dismissively. He realized he had been careless. Had he controlled his strength better and applied the 9-9 return hammering technique, he believed he could achieve results comparable to Tang San's with perhaps as few as 3 strikes, or even better. "Very well. I am curious to see what else you can do." Shen's interest was piqued. If this young lad possessed forging skills, he would consider himself fortunate. 2 skilled blacksmiths could significantly increase the shop's output, ultimately benefiting him. "Xiao, help me with the bellows. Lang Gu will show you a thing or two." As Shen retrieved a piece of iron the size of a human head, Mo Lang rolled up his sleeves and addressed Tang San. "All right, Lang Gu." Tang San, equally intrigued, hurried to assist, having never heard of Mo Lang's forging abilities nor witnessed him in action. As Mo Lang called him over, he promptly moved to operate the bellows. "That's enough." Mo Lang gazed at the glowing red cast iron, immediately seizing a freshly forged hammer, activating his golden eyes. The once fiery material appeared as if stripped bare, revealing its impurities beneath the luminous gaze with remarkable clarity. Bolstered by the technique of the 9-9 return to 1 hammer method, he was acutely aware of the precise force required and the exact location for the hammer to descend. If not now, when would he act? The sound of impact resonated. Mo Lang raised the forging hammer in his hand, instantly merging with it as if they were one. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down fiercely upon the raw iron, producing a deafening clang. At the first blow, the iron became smoother and more rounded, visibly shrinking in size. More importantly, the previously rough side seemed to flip over on its own, eagerly awaiting Mo Lang's attention. "Increase the temperature." Before the onlookers could express their astonishment, Mo Lang quickly instructed, prompting Tang San to exert himself further in operating the bellows. In an instant, Mo Lang brought down the second hammer with a whistling sound. Clang! The sound of the hammer meeting the glowing iron reverberated once more, accompanied by a shower of sparks that struck onto the hearts of those present. Everyone in the blacksmith shop, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, could only stare at the glowing iron in disbelief, realizing that with just 2 simple strikes, the iron had shrunk significantly. One more, contrary to expectations. Mo Lang did not pause. He clearly wished to see how many strikes he could deliver. Or perhaps, he was curious to witness the transformation of the iron after his 9 strikes converged into 1. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 more strikes, Mo Lang's technique became increasingly proficient, his entire being seemingly merging with the hammer in his grasp. They were intertwined, each existing within the other. If Tang San's chaotic hammer technique had previously animated the hammer in his hand, then to the onlookers, it appeared that Mo Lang and the forging hammer had become indistinguishable. He had achieved a state of unity between man and hammer. Chapter 19. 9 strikes converge into 1. A godly forge. My heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? This lad has attained the extraordinary state of unity that only a master blacksmith can achieve. This truly embodies the essence of man and hammer in perfect harmony. Each strike sent ripples through his entire being, every muscle engaging with fervor. What kind of forging technique is this? Its ferocity is nothing short of terrifying. All the blacksmiths were astounded, their world turned upside down by Mo Lang's relentless strikes. Even Tang San's earlier technique paled in comparison. They gazed at the figure tirelessly wielding the hammer, their minds racing with questions. Who exactly is this young man? Tang San, too, looked at Mo Lang with admiration, fully aware of what the unity of man and hammer signified within the craft of forging. It represented Mo Lang's ascendance to the pinnacle of the blacksmithing profession. Previously, he believed the technique passed down by his father was impressive, but after witnessing Mo Lang's prowess, he felt his own technique was trivial by comparison. For some inexplicable reason, the more time he spent with Mo Lang, the more enigmatic he became, like a riddle, seemingly capable of anything. Xiao Wu, with her jewel-like eyes sparkling, watched Mo Lang with awe, although she had no interest in the laborious and dirty work of blacksmithing. Witnessing Mo Lang's impressive strikes made her heart race as if he were forging not iron, but her very heart, causing it to flutter uncontrollably. At that moment, she did not fully understand the feeling of affection, but she realized that after tasting the first meal he prepared, she could never bear to part from him. Especially during the days he was away, every meal felt lacking, regardless of its exquisite flavor. Something essential was missing. It was only upon seeing Mo Lang again that she recognized what was absent, his ever-gentle smile. Therefore, when she heard the blacksmiths praising Mo Lang, she felt a joy surpassing even that of receiving compliments herself. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Mo Lang delivered his ninth strike, and the piece of raw iron on the anvil had been reduced by half. The impurities within had been expertly expelled under Mo Lang's precise forging, either transformed into sparks or melted away in the furnace. Mo Lang, under the influence of this flawless technique, seemed to enter a mystical realm. Especially as he delivered the ninth strike, a profound realization dawned upon him. While the first 9 strikes were crucial, the essence lay in the final convergence. 9 strikes converging into one, a divine transformation. Mo Lang bellowed with fervor, the wisdom acquired from the previous 9 strikes firmly etched in his mind. As he amplified his strength tenfold in the final blow, this stroke was not merely an augmentation of power. Rather, the preceding 9 strikes had amalgamated those stubborn impurities, and this decisive blow was meant to expel them entirely. The 10th strike descended with a thunderous crash. The resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air, prompting everyone instinctively to cover their ears, yet their eyes remained fixated on the still figure before them. They were eager to discern what purity could be achieved in this masterful act of forging. Refined iron. It had transformed into refined iron. Tang San, who was operating the bellows, gasped in astonishment as he beheld the once cumbersome raw iron, now reduced to a fist-sized ingot of refined iron after just 10 strikes. My heavens, how remarkable! In such a brief time, a piece of raw iron has been expertly transformed into refined iron. This is nothing short of sorcery. The earlier mockery directed at this young prodigy now filled him with profound embarrassment. He wished to vanish into the earth. It was hardly their fault. Who could have anticipated that a boy not yet 10 years old possessed such extraordinary forging skills? Indeed, with such prowess. Was it necessary for him to assume the guise of an apprentice, outwitting them so thoroughly? The blacksmith stood in stunned silence, engaged in fervent discussions, simultaneously condemning Mo Lang's cunning deception. However, through this remarkable display of skill, he had undeniably earned the acknowledgement and respect of all the blacksmiths present. It is worth noting that even Sher San, the proprietor of the blacksmith shop, would require no less than 10 days to transform a piece of raw iron into refined iron. After all, the process of tempering becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Master, do you believe I am now worthy to be considered an apprentice here? Mo Lang was astonished that the 9-9 return to one hammering technique could transform a piece of raw iron into refined steel in such a remarkably brief span of time. It was nothing short of miraculous. He contemplated that should he procure more advanced materials, the creation of a divine weapon would indeed be an effortless task. However, he was acutely aware that superior materials demanded a correspondingly greater strength. To forge a legendary artifact, his current capabilities were woefully inadequate. Even if he were to succeed in crafting such an item, it would be beyond his present prowess, especially considering his struggle to control the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Reflecting on this, Mo Lang clenched his fists, realizing that he was ultimately still too weak. If Yu Xiaojiang were to catch wind of Mo Lang's current sentiments, he would likely unleash a torrent of expletives, exclaiming that at merely 8 years of age, he was already a grand soul master, on the verge of becoming a soul sovereign. Weak? You must be joking. My young brother, I would gladly take you on as an apprentice myself. Sher San exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Mo Lang's inquiry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang understood that if he had not reached the realm of unity with his hammer, he could never strike the final blow. More importantly, he needed to enhance his forging skills with cast iron to avoid wasting materials due to his own mistakes when he eventually acquired superior materials. Furthermore, while employing the method of the 9-9 return to one hammer technique, he could distinctly sense his increasing mastery over his own strength. If this continued, he would learn to achieve maximum results with minimal effort, which was precisely his aspiration. Additionally, his wages were accounted for under Tang San's name, and the system rewarded him with a 100-fold critical hit bonus. How gratifying. Observing Mo Lang's earnest demeanor, Sher San held many questions but refrained from asking further. How could he possibly turn away such a skilled blacksmith from his forge? It would be foolish to forego profit. Brother Lang, I have enough money. You should keep what you earn for yourself, Tang San said, touched by Mo Lang's offer to have his wages attributed to him. You need to concern yourself with this matter. Just focus on earning well and studying diligently, Mo Lang insisted, adopting a tone akin to that of an elder. After all, any earnings made by the lad would translate to his own, especially with a 100-fold critical hit. Chapter 20. The Third Soul Ring, the Six-Eared Macaque Hears All. That evening, in Mo Lang's dormitory, he was jolted awake in the midst of a blissful slumber by the sensation of a soft, fragrant body burrowing into his blankets. entwining around him like an octopus. Why are you so afraid? You sleep like this at home, Xiao Wu teased, clinging to him like a little rogue. For reasons unbeknownst to her, sleeping beside Imo Lang provided an unparalleled sense of security, amplified by the delightful scent he exuded. Her inability to conceal this led to the other dormitory members awakening one by one, straining to listen from beneath their covers. Tang San, sleeping nearby, could not help but marvel at the precociousness of children in this world, while simultaneously admiring Brother Lang's prowess. Such a small child, yet so bold. What a rascal. Feeling the warmth of the delicate figure nestled against him, Imo Lang found his thoughts wandering. However, upon glimpsing her youthful face, he quickly regained his composure, silently chastising himself. This is still a child, and I too am merely a child. Such thoughts are forbidden. Alang, I can't sleep. I wish to take a stroll, Xiao Wu murmured, nestled in his embrace, unexpectedly feeling a pang of homesickness. All right, let us step outside to gaze at the stars and the moon. I will also show you a treasure. Imo Lang replied, recognizing her melancholy. How could such a young girl not long for home while alone in the world? A treasure? What sort of treasure? Xiao Wu's curiosity piqued at his words, and the other dormitory members shared her intrigue. It can grow and shrink. Its length and thickness can change. Imo Lang described his Ruyi Jingu Bang, knowing he could not yet summon the Pangu Axe, as it would be of no use to mention it. How can you show such things to someone so young? After hearing Imo Lang's description, Xiao Wu's fair cheeks flushed crimson, her face radiating shyness as she covered her eyes. The others widened their eyes in astonishment from their blankets. Was Brother Lang's display truly so audacious? I have such a treasure too. Imo Lang gazed at Xiao Wu, his lips twitching, realizing he had underestimated her reservoir of knowledge. What are you thinking? He inquired. I was referring to my martial spirit. Imo Lang regarded Xiao Wu with a teasing expression. Xiao Wu, noticing the playful smile on his face, felt her cheeks flush even deeper. She pouted slightly and retorted. I was indeed thinking of your martial spirit. It is you who has misinterpreted my words. With a hearty laugh at her reaction, Imo Lang decided to cease his teasing and took her hand, leading her outside. Half a year later, on the mountainside behind Shrek Academy, Imo Lang sat cross-legged, facing the celestial stars. Under the influence of the star technique, an immense force of invisible stellar energy surged into his body. It had been 6 months since he had acquired the Chaos 4 Monkey gift pack, and through diligent cultivation during this time, Imo Lang's soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 29. Today marked the day of his breakthrough to Soul Sovereign. Suddenly, a sound resonated within him as a barrier shattered, causing the once tranquil stellar energy to whirl chaotically around him. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Imo Lang opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dazzling orbs that sparkled with starlight, bright and clear, as if celestial bodies were swirling within, rendering one hesitant to gaze directly upon them. Ding! Immediately, 3 soul rings emanating a dark luminescence materialized behind Imo Lang in quick succession. The first 2 were familiar to all, the Spirit Brightstone Monkey Soul Ring and the Red-Crested Macaque Soul Ring. As for the third, it was the 10,000-year soul ring he acquired today upon attaining the rank of Soul Master from the illustrious gift of the 4 mischievous monkeys. To his astonishment, the third soul ring was the benevolent listening sound of the 6-eared macaque. Upon hearing the system prompt, Imo Lang glanced at the introduction of his 3 soul rings and their accompanying soul skills. It is widely known that the 6-eared macaque possesses 6 ears, endowing it with the remarkable ability to discern sound. This gift, known as the ability to hear even the faintest of sounds, is often referred to as the 1,000-mile ear. In essence, within 1,000 miles centered around Imo Lang, he can perceive even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of grass with crystal clarity. Naturally, he can also consciously filter out unnecessary noise. Otherwise, the cacophony would overwhelm his mind to the point of madness. With the addition of the third soul ring, Imo Lang's strength has reached the level of a soul master at the 32nd rank. At this rate, it seems he will require another 2 years to ascend to the realm of a soul sect. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have already sought out the ice and fire yin-yang eye of the poison Douluo to gather all its heavenly treasures. However, for now, he decided to set aside such thoughts and test the efficacy of his 1,000-mile ear. As Imo Lang unveiled his soul ring, his ears instantly became attuned to the myriad sounds of the world around him. Various noises echoed and amplified within his ears, yet he had prepared himself, successfully filtering out the superfluous clamor that threatened to overwhelm him. Under Imo Lang's adept control, He could distinctly hear the faint sound of ants scuttling from 1,000 miles away. Coupled with his golden eyes, he felt invincible, akin to a true prodigy. No longer would he fear ambush. The invisibility of any assailant appeared utterly illusory to him, particularly with the auspicious abilities of the red-butt monkey. He was assured of victory in battle or, should he face defeat, a swift retreat, thus securing his safety. There remained a distance until the fifth sign-in point. The moment when Tang San first joined the Shrek Academy, and before that. He aspired to elevate his prowess to the ranks of a Soul Master or even a Soul King. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, over the past year. Mo Lang has amassed a fortune of several thousand gold soul coins through the system's 100-fold critical hits. Given that Tang San receives a subsidy of 12 gold soul coins annually for being a soul master, with the system's enhancement. Mo Lang possesses a total of 1,200 gold soul coins. Additionally, considering the contributions from forging fine iron attributed to Tang San, he earned over 300 gold soul coins this year, resulting in Mo Lang's gain of more than 30,000 gold soul coins. After setting aside 10,000 for daily expenses, Mo Lang entrusted the remaining 20,000 gold soul coins to Old Jack, initially astonished by the sudden influx of wealth. Old Jack's expression softened into a smile upon understanding the source, reaffirming his belief in Mo Lang. Though he hesitated to accept the money, Mo Lang insisted. "If you don't keep it, I'll squander it within a year. When the time comes for marriage, I should at least have some funds, right?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Old Jack promptly accepted the 20,000 soul coins and went to renovate the house grandly to prevent Mo Lang from being looked down upon. However, during one drunken revelry, Old Jack inadvertently revealed this matter, spreading the word far and wide, eventually reaching the ears of a nefarious group of evil soul masters who had previously dealt in soul beast meat. Learning that Tang San had become a soul master, they summoned their leader to intimidate him, although a portion of the gold soul coins would go to their boss. The 20,000 coins would suffice for several years' expenses for the group. With that in mind, they decided to proceed, thinking that if the other party complied, they would spare their lives. If not, well, they were prepared for that too. The leader of this gang, named Tu Yang, was a level 15 soul master and the head of the soul beast meat trafficking group near Notting City. Greedy by nature, he had taken the path of an evil soul master. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Lang, 100 miles away, overheard their conversation clearly. Today marked Mo Lang's return to the village, and for some inexplicable reason, upon waking, he felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, accompanied by a heavy sensation in his heart. Immediately, he utilized his second soul skill, avoiding misfortune and seeking good fortune, and detected a hint of danger in the direction of Holy Soul Village, though it was not overwhelmingly strong. He quickly surmised that Old Jack might be in peril today and rushed to Holy Soul Village with Xiao Wu and Tang San. Simultaneously, aware that his golden eyes were not as effective as his wind listener, he employed his third soul skill to eavesdrop on the commotion near Holy Soul Village. This effort revealed that someone was indeed eyeing the 2 million gold soul coins he had given to Old Jack. Mo Lang had not anticipated that his good intentions would lead to trouble. Although 20,000 gold soul coins may not seem like much, in a small place like Notting City, it represented a significant sum, making it inevitable for someone to take notice. Fortunately, he could avoid misfortune. Yet the nearly 100-mile journey from Holy Soul Village to Notting City would take him half an hour at full speed. If Old Jack were to encounter an accident during that time, even if he dealt with the 3 attackers, it would be of no use. Furious, Mo Lang clenched his fists, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him. Lang, what's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me. Xiao Wu, who was swiftly navigating through the woods beside him, shivered at the coldness of his killing intent, as it was her first time witnessing such a sight of Mo Lang. Yes, Brother Lang, what is going on? Be cautious not to lose control. Tang San also noticed the instability in Mo Lang's emotions and quickly voiced his concern. This was the first time he had seen Mo Lang exude such a dense aura of killing intent, starkly contrasting his usual playful demeanor. However, Tang San quickly deduced that the only reason for Mo Lang's urgency to return to Holy Soul Village was Old Jack. But how could Old Jack, who had visited them last month looking quite well, be in danger? Suddenly, Tang San recalled Mo Lang's second soul skill, which could sense misfortune. His expression turned grim. Surely something must have gone awry in Holy Soul Village. And with his father also there, if old Jack were in trouble, wouldn't his father be in jeopardy too? Upon hearing Tang Xin's words, Mo Lang suddenly thought of Tang Hao. But then, he remembered that Tang Hao should be at Notting Academy to clarify his identity with Yu Xiaojiang at this time. Moreover, the novel did not specify the hour. If Tang Hao were present, it would not be an issue. The concern lay in the possibility that he was not. But wait. Couldn't you check if Tang Hao was in Holy Soul Village? Mo Lang smacked his forehead, realizing he was overthinking. No need to worry. With me here. If these scoundrels dare to set foot in Holy Soul Village, I will ensure they face dire consequences. Before Mo Lang could activate his third soul skill, he heard Tang Hao's hoarse voice nearby, evidently having indulged in drink once again the previous night. There is no need for surprise. When you first used that skill, I sensed a surge of soul power enveloping Holy Soul Village. When I traced it back, I didn't expect it to be you, kid. Quite the surprise. As Mo Lang absorbed this revelation, Tang Hao's voice echoed once more. No need to thank me. From now on, my son is entrusted to you. Remember, you are his brother Lang, and I am your Uncle Hao. Though Mo Lang could not see Tang Hao's expression, he knew a smile graced his lips, as it was the demeanor befitting a titled Douluo. All right, no need to rush. Everything is fine now. Knowing that Tang Hao was willing to intervene, Mo Lang felt reassured that he need not concern himself further. However, he hadn't anticipated that his wind listener would produce soul power fluctuations detectable by others, indicating he must exercise greater caution in the future. He needed to inquire whether only titled Douluos could sense such things, or if those stronger than him could as well. Yet, considering that Tang Hao had revealed his identity, it would be a while before he could see him again. Everything is all right? Brother Lang, what is going on? Tang Sen inquired, eager to learn more, but upon hearing Mo Lang's reassurances, he could not suppress his curiosity, primarily concerning the safety of his father and old Jack. It's all fine, just conserve your soul power and proceed normally, Mo Lang advised. Understanding that Tang Hao wished to keep Tang San from getting embroiled in his affairs too soon, since Tang Hao had assisted him, Mo Lang felt inclined to return the favor by concealing this matter, knowing that Tang San's character might compel him to act rashly. Chapter 22, The Ordinary Drunkard. Tang Hao Holy Soul Village, get out of my way. I do not wish to soil my hands. As Tu Yang was about to step into the Holy Soul Village, a figure suddenly appeared before them. The trio was taken aback, but upon noticing Tang Hao reeking of alcohol, with disheveled hair and clad in a patched-up garment, they immediately exhaled in relief. More importantly, they sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from him, which indicated one of two possibilities. Either he was far more powerful than they could perceive, or he was simply an ordinary drunkard devoid of any soul power. They had long since gathered information about Holy Soul Village. Aside from a soul sage who emerged centuries ago, no soul masters had arisen since. Moreover, they could never believe that a soul master stronger than themselves would fall into such disrepair. Clearly, this inebriated man was merely an ordinary person. As for his sudden appearance, the explanation was simple. He was so unremarkable that they barely noticed him approaching. I don't want to dirty my hands? Then I shall sever your arms. Douluo, filled with indignation for having been startled by an ordinary drunkard, summoned his martial spirit, a gleaming blade that shimmered with a cold light, striking swiftly toward Tang Hao's arms. Without warning, Tang Hao's previously listless gaze transformed into one imbued with icy resolve. Unfazed, he picked up 3 small stones from the ground, held them in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, sent them hurtling forth like cannonballs. Puff, 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 in rapid succession. The trio barely registered what occurred as their heads exploded under the impact of the stones, brains and blood splattering across the ground. Clapping his hands, Tang Hao summoned several ferocious wild dogs, which rushed in from the outskirts of the village, devouring the 3 corpses with ravenous abandon, leaving not a trace of blood behind. These were the wild dogs he had raised to guard the village, having feasted on human flesh before. He had received much kindness from this village, and though he had not sought their aid, he felt compelled to repay their generosity. Selfless assistance was a debt of immense gratitude. Had Tu Yang known that the seemingly ordinary drunkard was, in fact, the youngest titled Douluo in history, he would surely have regretted his ignorance. Perhaps he would have unleashed a torrent of curses, questioning how a dignified titled Douluo could masquerade in such a pitiful guise. Yet, it was far too late for such realizations. A Lang and his son would soon return, and it was time for him to depart. With that young lad around, he could confidently embark on his endeavors. As Tang Hao sensed the 3 faint signatures of soul power swiftly approaching, he cast one last glance at the village he had called home for several years, his eyes reflecting a bittersweet nostalgia. particularly during the years spent with Mo Lang. His heart had gradually unburdened itself, yet the responsibilities of a husband remained. His only regret was for his son, Tang San, who had always been so understanding. He recognized he had not been a good father, but with Mo Lang's presence, he felt a semblance of peace. Before he left, however, he intended to visit Notting Academy, having heard that his son's teacher was quite the admirer of his work. With a smile, Tang Hao vanished from the spot. Approximately 10 minutes after Tang Hao's disappearance, Mo Lang and his companions arrived at the entrance of Holy Soul Village. Blood? As Tang San halted, he noticed the crimson stains at the village's edge. Furrowing his brow, he knelt down to touch the blood, then brought his hand to his nose, his expression tightening further. This is human blood. After glancing around and finding no signs of struggle, confusion filled his eyes. Do not worry. I assure you everything is fine. Let us not speak of this matter and act as if we know nothing, understood? Mo Lang, having surveyed the surroundings, sensed that Tang Hao had already resolved the situation and perhaps was even seeking out Yu Xiaojiang. He smiled, wishing to spare old Jack any concern. However, Tang San was about to voice his thoughts when he met Mo Lang's gaze. Realizing that further questioning would yield no answers, he chose silence. He wished only to return and see his father and old Jack. Little Wu, too, refrained from asking questions. After a year of companionship, she had unconditionally placed her trust in Mo Lang's words. As they entered the village, Mo Lang spotted a 3-story house standing prominently in the center, a replacement for old Jack's original abode. This house had been built by old Jack specifically to facilitate Mo Lang's pursuit of a bride. Old Jack, I have returned. As Mo Lang pushed open the door and entered, he called out boisterously, but it seemed that old Jack was not at home, which was something Mo Lang had anticipated. Come on, Xiao-san, let us go see your father. It's been a year, and I wonder if this old fellow's drinking capacity has improved, Mo Lang remarked, feigning ignorance. Without surprise, Tang San eagerly dashed into his house, and indeed, it was old Jack who emerged. Upon seeing Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San return, old Jack's face broke into a smile filled with wrinkles. However, upon recalling the letter in his hand, he glanced at Tang San with a bittersweet expression, saying, Xiao-san, this is a letter your father left for you. You should read it yourself. After perusing the letter, Tang San stood frozen, grappling with the realization that his father had departed. Yet, he could not comprehend why his father had chosen to leave. Observing Tang San's dazed expression, old Jack felt compelled to offer comfort, but Tang San politely declined, wishing to be alone for a while. Sighing, old Jack simply beckoned Mo Lang and Xiao Wu to return. Mo Lang and Xiao Wu exchanged glances at Tang San, their hearts heavy with unspoken emotions, for the three of them had shared similar experiences. They understood that at this moment, words would prove futile. They could only wait for the other to come to their own realizations. At the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy, Yu Xiaojiang gazed incredulously at the figure before him, a man clad in a gray robe, with disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, his face etched with the marks of time. He could hardly believe that this was the man he had heard about. After their conversation, Tang Hao remarked, with you and that lad Mo Lang around, I can proceed with that matter with peace of mind. Wait, I have another question. Just as Tang Hao was about to depart, Yu Xiaojiang called out to him, his face alight with anticipation. Do you know who Mo Lang's master is? I've heard him mention it. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, recalling fragments of drunken nights spent with the boy, and slowly replied, I believe his master's surname is Song. Song? Yu Xiaojiang's brow knitted in contemplation. It seemed he had never heard of a formidable figure by that name in the Douluo continent. No need to ponder too much. I haven't heard of him either. However, I suspect that his master may not belong to the Douluo continent, Tang Hao remarked as he prepared to leave. Not from the Douluo continent? Yu Xiaojiang echoed, his mind racing as he recalled something. He abruptly looked up to inquire further, only to find that Tang Hao had vanished without a trace. In the Holy Soul Village, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a soft crimson glow across the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Tang San sat in solitude, clutching the piece of paper left by Tang Hao, enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Still thinking about Brother Hao? Just as Tang San drifted into his thoughts, a voice broke the silence, accompanied by a playful tap on the back of his head. Mo Lang plopped down beside him, carefree and spirited. After sitting quietly for a moment, he kept Tang San company, both watching the sun sink slowly beyond the horizon. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Tang San asked, Brother Lang, do you know something? Hey, I thought you were going to continue being mute. Guo Qingping chuckled, then turned his gaze towards the half-visible sun, stating, "Haven't you made some guesses of your own?" Tang San chose not to press further, for he was no fool. In fact, he possessed remarkable intelligence. From the wind hammer technique and the notes in the letter, he could surmise that his father was far more than an ordinary blacksmith. "I don't know much either. It's just what your father let slip during our drunken conversations. But I do know that his identity is indeed noteworthy, although the specifics elude me. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Mo Lang rose, leaving Tang San with a graceful silhouette as he walked away, casually remarking, "If you wish to express gratitude, refrain from obstructing my bond with your father." Tang San gazed at Mo Lang's retreating figure, instinctively clenching his fists. Mo Lang was indeed correct. All he could do now was to safeguard himself and diligently enhance his own abilities. One day, he would uncover the truth of the matter. However, when it came to forming a brotherhood, he would never yield an inch, haha. That evening, old Jack wished for Tang San to spend the night at his home. But the latter insisted on returning home to sleep. Old Jack sighed, refraining from further persuasion. What surprised him was that before he could arrange for Xiao Wu's sleeping arrangements, she had already insisted on sharing a bed with Mo Lang, filling him with a mixture of joy and concern. Would Xiao Wu's parents be furious to learn that this rascal was already sharing a bed with her? Yet, on the other hand, although this boy was not his biological son, he had raised him himself, and thus the charm was undoubtedly inherited from him. He chuckled to himself. Under the bright moon and scattered stars, Xiao Wu rested her head on Mo Lang's arm, nestled in his embrace, when she suddenly posed a question to him. "Lang, I overheard your conversation with Tang San, and I too have a question for you." Mo Lang gazed at the somewhat despondent Xiao Wu, and with an understanding of her unvoiced concerns, he gently caressed her little head and said, "Go ahead and ask. If one day many people wish to take my life, and you find yourself unable to defeat them, what would you do?" After posing her question, Xiao Wu's eyes reflected a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Mo Lang chuckled upon hearing this. "With me around, no one would dare to have designs on you. My presence ensures that you remain unharmed. Should that day ever come, I will make it abundantly clear to all who dares to touch my woman. Death would be the least of their worries." Mo Lang spoke with an air of authority and resoluteness, his eyes betraying an infinite tenderness. The mere mention of my woman caused Xiao Wu's fair complexion to blush deeply, reaching the roots of her ears. Embarrassed, she playfully tapped Mo Lang's chest with her little pink hammer, feigning annoyance while her heart brimmed with sweetness. Especially when she caught sight of the fervent gaze in Mo Lang's eyes, she felt as if she might melt into his very being. Meanwhile, Mo Lang, captivated by the bashful expression on Xiao Wu's face, felt his throat grow parched, yearning for a sip of water to quench his thirst. Thump, thump. The two could hear each other's heartbeats, their body temperatures rising steadily, their gazes growing increasingly dazed, and their heads inching closer together. Just as they were on the verge of crossing an unspoken boundary, the door swung open, and Tang San entered, holding two concealed darts with an expression of excitement. "Lang Gu, these are the concealed darts I developed." Fast forward 5 years. In the kingdom of Barak, Soto City, just past noon under the blazing sun, a spacious and luxurious carriage approached the western gate of Soto City. "Esteemed guests, we have arrived in Soto City. May I inquire where you wish to go?" The coachman respectfully asked those within the carriage. "To the finest hotel in Soto City. Let us indulge in the local delicacies." A clear, youthful voice resonated from inside. "Yay, wonderful. We've finally arrived, and we can feast on delicious food." Another melodious voice chimed in, unmistakably belonging to a charming young lady. "Lang Gu, what is so special about Shrek Academy? Why did the master insist we come here?" A third voice inquired, seemingly directed at the first speaker. The three individuals inside the carriage were none other than Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who had heeded the master's instruction to report to Shrek Academy. Over the course of these 5 years, they had transitioned from mere children to somewhat mature youths, their heights and physiques undergoing remarkable transformations. Among them, Xiao Wu had experienced the most significant change. Her once youthful visage had blossomed into a notably radiant complexion, her large, sparkling eyes complemented by a cherubic face. Not only was she beautiful, but she remained endearingly charming. The reason for her pronounced transformation lay in her figure and height. Girls typically mature faster than boys. Thus, beneath her pink attire, her developed physique formed an alluring S-curve, making her taller than Tang San by a fraction. She had already become a graceful young woman on the verge of blooming, and if given a few more years, Her figure and beauty would undoubtedly elevate her to the status of a captivating goddess. Chapter 24. The Wicked Eyes of the White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai? Although Imo Lang's transformation is not as pronounced as Xiao Wu's, it is nonetheless significant in comparison to Tang San. Being a year and a half older than Tang San, Imo Lang has now attained a height of 182 meters, towering half a head over Xiao Wu and a considerable amount over Tang San. The passage of 5 years has sculpted his once youthful visage into one of resolve, with sharp brows and bright eyes, complemented by a head of tousled short hair, presenting a strikingly heroic and spirited demeanor. The rigorous life spent in the blacksmith's forge has further honed his physique, endowing him with a robust build, broadening his chest and back, and infusing him with an air of masculine vigor. The sole constant remains the captivating, mischievous smile that graces his handsome face, lingering in the memory of those who behold it. In contrast, Tang San stands at approximately 170 meters, clad in a blue outfit, with the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, gifted by Yu Xiaojing, wrapped around his waist. Unlike Imo Lang, a gentle smile perpetually adorns the corners of his mouth. Regardless of any peculiarities he may possess, he embraces the present, for he has grown weary of Nodding City. A change of scenery beckons him. Imo Lang feigned ignorance. Yet internally he was seething, for he was on the cusp of his 5th sign-in, a moment he had awaited for a staggering 6 years. Heaven knows how he endured those 6 years. Had it not been for Xiao Wu accompanying him through countless lonely nights, he could hardly have imagined that 6 years could slip by so swiftly as it does in novels. He had truly toiled through those years. Fortunately, he is currently satisfied with his strength, as he stands merely a step away from the Soul King. Indeed, Imo Lang is now a level 49 Soul Master. My lord, we have arrived, announced the driver, indicating the most luxurious and exquisite hotel in Satoa City, renowned for its signature dish, the Celestial Maiden Descends. In a moment, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver's respectful voice echoed, "Thank you for your hard work. Here are 5 gold soul coins." Imo Lang drew aside the curtain of the carriage, and with a flick of his right hand, the ethereal ring on his middle finger shimmered, revealing 5 golden soul coins that materialized in his palm, which he then handed to the coachman. "Thank you, my lord," exclaimed the coachman, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the sum 5 times more than the single golden soul coin he had initially mentioned. His face radiated delight as he respectfully accepted the coins, carefully tucking them into his bosom while continuously expressing his gratitude. Over the past few years, Imo Lang had amassed a fortune of several 100,000 golden soul coins through the system's 100-fold returns, rendering the mere 5 coins insignificant in his eyes. He could easily afford 10 golden soul coins. However, he hesitated, mindful that in a bustling place like Soto City, far removed from the quaintness of Nodding City, wealth could attract unwanted attention. This establishment, heaven on earth, appeared quite grand, living up to its illustrious name, though he wondered if its culinary offerings were indeed as delectable as the legend suggested. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as Imo Lang stepped out of the car. A voluptuous woman with an alluring physique emerged from the establishment known as Tian Shang Renjian. In a sultry voice, she inquired, "Gentlemen, would you like a private room?" As Imo Lang was about to speak, Xiao Wu stepped in front of the woman and coldly instructed, "All right, please follow me." The woman, unfazed, seemed somewhat captivated by Xiao Wu's figure and beauty, particularly noticing how much Xiao Wu cared for Imo Lang, which elicited a knowing smile from her, making Xiao Wu feel a bit embarrassed. "Haha, Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Imo Lang teased, feigning ignorance. "How dare you ask?" Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance, pretending to be fierce. "Today, I intend to drain your wealth for staring at others." "I did not," Imo Lang denied. "Really? Then how do you find the rose on her chest? Isn't it a butterfly?" Still claiming you didn't look. Tang San had grown accustomed to the bickering between Imo Lang and Xiao Wu. However, he was puzzled by how these two, who mostly indulged in leisure, seemed to progress in strength faster than himself. Could it be that they were truly practicing dual cultivation? This notion was something Imo Lang had fabricated to encourage Tang San to engage in romance while young, rather than solely focusing on cultivation. Yet, Tang San had no intention of seeking a girlfriend, prompting Imo Lang to concoct the tale of dual cultivation techniques. In his previous life, Tang San had only heard whispers of dual cultivation. After all, he had been a genuine virgin, proficient in concealed weapons but utterly clueless about women. "Step aside. Good dogs don't block the way. You're obstructing my path." Just as Tang San contemplated whether to pursue a romantic relationship, An arrogant voice rang out behind him. This made both Mo Lang and Xiao Wu pause, frowning as they turned to look. To their surprise, Mo Lang recognized the figure before them. It was Dai Mubai, the enigmatic white tiger, flanked by a pair of twins. He had anticipated encountering Dai Mubai before heading to the Rose Hotel. You dare call anyone a small dog? Just look at you. You're clearly up to no good. Do you have the audacity to bully Tang San without consulting me? Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward upon seeing Dai Mubai with two beautiful companions. Given Tang San's gentle nature and Mo Lang's more easygoing demeanor, it was only Xiao Wu's fiery temperament that drove her to aspire to be the leader of Nodding Academy. Haha. It has been quite some time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. You must possess some soul power, implying you are also a soul master. Why not the three of you come at me together? If you can defeat me, I'll bark like a dog. If you cannot, then you shall perform for me. Dai Mubai sneered, his chilling gaze sweeping over Mo Lang and his companions, treating them with utter disdain. Bring it on. Who fears whom? Xiao Wu, incensed by Dai Mubai's arrogance, was on the verge of charging at him when Mo Lang restrained her. Let us discuss this calmly. Let us discuss this calmly. Gentlemen, we can talk. At that moment, the owner of the Heaven and Earth establishment hurriedly approached, addressing Mo Lang and his companions. The owner was well acquainted with Dai Mubai, a frequent and esteemed guest. As for the other three, their attire indicated they were no ordinary individuals, especially the young man dressed in black, who wore a smile laced with mischief and possessed piercingly clear eyes that seemed to warn the owner against uttering any displeasing words, lest he face dire consequences. Are you suggesting we engage in a civilized discussion? Do I appear to be someone who speaks civilly? Dai Mubai shot a sideways glance at the owner, his eyes cold and unyielding. The owner, under the weight of that icy gaze, began to sweat profusely and bowed lower, wiping his forehead. Dai Xiao, what are you saying? Given your status, you should overlook minor grievances. I will cover today's expenses. Do I need your meager funds? Dai Mubai retorted with evident displeasure. Who are you calling a petty person? Clearly, it is you who is looking down on others. This golden-haired fellow is insufferable if he does not apologize today. I will certainly teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the hotel owner label her a petty person, Xiao Wu's fiery temperament ignited, and she leapt forth, hurling insults. Humph. Dare to call me golden-haired? Today, I shall make you regret it. Upon hearing his prized golden hair referred to as mere yellow, Dai Mubai's expression turned frigid, prompting the two alluring twins beside him to step aside, anticipating the unfolding drama. Let me handle this. As Mo Lang prepared to act, Tang San quickly stepped forward, eager to test his skills against a worthy opponent, curious to see how he measured up after years of Mo Lang's guidance. Mo Lang cast a glance at Tang San, who had now reached the level of a 29th-ranked Great Soul Master, mirroring the prowess described in the novel. Facing Dai Mubai posed little challenge, if necessary. He could intervene himself. However, he was chiefly concerned about the possibility of severely injuring his opponent, while simultaneously wishing to hone Tang San's practical combat skills. After all, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse serves little purpose beyond its beauty. What is there to argue about? You all can come at me together, lest it be said that I am bullying others. Dai Mubai's eyes brimmed with disdain, as though he were merely a soft target for anyone to take a shot at. I do this for your own good. Tang San stepped forward, calmly asserting. For my own good? Then I must extend my gratitude. Dai Mubai felt belittled. Although he sensed pressure from the boy in black, he could not fathom that anyone of his age could rival him. As soon as he finished speaking, a malevolent glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. With a sudden burst of energy from his right foot, he propelled himself like an arrow towards Tang San, raising his right fist to strike a powerful blow to Tang San's chest. It was a straightforward punch, devoid of any flamboyance, yet the force behind it was palpable, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds that indicated its formidable strength difficult to counter. Did he intend to overpower me through sheer force? Yet, compared to the punches of Lang Guo, this one appeared slow and feeble. Tang San recalled his initial battle with Lang Guo, where his face bore the brunt of the blows. It took him a year to withstand such attacks, and he understood that retreating from this punch was not an option. To step back would only serve to bolster his opponent's momentum, so instead, he advanced, stepping forward to meet the punch with one of his own. With a resounding thud, the two exchanged blows. Dai Mubai merely halted in place, while Tang San staggered back a step or two, though it appeared as if they were evenly matched. The reality revealed a clear victor. Tang San found himself somewhat overpowered by Dai Mubai's strength, yet his recent duel with Mo Lang had undeniably bolstered his own abilities. Both combatants paused, astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. The fact that you could withstand my punch indicates your considerable strength, albeit only moderate. Now, let us commence in earnest. Please reveal your soul rings. With little desire for prolonged engagement, Dai Mubai promptly displayed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, signifying 2 century-old rings and 1 millennium ring. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 37th level Battle Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. With the unveiling of his martial soul, an aura of dominance enveloped him, and declaring his martial soul and rank signified a formal challenge among soul masters. Clearly, the young boy before him had captured his interest. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, 29th level Soul Master. I seek your guidance as well. In kind, Tang San revealed his martial soul, showcasing his 2 century-old soul rings. Blue Silver Grass. Dai Mubai's white brows arched in surprise. Tang San then uttered the classic phrase, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." This sentiment echoed in Mo Lang's mind, reminiscent of a saying from his past life. There are no worthless heroes, only worthless summoners. That statement is intriguing. Today, I shall witness what peculiar qualities your blue silver grass possesses. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, then, empowered by his martial soul, surged towards Tang San with the force of a tempest. Under the influence of his martial soul, Dai Mubai's strength and speed escalated dramatically, his white hair billowing as he closed the distance to Tang San in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Tang San retreated, acutely aware that as a control-type soul master, he must not allow a battle-type soul master to close in. Activating Blue Silver Grass, he ensnared Dai Mubai. The two instantly engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, a battle that drew a crowd of onlookers, who were astonished to witness such young combatants. One a great soul master, the other a soul sovereign. And many spectators marveled at the ingenuity of their combat techniques, finding the display truly captivating. Meanwhile, patrolling guards hastily arrived, but upon recognizing the 2 soul masters were officially challenging one another, refrained from interference, instead clearing a space for them to battle freely. After all, such duels typically required a soul arena for observation, and a chance to witness one for free was too good to pass up. Ultimately, Tang San succumbed to Dai Mubai's 3rd soul technique, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Your strength is commendable, but the gap between us is considerable. However, I believe we shall meet again soon. When you arrive at Shrek Academy, should anyone bully you, remember to invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed White Tiger. Dai Mubai, having returned to his normal state, cast a lingering glance at Tang San before departing with a wave to the twin girls, heading towards the hotel. Having just fought one battle, he needed to replenish his strength for the upcoming challenge. However, as he approached Mo Lang, the latter stepped in front of him, stating, "You think you can just walk away after showing off? There's no such luck." Dai Mubai regarded Mo Lang with a furrowed brow, sensing an unusual intensity in the latter's gaze, which only intensified upon noticing the hint of a smile on his lips. Yet, since Mo Lang wished to spar with him, Dai Mubai was unperturbed and willing to engage further. Chapter 26, The Youngest Teacher at Shrek Academy. Seeking votes. Seeking collections. So you too wish to test your mettle against me? Dai Mubai released his embrace of the twin girls and turned his attention to the boy before him. In that moment, he noticed that this lad possessed a striking handsomeness, sharp brows and eyes, a chiseled profile, coupled with an elusive air of mischief. Unlike the typical effete beauty, he exuded a masculine vigor that harmonized rather than clashed with his enigmatic charm, rendering him even more appealing. Even the twin sisters beside him gazed at the boy with evident admiration, their eyes glistening with allure. This stirred a sense of irritation within him, accompanied by a burgeoning disdain for the twins. His tone shifted, becoming less amiable as he remarked, "I called for you all to join forces earlier. But if you wish to play, I wouldn't mind imparting another lesson. Just remember, if you sustain any injuries, do not blame me for being too forceful." Upon hearing this, Mo Lang chuckled and gazed at Dai Mubai, saying, "I shall not bully you, as long as you can withstand a single punch from me. We shall consider this matter settled. I would not want it to be said that I took advantage of your earlier exertion of soul power." Dai Mubai, after listening, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I once believed myself to be quite audacious, yet today I encounter someone even more so." He then shifted his tone sharply, speaking icily, however. "I remain uncertain whether your bravado is rooted in genuine capability or merely a fade to save face. Enough with the idle chatter, unleash your 3rd soul skill. Or else, should you sustain injuries, I will not bear the consequences." Mo Lang raised an eyebrow and replied, "With my current strength, Even without employing soul power, the sheer might of my 10,000 gene would render most soul kings incapable of withstanding my full force strike. A mere soul master would be obliterated by a single blow. You are undoubtedly the most arrogant individual I have ever encountered, yet I hope you possess the fortitude to maintain that arrogance after our encounter. Dai Mubai, now furious, resolved to teach this audacious youth a proper lesson. Come forth, he commanded, retreating to the street, his aura reaching its zenith as he beckoned Mo Lang with a flick of his finger. Arrogance. You may have misunderstood me. I am inherently benevolent. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Lang's right hand suddenly ascended, unleashing an unparalleled force without restraint. If he were to assume the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy, how could he command respect without subduing the obstinate Dai Mubai? Boom. A fist was thrust forward, the sound resonating like thunder, deafening and monumental, exuding an unmatched dominance. How could this be possible? What extraordinary strength is this? Who is this young man? Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment at Mo Lang's strike. Fortunately, he was prepared. His soul power surged wildly within him. He immediately activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, and his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Yet, in the face of Mo Lang's fist, he felt that even with these enhancements, it was akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly futile. He realized that he could not withstand this blow. In that moment, he finally comprehended Tang San's earlier words about good intentions. It became clear that this young man was an anomaly. However, conceding defeat was an impossible notion. As a student of Shrek Academy, he possessed his own pride. Boom. The brilliance of the fist erupted, the wind howled, and everyone gasped in astonishment. What a terrifying force. Under such overwhelming pressure, many found their legs weakening, unable to resist the urge to kneel. The sheer might of that single punch was indeed fearsome. Bang. Though it may seem like a lengthy tale, it transpired in the blink of an eye as Mo Lang's fist struck Dai Mubai squarely in the chest. The latter emitted a muffled sound, propelled backward several meters. Fortunately, the patrolling soldiers had kept a safe distance. Otherwise, if Dai Mubai had collided with anyone upon being thrown back, it would likely have resulted in grievous injury. Puff. Upon hitting the ground, Dai Mubai coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, struggling to rise. Why hold back? Is it out of pity for me? Dai Mubai slowly approached Mo Lang, his voice seething with anger. Indeed, at the last moment, Mo Lang refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, he would have surely taken Dai Mubai's life. However, Dai Mubai seemed ungrateful, perceiving this restraint as an insult. He would rather perish in battle than accept pity from his adversary. I have mentioned that I am inherently kind, and moreover, you will be my student in the future. How could I possibly bring harm to you? Mo Lang scoffed slightly, taking Xiao Wu's hand and leading her toward the hotel. After walking a few steps, he paused and stated, by the way, no matter where you are in the future, should anyone dare to bully you, remember my name. I am Mo Lang, the youngest teacher at Shrek Academy. Teacher? Dai Mubai stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the implications of Mo Lang's words. Could it be that someone who appeared to be merely in their teens was, in fact, several decades old? Regardless, he would soon find out. As Mo Lang intended to attend Shrek Academy. Are you all right, Dai Xiao? Upon noticing Dai Mubai's injuries, the pair of twins hurried over to support him. Their faces etched with concern, although their eyes frequently darted toward the tall figure of Mo Lang. Leave. Dai Mubai glared at the twins, feeling increasingly irritated for reasons he could not articulate. He could not help but respond coldly. With that, he limped away, heading in the direction of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, after witnessing Mo Lang's prowess, Boss Wang immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, closely following Mo Lang and warmly inquiring, "Esteemed sir, please come inside. This meal is on me. I hope you can forgive my earlier slip of the tongue. Do you think I am in need of your few coins?" Mo Lang looked at Boss Wang with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. However, he did not wish to make things difficult for him. Irritated, he waved his hand, interrupting Wang's attempts to continue explaining. Enough. I merely wish to enjoy a meal. Bring forth your finest and most expensive dishes. What transpired earlier is of no concern to you. After a satisfying meal, Mo Lang had not forgotten about the valuable board crystal. It was indeed a remarkable item that he intended to acquire. Its possession would enable Tang San to create the dragon whisker needle, should he not be nearby. This would allow Tang San to handle certain matters independently. After all, once he attained sufficient power, he would hasten to the ice and fire Yin Yang to stir up trouble, and it would be impossible to remain by Tang San's side at all times. Alang, since we are here, shall we explore Soto City properly? Xiao Wu said with a contented rub of her stomach, playfully coaxing Mo Lang. Meanwhile, Tang San was eager to return to their room and dedicate time to cultivation. Following the recent battle, he was keen to break through to the realm of a level 30 soul master. The outcome of a future encounter with Dai Mubai was uncertain, and he desired to tip the scales in his favor. The room had already been prepared during their meal, located on one of the upper 3 floors of the Heavenly Human Inn. Forget about cultivating for now. I sense something valuable nearby. Let me show you. It should be beneficial, Mo Lang said, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Come on, don't dawdle. I assure you, you won't regret it. Understanding Mo Lang's knack for attracting fortune while avoiding peril, Tang San felt intrigued by his words. He nodded and followed closely behind Mo Lang. Chapter 27. How annoying. Where should I place my hands? After a brief stroll, Mo Lang and his companions finally discovered the shop. Is this the emblem of the Spirit Hall? Observing the sign hanging before them, which bore an identical mark to the Spirit Hall's token, Tang San instantly recognized it, recalling that Master possessed a similar token. Let us take a look, he suggested. Xiao Wu, intrigued by the sign depicting a sword, a hammer, and the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, eagerly grasped Mo Lang's hand and led the way inside. The door was ajar, and upon entering, they were enveloped by a familiar aura of soul power, akin to that of the Spirit Hall. Mo Lang and Tang San understood that this emanation was a manifestation of the guiding soul device prior to recognizing its master. The interior of the shop was sparsely populated, devoid of visible counters, and Mo Lang observed that it mirrored the descriptions from the novels. The esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, sat in a rocking chair, his heavy black-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, eyes closed, gently swaying as if unaware of their presence. Without the need for Mo Lang's prompting, Tang San, while surveying the shop, immediately spotted a piece of low-quality crystal. When he met Mo Lang's gaze, he realized that the object of interest Mo Lang had alluded to was indeed this flawed crystal. Xiao San, what use could this shabby crystal possibly have? It lacks luster. Its transparency is dismal, and it is far from appealing. Amethyst is the most precious of all. Your taste is rather lacking, Xiao Wu remarked, unable to contain her concern as she noticed Tang San's fixation on the subpar crystal, having spent considerable time with him. She was aware of his financial struggles and feared he might regret spending money on such a worthless item. Xiao Wu, I intend to purchase this crystal. I just need to know its price, Tang San insisted, unwavering in his decision. Xiao Wu, taken aback, sought Mo Lang's assistance in dissuading him. But upon observing Mo Lang's silence, she grasped the situation and ceased her objections. It's not expensive. 100 gold soul coins, a languid voice interjected, rich and husky. As Flinder finally spoke, Xiao Wu, sensing something amiss, refrained from further comment, though she was astonished by the price. I will give you 500 gold soul coins, Mo Lang declared, preempting Tang San's response as he produced 500 coins from his pouch and unceremoniously tossed them to Flinder. Flinder, instinctively catching the pouch filled with gold coins, stared at Mo Lang in a state of bewilderment, utterly flabbergasted by the unexpected turn of events. What do you mean? Am I the sort to be swayed by money? Flinder questioned, his incredulity evident. Not for sale? Very well, we shall take our leave. Mo Lang, perceiving Flinder's silence, reached out to reclaim the pouch he had thrown. Sell, 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 Flinder exclaimed, glancing at the heavy pouch, unwilling to let such a fortune slip away. He swiftly shoved the low-quality crystal into Mo Lang's hands, fearing a change of heart. After all, 500 gold soul coins could sustain Shrek Academy for quite some time. All right, let us depart, Mo Lang agreed. Mo Lang smiled lightly, uttering no further words as he turned to leave. Wait, Flinder suddenly called out to the three, his profound gaze piercing through his glasses, fixating on the belt at Tang San's waist, questioning, where did you acquire that belt? Tang San felt a stir in his heart. It was given to me by my teacher. Do you recognize this belt? Flinder replied, since you are his disciple. You may go. We shall meet again soon. A peculiar smile flickered in Flinder's eyes. Indeed, we shall meet again shortly, Mo Lang echoed, as he and the perplexed Xiao Wu and Tang San stepped outside. Watching their retreating figures, Flinder reminisced about his dear brother, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. Yet, recalling Mo Lang's words, a sense of confusion washed over him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt as though he had been seen through. How strange, he murmured, reclining back in his rocking chair, lost in thoughts of his youth, feeling a blend of sorrow and helplessness. In the hotel, after demonstrating the utility of the board crystal to Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, Tang San curiously inquired of Mo Lang, Brother Lang, How did you know this would be beneficial for me? Mo Lang smiled knowingly at the words spoken, already harboring a reason to explain. My second soul skill not only brings good fortune and wards off misfortune for myself, but also extends to those close to me. Upon arriving in Soto City, I sensed a crystal emitting the same luminescence as you, leading me to believe that this crystal holds great significance for you. Lang, this is not merely about seeking fortune. You are clearly a treasure-seeking mouse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became immensely excited, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She then wrapped her arms around Mo Lang's, playfully nudging against him as she eagerly asked, "Can you sense if there are any treasures that are destined for me?" "Certainly." Mo Lang responded, feeling the soft touch of her arm, his thoughts momentarily distracted. The little girl had finally begun to mature. Suppressing his impure thoughts, Mo Lang pretended to sense the air around him. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise as he exclaimed, "There truly is a treasure that is fated for you." "Really? Where is it?" Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes shining brightly with curiosity. "Of course it is real. The treasure is me." Mo Lang mischievously pointed to himself, a grin spreading across his face. How annoying. Xiao Wu realized that Mo Lang was teasing her and playfully punched him in the chest, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although Tang San was already accustomed to witnessing the affectionate exchanges between Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, he could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine at such a scene. It was simply too much to bear. "Brother Lang, I'll head back to my room to cultivate." Tang San, unable to withstand the display of affection, politely excused himself and returned to his room to focus on his training. "Sigh, I really don't understand what is so appealing about women. I'd rather devote myself to my cultivation. By the way, Lang, you mentioned wanting to teach at Shrek Academy. What is that about?" Xiao Wu suddenly recalled Mo Lang's previous words regarding that unsavory character. "Ah, you'll find out tomorrow," Mo Lang replied with a smile, his hand unconsciously resting on her slender waist. "How rude. Where do you think your hand is going?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, playfully scolding him. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, the trio set off towards Shrek Academy. As they admired the beauty of nature, they discussed what Shrek Academy might be like, with Xiao Wu and Tang San excitedly sharing their imaginative visions. Meanwhile, Mo Lang remained silent, already aware of the dilapidated state of the academy. "Lang, look over there. There's a village. Let us go ask where Shrek Academy is. We've walked for so long without seeing it," Xiao Wu suggested. Feeling a bit weary after their journey, upon spotting a nearby village bustling with people, she could not resist speaking up. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Mo Lang felt reluctant to inform her that the village was indeed Shrek Academy. As they approached, both Xiao Wu and Tang San sensed something was amiss. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, predominantly consisting of youths around their age, many accompanied by their parents. At a glance, it resembled the descriptions from novels. An elderly man in his 60s sat at a wooden table near the entrance, and a somewhat tattered sign hung from the wooden archway, proclaiming in simple characters, "Shrek Academy." Beneath these words was a green emblem, the peculiar spirit beast that had yet to appear in the stories. Could this really be Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu struggled to accept this reality. The disparity between her previous expectations and the current sight left her feeling despondent. Is this truly a Soul Master Academy? Even Tang San's lips twitched at the sight. The appearance of Shrek Academy was hardly commendable. At that moment, there were roughly 100 applicants in line, many voicing their grievances about the Academy's dismal environment. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's claim that graduating from Shrek Academy could lead to becoming a Viscount of the Empire, this ghastly sight would have deterred a significant number of applicants. "You don't meet the age requirement. You may leave," an elderly man said as a father-son duo handed over their registration fee of 10 gold soul coins only to be dismissed. "Sir, my son just turned 13. Could you possibly make an exception?" the father pleaded. The elder, growing impatient, replied, "Do not disturb the others. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over that age must leave." After a brief exchange of words, the father and son, upon seeing the 3 soul rings behind Dai Mubai, left in defeat. This scene frightened away several others, as the stringent entrance requirements were daunting, and no one wanted to waste their money on a non-refundable fee. Soon after, another boy, though of suitable age, was dismissed due to insufficient strength. The elder reiterated his stance, "Shrek is for monsters. We only accept those who are extraordinary. Anyone over 13 or with a soul power below level 21 is wasting their time here." This statement piqued Xiao Wu and Tang San's interest, prompting them to remain in line. At that moment, the elder released his soul rings, emanating a formidable aura that silenced the crowd. A long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his hand, and 6 soul rings rose beneath him, becoming the center of attention. He was indeed a soul emperor of level 60. The murmurs of dissent quickly ceased, replaced by expressions of awe and respect. In the Ballot Kingdom, soul emperors were a rarity. Who would dare provoke one? After the commotion, the queue, originally over 100 strong, dwindled to just a handful. The elder, unfazed by the diminishing numbers, continued the registration process. With newfound interest in Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu and Tang San looked on with intrigue, while Mo Lang casually surveyed his surroundings, arms crossed. Having witnessed several applicants, Dai Mubai noticed Mo Lang and the others. Upon meeting Mo Lang's gaze, a twinge of pain struck him, reminiscent of the terrifying punch from the previous day. Fortunately, he had recovered from the minor injury after consuming Oscar's sausage and a night of cultivation. However, he had not disclosed the details of his injury to Oscar and was eager to learn more about Mo Lang's claim of becoming the youngest teacher at Shrek Academy. Ah, a soft exclamation broke the silence, drawing their attention back. The elder in charge of the registration was looking at a girl before him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. The girl, having withdrawn her hand, smiled at the elder and asked, "Excuse me, may I pass the preliminary test?" The young girl, with her back turned, was unmistakably Ning Rongrong, the possessor of the 7 treasure-glazed Tao Pagoda. Though her face remained hidden, her silhouette revealed a stunning beauty. Her short hair was neat and clean, her fair neck exposed, and while she was not as tall as Xiao Wu, her long legs certainly commanded attention. However, Mo Lang held no particular interest in Ning Rongrong, who seemed to embody the characteristics of a princess. Instead, he was drawn to independent and confident women like Xiao Wu and Qian Renxue. Although Ning Rongrong underwent significant changes later on, it merely rendered her less disagreeable to Mo Lang, without evoking any feelings of affection. In contrast, he found himself more attracted to the strikingly beautiful Zhu Shiqing, whose cold demeanor was captivating, albeit her words were few. Nonetheless, if Dai Mubai failed to appreciate her, Mo Lang would not mind taking this feline-like girl for himself. As he pondered this, Mo Lang turned to look behind him, only to find Zhu Shiqing had silently appeared, her icy gaze fixed upon Dai Mubai. "Are you two going to register or not? If not, please step aside." The old man's voice snapped Mo Lang back to reality. He felt a sharp pain in his waist and turned to see Xiao Wu fiercely pinching him. "We will register together," Tang San declared, retrieving 30 gold soul coins to place in the wooden box. "Wait, just the 2 of you should register. I do not need to," Mo Lang insisted, suppressing his discomfort as he intercepted Tang San and returned 10 gold soul coins to him. "Brother Lang, you're not registering?" Tang San asked, perplexed by Mo Lang's intentions. "If you don't register, then neither will I," Xiao Wu interjected, unwilling to part ways with Mo Lang after spending so much time together. "Of course I will register. But unlike you, I have my own reasons. You go ahead and register, and soon you will understand," Mo Lang replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. "Hurry up if you intend to register. Do not dawdle," the old man said impatiently, casting a meaningful glance at Mo Lang. "All right, teacher," Tang San responded, respecting Mo Lang's silence and reached out to the old man. Soon, both Tang San and Xiao Wu completed their tests successfully, followed by Zhu Shiqing, who was also allowed in by Dai Mubai. "Kid, aren't you registering?" the old man inquired, curiosity piqued as he noticed Mo Lang was the last remaining. Under normal circumstances, he would not have bothered to ask, but Mo Lang exuded an aura that was particularly intriguing, especially his seemingly clear and bright eyes, which, upon closer inspection, held an unfathomable depth. "Register? Naturally, I wish to, but I am over 13 years of age. I am not a student, but rather a teacher at Shrek Academy," Mo Lang declared confidently, meeting the old man's gaze with a smile. "Child, do your family members know you are here?" the old man inquired with a mix of pity and concern upon hearing Mo Lang's words. Recognizing the old man's condescension, Mo Lang's lips twitched in annoyance. However, he understood, if he were in the old man's position, he would likely disregard a young boy aspiring to be a teacher at Shrek Academy as nothing more than a joke. With no other recourse, Mo Lang revealed his soul rings. Just as the old man was about to turn away, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of soul power. He paused, eyes widening in shock as he turned back. 4 radiant 10,000-year soul rings materialized behind Mo Lang, revealing that this boy, seemingly under 15, was indeed a soul scholar. Furthermore, the richness of his soul power surpassed that of an ordinary soul king, nearly rivaling that of a soul emperor. How on earth has this boy cultivated? The old man was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. 4 10,000-year soul rings defied the norms of rank, and despite being a peak soul scholar, his soul power was comparable to that of a typical soul emperor, truly a prodigy. A prodigy? Wasn't Shrek Academy precisely the place for such exceptional talents? If this boy were accepted into Shrek Academy, he, Li Yusong, could become the Academy's most distinguished enrollment officer. Gazing at Mo Lang, Li Yusong's eyes sparkled with greed. As long as this boy lived, he would undoubtedly rise to become one of the most prominent figures in the Douluo continent, destined to become a titled Douluo. Little did he know that years later, when reminiscing about the students he had recruited, who had all ascended to godhood, he would realize that being a titled Douluo was merely a minor achievement. Cough, young man, I see great potential in you, even though you are over 13. It is not a problem. Shrek Academy has never made exceptions, but today I shall make one for you. Do you wish to join Shrek Academy? Li Yusong coughed to mask his earlier laughs, striving to adopt a more amiable tone. I do not wish to. You do not wish to. Li Yusong was taken aback, having assumed Mo Lang would eagerly accept. After all, joining Shrek Academy was a dream for countless individuals. And he had made an exception for this boy, yet here he was, refusing. What level am I? Mo Lang paid no heed to Li Yusong's astonishment, instead posing a question to him. Although uncertain of the exact level, it was undeniable that he had reached the pinnacle of the Soul Sect. Initially perplexed by the inquiry, Li Yusong soon grasped its meaning. The standard graduation requirement for a typical Advanced Soul Master Academy is for students to attain level 30, and even then, they must be exemplary students. In contrast, Shrek Academy mandates a level of 40, even though Shrek Academy has doubled the difficulty. The individual before him had already achieved level 40, with soul power far surpassing that of the Soul Sect. Thus, there was no necessity for him to enroll in Shrek Academy. Coming to this realization, a sense of frustration washed over Li Yusong. Such an extraordinary talent not being his student was a lamentable oversight. Indeed, I have reached the realm of a level 49 soul sect, yet my soul power, as you can see, rivals that of an ordinary soul emperor. Shrek Academy can no longer impart anything of value to me. Hence, what purpose would there be in my becoming a student there? Mo Lang stated with neither arrogance nor humility. You speak truthfully. Your prowess is indeed comparable to mine. And Shrek Academy has little to teach you, Li Yusong acknowledged, his gaze towards Mo Lang brimming with curiosity. I anticipate your question. Here is a letter you may present to your dean. As for whether I am fit to be a teacher at Shrek Academy, that decision rests solely with him, Mo Lang declared, producing a letter from his right hand and handing it to Li Yusong. I can deliver this to our dean. But if you intend to leverage connections to secure a teaching position at Shrek Academy, rest assured, neither I nor any of the Academy's instructors will endorse such an endeavor, Li Yusong replied, his previously warm demeanor now turned cold as he accepted the letter. Are you suggesting that you wish to assess my true capabilities? Mo Lang glanced at Li Yusong, his mind conjuring the latter's basic profile. Li Yusong, martial spirit, dragon pattern staff, level 63 soul emperor. Indeed, while Shrek Academy may not possess the means to teach you, we must ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to become a teacher here. Given your current strength, Li Yusong candidly admitted, Shrek Academy is not only home to monstrous talents among its students, its instructors must also demonstrate respect-worthy strength, or they bear no right to teach. Then, young Mo Lang, martial spirit, Ruyi Golden Cudgel, level 49 soul sect, I implore you to enlighten me, Mo Lang proclaimed, revealing his 4,000-year soul rings as the Ruyi Golden Cudgel materialized in his grasp. Over 6 years, as Mo Lang's strength had continuously ascended, his mastery over the Ruyi Golden Cudgel had also grown increasingly refined. While he may not have achieved the unity of man and staff, he wielded it with considerable proficiency. The Ruyi Golden Cudgel? I did not anticipate your martial spirit to be a staff as well. It seems we share an affinity, Li Yusong remarked, astonished to see Mo Lang wielding a staff, before revealing his own martial spirit and level, the dragon pattern staff appearing in his hand. Wait, Li Yusong. Just as the two prepared to engage in battle, a resonant voice interrupted, and a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair and a goatee descended from the sky. Li Yusong looked up in surprise. The dean? At that moment, Dai Mubai arrived at the fourth trial alongside Xiao Wu, Tang San, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, having been exempted from the second and third trials. For individuals have arrived at the fourth trial this year. Zhao Wujin, the immovable king, awoke from his slumber, eyeing the quartet of young men and women with surprise. Dai Mubai introduced, Teacher Zhao. These four not only reached the fourth trial but were also exempted from the second and third tests. Hearing this, Xiao Wujin's eyes lit up as he rose from his seat, focusing intently on Tang San and his companions. For little monsters exceeding level 25. It seems luck is on our side this year. However, to join Shrek Academy, you must still pass the fourth trial. Since you are exempt from the second and third trials, I shall personally engage with you. Nonsense. At that moment, Flinder and Li Yusong approached Mo Lang. Their expressions stern as they admonished Xiao Wujin. Boss? Xiao Wujin looked at Flinder, who appeared different from usual, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. I will handle this as the Weisstein, Flinder declared. All right. You four need only endure for a stick of incense under Daimubai's watch. Yes. Although Tang San and his companions were unclear about the meaning, they were relieved at the prospect of not having to battle Xiao Wujin. Knowing they were no match for a soul sage, Xiao Wujin wished to voice further objections but swallowed his words upon meeting Flinder's gaze, standing aside to observe. Curious about Flinder's intentions. Soon, Daimubai resumed sparring with Tang San and his companions, during which Xiao Wujin approached Flinder, somewhat disgruntled, asking, Boss. It is evident that Daimubai is not a match for these four. Why do you prevent me? Because your opponent is not them, but this young man, Flinder explained, his gaze shifting to Mo Lang, who stood nearby. Him? What do you mean? You believe this lad is my match? Xiao Wujin sneered, casting an incredulous glance at Mo Lang. I could defeat 10 of such ineffectual youths. At that moment, Li Yusong, observing Xiao Wujin's arrogance, felt compelled to interject. However, recalling his recent defeat at Mo Lang's hands, he thought it wiser to let Xiao Wujin suffer a similar fate. Such is the nature of friendships, often delightfully treacherous. I believe in you, Flinder replied, nodding toward Xiao Wujin with trust, though his thoughts drifted back to that morning. Earlier that day, Flinder was tending to his shop when a tall figure cloaked in a robe appeared before him without a sound. Had it not been for the figure's imposing form blocking the light, Flinder would have remained oblivious to their presence. Who are you? Flinder exclaimed, startled. His gaze sharpening as he regarded the figure, instinctively channeling his soul power to its peak, watching the man with the black hood obscuring his face. It is I. The visitor pushed back the hood, revealing a weathered face and profound eyes. This was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Flinder's eyes widened momentarily before he quickly bowed respectfully. I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Haoyan. No need for excessive formalities. I have come to request your assistance. Tang Hao lowered his voice, sharing something with Flinder. Flinder listened attentively, his eyes occasionally flashing with surprise, and nodded to indicate his understanding once Tang Hao finished speaking. Very well, I will trouble you from now on, Tang Hao said, turning to leave. However, at the doorway, he paused to add, by the way, should that young man Mo Lang arrive at your academy, allow him to do as he pleases. His instructor is unfathomable. Mo Lang? Flinder furrowed his brow at the mention, pondering the identity of this individual. Could it be that young man? Flinder reminisced about the enigmatic youth he had encountered alongside Tang San. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to return and observe the disciple of someone so profound that even the esteemed Haoyan had remarked upon his inscrutable nature. After tidying up, Flinder closed the shop and made his way to Shrek Academy. He fortuitously stumbled upon Mo Lang and Li Yusong preparing for a duel. Flinder took the letter that Li Yusong handed him and noted that Yu Xiaojiang had emphasized not to interfere with Mo Lang, allowing him to act as he wished. This only heightened Flinder's curiosity about the youth and his unique attributes. As the situation unfolded, Li Yusong, disregarding the advice, insisted on testing his skills against Mo Lang with a staff. Consequently, he was sent flying by a single strike from Mo Lang, nearly shattering his dragon-patterned staff. Had Mo Lang not tempered his strength, that blow could have obliterated Li Yusong's martial soul and inflicted severe injury. Witnessing this, Flinder gasped in astonishment. This boy truly was a prodigy. As a soul emperor and a formidable assault soul master, Li Yusong was typically unassailable by his peers at the pinnacle of soul emperor rank. Yet, here he was, effortlessly dispatched by a mere soul zone. How remarkable was this boy's power? Even Li Yusong himself stared in shock at Mo Lang, pondering whether that strike exceeded 10,000 pounds of force. Typically, a soul zone's strength maxes out at around 1,000 pounds unless they possess exceptionally unique abilities. Achieving a force of 10,000 pounds would usually require at least the rank of Soul Saint or Soul Douluo. Not to mention, this boy seemed to rely solely on his physical prowess, devoid of any soul skills, to achieve such extraordinary strength. Was he naturally endowed with divine might? Following this confrontation, Li Yusong harbored no doubts regarding Mo Lang's combat capabilities and even felt a profound sense of trepidation. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable strength rendered him a veritable monster, more than qualified to teach at Shrek Academy. Bang! Returning to the present. Under the combined efforts of Tang San and his companions, it was not they who could endure for a mere incense stick's duration, but rather Dai Mubai who succumbed within that time frame. TSK, you are indeed remarkable. After being thrown by Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai rubbed his chest, gazing at the four in admiration. Well, their talents are on par with yours. Being able to withstand their onslaught for an incense stick's duration is commendable in itself. Flander nodded, evidently pleased with Tang San and his companions, stating, from this day forth, you are part of Shrek Academy. I hope you can coexist amicably. In the past, he would have lauded the four with more words, but after encountering Mo Lang, he felt that they still lacked something. Boss, when did your standards become so lofty? These four juniors possess talents far superior to ours. Why not say a few more words? Xiao Wu, also impressed by the performance of Tang San and his companions, looked puzzled at Flander, who seemed indifferent. They are indeed commendable, but compared to your opponent, they still fall short. Originally, Flander intended to say they were vastly inferior. But as the academy head, he felt it inappropriate to undermine his students' pride and quickly rephrased. My opponent? Xiao Wu frowned, glancing at Mo Lang, a hint of ire in his voice as he asked, Boss, what do you mean? You wouldn't actually want me to duel this kid, would you? Kid. Old Xiao. Do not underestimate him. He is here to apply for a teaching position at Shrek Academy, Flander provocatively remarked, seemingly eager to provoke Xiao Wu engage Mo Lang's limits. Teacher? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, are you joking? This boy wants to teach at our Shrek Academy? How old is he? Not even 20, I wager. If he can endure under my watch for an incense stick, I will gladly serve as his deputy. Hearing the exchange between Xiao Wu and Flander, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing gazed curiously at the handsome young man. Previously aware that Mo Lang had not enrolled as a student, they were now astonished to learn he was applying for a teaching position. It seemed outrageous. Could it be that such youth also wielded the power of a soul emperor? At that moment, Mo Lang was oblivious to their conversation. Upon Flander announcing that Tang San had officially become a student of Shrek Academy, the system's notification chime that had not sounded in 6 years echoed once more. Ding! Detection of Tang San's first enrollment at Shrek Academy has been confirmed. Fulfilling the sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Without hesitation, Mo Lang clicked yes, eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Rewards: enhanced version of the 4 Mischievous Monkeys gift pack. 3 Soul Douluo Peak Experience cards. Eye Technique. Insight. What a remarkable reward. The enhanced version of the 4 Mischievous Monkeys gift pack. Upon witnessing the first reward, Mo Lang could hardly maintain his composure. The Ultimate Mischief 4 Monkeys gift pack was already quite impressive, but one could only imagine the extraordinary nature of its enhanced version, which warranted the designation of enhanced. Gamers are well aware that any game boasting the term enhanced is likely to be exceptionally formidable. Take, for instance, the game Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. Those in the know will understand. However, before he could peruse the details of the enhanced Ultimate Mischief 4 Monkeys gift pack, the second reward captivated his attention once more. 3 Peak Experience cards for the title Douluo. Without needing to examine the description, Mo Lang instantly recognized the significance of these cards. They are an unparalleled tool for flaunting one's prowess and delivering resounding victories. Just imagine, in a life and death moment, suddenly wielding the strength of a peak title Douluo, who would dare challenge you in the Douluo continent? Regrettably, there were only 3 cards. How he wished there were several hundred instead. With a hint of disappointment, Mo Lang turned his gaze toward the third reward. Eye Technique, Insight. What could this be? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang's heart trembled. Although he had harbored some suspicions, the confirmation of such revelations was nonetheless profoundly impactful. Particularly astonishing was the discovery that this enhanced gift package contained a soul ring of an astonishing 40,000 years. What manner of soul beast could possibly yield such a soul ring? This thought filled Mo Lang with anticipation. Although it seemed that he would only uncover the answer upon reaching the rank of title Douluo. Until then, he could only acquire the 4 preceding decade-long soul rings. Suppressing his curiosity, Mo Lang examined the title Douluo Pinnacle Experience card. It granted the user the temporary prowess of a title Douluo at its zenith. Duration, 10 minutes. After effects. Depending on the user's rank, there would be a period of immobility, currently, for hours of immobility. Indeed, there were constraints in after effects. Yet 10 minutes would suffice to address the majority of individuals on the Douluo continent, and he could also seek refuge in a secure location. Mo Lang was not disheartened. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. With this Douluo Peak Experience card in hand, he felt that he could effortlessly navigate the duality of ice and fire in Dugabo's eyes. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my presence, I shall gladly serve as your vice president, Xiao Wu remarked, raising his voice upon seeing Mo Lang lost in thought, indifferent to his words. Mo Lang was jolted back to reality by the voice of Xiao Wu. Although he had not been paying attention, he had overheard the conversation between Flinder and Xiao Wu. He had always known of Xiao Wu's fiery temperament. Yet he did not anticipate such domineering behavior. Flinder, evidently, sought to gauge his own capabilities through Xiao Wu. Had this encounter occurred earlier, he might have faced defeat against Xiao Wu. However, with the Pinnacle Experience card of a title Douluo now in hand, even Bibi Dong would find herself at a disadvantage. The position of Vice Dean? What significance does the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy hold? Do you believe that with just a word? I could make the Dean bow to my will. Mo Lang was reluctant to squander the Supreme Experience card of the Douluo continent on Xiao Wu. His confidence in securing the position of director stemmed from the fact that Flinder was right by his side. Huh, you're quite young yet your bravado is impressive. Do you intend to challenge my boss? Xiao Wu responded with a smirk rather than anger. If you manage to become the director, I shall call you boss from then on. However, should you fail to attain that position, you'll be stuck here cleaning the restroom. What do you say? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang turned to Flander and remarked, I am aware that Shrek Academy is not affluent. Yet it is simply impractical to nurture such a multitude of extraordinary beings without financial resources. Furthermore, I am not involved in the affairs of the Academy. I merely hold the position of honorary dean, so you may proceed as you see fit. The sudden appearance of 100,000 gold soul coins before everyone was undoubtedly a significant shock for Flander, a man who cherished wealth above all. If he truly desired to amass riches, acquiring such a sum would be effortless for him. However, had he genuinely pursued that route, Shrek Academy would have long since thrived and achieved greatness once more. Mo Lang keenly grasped this opportunity and intended to secure the position of honorary dean with a substantial sum of money, simultaneously intending to enhance the living and dining conditions for both Xiao Wu and himself. When Flander laid eyes on the 100,000 gold soul coins, his gaze became fixed, and he could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, Do you take me, Flander, for a person easily swayed by money? It shall be 200,000. Mo Lang waved his hand once more, and the small mountain of golden soul coins before him doubled in size. No way. 300,000. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Mo Lang. Observing the struggle in the other's eyes, smiled gently and remarked, This must be the final enrollment for Shrek, right? I believe you would not wish for these budding geniuses to be hindered in their development due to financial constraints. I am aware of your formidable strength and your ability to safeguard them, yet insufficient nutrition could lead to significant risks in their future growth. Mo Lang's words pierced Flander as heart like sharp arrows, leaving him unable to retort. He cast a deep glance at Mo Lang, whose playful yet confident smile made him feel as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. This sensation irked him. Yet the truth of Mo Lang's assertions resonated deeply within him. Boss, you can't seriously be considering acquiescing to him, can you? Xiao Wu exclaimed, flustered. He was acutely aware of Flander's character, and every word from this young man was undeniably reasonable, leaving him no choice but to feel anxious. Rest assured. You know well what kind of person I am, Flander assured Xiao Wu with a reassuring gaze, then turned to Mo Lang and declared, I, Flander, have always upheld my principles with unwavering integrity. I relinquished the position of dean not for the mere trifling sum of 300,000 gold soul coins, but because I see in you the spirit of my youth, handsome, charismatic, and affluent. Xiao Wu, Li Yusong, and Tang San, among others, responded, with that shoehorn-shaped face and your miserly demeanor, How can you possibly claim to embody the essence of being handsome, charismatic, and affluent? Boss, even if you were to concede the dean's position to this fellow, I would still refuse to acknowledge him as dean. Xiao Wu understood that he could not sway Flanders' determination. He turned to Mo Lang and remarked, "You're not actually intimidated, are you? Huh? Do you think your provocation would have any effect on me?" Mo Lang replied disdainfully, eyeing Xiao Wu, who stood a head shorter than him, with a cold smirk. "However, if you insist on becoming my subordinate, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly activated the Tidal Douluo Peak experience card. In an instant, he felt his soul power surging within him, ascending to the zenith of Tidal Douluo's prowess. As he sensed the immense soul energy coursing through his body, he clenched his fist, feeling as though he could shatter the very fabric of reality with a single blow. Simultaneously, the people surrounding him were rendered speechless, crushed under the weight of the soul power emanating from Mo Lang. Particularly, Tang San and his companions wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces contorted with pain, struggling to resist the urge to kneel in reverence. Fortunately, Mo Lang promptly reined in this overwhelming pressure, allowing them to exhale in relief, though, even for that fleeting moment. Sweat had already drenched their backs. Is this the aura of a Tidal Douluo? Xiao Wu and Flinder widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this boy, barely 15 years of age, was indeed a Tidal Douluo. Moreover, judging by the intensity of his aura, it was evident he was no ordinary Tidal Douluo. Even the Pope seemed to lack the formidable presence he exuded. Especially for Xiao Wu, regret coursed through him. He wished he could slap himself twice for his folly. How could he have ignored the warnings? Faced with a Tidal Douluo, he had dared to provoke him. Yet, Mo Lang had already turned to him, a teasing glint in his eyes as he said, "Come on, I'm in a hurry." Xiao Wu swallowed hard, casting a desperate glance at Flinder. "I'm not your boss. Your superior is now Director Mo." Flinder replied with a tone of righteous indignation. Xiao Wu sighed, "Fine, as long as you can endure for 5 minutes in my hands. We shall consider this matter settled." Mo Lang waved his hand, eagerly anticipating a demonstration of his current prowess. "Let us begin," he declared. Xiao Wu, confronted with Mo Lang's assertiveness, felt a twinge of embarrassment wash over his weathered visage. Yet, recognizing the inevitability of the confrontation, he resolved to exert his utmost effort to gauge the disparity between himself and the Tidal Douluo. A series of resounding clangs echoed as 7 resplendent spirit rings materialized behind Xiao Wu, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Empowered by these formidable rings, his stature and musculature surged, transforming him into a veritable behemoth, akin to a raging bear. Unmoving king body, mighty diamond palm, enhanced gravity, target tracking, gravity compression, mighty diamond roar, true martial soul. In an instant, all 7 spirit rings blazed to life simultaneously, and Xiao Wu surged towards Mo Lang, determined to seize the initiative in this battle. With a thunderous impact, he lunged. In response, Mo Lang merely raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Wu's face. The sound echoed sharply. All of Xiao Wu's formidable attacks were rendered utterly futile by this singular blow, sending him hurtling through the air, spinning uncontrollably before crashing to the ground. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers absorbed the scene. Was this the might of a Tidal Douluo? To send a soul saint flying with a single slap was nothing short of terrifying. As Xiao Wu landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his left cheek now swollen and bruised, casting a reproachful glance at Mo Lang. Witnessing this, Flinder could not help but swallow hard. The strike had marred Xiao Wu's already unremarkable features even further. However, it appeared that Mo Lang had shown a modicum of restraint. Otherwise, Xiao Wu's teeth would surely have been compromised. It seemed this young man harbored a vengeful spirit, strategically targeting faces. "Do you understand why I struck your face?" Mo Lang inquired, gazing intently at Xiao Wu. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Mo Lang answered himself. "I have but one grandfather, and that is old Jack. I would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dares to claim such a title in my presence. This slap serves merely as a lesson, should there be a next time. Regardless of who it may be, the outcome will be singular, death." Mo Lang's words were delivered with such commanding authority that they rendered everyone present utterly speechless. Yet, it was precisely this declaration that revealed to the assembly that Mo Lang was a person of profound emotions. "I apologize." Upon hearing Mo Lang's statement, Xiao Wu who had harbored resentment, immediately rose and bowed respectfully in contrition. After all, it was he who had instigated the provocation. Moreover, his reckless words had offended someone dear to Mo Lang, thus the slap he received was well-deserved. This matter is settled. There are still over 4 minutes remaining. So let us continue, Mo Lang remarked, gesturing dismissively. Xiao Wuji had initially thought the incident would conclude there, only to realize that he was still to face further consequences, leaving him feeling more miserable than if he had swallowed filth. The reason Mo Lang was not yet finished with Xiao Wuji was due to the insight skill he had employed earlier, which revealed the physical flaws within Xiao Wuji's body. More importantly, there was a detailed annotation accompanying this revelation, indicating that the 9-9 return hammer technique could remedy and enhance these deficiencies. This implied that the 9-9 return hammer technique could not only be utilized to forge divine artifacts but also to refine the physical body. With this thought, an audacious idea blossomed in Mo Lang's mind. If the 9-9 return hammer technique could indeed be used to hone the physical form, could it not be possible to achieve a corporeal hardness rivaling that of divine artifacts? Could he attain the realm of divinity through the physical body? Please, I implore you for recommendations. I seek your collections. My heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed Wu Yinzu and Wang Zuxian. Wang Zuxian, my goddess. The update will now occur once in the early morning, providing a boon for night owls, and once again at noon. Chapter 33. Did Teacher Zhao get beaten to a pulp? Seeking free recommendations. It was for this very reason that Mo Lang wished to use Xiao Wuji as an experimental subject. After all, the Eye of Insight had indicated that the 9-9 return hammer technique could indeed enhance the physical body. As long as he moderated his strength, success was assured. However, he was uncertain whether Xiao Wuji could withstand 10 punches. Among those present, only Xiao Wuji was on a defensive power path and capable of enduring the force of Mo Lang's punches in a controlled state. Do not move. Everything I am about to do is for your own good, Mo Lang cautioned, hoping to keep Xiao Wuji at ease. He feared that any sudden movement might lead to an awkward miscalculation on his part. Xiao Wuji was perplexed, 3 question marks hovering above his head. What did this mean? Did he expect him to stand still and endure the blows? Even if he were a titled Douluo, such treatment seemed excessively cruel. Yet, Xiao Wuji understood that any resistance would be futile. As the adage goes, if one cannot resist, one must learn to embrace the experience. As Mo Lang observed that Xiao Wuji had become immobile, he immediately began to strike Xiao Wuji's corporeal form, step by step, guided by the insights of the Eye of Insight. Each punch elicited agonized howls from Xiao Wuji, oh, as he succumbed to the torment. Yet, inexplicably, following the pain, waves of exquisite comfort and tingling sensations coursed through his entire being, prompting involuntary moans of pleasure. However, another punch swiftly followed, resulting in sounds that would make anyone blush. Oh. This perplexed Flander, Xiao Wu, and the others who were watching, astonished by the rapid transition from excruciating pain to blissful ecstasy. Could it be that Xiao Wuji harbored masochistic tendencies? With one final strike remaining, it promised to be profoundly beneficial. As Mo Lang unleashed the 9th punch, he offered a warning to Xiao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji immediately steeled himself, preparing to face this final blow. Although he could not comprehend how his opponent had achieved it, he distinctly felt his physical strength augmenting after enduring these blows. It seemed as though every muscle in his body had become significantly more resilient. Thus, he cast aside all doubts and suspicions. He sensed that if he could withstand this last punch, his corporeal form would undoubtedly be stronger than ever before. He was uncertain of the extent of this enhancement, but he was certain it would astonish him. Bang! When the 10th punch struck Xiao Wuji, he was immediately overwhelmed by its force, which felt greater than the cumulative impact of the previous 9 punches. More crucially, this 10th punch appeared to activate the residual energy left by the previous blows, causing every muscle in his body to feel as though it were tearing apart. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were being ripped asunder, enduring an excruciating torment. Had it not been for the numbing sensation that followed the first 9 punches, he might have doubted whether his opponent intended to end his life. Roar! Xiao Wuji struggled to suppress his voice, yet the agony was unbearable, compelling him to emit a low growl. As he roared, a foul black substance oozed from every pore of his body, prompting Xiao Wu and the others to retreat hastily. Nearby, Flanders, witnessing Xiao Wuji's condition, felt the urge to intercede but quickly swallowed his words. He understood that this repugnant black substance was a manifestation of impurities expelled from the body. The more expelled, the healthier the body would become. This state of Xiao Wuji persisted for approximately 3 minutes, culminating in a sigh of relief. as if to announce that he had completed his ordeal. "Thank you, Your Excellency." This time, Xiao Wuji knelt on one knee before Mo Lang. For only he comprehended the profound significance of those 10 punches. "Stay away from me. Your stench is overwhelming." Mo Lang felt a sense of relief, thankful that this ominous black substance only appeared after the battle. Otherwise, he would have been too apprehensive to engage. "Indeed, I shall take a bath now, and then pay my respects to your majesty." Xiao Wujing, genuinely impressed, heeded Mo Lang's words without hesitation, promptly rising to wash up. To be frank, he felt nauseated from the lingering stench. Big brother Dai, does teacher Xiao have a masochistic tendency? He was beaten so severely that he nearly lost his composure, yet he still kneels in gratitude to his opponent? Oscar whispered to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's lips twitched, refraining from answering as Xiao Wujing shot him a fierce glare. "I have a grand sausage," Oscar remarked, his scalp prickling as he took out his large sausage, wearing a sycophantic smile while suppressing the foul odor as he approached Xiao Wujing. "Teacher Xiao, children speak without restraint. Would you care for a sausage to aid in your recovery?" "Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. Once I finish my bath, I'll deal with you." Xiao Wujing shot Oscar a venomous look, warning him not to imply any weakness. Flander observed Xiao Wujing, who was usually stubborn and unyielding, even toward the Pope of the Spirit Hall, now behaving humbly like an eager disciple before Mo Lang. He realized that Mo Lang must have conferred significant benefits upon Xiao Wujing. Though he was tempted to ask Xiao Wujing for clarification, he hesitated, not wanting to leave Mo Lang unattended. After all, he was a prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of title Douluo in his teenage years. "All right. I too feel a bit fatigued. Please tidy up a room for me. I shall take a nap. No one is to disturb me until I awaken." Mo Lang glanced at the time remaining on his experience card and waved his hand, signaling Flandre to lead the way. "Very well, Your Majesty. Please follow me," Flandre replied, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. He found a somewhat spacious room for Mo Lang to settle in before promptly seeking out Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wu and Tang San trailed behind, eager to inquire about Mo Lang's condition. However, he remained reticent, instructing Tang San to wait outside while Xiao Wu kept him company. Tang San observed Mo Lang's increasingly feeble state with concern, yet, noticing his silence, chose not to press further. After all, he had grown accustomed to the peculiar events surrounding Mo Lang. His sole responsibility now was to vigilantly guard the door. "Are you all right, Lang? Please don't frighten me," Xiao Wu said, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Mo Lang, who had grown more frail while resting against her lap. "I'm fine. Just need a few hours of rest." "Please, don't cry," he reassured her. Mo Lang rested his head on Xiao Wu's soft, elongated legs, inhaling the pure fragrance that emanated from her. Gradually succumbing to the after-effects of his experience card, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Observing that Mo Lang was genuinely asleep, Xiao Wu felt her previously anxious heart begin to settle as she gazed quietly at his handsome features. However, as she watched, Mo Lang turned over, positioning himself to face her. Unbeknownst to him, his hand inadvertently landed on Xiao Wu's petite, curvaceous form. What a rogue! Even in slumber, he cannot behave himself. A rosy hue immediately grazed Xiao Wu's fair cheeks, yet she made no move to remove his hand. Instead, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with unease. Later, Flinder, under the duress of Mo Lang's eviction order, arrived at Xiao Wujia's residence. "I love to bathe. My skin is splendid," he thought. Upon reaching the door, he could hear Xiao Wujia singing a crude tune while scrubbing himself, the gruffness of his voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. "Cease your singing. Others charge for their melodies. Yet you sing for your life." Flinder banged on the door. With a splash, the door swung open, and a bucket of murky water was doused over Flinder. "Oh, is that you, Flinder? What brings you to my abode?" Xiao Wujia, wrapped in a towel, feigned innocence as he surveyed Flinder, now drenched in bathing water. "Xiao Wujia, have you lost your mind? How dare you drench your superior?" Flinder exclaimed, retching at the foul stench wafting from the water. "Superior? My current superior is Director Mo. Who are you?" Xiao Wujia clearly still harbored resentment towards Flinder for his previous sycophantic behavior. "You. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall no longer be called Flinder." Flinder, humiliated and furious, charged at Xiao Wujia, disregarding the unpleasant odor clinging to him, though only 2 levels higher. As a formidable 78th level soul sage, he knew that the gap in strength between ranks widened significantly as one advanced, particularly after reaching the title Douluo stage. "Come at me then. I fear no one." Surprisingly, Xiao Wujia stood his ground, his soul power radiating a formidable presence that matched Flinder's. When did you break through? Flinder halted, astonished at Xiao Wu's newfound strength. Huh. I owe it all to my new brother's 10 punches, which not only fortified my physique but also healed lingering injuries, allowing me to ascend 2 levels. Xiao Wu crossed his arms, showing no inclination to engage with Flinder, not out of sentimentality, but because he had just bathed, while Flinder reeked. Is that truly the case? You endured a beating and emerged healed, even achieving a breakthrough? Flinder could hardly believe such an oddity existed in this world. Disbelieve, if you will. Once the pain subsides, I shall seek my superior for another round. Xiao Wu amused at the thought of suffering another beating to attain further strength. The discomfort seemed trivial compared to the prospect of advancing to the Douluo realm. Farewell. Convinced of Xiao Wu's sincerity, Flinder departed hastily. He was a 78th level soul sage, and 2 more levels would elevate him to the illustrious rank of Douluo. Although a soul sage was powerful, it paled in comparison to the might of a Douluo, an unbridgeable chasm despite appearing to be merely a single soul ring's difference and an additional soul skill. As she cradled the slumbering Mo Lang, Xiao Wu was suddenly struck by a thought that filled her with trepidation. This secret was known only to her, and she had not revealed it even to Mo Lang, not from a lack of desire, but from a lack of opportunity. More importantly, she dreaded the thought of her identity leading to a separation from Mo Lang, a fate she could not bear. She had become accustomed to his presence in her life. Yet, the truth of her being a soul beast would be discernible upon reaching the Soul Douluo stage, and with Mo Lang's recent display of title Douluo prowess. Did it not imply that he had already unraveled her secret? How then could she face him afterward? Xiao Wu, no matter what happens, do not leave me, all right? At that moment, Mo Lang murmured in his sleep, tightening his embrace around her, tears escaping the corners of his eyes, as if he were dreaming of something distressing. Only old Jack knew that beneath Mo Lang's seemingly carefree exterior lay a heart that was remarkably sensitive. Having grown up without parents in 2 lifetimes, he cherished every precious bond more than anyone else, especially after 6 years of companionship with Xiao Wu, though they had never crossed the boundary of friendship. He found himself more reliant on her than she realized. Hearing Mo Lang's sudden declaration, Xiao Wu understood he was speaking in his dreams. Yet, witnessing the tears in his eyes tugged at her heartstrings, causing her heart to race. The uncertainty she felt moments ago transformed into sweetness and joy in that instant. She recognized her profound love for him. With deep affection, she gazed at Mo Lang, gently wiping the tears from his eyes, and softly reassured him, "Fear not, Lang. Unless you wish it otherwise, I shall never leave your side." Indeed, in that moment, she resolved to wait for Mo Lang to awaken and reveal her true identity. Regardless of the outcome, she was prepared to accept it. Afternoon. A considerable crowd had gathered at Mo Lang's doorstep. However, Mo Lang remained in slumber, and they dared not disturb him. Consequently, Tang San, stationed at the entrance, was incessantly bombarded with inquiries. Yet Tang San possessed little knowledge and was even less inclined to share, which only served to heighten the curiosity of Flanders, Xiao Wu, and the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Dai Mubai, regarding Mo Lang. How could a title Douluo barely under the age of 15 have honed his skills? Across the entirety of Douluo continent, no one had achieved such a feat. The previous youngest title Douluo was none other than Tang San's father, who attained this status in his 40s, a staggering 30 years apart from Mo Lang, who became a title Douluo at the tender age of 13 and a half. This stark contrast underscored the unprecedented nature of Mo Lang's prodigious abilities. Just then, the door creaked open, and Mo Lang along with Xiao Wu emerged from their quarters. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened. I trust your health is intact?" As soon as Mo Lang appeared, Flinder approached him with a sycophantic demeanor and inquired, "Is everything all right? Where is the kitchen? Little Wu is hungry. I shall prepare dinner." Mo Lang shook his head and directed his gaze towards Tang San, saying, "Little San, please procure some ingredients. Since we are all here, it would be wise to buy more." "Understood, Brother Lang," Tang San replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of Brother Lang personally cooking. He dashed towards Soto City, fully aware of Brother Lang's culinary prowess. "Boss, given your esteemed status as a noble, how can you deign to cook for us? We have chefs at our disposal," Xiao Wu interjected immediately. "Humph. Your chefs cannot compare to Lang's skills. The dishes he prepares are the finest delicacies in the Douluo continent," Little Wu proudly exclaimed as she linked her arm with Mo Lang's. "Since it is a privilege to partake in the food prepared by your Highness, it is indeed an honor for us," Flinder remarked, unable to refuse Little Wu's sentiment. He resolved in his heart that, no matter how unpalatable the food might be. He would extol it with praise. Your Highness, I have an unusual request, Flinders said, somewhat bashfully. Might I ask for you to strike me once? Upon hearing this, aside from Xiao Wujin and Mo Lang, the others were left in stunned silence. What kind of academy is this? The vice principal and former principal both seemed to harbor a penchant for masochism. Observing Xiao Wujin's expression, it appeared he was leaning towards asking, Your Highness, could you strike me once more? Their worldviews were teetering on the brink of collapse. Whatever happened to the ruthless and aloof Xiao Wujin? What about the cunning and proud Flinder? In front of a teenager who was a titled Douluo, they were begging for punishment. How had the situation devolved into this? That is not permissible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang shifted the topic and remarked, If things go well, I wouldn't mind giving you a good thrashing. Absolutely. We shall ensure the completion of the task assigned. They responded eagerly. Moreover, safeguarding the student's safety is, after all, our duty as educators. Upon hearing this twist in the situation, Flinder and Xiao Wujin immediately agreed. To the three of them, this exchange seemed entirely reasonable, yet to Dai Mubai and the others, it was utterly disheartening. What the hell does if things go well mean? Are you implying that if I fail, you will spare me? More importantly, Xiao Wujin and Flinder appeared to take great pride in the prospect, even seeming impatient to be thrashed. Was this not a bit absurd? Do you possess any sense of decency? Mother, I wish to withdraw from school. Lang, are you going out? Where to? I want to go too. As soon as Xiao Wu learned that Mo Lang was about to leave, seemingly for an extended period, she immediately clamored to accompany him to a perilous place. And even I cannot guarantee your safety. Please stay here and wait for my return, will you? Mo Lang was preparing to venture into the realm of the ice and fire duality eyes, his heart already aflame with desire for the myriad celestial treasures within. However, he chose not to take Xiao Wu along, for he was not a true title Douluo, even when faced with the poisoned Douluo. He could only feign bravado for a mere 10 minutes. Rest assured, I shall return to you at the swiftest pace, he assured her. Upon seeing Xiao Wu's eyes glisten with tears, Mo Lang gently placed his hand atop her head, offering a tender gesture before softly saying, Be good and obedient. I shall bring you a gift upon my return. What do you think? I do not want a gift. I only wish for your safe return, Xiao Wu replied, gazing deeply into his eyes. A sense of foreboding stirred within her, yet the thought of Mo Lang's strength reassured her of his ability to safeguard himself. Still, she felt a tinge of melancholy and loss. The gap in their powers was widening, prompting her to ponder whether she should strive harder in her own cultivation. If she did, perhaps he would not have to face such perilous journeys alone. With this thought, Xiao Wu seemed to mature slightly. Her gaze firming as she looked at Mo Lang and declared, You must swear to return unscathed. Indeed, Mo Lang. Thou to return safe, and sound to my most enchanting and delightful Xiao Wu, he replied with a smile, raising 3 fingers. If I fail to do so, then I shall. Xiao Wu shot him a disapproving glance, unwilling to entertain such ominous words. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed Mo Lang's affectionate demeanor, and then glanced at the charming Dai Mubai, feeling an inexplicable annoyance grow within her. Dai Mubai, admiring Mo Lang's finesse with women, suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine as he sensed Zhu Zhuqing's disdain toward him intensifying. Resolving to seek Mo Lang's guidance on the art of romance upon his return, he recognized that his own superficial charm would not suffice to win back Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Nearby, Ning Rongrong watched the impressive, handsome, and affluent Mo Lang, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes as she mused to herself that only such an exceptional man deserved her stature. Oscar, noticing Ning Rongrong's unwavering gaze fixed on Mo Lang, resolved to shave his beard the following day, determined to demonstrate that he too possessed an undeniable charm. As for Xiao Wujie and Flinder, they feigned ignorance, their thoughts already drifting to the moment when Mo Lang would return and inevitably deliver a lesson to them. Before long, Tang San returned with the necessary ingredients. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang was summoned to the rooftop by Xiao Wu. This left him feeling rather embarrassed, after all. Being on the rooftop in the dead of night was undeniably exhilarating. Lang, there is something I have concealed from you for quite some time, and I have now resolved to reveal it. Xiao Wu struggled for a while before finally mustering the courage to speak. Upon observing Xiao Wu's solemn demeanor, Mo Lang also quelled his smile and inquired earnestly, "What is the matter?" "I am, in fact, a humanoid reincarnation of a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit." Xiao Wu revealed without hesitation, her secret spilling forth in one breath, before she cautiously scrutinized Mo Lang's expression. "Is that all?" Mo Lang expressed his surprise at Xiao Wu confiding such a matter to him, yet he recognized that her willingness to share this truth required considerable courage. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "I already knew. You disclosed it in your sleep." "Ah, I revealed it in my sleep?" Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. Had she truly spoken in her slumber? "Wait, now is not the time to ponder her nocturnal utterances," she cautiously asked. "So, you do not mind that I was once a rabbit?" Mo Lang chuckled softly, gazing at Xiao Wu's adorable visage. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Did you not hear how old Jack referred to me? He called me a little rascal, and I, too, am but a little rascal. How could I possibly mind that you are a rabbit?" Xiao Wu, upon hearing Mo Lang's comforting words, felt as though she might melt into his embrace. She tilted her head and leaned closer to Mo Lang's lips. The next day, before dawn broke, Mo Lang quietly rose while Xiao Wu remained in slumber. Making his way alone to the sunset forest, he wished to spare her the pain of witnessing his departure. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed the door, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, gazing at the empty room, and murmured, "Mo Lang, I will wait for your return. Please be safe." The night prior, Mo Lang had been taken aback by Xiao Wu's bold kiss. However, upon experiencing the softness of her delicate lips, his mind went blank, despite having lived 2 lives. It was his first kiss, his inaugural kiss across both lives. In the throes of oblivion, his hands instinctively moved upward, causing Xiao Wu to awaken abruptly. Her face flushed with shyness as she looked at him. "Mo Lang, we are still young. Should we not wait a little longer?" Seeing Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks, Mo Lang regained his senses. Even though Xiao Wu had matured remarkably, their ages were a barrier he could not cross. "Xiao Wu, I apologize. It was unintentional. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. During the confrontation between Mo Lang and Xiao Wu Ji, the already loosened bottleneck became even more tenuous. Following the unexpected loss of his first kiss to Xiao Wu last night, Mo Lang engaged in a brief period of cultivation, resulting in a seamless breakthrough to level 50. He simultaneously acquired the inaugural soul ring from the enhanced Mixed World 4's Grand Gift Package, a 100,000-year-old Lingming Stone Monkey soul ring. Upon absorbing this soul ring, Mo Lang's strength ascended to the realm of a level 53 Soul King. He also gained his first offensive soul skill, Shatter Sky Staff. Shatter Sky Staff. This skill unleashes an astonishing 500% critical damage, disregarding all of the opponent's external defensive abilities. As any seasoned player knows, bypassing all external defenses equates to inflicting true damage upon the target. Consequently, the adversary can only rely on their physical strength to withstand this strike. Defensive weapons and barriers prove ineffective unless they directly enhance corporeal strength and resilience. Otherwise, under Mo Lang's Shatter Sky Staff, they are rendered utterly futile. One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer dominance of this skill, which aptly aligns with the illustrious title of the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. In addition to this, Mo Lang also acquired the second skill from the 100,000-year soul ring, Celestial Shift. Celestial Shift. This ability allows instantaneous relocation to any position within a specified range. Currently set at 50 kilometers, which will expand with the increase in strength. The cooldown period is 5 minutes. Upon witnessing this skill, Mo Lang was filled with exuberance. With this ability, he need not worry about managing the aftermath of using the experience card. He can simply teleport away. Moreover, post-usage of the experience card, the distance of this teleportation would only extend further, potentially allowing him to directly transport to the Shrek Academy. The 7th sign-in point marked Tang San's initial acquisition of an external soul bone, suggesting that this reward is likely related to soul bones as well. However, the nature of the soul bone awarded remains a mystery. As Mo Lang raced towards the sunset forest, his mind was preoccupied with the location for his 6th sign-in. According to the narrative, Tang San would venture into the Stardoe Forest upon Oscar's breakthrough to level 30, where he would vanquish the man-faced demon spider to obtain an external soul bone. He had only 5 or 6 days to spare, yet that was ample time for a round trip. Even if he encountered the formidable Douluo, armed with an experience card, he would surely emerge unscathed. Under the shimmering light of the celestial transformation, Mo Lang arrived at the Sunset Forest in merely half a day. Upon his arrival, he sensed an extraordinary presence. His second soul skill, Auspicious Avoidance, immediately detected a radiant area emanating a resplendent golden glow. However, one particular orb of light shone with exceptional brilliance, hinting at the existence of a remarkable treasure. Its location was near the ice and fire Yangyin Eye, though it appeared to be buried quite deeply. Could it be the remains of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? Or perhaps the soul bones they had dropped? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the soul bone of the 9 great dragon kings, an idea potent enough to drive one to madness. With an unobstructed path ahead, it appeared that Douluo was absent from the Sunset Forest, allowing Mo Lang to swiftly arrive at the steep valley. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt downwards. To mitigate any potential harm, he activated his divine protective aura, which absorbed most of the impact before he landed. Once steady on his feet, Mo Lang cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The area was teeming with exotic herbs, celestial medicinal materials, and deadly poisons. He licked his lips in excitement, swiftly gathering the precious flora and storing them in his void ring. The void ring, a divine soul-guiding artifact, impeccably preserved the vitality of these herbs. After completing this task, Mo Lang sensed the most radiant golden light emanating from beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, the distance was considerable, fortunately. He possessed the ability to traverse it in one leap. To enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, he needed to consume the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom, subsequently undergoing refinement to achieve a body impervious to fire and water. This undoubtedly posed a significant risk for Mo Lang. Should he choose not to pursue the soulbone, he could take advantage of Douluo's absence to harvest all the celestial medicinal materials and leave without even needing to use an experience card, if fortune favored him. Yet, the rarity of a soulbone, especially one that could potentially belong to one of the 9 great dragon kings, made it difficult for Mo Lang to walk away empty-handed. Alas, fortune favors the bold. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Even if he encountered Douluo, with his experience card as a title Douluo, he felt no fear. With a determined grit of his teeth, Mo Lang retrieved the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, consuming them promptly before plunging into the Eye of Ice and Fire. As he leapt into the depths, he immediately felt a clash of frigid currents and searing heat coursing through his body. Fortunately, he found some solace in the realization that these opposing forces were not as tyrannical as depicted in novels. Though uncomfortable, the sensations remained within the realm of his endurance. It appeared that the celestial energy he had absorbed over the years had fortified his physical constitution. Mo Lang mused to himself, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, never imagining that his inaugural experience of the duality of ice and fire would occur in such a place. After half a day, as he acutely sensed a diminishing discomfort in his body, he exhaled deeply and activated the stellar shift. In an instant, he found himself submerged beneath the spring. Unbeknownst to him, however, Douluo, whose toxins were on the verge of eruption, was hastily making his way to this very location. A surge of urgency propelled Douluo downward as he seated himself beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, utilizing its power to suppress the tumultuous toxins within him. Oblivious to the absence of the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, while he closed his eyes to contain the toxins, Mo Lang endured the rigorous tempering from the extreme cold and heat emanating from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Were it not for the herbal concoctions he had consumed, even with a peak experience card from a title Douluo, he would have been unable to withstand such forces. Before him lay the remnants of the 2 great dragon kings. In the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Mo Lang held his breath as he gazed upon the enormous dragon-shaped skeletons, which had presumably been entombed for countless years, yet still radiated a lustrous sheen, seemingly impervious to decay. Floating before these colossal remains was a sphere of golden light. Or rather, 2 spheres of golden light so closely aligned that they appeared as one. The once tranquil golden orbs began to tremble as Mo Lang descended, as though something within them were on the verge of breaking free. With the incessant oscillation of the golden spheres, the entire Sunset Forest began to tremble, and the waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire commenced to swirl in a vibrant dance. Alarmed, Mo Lang pondered the unsettling turn of events. Could it be that the 2 dragons beneath were still alive? Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Lang's face turned pale with astonishment, and he immediately turned back to swim away. For his skilled duo Xuanxing, he was still on cooldown. The 2 dragon kings possessed strength surpassing that of a title Douluo. Even with his experience card, he was no match for them. What was happening? The poisoned Douluo, who was suppressing the toxins within his body, abruptly opened his eyes upon sensing the tremors resonating throughout the sunset forest. To his astonishment, the spring water before him began to swirl, accelerating with each passing moment. Enduring the agony of the toxin's resurgence, he fled the scene, though he remained wary that the poisons and restorative herbs here might be destroyed. Thus he stood on the cliff, observing. Simultaneously, the tremors of the sunset forest drew the attention of the Tiando Empire, especially that of Qianrenxue, who was currently disguised as Shui Qinghe, arriving without delay. Such a commotion could only signal the emergence of a great treasure. Upon noticing the disturbances in the sunset forest, Qianrenxue ceased her cultivation and hastened towards the site. Boom. Shortly after Dong Gubo's arrival, a geyser, mixing the coldest and hottest waters, shot skyward. What in the world is happening? Has it truly erupted? As Dong Gubo pondered how this hot spring could transform into a geyser, a voice echoed from within the fountain, and a figure emerged, descending alongside the cascading waters. Roar! Roar! Before Dong Gubo could fully grasp the presence of a being within the ice-fire duality, two deafening roars reverberated throughout the sunset forest. The previously restless soul beasts were instantly paralyzed with fear, cowering on the ground. Dragon roars? Could there truly be dragons? Two of them. Upon hearing the dragon roars, Dong Gubo forgot his bewilderment regarding the appearance of a person within the ice-fire duality. This was a dragon, the most enigmatic and powerful race on the entire Douluo continent. Even he had never laid eyes on a dragon soul beast. The only connection he had with dragons was the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the three great clans. Yet, the blue lightning tyrant dragon was merely a martial spirit and not a true dragon. Could it be that these two dragons were indeed alive? Listening to the thunderous dragon roars echoing through the sunset forest, Mo Lang did not hesitate to activate his peak title Douluo experience card, allowing himself to float in the air, empowered by his profound soul force. Who dares disturb our eternal slumber? As the mist dissipated, two colossal figures appeared above the valley. One, a skeletal dragon wreathed in searing flames, spoke with an authoritative voice, its crimson eyes brimming with ferocity. The other, a skeletal dragon cloaked in ice armor resembling blue crystal, possessed blue pupils radiating a chilling luminescence. Both bore a golden glow hovering at their foreheads. Were these not physical forms, but rather the dragon souls of the two great dragon kings attached to the skeletal remains? Upon activating his insightful abilities, Mo Lang immediately encountered descriptions of the two great dragon kings. The soul of the fire dragon king, also known as the sacred dragon of fire element. It is the spirit that emerged after the fall of the fire dragon king, possessing the peak strength of a tidal Douluo. The soul of the ice dragon king, also referred to as the water dragon king. It can be called the sacred dragon of ice element or the sacred dragon of water element, representing the spirit that arose following the demise of the ice dragon king. Also possessing the pinnacle power of a tidal Douluo. The fire dragon king's soul bone, capable of becoming the external soul bone, the wings of the fire dragon king. The ice dragon king's soul bone, capable of transforming into the external soul bone, the wings of the ice dragon king. To his astonishment, Mo Lang discovered that the two golden orbs of light were indeed the soul bones left behind by the two great dragon kings, which could serve as external soul bones. It appears that his conjecture was accurate. These two golden treasures were undeniably the soul bones dropped by the two majestic dragon kings, although not mentioned in the first part. It is entirely reasonable. How could such formidable soul beasts fail to drop soul bones? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted after Mo Lang utilized the experience card. An aura of a peak tidal Douluo enveloped him like a beacon in the night, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook. This young man is indeed a tidal Douluo. Moreover, his presence evidently radiates the pinnacle of tidal Douluo power. Dugu Bo was astounded. The events of the day unfolded so unexpectedly that he found it difficult to comprehend. Not only had he witnessed the legendary bone dragon, but he also beheld a peak tidal Douluo. However, due to the overwhelming power emanating from the individual, Dugu Bo could barely discern his facial features. Yet he could ascertain that the figure appeared quite youthful. How could he not recall such a young peak tidal Douluo on the Douluo continent? Was he succumbing to the effects of his poison, creating illusions? As he pondered this, he instinctively stepped back, clearly recognizing that this was a battle beyond his capabilities. Though he too was a tidal Douluo, he was merely at level 92, a full 7 levels beneath the peak. creating a chasm of disparity that could easily spell doom. Meanwhile, the appearance of the two Dragon King's remnant souls caused many approaching soul masters to involuntarily halt their advance from a distance of 1,000 meters. Oh my! Is that a dragon? Unbelievable. I am witnessing dragons. Two, no less. This aura is such that even the Pope could hardly contend with it. Look! Is there not a figure standing before the bone dragon? That green-clad individual, is he not the poisoned Douluo? And who is that youthful lad? I wish to ask all esteemed readers, can we break into the top 50 of the new book rankings with 3 updates every day this week? If so, I vow to deliver 3 updates daily. I humbly request your recommendations. Additionally, I seek 5-star reviews from all esteemed authors. Just 2 words of encouragement would provide immense motivation for me. Chapter 38, 9th Soul Skill, Chaotic Demon Ape. Today, 5 updates. Second update. My heavens, this is indeed a titled Douluo, and his aura is on par with those 2 colossal dragons. Does anyone know who this person is? I may not know his identity, but it seems he intends to confront the 2 dragons single-handedly. Everyone was in a frenzy, especially upon witnessing Mo Lang summon his martial spirit, their eyes widening in astonishment, including that of the quietly arriving Shuai Qinghe. In the sky above, Mo Lang summoned the Ruyi Jingu Bang, his face brimming with the fervor of battle. With only 10 minutes remaining on his experience card, he knew he must act swiftly, especially as more and more individuals approached. Once his experience card expired, his situation would become increasingly perilous. Moreover, he relished the opportunity for a vigorous fight. His mighty staff was already eager for action, perhaps due to the nature of the mischievous 4 monkeys' martial spirit, or perhaps because of Mo Lang's innate combative disposition. His blood surged with excitement at this moment. Kid, I acknowledge your prowess. Even if you are a titled Douluo, daring to challenge both of us alone is rather audacious. Witnessing the human before him reveal his martial spirit, the Fire Dragon King could no longer contain his explosive temper. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. A colossal flame, 10 meters in diameter, erupted, instantly transforming the sky into a sea of fire, the scorching heat distorting the very air around them. Truly, he was a Dragon King, even as a remnant soul. The temperature was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate a low-ranking titled Douluo. Feeling the intense heat, Mo Lang's gaze sharpened. Just before the flames engulfed him, he enlarged his golden staff and bellowed, "Who do you think you are? Just a remnant soul, nothing more." Rather than retreating from the searing dragon breath, Mo Lang executed the technique of Do Zhuan Xing Yi once more, vanishing from his original position and evading the fiery onslaught. As the onlookers marveled at his sudden disappearance, Mo Lang reappeared behind the Fire Dragon King, raising his staff to deliver a fierce blow. Huh, kid, do you truly believe that your insignificant power could harm me? The Fire Dragon King, momentarily surprised by Mo Lang's vanishing act, soon wore a scornful expression as he sensed the soul power emanating behind him. As one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, even in skeletal form, he was comparable to divine artifacts, not easily shaken by an ordinary opponent. Unless, of course, his adversary wielded a divine artifact as well. In his comprehension, a mere stick did not qualify as such, and he had no time to evade. Break the heavens with one strike. As Mo Lang beheld the Fire Dragon King's audacious demeanor, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he unleashed his first attack soul skill without reservation. Boom. One could see Mo Lang's soul power surging as the other end of his Ruyi gold banded rod suddenly magnified, surpassing even the skeleton of the Fire Dragon King, casting a shadow that blotted out the sky, capable of obliterating the very earth. What in the world made it swell to such a colossal size? Under the astonished gaze of the Fire Dragon King, the now formidable Ruyi gold-banded rod descended with an unparalleled force. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the Fire Dragon King was struck by the rod, causing its entire form to plummet to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Lang had previously removed most of the celestial artifacts, or else those treasures would have undoubtedly been shattered upon collision with the Fire Dragon King's skeleton. What manner of martial soul is this? How could it expand to such dimensions? Could it possibly be some form of mutated martial soul? This lad possesses a terrifying strength, indeed. To strike down the Fire Dragon King with a single blow must require at least 10,000 pounds of force. By heavens, when did such a young prodigy emerge on the continent? Where do we, the old-timers, even stand in light of this? This scene utterly astonished everyone, including the Ice Dragon King and Dugubo, as their worldviews were completely reshaped. That wretched brat, you have successfully provoked my wrath. The Fire Dragon King soared back into the air, still reeling from the earlier impact, his head buzzing, making his ascent somewhat unsteady. This time he issued flames, opting instead to engage Mo Lang in close combat. Boom. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang, unwilling to squander any time, let out a commanding roar as 9 soul rings materialized behind him for black, for red, and 1 orange. Empowered by these 9 rings, he summoned the ability of the orange soul ring in an instant. In that moment, 4 colossal magical apes, seemingly alike yet distinctly different, appeared behind him. Terrifyingly, these 4 magical apes, comparable in size to the Fire Dragon King, simultaneously unleashed a thunderous howl towards the heavens, resulting in the convergence of 4 chaotic energies, which coalesced into an even more formidable chaotic ape, standing majestically amidst the cosmos. Upon the emergence of this chaotic magical ape, the sky grew dim, rendering the mountain-like Fire Dragon King as diminutive as a mere chick in comparison. This was the manifestation of Mo Lang's 9th soul ring. The chaotic magical ape, a force capable of slaying gods. The appearance of the chaotic magical ape once again astonished all present, even capturing the attention of every titled Douluo across the Douluo continent, particularly the radiant orange glow emanating from his 9th soul ring, which transcended the realm of 100,000-year soul rings. Moreover, it was noteworthy that all of this individual soul rings began at the 10,000-year mark, defying all logic. Could it be that he possessed twin martial souls? Only those with twin martial souls could achieve such feats. In that moment, everyone was overwhelmed by the sheer pressure, instinctively bowing to the ground, their very souls trembling. Boom. The sky was filled with the presence of the chaotic magical ape, its crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling coldness. It raised its colossal hand, obscuring the sun, and with a terrifying force that threatened to annihilate worlds, it brought its hand crashing down upon the 2 great dragon kings. How could this be possible? The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings gazed upon the chaotic magical ape, their voices trembling with fear. They sensed that even if they were to survive, they could not withstand this strike. This blow surpassed the might of a titled Douluo, capable of god-slaying. In that instant, they found themselves devoid of any desire to resist. They were as if locked in place, knowing that any attempts at defiance would be futile. Yet, the colossal hand that blotted out the sun abruptly halted above the 2 dragon kings, as Mo Lang's voice resonated. I do not wish to kill you. I only seek those 2 soul bones. If you are willing to relinquish the soul bones and guard the Ice and Fire Yin Yagais for me, I can spare your lives, allowing your lingering souls and remains to rest here undisturbed, free from any disturbance. Mo Lang initially contemplated vanquishing the 2 great dragon kings with a single strike, reducing them to mere ashes. However, upon reflection, he realized that their demise would also lead to the disappearance of the eyes of Ice and Fire, along with the cessation of the celestial treasures that thrived within. This thought filled him with a sense of regret. Moreover, he bore no profound enmity towards the 2 dragon kings. If he could harness their power to guard the eyes of Ice and Fire on his behalf, it would undoubtedly be a splendid arrangement. This week, I am committed to delivering 5 updates daily. The closer we get to the top of the new book rankings, the more frequent the updates will be. To my brothers urging for more chapters, I have achieved 5 updates. Now, it is in your hands. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 39. The 2 great dragon kings acknowledge their master. A shock across the continent. 3rd update. Seeking your support. The soul bone can be granted to you. But to expect us to acknowledge you as our master is but a dream. The Fire Dragon King conceded defeat, yet, bound by the pride of the dragon lineage, he would rather face total annihilation than submit to a mere human. Let me propose this. If, upon my ascension to divinity, I can grant you the opportunity to reconstruct your physical forms and return to life, would you then be willing to acknowledge me as your master? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed upon the celestial treasures, ravaged by the Fire Dragon King's formidable physique, channeling the power of his soul. He witnessed the withering roots of these treasures miraculously rejuvenate. While he was not yet capable of bestowing resurrection, he found it well within his means to restore the vitality of those that still clung to life. Resurrection entails the creation of existence from nothingness, a feat that would render Mo Lang unconscious. However, reviving these surviving treasures merely required the expenditure of his soul energy. The reason Mo Lang claimed he was incapable of resurrection lay in his current inability to subdue the corporeal Fire Dragon King. Hence his assertion that only upon achieving divinity would he possess such power. Moreover, he clarified, he had not demanded their allegiance at this moment. They were welcome to contemplate their decision until he ascended to godhood. Observing Mo Lang's extraordinary abilities, the Fire Dragon King turned to the Ice Dragon King, who, after a moment of contemplation, voluntarily offered his soul bone, declaring, I am willing to await my master's return here. Noticing the Fire Dragon King's hesitation, the Ice Dragon King continued, our master could have annihilated us, yet he chose not to, granting us hope for revival. Regardless of whether he can achieve this, we stand to lose nothing. What is there to deliberate? After pondering this, the Fire Dragon King also willingly surrendered his soul bone, proclaiming, I await my master's return. Splendid. Once I ascend to divinity, that shall be the day of your resurrection. Mo Lang exclaimed joyfully, stowing the 2 soul bones within his void ring before activating his spatial technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. The exchange of a pinnacle experience card for such treasures had proven exceedingly advantageous. However, before Mo Lang could fully revel in his triumph, the after effects of the experience card manifested prematurely, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness mid-transport. Meanwhile, in a corner of the setting sun forest, Shuechinka, preparing to return, was startled as a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing before him, sending waves of shock through his heart. Yet, upon recognizing the individual's visage, a tempest of emotion surged within him. Shrek Academy. Mo Lang's departure did not affect Flander's training of the Shrek 7 monsters. The group also witnessed the enchanting side of Ning Rongrong. Likewise, he brought Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others to the Grand Soul Arena. Initially, Flander intended to allow Xiao Wu to cultivate independently, but she resolutely declined. I am willing to do anything, as long as I can grow stronger. Xiao Wu, having shed her usual demeanor, appeared to have matured and become more composed following Mo Lang's departure. Yes, I understand, Flander remarked, saying little more. As someone who had experienced similar circumstances, he was well aware of Xiao Wu's thoughts. Mo Lang's formidable strength has instilled a sense of urgency in Xiao Wu. Only by relentlessly cultivating her abilities and swiftly closing the gap between them can she stand beside him rather than be a burden. Love is mutual. Upon exiting the Grand Soul Arena, Xiao Wu's performance astonished everyone. Even Tang San was taken aback by her formidable prowess. Yet, her mind was not on this. She was wholly immersed in her training. Only under the cover of night did she reveal her longing, gazing towards the direction from which Mo Lang had departed. This evening, for reasons unknown, her left eyelid twitched incessantly, as if foretelling some impending misfortune. Lang, you must return safely, she murmured to herself before plunging back into her practice. She had no desire to become a burden to Lang, nor did she wish to be separated from him again. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Lang had become the target of a fervent search by various factions across the Douluo continent. In the Tiando Empire, the emperor commanded, spare no effort in uncovering the whereabouts of that youth, the titled Douluo. Once located, inform me immediately. Following Mo Lang's confrontation with the 2 Dragon Kings, the Emperor of the Snowy Night urgently instructed all spies within the Tiando Empire to seek out Mo Lang's location. Your Majesty, we were too far to discern the appearance of that esteemed individual, a subordinate replied. We may not have seen his face, but surely his attire and stature were noticeable. Identify anyone who matches his description. If confirmed to be the titled Douluo, bring him to me at once. No, notify me immediately, and I shall extend the invitation personally, declared the Snowy Night Emperor. Such a peak titled Douluo, with 2 skeletal dragons acknowledging him as their master, with such strength and youth, should we befriend him? What is the Spirit Hall compared to us? Indeed. Wait. As the general was about to depart, the Snowy Night Emperor called him back, inquiring, wasn't the poisoned Douluo present? He should have seen the esteemed one's visage, correct? The poisoned Douluo was indeed present, but I could not make out his features. However, I am certain I would recognize him if I saw him again. Just then, the figure of Douluo, clad in green, entered the room. At the moment Mo Lang revealed his peak-titled Douluo strength, Douluo had barely registered his face before hastily retreating. What a joke! Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, the oppressive aura of that mischievous demon ape was overwhelming. I dared not gaze upon him. To provoke him would mean certain doom. Sighing, the Snowy Night Emperor recalled his own fear as he witnessed the mischievous demon ape from the palace, trembling in terror. It was no wonder Douluo reacted as he did. Moreover, numerous soul saints and soul Douluo nearby had been rendered unconscious by that overwhelming presence. A testament to the individual's terrifying power. Such talent must be courted at any cost. Not only the Tiando Empire, but also Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall and the Xinghua Empire had dispatched individuals to locate this youthful titled Douluo in the Sunset Forest. Is this the previously mentioned titled Douluo? Gazing upon the unconscious figure before her, Qianrenxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe, appeared astounded and perplexed. As the third update approached, with 2 more updates scheduled for 6 and 8 o'clock in the evening, she pleaded for votes to surge into the top 50. Chapter 40, Mo Lang vs. Qianrenxue. Fourth update. Staring at the fainted youth, Qianrenxue found herself momentarily at a loss. She had to admit that Mo Lang was exceptionally handsome, particularly with the enigmatic masculinity that captivated her heart. Moreover, witnessing his valiant struggle against the 2 dragon kings had etched an indelible impression in her mind. While love may not be the term, as a strong and proud woman, who wouldn't wish to marry a man of such striking strength and beauty? Search. Someone just reported a fall in this vicinity. It is likely the titled Douluo. As Qianrenxue pondered her next move, a voice from nearby jolted her back to attention. As a royal of the Tiando Empire, even if she rescued him, he would only express gratitude towards the empire. If her identity were to be exposed, it could have dire consequences. In a moment of decision, Qianrenxue swiftly lifted Mo Lang and retreated deeper into the Sunset Forest. Such a formidable being could not fall into the hands of the Tiando Empire. Finding a secluded location to conceal herself and devise her next steps was paramount. Cradling Mo Lang, she felt the warmth of his breath and the potent masculinity radiating from him, causing her fair complexion to flush crimson. This was her first time embracing a male, and such close proximity was entirely new. After evading the soldiers' search, she discovered a hidden cave and resolved to wait there until the soldiers departed. The cave was damp, with a faint odor, yet it was sufficiently concealed. After setting Mo Lang down, she tidied the entrance to obscure any signs of their presence. Once satisfied, she settled beside him, studying his features intently. After a while, she realized she had lost her composure. Her cheeks flushed as her heart raced like a startled deer. Mo Lang's visage became increasingly captivating the longer she gazed. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed through the stillness of the cave, startling Qianrenxue. She turned to inspect the interior, where, illuminated by a sliver of light, she spotted several white eggs nestled deeper within. A small snake, its body a rich brown hue, was emerging from one of the shells. Xiao, recognizing the newly hatched soul beast, her face paled. It was not the snake's terrifying nature that unsettled her, but the realization that this cave was the nest of the Xiao. Given the size of the cave, it was apparent that the parents of this young Xiao must be over 10,000 years old. Moreover, Xiao pairs are always seen together, their absence likely due to the disturbance caused by the recent battle. Now that it was over, they would undoubtedly return. Without hesitation, Qianrenxue seized Mo Lang and sprinted towards the cave's entrance, only to be confronted by 2 Xiao, each the size of a water barrel and over 20 meters long, glaring coldly at her, one blue, the other pink. Fortunately, they were merely 2 Xiao of 20,000 years. Had they been any older, she would have stood no chance. At just over 20 years old, Qianrenxue was a genuine 59th level Soul King, just a step away from becoming a Soul Emperor. While an ordinary peak Soul King might flee from such formidable soul beasts, Qianrenxue was different. She possessed the supreme martial spirit, the 6-winged angel. Her talent surpassed even Tang Hao, and before Mo Lang appeared, she was the only innate genius in Douluo continent to achieve a full soul power of 20 at birth. The task of eliminating 2 10,000-year soul rings is not particularly challenging. The only difficulty lies in avoiding detection by the soldiers searching the area. However, this is not the time for contemplation. After setting Mo Lang down, Qianrenxue swiftly summoned her soul rings. 5 optimal combinations manifested behind her in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Accompanying this were 3 pairs of golden angelic wings, further accentuating Qianrenxue's ethereal and transcendent aura, noble and aloof, exquisite and independent. Hiss. Sensing the pressure emanating from the human before them, the 2 10,000-year Guijiao exchanged glances and charged at one another with reckless abandon. Divine Sword. Qianrenxue unleashed her 5th soul skill, the Divine Sword, which coalesced into a long sword forged from sacred flames, imbued with purifying power. With a swift motion, she repelled the 2 Guijiao. Hiss. Realizing they were outmatched, the 2 Guijiao soul beast released a torrent of pink and cyan toxins towards Qianrenxue. This is bad. Given her recognition of the Guijiao, Qianrenxue understood the nature of their venom an insidious poison that can only be countered when male and female are paired. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, wielding her divine sword in an attempt to purify the venom, but the sheer volume of the toxic mist rendered complete resolution impossible. With no other recourse, she resolved to eliminate the two Guijiao before attending to the aftermath. Temporarily holding her breath, Qianrenxue summoned her soul power and struck at the two Guijiao, swiftly dispatching them. Just as she began to relax, a heavy gasp escaped from Mo Lang, who had been unconscious. She realized the gravity of the situation. The cave was already cramped. Even if she could shield herself, Mo Lang, in his stupor, had inhaled a significant amount of the Guijiao's venom, causing his body to instantly heat up. Even in his unconscious state, physiological reactions indicated the potency of the Guijiao's poison. At that moment of alarm for Mo Lang, Qianrenxue inadvertently inhaled a few breaths, her mind becoming hazy and her body starting to burn with heat, signaling that she too had been affected. Desperately, she channeled her soul power to suppress the venom, but the flow of power only exacerbated its effects, especially as Mo Lang's own poison began to take hold. The masculine aura emanating from him proved even more lethal than the Guijiao's venom to her. She licked her lips, irresistibly drawn towards the unconscious Mo Lang. And before succumbing entirely to the venom, Qianrenxue decisively dispatched the small Guijiao and the remaining Guijiao eggs. It was at this moment that she could no longer contain the poison within her. Her fair complexion was suffused with an alluring glow as she walked slowly towards Mo Lang, and thus followed a multitude of additional content. Shrek Academy. While immersed in her training, Xiao Wu felt a sudden, jarring thump in her heart, prompting her to open her eyes wide. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense that something significant had transpired that day. A void filled her heart, yet she reassured herself. Perhaps it was merely the absence of Mo Lang that led to such feelings. Everything would be fine once he returned. Chapter 41. Provocation from the Titan Great Ape. 5th update. Seeking recommendations. The previous chapter was blocked. I will wait for the editor to return tomorrow to see if it can be restored. I deeply apologize for the reading issues this has caused. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Mo Lang abruptly awakened from a haunting nightmare, only to find himself ensconced within a cavern. The image of Xiao Wu, tearfully departing from him, lingered in his mind. But he soon realized it was merely a figment of his imagination. A wave of relief washed over him. Alas, why does my waist ache so? Mo Lang surveyed his surroundings and detected an unpleasant odor permeating the air. He immediately rose to adjust his attire, only to realize that his back ached and his body bore a faint floral fragrance, accompanied by a small trace of blood. It struck him as peculiar. Had he not lost consciousness while employing the technique of shifting the stars? How could he find himself in this unfamiliar place? Mo Lang could hardly have imagined that the beloved little wife he had longed for would take his first experience. Now, all he wished for was to return swiftly and ponder how long he had been unconscious. As for Qianrenxue's sudden departure, it seemed only she held the answer. Due to the host's utilization of the Chaos Demon Ape in the resurrection technique, the soul power attached to the experience card had been prematurely exhausted, leading to an early descent into unconsciousness. The system provided a brief explanation, and Mo Lang chose not to dwell on it. The mere fact that he was alive sufficed. Yet, curiously, it seemed that during his slumber, he had indulged in a vivid dream, albeit the image of the female protagonist eluded his memory. With a swift motion, he retrieved a new outfit from the void ring, initially intending to discard the blood-stained trousers. An inexplicable impulse led him to stow the garments away within the void ring instead. He harbored the hope of catching up to Tang San during his first acquisition of a soul bone. Mo Lang murmured to himself before promptly activating the skill of celestial transformation, making his way towards the Stardow forest. As for the two external soul bones, the Dragon King's twin wings he had acquired, Mo Lang was not in a rush to absorb them. He preferred to first find a safe haven. Damn it, had he really wasted so many years of his youth? While on his journey, Mo Lang felt a persistent ache in his lower back, as if his very essence had been drained, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Achoo. Meanwhile, back in the imperial palace of the Heavendo Empire, Qianrenxue suddenly sneezed. Startled by her own vigorous motion, this reminded her of that man, a look of turmoil crossing her visage. On the other side, in the Stardow forest, chaos erupted as the Shrek 7 monsters and Xiao Wu were thrown into a frenzy after Xiao Wu was captured by the Titan giant ape. Particularly, Xiao Wu was beside himself. The thought that Xiao Wu was Mo Lang's weakness filled him with dread. If anything happened to her, he would likely follow suit into the abyss. More importantly, he could not bear the notion of his student being abducted right before his eyes. Tang San, too, was deeply unsettled by the capture of Xiao Wu, who, despite her usual carefree demeanor, had shown him warmth and concern. In his heart, she was among the few he cherished, alongside Mo Lang and Old Jack. He regarded Mo Lang, Old Jack, and Xiao Wu as his family, and especially in this moment of absence for Lang Ge. He could not allow any harm to befall Xiao Wu. Otherwise, how could he ever repay Lang Ge for his kindness? "Oscar, give me the sausage," Tang San said expressionlessly to Oscar. Oscar hesitated, wanting to offer counsel, but upon seeing Tang San's fervent expression, he found himself at a loss for words. Over their days together, he had gleaned the deep bond shared between Tang San, Mo Lang, and Xiao Wu, three souls intertwined in brotherhood and reliance. If he were in Tang San's position, he would likely feel the same urgency. "Are you out of your mind, Tang San?" the others urged. But they could only swallow their concerns in the face of Tang San's fervent gaze. "I was born with only my father as family, but at the age of 3, Lang Ge risked his life to save me from a venomous snake. From that moment, he and Old Jack became my second and third family. Later, through Lang Ge, I met Sister Xiao Wu. Aside from being Lang Ge's beloved, she treated me like a brother, becoming my fourth family member. Now that Lang Ge is gone and Sister Xiao Wu is in danger, I must go, even if it costs me my life." Tang San spoke calmly. His mind flooded with memories of his life with Mo Lang and Xiao Wu. It was because of them that he felt the warmth of home. Even in the absence of his father, he had long vowed that anyone who dared to harm them would face his relentless vengeance. "Fear not, for with me here, you shall not perish." Mo Lang, who had just returned, felt his eyes well up upon hearing Tang San's words. All along, he had misunderstood Tang San. If he had sufficient strength, would he ever allow Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself? "Nevertheless, I will ensure that you find a worthy partner in the future. Perhaps Wu would be a fine choice. If not, then Hu Laina could suffice. I wonder if you can handle that, as she is quite the vixen." Lang Ge, Dean, boss. Upon seeing Mo Lang's silhouette, the group momentarily froze before breaking into expressions of joy. With Mo Lang present, even the Titan giant ape would be easily dealt with, for he was a pinnacle title Douluo. "Lang Ge, Sister Xiao Wu." As Tang San spotted Mo Lang, his previously bloodshot eyes cleared, and he hastily recounted the events that had transpired. "Rest assured, I am aware of the situation. With me here, Xiao Wu will be safe." Mo Lang gently patted Tang San's shoulder, deeply moved by his earlier words. "Boss, I am truly sorry, it is my inadequacy." Zhao Wujie immediately knelt on one knee, his face filled with remorse. "Enough, this is not your fault. Facing a spirit beast that has lived for 100,000 years, you would only be walking to your demise. Leave them to me. I shall return shortly." Mo Lang helped Zhao Wujie to his feet, then swiftly followed the trace of the Titan giant ape's aura. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to encounter the creature and perhaps persuade it to submit. "Erming, stay here. Do not wander off. I must return promptly, or they will worry about me. And you, Erming, you truly should not have come looking for me," Xiao Wu said. Perched upon the broad shoulders of the Titan giant ape, her expression tinged with concern. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Erming lowered himself, allowing Xiao Wu to descend to the ground, his large head shaking innocently. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wu began to concentrate on forming her third soul ring. Just then, Mo Lang descended from the sky, appearing before the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu. Roar! As Mo Lang appeared, Erming instinctively shielded Xiao Wu behind him, letting out a fierce growl. Strangely, he sensed a threatening aura emanating from the young human before him. "Lang, you have finally returned. I have been so worried about you these past few days." Upon absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Wu recognized the familiar voice and hurriedly darted around the Titan great ape, leaping into Mo Lang's embrace. Roar! Witnessing this scene, Erming's eyes flared with anger, as if something precious had been snatched from him. He let out another roar at Mo Lang, brimming with provocation. The fourth update had been censored, a source of irritation. He would discuss it with the editor tomorrow. Apologies. Chapter 42, Brother-in-Law, hit me once more. First update. Erming, this is the one I cherish. He will not harm me, Xiao Wu explained, trying to calm the Titan great ape's growls. She then turned to Mo Lang and said, "Lang, this is one of my two younger brothers, the Titan great ape." Erming, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, the Titan great ape longed to express, "He will not harm you," but felt that her words cut deeper than any blade. Though having acknowledged Xiao Wu as a sister, he harbored feelings for her, and witnessing her in the embrace of a human boy shattered his heart. What pained him most was her declaration that this was the one she loved, deepening his sorrow. "I rushed here with eager anticipation only to learn that he is the one you love." Is there no place for a humble ape? Erming thought bitterly. What does he possess other than being more handsome than I am? He glared at Mo Lang, filled with defiance, his eyes seemingly challenging. You want to challenge me? Mo Lang chuckled at Erming's provocative gaze. Upon seeing Erming nod, Mo Lang replied earnestly, I accept your challenge, but I shall not wager Xiao Wu. She is the love of my life, not a mere object of trade. However, should I lose, I shall call you big brother. And if you lose, shall you address me as brother-in-law? Listening to Mo Lang's words, Xiao Wu felt her heart melt. She had indeed not misjudged him. Yet, when she heard Mo Lang suggest that Erming call him brother-in-law, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly buried her face in Mo Lang's chest, playfully thumping his chest with her small fists, exclaiming, You're so annoying. Seeing his sister display such a feminine side left Erming dumbfounded. Was this truly the same Xiao Wu who had wreaked havoc in the Stardow Forest? Nonetheless, he found himself respecting this young man for daring to accept his challenge. Very well, I shall go easy on you, he declared. Lang, please take it easy on him. Erming means no harm, Xiao Wu fretted. Concerned that Mo Lang might not gauge the severity of his strikes and inadvertently injure Erming. Can this boy truly harm me? Erming scoffed, dismissively pointing at Mo Lang with a contemptuous grunt. Let us see about that. Mo Lang's lips curled into a smile as he finally utilized the last of his Soul Douluo's peak experience cards. Subsequently, he unleashed the true form of his martial soul, granted by his 7th soul skill. However, he was perplexed as to why his martial soul's true form manifested as the 4 primordial monkeys rather than the Ruyi Jingu Bang. In an instant, 4 colossal monkeys, reminiscent of the Titan Great Ape, materialized behind him. These 4 mighty beings were none other than the 4 primordial monkeys, each 100,000-year-old soul beast. They unleashed a flurry of blows upon the Titan Great Ape, who was left aghast. Stop hitting me. We are all kin. Ouch. Must you strike my face? Sister Xiao Wu is watching. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, truly wrong. Brother-in-law, please make them cease. Enough, everyone cease. Upon hearing this command, Mo Lang gestured for the 4 primordial monkeys to halt. Since they were calling him brother-in-law, he felt it imperative to exhibit a sense of magnanimity befitting his role. Mo Lang, with his keen insight, examined Erming's physique and discerned numerous hidden ailments, remnants of past afflictions. He then spoke, Since you have addressed me as brother-in-law, allow me to assist you in remedying some of these ailments. Stand still. I shall deliver 10 strikes. What was originally intended as a self-administered healing with celestial herbs now transformed into a rather peculiar arrangement of 10 punches. Is this truly the manner in which one speaks? Is it acceptable to treat a fellow being in such a manner? The Titan Great Ape looked towards Xiao Wu with an expression of helplessness, hoping for her intercession. To his surprise, Xiao Wu planted a kiss on Mo Lang's cheek, exclaiming, Lang, thank you. Witnessing this, the Titan Great Ape was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind filled with question marks. Sister Xiao Wu, I implored you to plead for my case. Why are you expressing gratitude to him? Thanking him for beating me? Erming felt a profound sense of injustice rising within him, nearly on the verge of tears. This is no way to treat an ape, especially considering he had approached Xiao Wu with joy and anticipation, only to experience heartbreak and now an impending beating. To make matters worse, Xiao Wu was thanking the very person who was about to inflict pain upon him. He felt utterly despondent. If he must endure this, so be it. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has lost hope. After the 10 strikes had been delivered, Erming pleaded, Brother-in-law, I beseech you, grant me another 10 strikes, nay, even 100. Upon sensing a transformation within his body, he clung to Mo Lang, who rejected his request, prompting Erming to throw a fit on the ground. I don't care. I demand you strike me once more. In response to this scene, Mo Lang, with no other choice, summoned the mischievous 4 monkeys to intervene. No, brother-in-law, I was merely jesting. You have matters to attend to. Please, allow me to see you off. Upon witnessing the mischievous 4 monkeys, each as formidable as himself, wielding increasingly thick clubs, Erming displayed a rather mischievous grin. Wait a moment. Since you've come, let us elevate your abilities together. Mo Lang's golden eyes suddenly caught sight of the Tianqing Niupang, Deming, lurking nearby. As soon as it sensed the formidable aura emanating from Mo Lang, the Tianqing Niupang rushed over without hesitation. Upon witnessing Deming being forcefully subdued and rubbed into the ground by the 4 formidable demon apes, it realized that intervening would only result in its own beating, prompting it to hide discreetly. However, after observing Deming endure 10 punches, it seemed to transform into a different ape altogether, leaving it perplexed. What could possibly be going on? Did Deming possess a penchant for masochism? Nevertheless, as long as Deming was not in mortal peril, it would not hesitate to leap into action, even if it meant facing overwhelming odds. Unexpectedly, just as the adversaries were about to depart, they detected its concealed presence. With no other choice, the Tianqing Niupong reluctantly emerged from the shadows. Brother-in-law, I truly don't need any assistance. I am perfectly fine. The Tianqing Niupong, having lived for an extended period, was far more astute than the Titan gorilla. Enough with the pleasantries. Swiftly reduce your size, for I am genuinely pressed for time. After the 10 punches, the Tianqing Niupong implored, brother-in-law, if there is something that requires Deming's assistance, I would gladly take another 10 punches, as I feel the blood flow in my back is still obstructed. The Tianqing Niupong clung tightly to Mo Lang's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Why should I be the one to go? Deming, you are being exceedingly ungrateful. I considered you a brother, yet you wish to endure the punishment in secret. The Titan gorilla, feeling aggrieved, also demanded that Mo Lang deliver another blow to itself. As Mo Lang observed that he had merely 5 minutes remaining in his experiential time, he refrained from further discourse and commanded the mischievous 4 monkeys to unleash a beating upon Deming and Erming. The duo, a monkey and a serpent, left battered and bruised as Mo Lang departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, accompanied by Tang San in search of suitable spirit rings, encountered the fateful return of the human-faced demon spider. After vanquishing the beast, the formidable dragon and serpent appeared, casting a cold gaze upon Xiao Wu and his companions. In the spirit of continuation, today's updates will be plentiful. The chapter unfolds further with the 7th sign-in, unveiling a grand gift of the Pangu soul bone. Is it true that you have taken my granddaughter's soul beast twice? The elder dragon lord Mingshu, though appearing aged, possessed piercing eyes akin to those of an eagle, fixating on Tang San with a chilling tone. Xiao Wu, surprised by their coincidental encounter in the vast Star Do forest, realized that had this meeting occurred earlier, he would have lowered his stance. However, with Mo Lang backing him, he felt emboldened. The title of Soul de Law meant little in the presence of a title de Law. Dragon Lord, I respect your age and will address you as such. However, should you attempt to impose your might upon us, know that we are not so easily intimidated. With Mo Lang's support, Xiao Wuji's confidence surged. The unmoving king indeed commands respect, but what can a mere soul saint like you accomplish against me? If you wish to exchange blows, I would not mind imparting a lesson, Dragon Lord Mingshu retorted, his face darkening at Xiao Wuji's lack of deference. Of course, I am no match for you. But should you choose to engage, consider whether you can bear the consequences, Xiao Wuji replied, aware that after his recent battle with the Titan giant ape, he was only at 50% of his combat capacity, hardly a match for the Dragon Lord who bore 8 spirit rings. Consequences? I could slay you all. And even if your title Douluo stands behind you, who would know it was my hand that struck? Dragon Lord Mingshu sneered, though suspicion crept into his mind regarding the audacity of his adversaries. I regret to inform you, but you must have sensed the aura of the title Douluo from my academy head. He is likely busy dealing with the Titan giant ape as we speak. Xiao Wuji subtly advanced, positioning himself to shield the young Shrek Academy students behind him. You amuse me, even in boasting. You ought to do so with some semblance of credibility. I have yet to hear of a title Douluo who could face the Titan giant ape alone. Moreover, with an even more terrifying spirit beast accompanying it, I suspect your academy head has long since been dispatched. Dragon Lord Mingshu laughed heartily, dismissing Xiao Wuji's claims, especially as he observed the latter's face shift in response to his words. Have I struck a nerve? Are you frightened? He taunted, but upon seeing Xiao Wuji smile again, a shiver ran down his spine as a chilling aura enveloped him. He turned swiftly, a youth, no older than a teenager, wore a mocking smile as he addressed the Dragon Lord. What is it? Afraid? Did you not claim my demise? As the Dragon Lord beheld the 9 spirit rings, 4 black, 4 red, and 1 orange, behind the boy, he fell to his knees in horror, exclaiming, I pay my respects, your majesty. Any prior disrespect was solely my fault. Please, take my life, but spare my granddaughter and my wife. It was not that he had never encountered a title Douluo. He had simply never witnessed such a terrifying combination of spirit rings, especially not the rare orange one. Given your apparent attachment to your kin, sever a limb and depart. Mo Lang commanded. Yes. Thank you for your mercy. Dragon Lord Mingshu complied, severing his own arm before hastily retreating. Wait, Mo Lang called after the trio, causing Dragon Lord Mingshu to break into a cold sweat as he respectfully inquired, Does your majesty have further commands? My affairs must remain undisclosed. Should I find any word of this escaping your lips, the consequences will not merely involve severing an arm. Understand? Mo Lang warned. Yes, yes. We shall keep our silence. Dragon Lord Meng Shu nodded fervently, relieved. Begone. Mo Lang dismissed them, and without further ado, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, along with his wife and granddaughter, fled swiftly. Watching them depart, Mo Lang sighed in relief. His experiential card's time was nearly at an end. Any prolonged entanglement could jeopardize the safety of the Shrek Academy students. Yet, to let them leave without suspicion required a show of deterrence. Alas, while the experiential card proved invaluable, it remained an external tool. And Mo Lang resolved to enhance his own strength. Tang San, hasten to absorb the spirit ring. I shall safeguard you. Mo Lang urged as the card's time dwindled to 3 minutes. Should Tang San absorb the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring, he would fall into slumber and miss the 7th sign-in. Yes, Tang San felt warmth in his heart and eagerly began the absorption process. Contrary to the narrative where he would struggle due to injury, with Mo Lang present, he was nearly unscathed. Even past wounds had healed significantly thanks to Oscar's restorative sausages. Although the absorption proved somewhat challenging, it remained relatively safe. As Tang San absorbed the spirit ring, his body suddenly contorted. 8 spider legs reminiscent of the human-faced demon spider extending from his back, startling all present. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Mo Lang's mind, signaling, ding. Detection of Tang San acquiring his first spirit bone, fulfilling sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in? With mere seconds left on the experiential card, Mo Lang's heart soared. He quickly clicked to sign in. Ding. Congratulations on successful sign-in. Reward. Million-year Pangu Soul Bone Gift Pack. Brother Halo. Spirit power increased by 10 levels. By the heavens! Mo Lang could scarcely restrain his exclamation upon reading the words Million-year Pangu Soul Bone Gift Pack. His instincts told him that with this Pangu Soul Bone, he could manifest his second martial soul. Who would dare oppose him then with a single axe stroke? The Pangu Axe was a weapon of chaos, transcending even divine artifacts. While the highest rank in Douluo was merely divine level. With the Pangu Axe, what could a god do against his strike? Such fools are present here. Before he could further contemplate the introduction of the Pangu Soul Bone Gift Pack, the time on the experiential card expired. Mo Lang, caught unawares, felt his body weaken and stumbled forward, only to be caught by Xiao Wu, who stood nearby. Lang Gil, Academy Head, Boss, Tang San, Zhao Wuji, and others rushed over. Filled with concern. He is fine. It is merely exhaustion from saving me. A moment's rest will suffice, Xiao Wu reassured them. Xiao Wu supported Mo Lang as she explained to the crowd. All right, since that is the case, Xiao San, you shall conduct your research later. For now, let us return to discuss further, lest Long Gong, Shipa, or the Titan Giant return. Zhao Wuji, seasoned as ever, promptly led the Shrek 7 monsters and their companions away from the Stardow Forest. The challenges had erupted in a fervor for an entire week, and the next day, I humbly beseech your recommendations, collections, and monthly votes. Can the astute companions deduce the significance of the Elder Brother's aura? Chapter 44. How can one enjoy a midnight snack without indulging in barbecue? Third update. The chapter that was previously hidden has been restored by the editor. And the content is crucial. Everyone should take a look, as there are delightful surprises in store. Evening. As Mo Lang opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a pair of soft, white thighs. Turning his head, he realized he had once again fallen asleep resting on Xiao Wu's lap, while she leaned against the wall, lost in slumber. Upon noticing Mo Lang's awakening, she opened her eyes, her face brimming with affection as she said, Lang, you're awake. Yes, next time I fall asleep, just put me on the bed. Are your legs numb? Mo Lang asked, his heart warming at the sight of the obedient Xiao Wu, filled with tenderness. They're not numb, just a little hungry, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. She pouted her delicate lips and rubbed her belly, playfully expressing her need. Then rest a bit longer. I will head to the cafeteria to fetch you something to eat. Afterward, I have a treasure to show you. Mo Lang gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair and spoke in an air of mystery. Is it the kind that grows larger and thicker again? Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, playfully gazing at Mo Lang. Clearing his throat, Mo Lang, caught off guard by Xiao Wu's swift retort, awkwardly coughed and replied, if you wish to see, I wouldn't mind. Perverted rogue. Who wants to see that? Xiao Wu's face flushed, rolling her eyes as she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Mo Lang. He chuckled and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Mo Lang noticed the significant transformation at Shrek Academy. What had once been merely a small village was now largely renovated, with only the dormitories remaining untouched. It bore a hint of a prestigious academy. Director, you're awake. Are you satisfied with the renovations? Flander approached with a sycophantic grin, respectfully inquiring. Quite well. Where's the cafeteria? I wish to prepare some food for Xiao Wu, Mo Lang praised, realizing he could not locate the cafeteria. Director, I haven't eaten all day. Do you think I could benefit from your culinary skills? Flander's eyes lit up at the mention of Mo Lang cooking, immediately adopting a pitiful expression. Though he had already eaten, the thought of Mo Lang's cooking made him hungry again. Very well, let us dine together then. Mo Lang did not mind preparing an extra meal, and besides, Flinder indeed excelled in his culinary skills. A mere meal was effortlessly prepared. Boss, what about me? I've been starving all day. You have no idea how exhausting it is to care for these little rascals. I've been so busy that I hardly found time to eat. And I've even sustained an injury. If the boss doesn't mind, could you give me another beating? Xiao Wu suddenly appeared, his face a picture of pitiable innocence. Xiao Wu, with your sprightly demeanor, where is the slightest sign of injury? If anyone is to be punished, it should be me first, Flinder exclaimed, astonished that Xiao Wu was attempting to leapfrog him in the queue for punishment. What do you mean? Are you unaware that we encountered a Titan giant ape? Had it not been for the timely arrival of the boss, you would not have even seen me again. Xiao Wu shouted, his voice resonating. If the boss gives me another thrashing, then I shall ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo, which would provide even greater protection for the Academy's students. Bah! You shameless wretch. You merely wish to advance your own power while masquerading under the guise of protecting the students. Besides, I am on the verge of breaking through to Soul Douluo as well. Why should I not be the one to take the beating? Flinder retorted. Bah! You are the shameless one. The bickering between the two attracted the attention of all the students and teachers at Shrek Academy. What is happening here? Why are the former principal and vice principal quarreling over who should be struck first? Oscar observed, bewildered, as he watched Flinder and Xiao Wu engaged in a heated argument. He felt that the world had transformed into something increasingly bizarre. Little San, do you know what is going on? Does Mo Lang possess some special ability that drives people to gradually become eccentric? Damubai inquired, glancing at Tang San. What level was Teacher Zhao before? Mo Lang did not answer Daimubai's question, but countered with one of his own. Level 76 Soul Sage. Why? Then how much power did he exhibit when he encountered the Titan giant ape? Tang San seemed to have made a discovery. Level 78. Wait. Are you saying that after receiving a beating from Mo Lang, Teacher Zhao has increased his soul power by 2 levels? Dai Mubai quickly grasped the implication, his face a mask of astonishment. Indeed, did you not listen? If Mo Lang were to strike them again, they could break through to the rank of Soul Douluo. Tang San spoke calmly, his clear eyes fixed intently on Mo Lang's figure, realizing that the longer he spent with Mo Lang, the more enigmatic he became, perhaps even more so than himself. However, whenever he recalled the moment Mo Lang had patted his shoulder, flashing that imposing and confident smile while saying, I am your brother Lang. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Tang San felt an immense warmth. Does that mean if Brother Lang were to beat us, we too could enhance our strength? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That is the rank of a title Douluo. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead and say so, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, casting an increasingly disapproving glance at Dai Mubai, feeling a growing aversion to the contrast between the powerful and the weak. I don't care, Brother Lang is cooking. And I must go eat. Ning Rongrong had no such concerns. Once she secured Mo Lang, he would belong entirely to her. Principal, what are you two arguing about? Some teachers at Shrek Academy, awakened by the commotion, looked curiously at Flinder and Xiao Wu, primarily assessing the dashing young man caught between them, having only recently enrolled. Many teachers were unfamiliar with Mo Lang, yet they had certainly heard the legends surrounding him. A peak title Douluo at just 13. He had effortlessly defeated Soul Emperor Li Yusong with a single strike. He had even subdued unmoving King Xiao Wu. Even Flinder had willingly relinquished the position of principal. Each tale sounded like a grand exaggeration, yet both Flinder and Li Yusong had confirmed them, heightening their curiosity about this remarkable individual. Since everyone is here, let us share a late-night meal. I will introduce you to our new principal and also provide insight into our faculty's strengths. As Flinder spoke of the faculty, a flicker of pride shone in his eyes, for the teaching staff at Shrek Academy surpassed that of many noble institutions. In that case, I shall exert myself to prepare a meal for you, said Xiao Exine, a level 71 food system soul master, who approached them. Xiao Exine was not only a teacher at Shrek Academy, but also its chef. Wait. The principal is preparing to cook himself. You should stay aside. Flinder immediately interjected, eager to savor Mo Lang's culinary talents once more. I say, Flinder, even if the principal is a titled Douluo, you need not fawn over him like this. I despise those who waste food. Xiao Xian, having never tasted Mo Lang's cooking, misinterpreted Flinder's enthusiasm as sycophancy and was instantly displeased. Those who remained to teach at Shrek often possessed considerable skills, and skilled individuals invariably had their quirks. As a food system soul master, Xiao Xian abhorred wastefulness. How coincidental. I too detest those who squander food. Mo Lang initially had no intention of preparing such an extensive array of dishes. However, upon hearing Xiao Xian's remark, he felt that the title of the foremost genius of New Oriental had been challenged. Even though they were currently in the realm of Douluo continent, he had no desire to become a mere chef. Yet, no one could belittle his culinary skills. He turned to Xiao Xian and declared, since you look down upon me, today I shall show you what it means to experience the culinary marvel of evergreen tree barbecue. Indeed, Mo Lang resolved to organize a barbecue. After all, it had been quite some time since he had indulged in such a feast. Besides, what is a late-night snack without barbecue? Chapter 45. The Skill of Whitewashing and the Halo of the Great Brother. Fourth update. In the Spirit Hall, a group of inept individuals. Despite the passage of time, they have yet to locate that titled Douluo, and to make matters worse, they have no leads whatsoever. What use is it to maintain this group of good-for-nothings? A resplendent woman, adorned in a luxurious black robe with golden embroidery, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with countless gemstones, was reprimanding the kneeling leaders of various branches below her. Even with her anger, her porcelain-like visage remained nearly flawless. This woman was the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She was also the object of admiration for countless Douluo fans, a late-night fantasy. Even Mo Lang believed Bibi Dong to be a paragon of femininity, possessing the beauty, physique, grace, and the allure of a married woman. No, the allure of a pope, igniting a desire for conquest within many. Were it not for the fact that Qian Renshua was Bibi Dong's daughter, Mo Lang might have. Ahem. Ever since Mo Lang displayed the prowess of a peak-titled Douluo, various factions have been diligently searching for his whereabouts, and the Spirit Hall was no exception. Particularly Bibi Dong, as a woman intent on conquering the entire Douluo continent, would see her plans expedited if she could ally with that peak-titled Douluo. Yet, nearly a week had passed, and the Spirit Hall still had no information about him, which left her in a state of agitation. Your Holiness, I do have some good news, spoke a bishop from one of the branches. Oh, what good news? Do enlighten me, Bibi Dong replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Regrettably, both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire have found no leads. Bibi Dong's smile faltered, and with a resigned sigh, she commanded, take them out and execute them. After dismissing the red-robed bishops, a shadow appeared beside Bibi Dong. It was the ghost Douluo, Goemei. He bowed respectfully and said, Your Holiness, I have heard that not long ago, 3 terrifying auras emerged in the Stardow forest. Is this true? Then you shall investigate. Make sure to identify everyone who entered the Stardow forest that day and inquire if they caught a glimpse of each other's faces. Understood. At Shrek Academy. You are utterly wasting food. This is entirely unhygienic. Observing Mo Lang grilling not only meat but also tofu, eggplant, peppers, and even steamed buns, Xiao Xian could no longer contain himself. 10 minutes later. So delicious. Director, no, master, please take me as your apprentice. This barbecue is extraordinary. I have never tasted such delightful food before. After savoring the barbecue's exquisite flavor, Xiao Xian wished he could lick the skewers clean. It was simply irresistible. Barbecue is fundamentally simple. Aside from mastering the heat, the essence lies within the ingredients. In that case, I shall provide you with the recipe. So no need to call me master anymore. All right, master. For those who cherish the culinary arts, learning a new recipe is akin to acquiring a new spirit ring. After grilling for a while, Xiao Xian and Oscar took over for Mo Lang. As for Oscar's involvement, it was because Ning Rongrong adored barbecue. How could Oscar not learn? Regardless of gender, once you capture a person's palate, every time they indulge in that dish, they will think of you, gradually becoming inseparable from you. A true master of attraction does not chase but rather captivates. Otherwise, why would there be so many shared rides, shared accommodations, and shared afternoon teas? It all hinges on attraction. By the way, Director, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. During your absence, There was a titled Douluo who battled 2 skeletal dragons in the Sunset Forest and emerged victorious. I wonder if that titled Douluo was you? After satisfying their appetites, Flander curiously inquired, though he had already formed a reasonable hypothesis in his mind and sought confirmation. Indeed, that was I. I nearly forgot to mention it. I obtained quite a few valuable items during that encounter, and now I shall present them to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, after Mo Lang provided his explanation. He cast a glance at Tang San and the others and stated, in addition to the classes arranged by your other Shrek teachers, I will also conduct a lesson for you each month. As for the content of the lesson, it will consist of enduring punishment. The Dean, Flandra, furrowed his brow and replied, isn't this rather inappropriate? They are still so young. How can they withstand your strength? Allow me to bear this burden of pain instead. Flandra is right, boss. They are merely students. Leave this matter of punishment to me, Xiao Wu declared, thumping his chest. Observing this amusing duo, Mo Lang felt a headache coming on. However, without the experience card of the title Douluo, his current power was insufficient to assist them. Is it truly possible? Mo Lang instinctively cast a glance at Flander with his insight, only to find that the eye of perception indicated approval. He was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he just a Soul King? How could he assist a Soul Saint in refining his physical form? No, wait, I am now a 63rd level Soul Emperor. Mo Lang suddenly recalled the reward he had received before losing consciousness, which included an enhancement of 10 levels in soul power. With the elevation of his soul power, combined with his innate divine strength and the transformation of stellar energy, it is likely that his power had already surpassed that of a soul sage. This implies that his overall strength could now rival that of a soul Douluo. No, wait, did he not also possess the Pangu Soul Bone Grand Gift Pack? If he were to acquire the Pangu Soul Bone, would he not be able to wield the Pangu Axe? With this thought in mind, Mo Lang eagerly accessed the previously overlooked gift pack introduction. Pangu Soul Bone Grand Gift Pack. Each time Tang San obtains a soul bone, excluding external soul bones, he will randomly receive another soul bone. Current soul bones of Tang San, 0. Damn. After reading the introduction, Mo Lang raised a finger in defiance towards the system. Clearly, he had come here to be the elder brother, yet he had ended up as Tang San's caretaker. What was more, the external soul bones of Tang San were not even accounted for. Nevertheless, the thought of continuing to benefit from Tang San in the future brought him some solace. Wait a moment. Had he not also received another item? Mo Lang recalled that he had acquired 3 items from this sign-in, and he immediately turned his attention to the third item, the Brother Halo. The ultimate technique of free acquisition had arrived. Can anyone guess what it is? I humbly request your support in voting. My ranking on the update chart is plummeting, and I earnestly seek the reader's assistance. With daily updates of 10,000 words. Is it too much to ask for a free recommendation? Chapter 46. Because it is the finest testament to our love, 5th update. What exactly is this Brother Halo? With curiosity piqued by the peculiar name, Mo Lang clicked on the description, simultaneously pondering whether it could surpass his protagonist Halo. Brother Halo. For each level gained by the 7 monsters of Shrek, the protagonist will automatically receive a level up. Well, after reading this, Mo Lang could only express his astonishment with a mere 2 words. It is noteworthy that Mo Lang is currently at level 63, and advancing another level is exceedingly challenging. Conversely, the 7 monsters of Shrek are, on average, still under level 30, making their advancement rather effortless. With the Brother Halo in his possession, all he needs to do is encourage the 7 monsters of Shrek in their training, and he can simply await his own ascension. It feels as if he has effortlessly gained the benefits from all of them. What sheer delight! The thrill of free acquisition is unparalleled. At this moment, Mo Lang's previous grievances with the system vanished without a trace. Ahem, you two can wait for now. Tomorrow night, I shall commence their first lesson. Once they conclude with Flandra, you may come by. As for Xiao Wu, we shall discuss that next month. Your body has yet to recover. And you should understand that haste makes waste. Mo Lang could hardly contain his eagerness to experience the effects of this elder brother aura. Very well. I shall defer to the director's arrangements. Upon hearing that he would be receiving a beating the following day, Flander felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Are you out of your minds, Flander? Do you genuinely enjoy being beaten? Xiao Xin and a few other teachers pulled Flander aside. perplexed. Ah, you simply do not understand. The truth is, Flander gazed at his longtime comrades, revealing no secrets. After all, he was already slated for a beating the next day, so it hardly mattered. Are you suggesting that after receiving a beating, not only can it help eliminate the hidden injuries from the past, but also open up some meridians, thereby enhancing our soul power? Indeed, do you think we are so easily deceived? Xiao Wuji was merely a soul sage at 76 before. Now, look at how his soul power rivals mine. Xiao Wuji slightly revealed his soul power beside him. Director, when will you arrange for me to receive a beating as well? Director, we have known each other the longest, and since our martial souls are both staves, could you perhaps allow me to go first? Master, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. From this day forth, you shall be my father. What the hell? Xiao Xian, you shameless glutton, how old are you? And how old is the director? Bah. Despicable. Enough. Listening to the words of these seasoned teachers from Shrek Academy, even with Mo Lang's thick skin, he found it difficult to withstand their banter. He cleared his throat and said, please, cease your chatter. Li Yusong, the day after tomorrow, Xiao Xian, the day after that. And then, Lu Qibin. Yes. Upon hearing their names called, the group was satisfied and resumed their activities. Brother Lang, how do we consume this celestial grade item? Daimu Bai and the others had initially addressed Mo Lang as director, but now they referred to him as Brother Lang at his request. Suddenly recalling this detail, Mo Lang noticed that each member of the Shrek 7 monsters possessed a celestial grade item, and he remembered that after consuming these items, their strength would soar. Was it not the perfect opportunity for him to gain a few levels tonight? Thus, he turned to Tang San and said, Little San, explain to them how to consume it, and we shall protect you while you do so tonight. All right, Brother Lang. Tang San was equally eager. For the autumn water dew held tremendous significance for his purple extreme magic eyes. Thank you, Brother Lang. I adore you. Upon hearing how each celestial item would benefit them, the Shrek 6 monsters erupted in excitement, especially Ma Hongjun, who, upon learning that the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower could resolve the evil fire within him, lunged towards Mo Lang, only to be kicked away. What nonsense! Do you think I would allow your greasy face and hands to touch me? Lang, why do they all have gifts while I do not? Seeing that each of the Shrek 7 monsters had received celestial items, and Mo Lang showed no intention of giving her a gift, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and demanded an explanation. Haha, do not fret. Your gift is the most precious and will be saved for last. Mo Lang chuckled as he presented the Xiangxi Duanchang to Xiao Wu. The Shrek 6 monsters, who were initially preparing to consume their celestial items, paused in curiosity at the sight of yet another celestial grade item. This particular item, known as Xiangxi Duanchang, must be plucked with a heart full of thoughts for one's beloved, sincere, and devoted. A single drop of blood must be sprinkled upon its petals. Should there be even the slightest doubt, one might suffer fatal consequences. Once plucked, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath the flower is named Wujue. If forcibly destroyed, the medicinal properties of the Xiangxi Duanchang would likewise vanish entirely. Mo Lang personally elucidated the tale of the heartbroken love flower to Xiao Wu, which caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. During Mo Lang's absence over the past few days, she had embodied the essence of the flower's name, yearning and pining for him incessantly. Now, upon gazing at this blossom, she interpreted it as a divine sign and comprehended Mo Lang's sentiments. Cradling the heartbroken love flower in her hands, she closed her eyes, without effortful contemplation. Mo Lang's visage naturally emerged before her, tugging at her heartstrings. In a moment of fervor, she pricked her fingertip, letting a drop of crimson blood fall onto the flower. As if responding to her essence, the heartbroken love flower gently descended, landing softly upon her delicate hand. Witnessing this scene, Mo Lang and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance, each finding reflections of themselves in the other's eyes. At this juncture, Zhu Shiqing turned to Dai Mubai and noticed that he, too, was gazing at her. Whether it was the ambience that stirred her emotions or something else entirely, she felt her cheeks flush and quickly averted her gaze. It is said that the first person you look at when you are at your happiest is the one you harbor feelings for. Perhaps she was merely unable to confront her own obsessions. Xiao Wu, you should eat it soon. That way, you can catch up to Lang Ge more swiftly. Ning Rongrong suggested, a hint of jealousy swelling within her as she eyed the heartbroken love flower. Wishing Xiao Wu would consume it quickly to spare her own feelings of envy. I cannot bring myself to eat it, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head as she held the heartbroken love flower. Such a divine herb, how could I possibly consume it so casually? With deep affection, she looked at Mo Lang and said, Lang, Did you not say that once it recognizes its master, it shall never wither? Then I shall keep it by my side, cherishing and loving it, for it is the finest testament to our love." Hearing Xiao Wu's heartfelt declaration, Mo Lang embraced her tightly. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have surely kissed her. After listening to Xiao Wu's impassioned confession, Ning Rongrong's jealousy dissipated, replaced by admiration. Perhaps only a woman of Xiao Wu's caliber deserves someone like Lang Ge. Wow, I can't take it anymore. Just finished a skewer. And now I'm being force-fed dog food. Lang Ge, Xiao Wu, do be mindful. There are plenty of single souls around, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, along with others who shared in their envy. Indeed, it's a crime to torment the single. The scene captivated them, embodying the mutual support and companionship that many yearn for in love. And I have one more gift for you. Mo Lang produced the soul bones of 2 formidable dragon kings. As dawn broke and the challenge was completed the following day, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Chapter 47. Fusion. The soul bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Is this truly a soul bone? Upon witnessing Mo Lang unveil the 2 distinctly colored soul bones, the gathered crowd was left in astonishment. Soul bones are coveted treasures that every soul master yearns for. The emergence of each soul bone ignites fierce competition among soul masters, driven by the immense enhancements they provide. A suitable soul bone is capable of inciting soul masters to engage in fierce battles, even prompting them to take perilous risks. Indeed, these are the external soul bones I acquired from the 2 Dragon Kings. Mo Lang nodded slightly, harboring no secrets. Those present were all allies, and his established identity as a soul Douluo was well recognized. No one would be foolish enough to divulge their information. Even the allure of an external spirit bone was immense. Furthermore, his display served as a form of testing. Should anyone succumb to temptation, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, as Mo Lang surveyed the room, he found no glimmer of greed in anyone's eyes. Otherwise, he would have had no qualms about eliminating the individual on the spot. This was not arrogance, but rather a reflection of his confidence stemming from unmatched strength. Is this truly an external spirit bone? Flinder and the others were once again astounded, for external spirit bones ranked just below the coveted 10,000-year spirit rings in the hearts of soul masters. Yet, without exception, none displayed any avarice. The individuals present were far from naive. Rather, they were exceptionally astute. Mo Lang boldly presented the 2 external soul bones, demonstrating his lack of fear regarding their covetousness and his trust in them. This trust was sufficient to prevent any betrayal between them, especially considering the young lad before them was a pinnacle title Douluo, not yet 15 years of age, who would dare to set their sights on him, lest they invite their own demise? Furthermore, they believed that being in the presence of such a title Douluo, capable of effortlessly bestowing divine treasures, would yield benefits far surpassing those 2 external soul bones, even if these bones originated from the Dragon King. Suddenly, as Mo Lang took out the soul bones, they swiftly merged into his back, one on each side, before he could even react. Upon their entry, a chilling and searing energy surged through his body, eliciting a pained groan. Fortunately, having previously consumed the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, along with enduring an extended period within the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was able to withstand the violent forces. Otherwise, the extremes of heat and cold would have torn his body apart. He felt a surge of relief that he had not allowed Xiao Wu to partake, as the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, despite his prior preparations, the assault from these soul bones remained excruciating. His body alternated between a fiery red, as if to ignite, and a frigid blue, as if to freeze. The relentless cycle of hot and cold felt as though someone were continuously tearing apart his flesh, only to mend it before it could heal, leading to an agonizing repetition that was almost unbearable. Seeing Mo Lang in such torment, Xiao Wu instinctively rushed forward, only to be restrained by a hand. Do not approach. That power is beyond your reach. Your presence would only serve to distract him further. The owner of the hand, cloaked in robes, spoke in a deep voice, casting a glance to halt Flinder, who was about to kneel. Father, Uncle Tang Hao. Although Tang San could not see the face of the newcomer, he recognized his father's voice immediately. Xiao Wu, too, acknowledged Tang Hao's identity. Rest assured, this boy will be fine. With that, Tang Hao released Xiao Wu's hand and turned to his son, noting the considerable growth in his stature since they last met. Quickly consume these divine treasures. I shall protect you. Tang Hao did not elaborate further to Tang San, urging them instead to ingest the divine items. Yes, although Tang San had many questions, he never refused his father's directives. After consuming the autumn water elixir, he promptly began his cultivation. Daimubai, and the others. Though curious about Tang Sen's father, refrained from asking further and similarly consumed their respective treasures to start their training. Uncle Tang Hao, what brings you here? Is Alang truly unharmed? Xiao Wu, having recognized Tang Hao, inquired, but they had only met a few times. He is unharmed. It appears he has also consumed divine treasures, and under the stimulation of the Dragon King's soul bones, his absorption of the treasures will accelerate, albeit with some discomfort. Tang Hao observed Mo Lang, already aware of his extraordinary potential, yet taken aback by the boy's strength, which surpassed even his expectations. He recalled their last encounter when Mo Lang drunkenly claimed his abilities stemmed from Teacher Tsang. The ability to cultivate such a young title Douluo suggested that Teacher Tsang was likely not from this continent. Return to rest. I am here, and nothing will occur. I will have matters to discuss with this boy shortly. Noticing Flinder's intent to speak, Tang Hao gestured for them to leave, his appearance being motivated by a request for Mo Lang's assistance. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Wujia wished to voice his thoughts, but fell silent upon hearing Flinder's address. What a blighted year. Am I cursed to encounter title Douluos at every turn? Xiao Wu, you should rest as well. I will keep watch over Alang, Tang Hao said, looking at her with assurance. No, I wish to stay by Alang's side. Xiao Wu shook her head but then recalled something. Her eyes widening in surprise as she asked Tang Hao, Uncle Tang Hao, they called you Your Highness. Could it be that you were also a title Douluo? Indeed. That is correct. Tang Hao understood her curiosity and, glancing at the meditating Tang San, replied with a calm demeanor, I have long been aware of your identity. Yet there are matters I cannot disclose. You need only know that I harbor no ill will towards you. He then murmured to himself. I never anticipated that this boy would choose a path similar to mine. What do you mean by a path similar to yours, Uncle Tang Hao? Xiao Wu asked, intrigued. Tang Hao chose not to answer her question, instead picking up a remaining skewer of grilled meat and taking a bite, exclaiming, This rascal can cook such delectable food and did not present it sooner. He deserves the fiery punishment he received. How dare you speak to your elder so disrespectfully? Just then, Mo Lang, having just fused the two soul bones, heard the comment and hurled a wine cup at Tang Hao. With 2 days of 10,000 words updated, the new book ranking has fallen to over 90. It is disheartening. Depending on the situation, I may reduce to 5 updates or revert to 2 if this continues. This cannot be blamed on me, brothers. I have already exerted considerable effort. Chapter 48, External Soul Bones. Ice and Fire Dragon King's Twin Wings. Second update. Haha, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Come, let us drink a few cups together. Tang Hao laughed heartily, shedding all previous solemnity as he caught the wine cup thrown by Mo Lang. Alang, are you alright? Xiao Wu exclaimed with joy upon seeing Mo Lang return to normal, rushing to check if he was missing anything. Rest easy, I'm fine. Mo Lang gently patted Xiao Wu's head, adding, The soul bones I initially intended for you have been fused. You aren't upset, are you? Hearing that Mo Lang still thought of her, Xiao Wu felt warmth in her heart and, casting a knowing glance at Tang Hao, said, You all continue your conversation. I shall retire to rest. I have not slept well these past few days with your absence. As Xiao Wu walked away, Tang Hao took a bite of roasted meat and downed a hearty swig of wine, remarking, You truly have a way with the ladies. When will you teach Tang San? He is as clueless as a wooden fish. When will I hold my grandchildren? You know how your son is. If you were to undress a woman and place her on his bed, he would help her dress again, saying she might catch a cold. How do I even teach him? Mo Lang raised his wine glass and clinked it with Tang Hao's, then inquired with a serious demeanor. What prompted you to seek me out all of a sudden? Have you completed your affairs? Not yet, Tang Hao replied, shaking his head, with a wave of his hand. A dense aura of soul power enveloped them, creating a barrier. His expression grew grave as he continued, For these past few years, I have been searching for ways to rapidly enhance my strength. But can you guess what I found? I won't venture a guess, Mo Lang retorted, rolling his eyes and taking another sip from his glass. Are you truly a title Douluo? Tang Hao refrained from elaborating further, instead posing another question. Not exactly. Mo Lang admitted, feeling no need to conceal anything before Tang Hao, save for the secrets of his system and origins. He popped a grilled chili pepper into his mouth and explained, That is a secret method imparted to me by my master, capable of elevating one to the pinnacle of title Douluo for a brief span of nearly 10 minutes. Once that time elapses, one will succumb to unconsciousness for several hours. Given that, you are now involved in this matter. We shall discuss it further once you attain title Douluo, Tang Hao declared, finishing his drink in one gulp. He then stood up and said, The others will be awakening soon, so I must take my leave. I entrust my son to your care. Observing Tang Hao's demeanor, Mo Lang felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that due to his own influence, certain changes were occurring in the Douluo continent? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed at the vanishing figure of Tang Hao, his eyes wide with astonishment. It appeared that his arrival had indeed triggered a butterfly effect on the Douluo continent, leading to occurrences beyond his comprehension. Yet, what did it matter? He would confront any challenge that came his way. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would unleash chaos upon the divine realm. At worst, he would once again enact the legendary tale of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth. Bang, 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 bang. In a short while, a series of breakthrough sounds echoed. As the 6 members of Shrek Academy each achieved a 5th-level breakthrough, awakening from their meditative states. Upon realizing their remarkable ascension, they were overwhelmed with joy. However, due to Xiao Wu's absence of a celestial item to enhance her abilities, Mo Lang did not receive the benefits of his elder brother's aura. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, having undergone the tempering of the ice and fire two-headed serpent, coupled with the refinement from the ice and fire dragon king's soul bones. He had perfectly absorbed the effects of the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, elevating his soul power to the impressive level of 65. More importantly, his physical strength was astonishingly calculated by the system to have reached 100,000 pounds. One could assert that, without even assuming the title of a titled Douluo. He stood invincible. Mo Lang opened the information on his external soul bone and took a glance. Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings grants immunity to all ice and fire attribute soul skills, with a speed increase of 500%. Additional abilities, Sword of Ice and Fire. Dragon's Soul Embodiment. Flight. Sword of Ice and Fire. Merges the powers of ice and fire, capable of unleashing tenfold strength. Dragon Soul Embodiment. Increases all attributes 5-fold. When facing soul beasts, it grants an 8-fold damage enhancement. Flight. No consumption. Wow, incredible. After observing the enhancements brought by the Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings, Mo Lang exclaimed in astonishment. Truly a divine-level soul bone, its attributes are simply invincible. If combined with the dual wings of the 2 great Dragon Kings, he might even have the strength to contend with the weakest poison Douluo. Moreover, he had gained a flight skill with no consumption, making his movements far less susceptible to restriction. Brother Lang, where is my father? Upon opening his eyes, Tang San's immediate concern was not to assess how much his soul power had increased, but rather to seek the presence of his father. It had been 6 years since their last meeting, and to claim he did not miss him would be untruthful. After searching around without success, he could not help but inquire of Mo Lang. Your father has departed, but he entrusted me to convey a message. When you become strong enough, he will take you to a certain place. Mo Lang gazed at Tang San, who appeared dejected and couldn't help but let slip a spoiler. Really? Did he truly say that? Upon hearing this, Tang San's despondent expression was immediately replaced by one of excitement. Of course, when has Lang ever deceived you? Meanwhile, deep within the Stardoe forest, the Titan giant ape, lounging in a lake, posed a question to the similarly soaking sky blue cattle python. Boss, do you think we should also transform into human form and seek refuge with brother-in-law? Ever since being soundly defeated by Mo Lang, the Titan giant ape had recovered from his hidden ailments and significantly enhanced his strength. His muscles, now as hard as rock, exuded a faint metallic sheen, akin to wearing armor, rendering him even sturdier. The sky blue cattle python remained silent for a considerable time before turning its massive head. Its lantern-like eyes fixed on the Titan giant ape as it inquired, "Do you trust that human? But if he wished to harm us, he would have acted long ago. Why would he help us heal our ailments and boost our strength?" At the mention of the term human, the Titan giant ape's demeanor visibly shifted. Yet upon reflecting on Mo Lang's actions that day, it seemed he was indeed different from other humans. All right, let's refrain from transforming until Xiao Wu has matured. If she encounters danger, who will come to her aid? The sky blue cattle python stated before submerging into the depths of the lake. It wasn't that he lacked trust in that human. Rather, how could they rely solely on one human to fend off all others? He understood one essential truth. Human greed knows no bounds. Should Mo Lang truly exhibit unprecedented strength, he wouldn't mind transforming early and sincerely addressing him as brother-in-law. A night passed without incident. The Shrek 7 monsters continued their training under Flander as usual. However, in the afternoon, the master made an appearance. This is Shrek Academy? How can it be so new? The decor rivals that of a noble academy. Where did Flander acquire such a wealth of soul coins? Following the directions, The master arrived at Shrek Academy but was taken aback by its resemblance to a noble institution. Had Flander perhaps allied himself with the aristocracy? With that thought, Yu Xiaojiang entered the academy with a grim expression. "Ah, Xiaojiang, you finally arrived. I thought you had been abducted by some woman," Mo Lang remarked. Emerging from the dining hall, a toothpick in his mouth, wearing a teasing grin as he regarded the latter. Scram. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Where is that scoundrel Flander? Yu Xiaojiang, usually calm and collected, only displayed frustration in front of Mo Lang. For he was the only one who did not regard him as a master, reflecting on the surprises this brat had brought him over the years. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. His diligent research seemed to have no effect on this prodigy. "Xiaojiang, you finally made it. I was just talking about you with Wuji." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's voice, Flander immediately stepped out with Xiao Wuji. A smile on his face as he introduced Xiao to Xiaojiang. "This is the master I just spoke of." Nearly everyone in the Soul Master realm refers to him as such. "So, you are the master. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Greetings, I am Xiao Wuji." Xiao Wuji, surprised by the master's presence, quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. "Do not stand on ceremony, Wuhuan King," the master replied with a nod before turning to Flander. Demanding, "Flander, I ask you, have you allied yourself with the aristocracy?" Flander appeared perplexed. "No, why would I ally myself with the nobility? To be a vassal beneath the powerful? Then explain how you acquired the funds to renovate such an impressive academy." The master clearly did not believe Flander's words. "You'll have to ask our new principal about that." Flander, aware of Yu Xiaojiang's misunderstanding, deliberately left a hint of mystery. "New principal? You still claim you haven't allied with the nobility? I recall that the principal of Shrek Academy is not you." Yu Xiaojiang retorted angrily. "Where is Tang-san? I intend to take him away. I do not wish for my disciple to become a pawn of the empire." "Teacher, what brings you here?" At that moment, Tang-san, having finished his meal, stepped outside, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang. Since his father's departure when he was 7, the master had filled that void, becoming his 5th family member. "I told you I would come to see you." The master's expression softened slightly upon seeing Tang-san. He ruffled Tang-san's hair and said, "Come, let's return. I'll find you a new school." "Return? Why would I do that? I'm quite well here," Tang-san inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. If you're going to take my student away, you'll have to do so with my consent." At this moment, Mo Lang, toothpick in mouth, regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a teasing expression. "I am the new principal of this academy. Do you have any objections to me, the new principal?" "You, the new principal?" Now it was Yu Xiaojiang's turn to be bewildered. "All right, Xiaojiang, you've misunderstood. Let me explain." After a long-awaited reunion, Flander, feeling soft-hearted, recounted the entire sequence of events, including the matters concerning the Stardow Forest. "What? When did you become a title Douluo?" Upon learning that Mo Lang was indeed a title Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang lost his composure, staring at Mo Lang in shock. "Look at your dramatic reaction. Haven't you been shocked enough over these past 6 years?" Mo Lang neither denied nor confirmed, merely casting a knowing glance at Yu Xiaojiang. "Never mind, you peculiar fellow, whether you are a title Douluo or not. As long as you do not lead my Xiao-san astray, it is of little concern." The master shook his head. Reflecting on the events that had transpired over the past 6 years concerning Mo Lang, he found it somewhat acceptable if the young man were indeed a title Douluo. However, "Xiao-san, to think you have surpassed the 30th level truly brought a pleasant surprise to your teacher." Upon hearing the news of Xiao-san's advancement, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the master's eyes. "Very well, Xiaojiang, if you have matters to discuss, seek out Flander aside. I still have to assist them in honing their physical prowess." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed through the eye of insight to assess Tang-san's current capacity for strength. Yet he still offered a word of caution. "Come on, Brother Lang, as long as I can grow stronger, I am willing to endure any hardship." Tang-san declared with unwavering resolve. "In that case, I shall commence." Mo Lang nodded slightly, then proceeded to unleash a series of punches upon Tang-san. The latter's face immediately contorted in excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. By the conclusion of the 10th strike, Tang-san stood resolutely in place. Though his entire body was drenched in sweat, a clear indication of the immense suffering he had endured. A foul odor emanated from him, suggesting that a considerable amount of impurities had been expelled from within. To Tang-san's astonishment, merely enduring such a beating had nearly unblocked one of the meridians within his body. "All right, it's time for a shower," he thought. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang glanced at the remaining few. As Dai Mu Bai was about to step forward, Xiao Wu interjected, saying, "I'll do it." Mo Lang felt a pang of reluctance toward Xiao Wu. Although he had never experienced it himself, he could discern the agony from Tang San's reaction. After all, to refine one's physical form into a divine artifact, one must endure suffering beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Yet, he was loath to let Xiao Wu bear such torment. "It's fine. Lang, let me take this on. I have already fallen behind you all by so much. If I lag any further, how can I continue to stay by your side? I do not wish for you to face danger alone next time. Regardless of the distance, I will accompany you," Xiao Wu declared with unwavering determination. "So, do not pity me, just proceed." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With each strike he delivered, Mo Lang felt a profound ache in his heart, especially as he beheld the unwavering smile on Xiao Wu's face, which deepened his sorrow. Several times he contemplated surrendering, yet the determination reflected in her eyes urged him to persist. He began to doubt his own worth, questioning if his perceived inadequacy prompted Xiao Wu to strive for strength in order to alleviate his burdens. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely his formidable strength that instilled in her a desire to remain close. She longed to be a carefree and joyous girl, basking in his love and protection. However, rather than embodying a mere ornamental figure, she yearned to stand by his side, weathering life's storms together as his steadfast partner. She aspired to be a woman who could revel in their shared prosperity while also enduring hardships alongside him. Such a love was the essence of her desires. Bang! As the 10th punch landed, Xiao Wu trembled violently, seemingly enduring unbearable agony, her entire being on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, as a soul beast transformed over 100,000 years, she remained steadfast and did not succumb to unconsciousness. Xiao Wu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang remained utterly unaffected by the foul odor emanating from Xiao Wu as he assisted her into the room. "All right. I'm going to undress and take a shower now, so please step outside quickly," Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed as she noticed Mo Lang's reluctance to leave. "The bathroom is too slippery. I fear you might fall," Missouri Lang replied, scratching his head, only to receive a disdainful glance from Xiao Wu before he reluctantly exited. Outside, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Lang Gu is quite the tough one, even capable of being harsh with Xiao Wu. It pains me to witness." To which Dai Mu Bai countered, "You don't understand. The more Xiao Wu behaves this way, the more Lang Gu will cherish her. Only a girl like her, who possesses self-respect, self-love, and resilience, is worthy of a strong man like him." Dai Mu Bai recalled his past relationships, realizing that none of the women he had encountered appreciated him for anything beyond his wealth or looks. They were merely ornamental. Indeed, only those with dignity and strength deserve to be loved, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, casting a cold glance at Dai Mu Bai as she moved to join Mo Lang, eager to become the third participant. "As long as I can grow stronger, I am willing to bear any cost." Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all accepted Mo Lang's training, leaving only Ning Rongrong. "Lang Gu, as a support-type soulmaster, may I be exempt from training?" Ning Rongrong, who had been sheltered in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had never endured any hardship, let alone violence. Her participation in running at Shrek Academy was already a considerable concession, and the thought of further hardship was unacceptable to her. Observing Ning Rongrong's youthful face, Mo Lang contemplated and said, "I understand you are esteemed and admired at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where no one dares to speak harshly to you. However, this is Shrek Academy, and as the dean, I must take responsibility for you all. If you merely wish to play, you are free to seek another academy. Those who leave Shrek Academy fall into one of two categories. Either they are cast out as failures, or they emerge as unparalleled geniuses. I give you 10 minutes to contemplate your choice. Whether you wish to be a failure or a genius is entirely up to you. I have never coerced anyone." "Huh? An unparalleled genius? In my eyes, Rongrong is already a paragon of genius. It is your honor that she has come to your Shrek Academy." Just as Ning Rongrong hesitated, an arrogant voice echoed, and a figure cloaked in pure white appeared above Shrek Academy. "Grandfather Jian, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Jian Shinshin, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, The newcomer was Jian Xinshin, the sword Douluo. His previously cold demeanor softened as he looked at Ning Rongrong. Filled with affection as he said, "Grandfather Jian could not rest easy, so I came to check on you." After speaking, Jian Xinshin turned to Mo Lang. His expression returning to its former chill. "I never expected to arrive and witness someone speaking so arrogantly. It is utterly ridiculous. I have never encountered nor heard of such absurd body refinement training. Moreover, I have not heard of any genius emerging from Shrek Academy. What makes you so special?" The arrival of Jian Xinshin instantly cast a tense atmosphere among Master Flandra and the others, for he was a title Douluo, renowned as the strongest attacking title Douluo. Inscribed on the Pope's decree as a representative of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Under normal circumstances, they would have shown utmost respect, but with Mo Lang present, they felt no fear. However, Master Flandra was anxious. Having spent 6 years with Mo Lang, he was well aware of the young man's temperament. Given Jian Xinshin's accusatory stance, it was unlikely Mo Lang would remain silent. In Mo Lang's lexicon, there was no room for submission or enduring humiliation. In his own words, it was simply 8 characters. If you refuse, then fight. Life and death are of little consequence. Having never seen or heard of it, that only reflects your ignorance. Besides, who do you think you are to point fingers at me? Indeed, Mo Lang's retort indicated his defiance against the old ancestor's authority. I have roamed Zuan for a decade. What kind of provocateurs have I not encountered? Upon the utterance of Mo Lang's words, Flinder, Xiao Wu, and others were left in a state of shock. Their opponent was a titled Douluo, backed by the formidable Seven-Treasure glazed tile school. Even if one were a peak titled Douluo, unafraid of the adversary, one must consider the power that stands behind them. Is your intention to bring about our doom? Flinder was flustered, and even Xiao Wu appeared rattled. Ha ha ha. The sword Douluo laughed rather than expressed anger, gazing at Mo Lang and stating, "Do you not know who I am? I am the sword Douluo, renowned as the strongest in attack among titled Douluos, though I believe your title requires a revision." Mo Lang, indifferent, replied, "I was just lamenting the lack of a titled Douluo to spar with. Now that one has arrived, I shall not allow you to depart so easily." Had Flinder and the others been aware that Mo Lang was merely a 65th level Soul Emperor, yet sought to practice against the so-called strongest sword Douluo, they would undoubtedly have covered his mouth in horror. "No, you do not wish to." Sword Chen's eyes narrowed, and a surge of sword energy suddenly bore down upon Mo Lang. "Then let us see." Mo Lang's gaze was resolute, undeterred by the surrounding sword energy. The two locked eyes, tension palpable between them. In Chapter 51, what is the term for a level 20 challenge? This young man possesses an intriguing demeanor. Observing Mo Lang, who maintained a composed yet audacious stance, even more brazen than his own youthful self, Jianshin felt a burgeoning appreciation for talent. To ascend to greatness, one must first nurture a heart inclined toward strength. It was evident this young man had already achieved that. However, he mused, excessive rigidity can lead to breakage, and unbridled arrogance can invite demise. Today, I shall impart this lesson to you. Jianshin gestured for Ning Rongrong to step aside, intent on honing this youth's abilities. "Rest assured, I shall not take his life, merely impart a lesson," Jianshin interjected, interrupting Ning Rongrong's concerns. She thought to caution him to be wary of Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, 9 soul rings erupted behind Jianshin, the aura of a tidal dawn, crashing forth like tumultuous waves, bearing down on Mo Lang. Unlike other Douluo, this presence was laced with a piercing sword intent, formidable even for a soul Douluo. Yet, Jian Douluo held back. Considering the opponent appeared to be merely a teenager, how formidable could he truly be? "By the heavens, a soul emperor!" Jian Douluo exclaimed, nearly losing grip on his 7-killing sword as he beheld the 4 black soul rings and 2 crimson rings manifest behind Mo Lang. While a soul emperor was not inherently surprising, a mere teenager bearing such rings, each at least 10,000 years old, was a revelation that shattered his perceptions. How could he not be astonished? Yet, he noted that those around him showed little surprise, only confusion, which puzzled him further. "Brother Lang, are you not a title Douluo? Why do you not reveal your remaining 3 soul rings?" inquired Ma Hongjun, perplexed. This left Jian Douluo at a loss. A title Douluo? What a jest! If you were indeed a title Douluo, I would perform a self-decapitation for you. The strength of a soul emperor sufficed. After all, the opponent was older. And we must honor our elders and cherish the young. Mo Lang's 3 experience cards have already been exhausted. Thus he is unable to possess 9 soul rings. However, even if he still had them, he would refrain from using them. He wishes to ascertain the extent of his current strength. Can he challenge a title Douluo? Upon hearing these words, Jian Qin's heart could not help but yearn to unsheath his sword and silence the youth. Despite his commendable appearance and talent, how can he speak so provocatively? The identity of the opponent as a title Douluo has become inconsequential. Even if he were one, Jian Qin would not be intimidated. Young man, I care not whether you are a title Douluo. If you can withstand my attack, I shall promptly apologize and depart. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Jian Qin sensed a hint of peril emanating from Mo Lang, leading him to believe he might be in for a surprise. Thus, he resolved to unleash his most formidable technique. If apologies were effective, why would I exert myself in training? Should you lose, you may remain here as a gatekeeper. For my academy is in need of a doorkeeper. Mo Lang was uncertain whether he could withstand his opponent's most formidable strike. Yet he knew he could not allow the other to depart so easily. With the sword Douluo standing guard, how could he not bring honor to Shrek Academy? If you lose, you shall come to my 7-treasure glazed tile sect as a son-in-law. The sword Douluo regarded Mo Lang with admiration at such a young age. He possessed remarkable strength and courage, making him an excellent match for Ning Rongrong. What are you saying, Grandfather Jian? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. However, thoughts of Xiao Wu tugged at her conscience. Yet, what was wrong with pursuing someone she cherished? I cannot agree. I already have someone I adore. Please find another. Though Mo Lang possessed a steadfast confidence, he was reluctant to gamble with emotions and even less inclined to cause Xiao Wu any sorrow. Despite knowing that Mo Lang would not acquiesce, hearing his outright refusal left Ning Rongrong feeling disheartened. I concur. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she addressed Mo Lang. My agreement does not stem from a desire to part ways with you, but rather from my unwavering belief in you. Good heavens, I am on the verge of madness, being constantly fed dog food. When will this relentless cycle come to an end? Ma Hongjun, overhearing the exchange between Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, was left utterly astounded. Then let it commence. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Mo Lang felt an inexhaustible surge of soul power coursing through him, elevating his presence to an extraordinary pinnacle. Meanwhile, after undergoing Mo Lang's physical enhancement, Xiao Wu's strength surged by 3 levels, reaching level 33, which in turn allowed Mo Lang to ascend to the formidable rank of level 68 Soul Emperor. In contrast, Jian Qinshin now stood at level 96 as a title Douluo, creating a near 30-level disparity between them. Could Mo Lang truly contend against such an overwhelming difference? Allow me to demonstrate the might of a title Douluo. Jian Qinshin raised his right hand, brandishing the 7 kills sword, while his left hand rested behind him, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine sword. The sword energy within him surged forth, intermingled with his soul power, erupting with fervor. In an instant, the profound soul power and sword energy transformed into countless gleaming flying swords, raining down in a deluge, enveloping the entire Shrek Academy. All swords returned to their origin. Jian Qinshin unleashed his most potent technique right from the outset, a resounding roar accompanying a tempest of flying swords that surged toward Mo Lang with relentless ferocity. Here they come. Mo Lang let out a resounding roar, as 2 magnificent dragon soul bones emerged from behind him, one crimson and one azure. Enormous dragon wings burst forth from his body, instantly elevating Mo Lang into the heavens. The dragon's soul had enveloped him. With his exclamation, the reverberating sounds of dragon roars echoed throughout the cosmos. In an instant, Mo Lang underwent a remarkable transformation. To his left blazed a fervent crimson flame, while to his right radiated an intense, frigid blue aura. At the center of his forehead, a pattern resembling the dual eyes of ice and fire materialized, 2 extreme forces that harmoniously merged within him. At that moment, Mo Lang's aura transcended the realm of Soul Emperor, rivaling that of a soul sage, the sword of ice and fire. Yet, the spectacle was not complete, as Jian Qin's heart concentrated a myriad of swords. A colossal sword of ice and fire manifested above Mo Lang. The alternating forces of frigid cold and searing heat distorted the very air around them, seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying energies. This strike possessed the power to eliminate any soul sage. Was this all? No, it was still insufficient. Jian Qin, witnessing Mo Lang unleash a force capable of vanquishing any soul sage, felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. However, as a title Douluo, he maintained an outward composure, steady as a rock, while secretly augmenting his own soul power. Damn, this lad is truly a freak of nature. Still not enough, is it? Then let us proceed. The heaven-shattering staff. Mo Lang once again bellowed, raising his right hand, and the divine weapon, the golden cudgel of the soul, materialized in his grasp. Under the infusion of soul power, the golden cudgel expanded dramatically, surpassing even the sword of ice and fire, and swept through the multitude of flying swords. Coupled with Mo Lang's immense strength of 50,000 pounds, this strike possessed the potential to slay any soul Douluo. How could this young man unleash power capable of vanquishing a soul Douluo? This was beyond the strength of a level 20. Jian Qinshin was once again astonished. Even he, who remained as steady as a rock, revealed a grave expression and immediately augmented his soul power. What is it called when one challenges those beyond their level? Yet, Mo Lang let out a cold snort, and his aura surged once more. As his might reached an unprecedented zenith, a colossal figure of a three-headed, six-armed demon ape emerged behind him, soaring into the heavens as if to pluck the stars and seize the moon. The cosmic ape, grasping the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, manipulating the universe. Mo Lang's fourth soul skill is none other than the three-headed, six-armed ape, which augments the user's strength threefold. The sixth soul ring is the illustrious 10,000-year soul ring of the three-headed, six-armed ape. This venerable soul ring grants two additional abilities, the star-seizing hand and the cosmic diamond shield. The star-seizing hand enables one to pluck the stars from the heavens, unleashing 8 times the strength. When paired with the three-headed, six-armed form, it can unleash a staggering 16 times the power. The cosmic diamond shield, enhanced by the user's soul power, can withstand any physical assault. Currently capable of withstanding the full force strike of the soul Douluo. One skill serves as offense while the other provides defense, complementing each other quite well. However, it is essential to acknowledge that Mo Lang's previous skills, Dragon Soul Bodyguard, Sword of Ice and Fire, and the Shattering Heaven Staff, were all damage-enhancing abilities. The cumulative effect of these 3 skills has already reached an astounding 23 times the damage. And with the addition of the three-headed, six-armed form and the star-seizing hand, the total damage amplification has soared to 39 times. It is crucial to understand that this is not simply a matter of addition. Were it not for Mo Lang's consumption of the Fire Emperor Apricot and the 8-angled Ice Grass, along with the tempering from the Eyes of Ice and Fire and the soul bones of the 2 great Dragon Kings, his physical form would have long been shattered under such overwhelming power. Even so, after activating the three-headed, six-armed form and the star-seizing hand, his skin was still adorned with numerous beads of blood, rendering him a ghastly figure, akin to a bloodied specter. Despite this, Mo Lang bore no trace of pain upon his visage. Rather, his eyes, sparkling like stars, radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Due to the experience card, he was aware that this force was sufficient to injure the sword Douluo. With this strike, victory was assured. What manner of creature is this young man, truly? As Mo Lang unleashed his full power, the dark night was illuminated as if it were broad daylight, causing the expression of the sword Douluo to shift from solemnity to panic and astonishment. The sheer magnitude of this force compelled him to exert every ounce of his strength. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance could leave him in a most precarious state. Boom! With the sword Douluo giving it his all, 2 torrents of ferocious energy erupted in the air, producing a thunderous sound that sent tremors through the entire Shrek Academy. Fortunately, both Mo Lang and the sword Douluo consciously restrained their powers, preventing the devastation that could have obliterated both the academy and the nearby village beneath such tumultuous energy. A full-force strike from a titled Douluo is sufficient to raise a city, let alone a mere village. Alang, amidst the collision of energies, Mo Lang plummeted from the sky, but fortunately, Xiao Wu was swift enough to catch him. Upon noticing the beads of blood forming on his skin, she immediately checked for injuries. "Do not worry, I am fine," Mo Lang reassured her. "It is merely that my physical form could not withstand the explosive force just now, resulting in some minor ruptured capillaries. A few days of rest will suffice." On the other side, although the sword Douluo did not fall from the sky, he was still sent flying backward, his internal energy surging violently as he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully suppressed. What a joke! How could a dignified titled Douluo be injured to the point of bleeding by a mere soul emperor? If word of this got out, it would be utterly humiliating. He had not anticipated that not only would his full force strike be met, but it would also result in his own injury. Thankfully, the opponent's body could not endure such overwhelming power. At a critical moment, he had restrained some of his force, or else his own fate would not have been much better. Such innate talent is truly terrifying, an absolute prodigy. Gradually regaining his composure, he recalled that this individual had introduced himself as the Dean of Shrek Academy. To withstand a blow from a titled Douluo at the level of a sole emperor beyond level 30 indeed warranted Flander's deference. No matter how many geniuses he had encountered, he felt unworthy even to shine the shoes of this young man. Similarly, Flander and the others, who had been spectating, were left in awe of Mo Lang's prowess, although they were puzzled as to why he refrained from utilizing his titled Douluo strength. Witnessing Mo Lang's seemingly endless array of techniques made them forget their questions, plunging them into deep astonishment until the conclusion of the battle. To challenge beyond 20 levels. What does that even mean? That statement is incredibly bold, exclaimed Ma Junhong, her excitement boiling over. Indeed, Brother Lang has surpassed nearly 30 levels. This is simply monstrous. Daimubai was rendered speechless. Moreover, this 30 levels were not merely the initial stages, but the span from sole emperor to titled Douluo. Oscar swallowed hard and remarked, "They say there is a chasm between levels, yet Brother Lang has effortlessly crossed it before all of us. It is truly unfathomable. Even knowing this young man is a prodigy, each display of his strength shatters my understanding. As if everything I have studied my entire life is rendered meaningless in comparison to him." The master was equally astounded by Mo Lang's extraordinary challenge beyond 30 levels. Feeling an intricate mix of emotions. Were it not for Mo Lang being the sole exception, he might have lost his sanity. "Sword Douluo, how about it? Consider this strike received on my behalf. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang understood that Jian Qinshin was too proud to back down, so he offered him an opportunity to save face, saying, "Moreover, aren't you concerned about Ningrongrong? With you guarding the gate, who would dare to harm her? All right, Uncle Jian, we will keep our word. A loss is a loss. The Soul Master competition is only a few years away, so you can stay here without worrying about me." At that moment, a voice as refreshing as a spring breeze emerged. A middle-aged man, with a dignified countenance, straight nose, and gentle demeanor, clad in a pristine white robe, approached. He appeared to be in his 40s. "But what about your safety, Sect Master?" Jian Douluo looked at the middle-aged man with concern, who was none other than Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasted 2 titled Douluos, one of whom was always in close proximity to Ning Fingxi, while the other remained to guard the school. With Jian Douluo present, it was evident that Ning Fingxi was nearby. The reason for his delayed appearance was his curiosity about what made Shrek Academy so special. Upon observing, he was taken aback to discover that the elusive title Douluo that had recently stirred up a commotion was, in fact, the principal of Shrek Academy. Therefore, after Mo Lang's confrontation with Jian Douluo, he stepped out from the shadows. Ning Fingxi's gaze was warm, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Jian Douluo. "Uncle Jian, the Soul Master competition is merely 2 years away, and I have not ventured out much during this time. Besides, as long as I can secure that matter, possessing those few items will ensure that I am not easily threatened. However, let us consider this. If Sect Master Ning has urgent matters to attend to, might you not accompany him and return to Shrek Academy when there is nothing pressing?" Jian Douluo seemed ready to protest, but Mo Lang impatiently waved his hand, suggesting another retreat. He recognized that the power of a title Douluo was formidable. It would be unwise to push too hard. It was better to concede some ground and grant Jian Douluo a favor. Seeing Mo Lang continually yield and provide him with an exit, Jian Douluo, not one to be unreasonable, nodded in acceptance, saying, "I accept the wager. Having lost, I shall serve 2 years as the gatekeeper." Thus, Jian Qinshin became the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy. It was an honor for Shrek Academy to host Jian Douluo. How could they allow such a revered elder to merely guard the gate? If you do not mind, why not assume the role of honorary vice principal? You could also guide these young ones in their training, Flander suggested, ever the diplomat. "No need for that. I prefer to guard the gate, not teach," Jian Douluo replied, softening only in the presence of Ning Fingxi and Ning Rongrong, while maintaining his usual air of superiority around others. However, since he was now under someone else's roof, his tone softened considerably. Observing Jian Douluo's resolute stance, Flander opted not to press further. With a smile, he proposed, "As it is getting late, how about we have a late-night meal and enjoy some drinks together? If there are matters to discuss, We can do so as well. There are accommodations available if you do not mind staying the night. Since that is the case, I appreciate your hospitality, Ning Fingji replied courteously, recalling his unfinished business. You all can go ahead. I shall join you after I take a bath. Mo Lang was aware of Ning Fingji's purpose for visiting and understood that after employing the Ruyi Jingu Bang and the dual wings of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, it was futile to conceal his affairs any longer. Thus, he decided to lay everything bare that very night. During the time Mo Lang was bathing, Ning Fingji engaged Ning Rongrong in conversation, primarily inquiring about matters concerning Mo Lang. Upon learning the details, both Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo exchanged a glance, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Rongrong, why did you not mention this in the letter? Ning Fingji queried. It turned out that Ning Rongrong had sought Tang San's counsel regarding a collaboration on hidden weapons that morning and had sent a letter back without disclosing anything about Mo Lang's situation. Because Brother Lang insisted on confidentiality. If I let that slip, how could I possibly remain in Shrek Academy? Rongrong replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Child, what are you doing? I believe Rongrong makes a valid point. Ning Fingji began to interject, but Jian Douluo shot him a warning glance, prompting him to withdraw his comments with a sigh. By the way, father, look at my martial spirit, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Recalling how her martial spirit had transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile after consuming the Chilua tulip, she proudly showcased it to her father. This is the 9-treasure glazed tile. Ning Fingji was initially perplexed, but upon realizing that his beloved daughter's 7-treasure glazed tile had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile, his eyes widened in astonishment. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong recounted how Mo Lang had distributed celestial treasures among the Shrek 7 monsters, leaving Ning Fingji filled with admiration. Jian Douluo, on the other hand, felt a pang of shame, realizing he had misjudged the young man. It was Rongrong who had truly found her rightful place. Afterward, Ning Fingji conferred with Tang San regarding the hidden weapons, finalizing the terms before Mo Lang finally made his entrance. Have you taken an eternity to bathe? Jian Douluo remarked. His curiosity piqued about Mo Lang. He considered taking him on as a disciple to continue his legacy. However, after waiting for half an hour, he was tempted to bring Mo Lang in himself, if not for the delightful aroma of the skewers wafting through the air. Can't enjoy skewers without your mouth running? What's wrong with looking this handsome and being a bit fastidious? Mo Lang retorted, always one to respond to provocations. Jian Douluo, rather than being offended, chuckled and took a sip of his drink. If it were not for your temperament, I would have delivered a few strikes today. Such bravado. Aren't you afraid of straining yourself? You should eat more kidney skewers to bolster your strength. Mo Lang teased back, seizing a skewer of lamb kidneys. Hey, with my fiery temper, shall we settle this with a little demonstration? Jian Douluo's temper flared, but Ning Fingji intervened, pulling him back. Uncle Jian, perhaps it would be wise to temper your words. Jian Douluo then settled back into his seat. Mo Lang was utterly indifferent, taking a sip of wine before picking up a skewer of large kidneys. Ahem, may I ask, is that titled Douluo from the Sunset Forest a few days ago you? Ning Fingji inquired with curiosity, clearing his throat. Indeed, it was I, yet I am not a titled Douluo. You have all witnessed my true capabilities. I am merely a soul emperor. However, my master imparted to me a secret technique that allows me to temporarily elevate my strength to that of a titled Douluo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang was well aware that the other party would undoubtedly inquire about his soul rings, so he chose to reveal the matter outright. After all, he initially possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, and additionally boasted 200,000-year soul rings, an astonishing feat indeed. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed the eyes of Sword Douluo. He should have anticipated that someone so young could wield such formidable power. Coupled with an extraordinary combination of soul rings, there must be someone behind him. Yet, on the Douluo continent, there have been no reports of anyone capable of independently slaying a 100,000-year soul ring. Could it be that he was a reclusive powerhouse who had surpassed the 100-level threshold? Not only was Sword Douluo intrigued, but all present were captivated. To nurture a prodigious talent like Brother Mo, it was certain that his esteemed teacher must be an extraordinary figure. One could only hope for the fortune of encountering such a master. Originally, Ning Fingji ought not to have posed such a blunt question, yet the prospect of meeting such a remarkable powerhouse overshadowed any concerns for decorum. Chapter 54. Xiaojiang. You truly are the worm in my belly. Third update. It is not that it is impossible. Rather, I myself do not even know where my master is." Mo Lang swallowed the morsel of kidney in his mouth, took another sip of wine, and continued, "He appears and disappears like a phantom, wandering the world, only showing himself when I achieve a breakthrough. However, he prefers to avoid human interaction, so do not dwell on it too much, Master Ning." "What a jest! My master is none other than the system itself. What can I show you?" "Haha, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Ning Fengji raised his cup, downing a self-imposed drink, and remarked with a smile, "To have the honor of knowing a prodigious talent like Brother Mo is already a privilege for me, Ning Fengji." Regardless of the veracity of Mo Lang's claims, Ning Fengji chose not to press further. Yet, the assembly was taken aback by the fact that the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would humble himself so before a mere youth like Mo Lang, offering such lavish praise, which could even be construed as flattery. However, all present were astute individuals. They understood that even if Mo Lang was not a titled Douluo, the prowess he had just displayed, along with the enigmatic master he spoke of, was sufficient to warrant treating him as if he were a titled Douluo. Such is the significance of power and lineage. "You flatter me, Master Ning." Mo Lang smiled faintly, a rare moment of humility. There was no other choice. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given that the other party had adopted such a lowly stance, it would be ungracious to make things difficult for them. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he could withstand the sword Douluo's most formidable strike, the 10,000 swords returned to origin, it did not imply he was capable of engaging in combat with the sword Douluo. Merely enduring that one blow had already consumed a third of his soul power, while the opponent had only taken a few steps back. This indicated that he was still no match for the sword Douluo, as he could manage at most 3 exchanges. Not to mention, the sword Douluo had yet to unleash his martial soul's true form and domain abilities. He understood that his ability to withstand that strike was largely due to the sword Douluo's underestimation of him. Nevertheless, this battle had illuminated his shortcomings. Even though his soul power was significantly denser and more enduring than that of a typical soul emperor due to the star transformation technique, his physical resilience was inadequate to fully realize his potential. The blood droplets manifesting from his inability to bear the explosive force of his soul power, or rather the power of the stars, stood as testament to this. Therefore, in addition to diligently practicing the star transformation technique to enhance both his internal and external physicality with the power of the stars, he must also seek external means to fortify his physical strength, much like Tang San, who was taken by Tang Hao to train beneath a waterfall. However, the current hardness of his physique was insufficient for the waterfall's impact to yield any significant improvement. He needed to devise alternative methods. Coincidentally, his 8th check-in coincided with the moment Tang San first claimed victory in the Soul Master Tournament, providing him with a 2-year span to augment his strength. Alas, if only the 9-9 return to one hammering technique could refine his body. Mo Lang pondered in a state of melancholy. At times, possessing immense strength can indeed be quite burdensome. Why does the young man wear such a troubled expression? Is he contemplating how to enhance his physical prowess? Just as Mo Lang's frown deepened, the voice of the master resonated beside him. Mo Lang was taken aback. Could it be that the master possessed the ability to read minds? It seemed that I had struck a chord. The master, rarely breaking into a smile, remarked, "Through observing your recent battle, I have discerned your shortcomings and analyzed the source of your distress. Although the nature of your mutated soul power allows you to transcend conventional limits and absorb soul rings beyond the norm, the soul skills and soul power these rings bestow upon you are beyond what your current physique can endure. Logically, your body should have already succumbed to the overwhelming force of a 100,000-year soul ring. Have you perhaps consumed celestial great herbs? Or could it be that your external soul bones have enhanced your constitution?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Mo Lang's eyes sparkled with delight, and a joyful expression illuminated his face as he affectionately kissed the master's head. "What the devil?" the master exclaimed, observing how Mo Lang's mouth was smeared with oil from the kidneys he had devoured, leaving remnants entangled in his hair. Despite his usual tranquility, he could not suppress an expletive. Simultaneously, an unusual sensation coursed through him, causing goosebumps to rise. Nonetheless, the master, intrigued, inquired, "Did your master not convey this to you?" Mo Lang replied, "My master only appears when I require a soul ring. Matters of cultivation are left to fate." Mo Lang casually offered an explanation, but soon furrowed his brow. Xiao Wu possessed gravitational abilities, allowing him to assist in creating a gravity field. Yu Xiaojiang, seemingly aware of Mo Lang's thoughts, quickly interjected and then distanced himself from Mo Lang, fearing that this mischievous lad might engage in some reckless antics. "Xiaojiang, you truly are the worm in my belly." Mo Lang rose once more, intending to embrace Yu Xiaojiang and inadvertently wipe off the oil on his hands. However, upon noticing that the latter had already distanced himself, he was left with no choice but to rub it off on the nearby Mahangjun. As the meal neared its conclusion, Ning Rongrong proactively requested Mo Lang to give her a beating, which shifted Mo Lang's perception of her yet again, although the sword Douluo was reluctant. Upon hearing that enduring a thrashing from Mo Lang could not only enhance one's physical condition and strengthen soul power, but also remedy hidden ailments, his curiosity was piqued. Especially after witnessing Ning Rongrong's significant improvement in her physique following the ordeal and her subsequent bath, both he and Ning Fingji found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Was such a method truly feasible? Should he perhaps give it a try himself? Why had he endured so many assaults without experiencing any enhancement in his physique or remedying his hidden ailments, almost to the point of spitting blood? This contemplation nearly forced the sword Douluo to expel the blood he had been holding back. Ultimately, neither of them could gather the courage to allow Mo Lang to beat them. As the late-night snack concluded, Mo Lang was suddenly called over by the master and Flinder. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Early in the morning, Mo Lang hastened to the casino in Soto City, utilizing his golden eyes to amass a staggering sum of 100,000 soul coins. However, upon exiting the establishment, he was intercepted by 3 individuals. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, his skin a deep shade of ebony, standing just over 1.60 meters and appearing to be in his 40s. This man was instantly recognizable as the lecherous uncle, Douluo, who had made several appearances in the world of Douluo continent. Flanking him were the other 2 members of the notorious trio known as the lecherous 3 swordsmen, Cao and Tianya, who had previously accompanied Douluo in his escapades. At that moment, the 3 men acted as enforcers for the casino, having been dispatched to teach Mo Lang a lesson and to reclaim the winnings he had acquired, half of which would be apportioned to them as a reward. After all, Mo Lang's earlier brawl with Dai Mubai at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had stirred quite a commotion in Soto City, prompting the casino to deploy these 3 soul masters, all of whom were at least in their 40s, to confront him. So, were the 3 of them coveting his 100,000 soul coins? Mo Lang gazed at the lewd trio with a faint smile, never anticipating that the portly one, having alleviated his inner turmoil, would be spared from misfortune, while he himself, entangled in gambling, would face dire straits. Truly, what a fateful entanglement. Listen here, lad, if you possess any sense, surrender that guiding soul device, and we shall be lenient. Otherwise, well, a minute later. Enough, brother, father, grandfather. We realize our mistakes. The 3, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, their faces a canvas of terror, pleading for mercy. They could scarcely believe that this youth, seemingly no older than 15, was indeed a soul emperor, and even more terrifying, one adorned with 200,000-year soul rings. Such an injustice was beyond comprehension. At that moment, thoughts of eliminating the casino owner crossed their minds. That fleeting minute had been nothing short of a nightmare. From now on, strive to be better individuals. Mo Lang cast a glance at the 3 individuals and swaggered away. Merely 3 insignificant supporting characters. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had elapsed. Bang! In the tenfold gravity field created by Xiao Wu, Mo Lang, relying solely on the strength of his physical form, managed to send Xiao Wu flying within 10 moves. It appears that the tenfold gravity is no longer sufficient for you. With your current physical prowess, you are capable of enduring 10 full-force bursts. The master observed Mo Lang, who, within a mere 3 months, not only acclimated to the tenfold gravity but also triumphed over Xiao Wu with ease, his eyes betraying a sense of astonishment. This lad is truly a prodigy. Of course, apart from the unparalleled talent of the opponent, this success is also attributed to the relentless effort he has put forth. Throughout these 3 months, Mo Lang dedicated every moment to training. By day, he honed his body under Xiao Wu's gravity field, and by night, he cultivated his soul power. In this regard, even Tang San could not compare, as he had to allocate a portion of his time to forge hidden weapons. With only Xiao Wu consistently accompanying Mo Lang, it is precisely because Mo Lang, as the Academy's principal, worked so diligently that the Shrek 7 monsters also exhibited remarkable progress, each surpassing level 30. Among them, Daimubai, who already possessed substantial cultivation, reached level 39 Soul Master after consuming the wondrous Tongtian Chrysanthemum and training for 3 months. Standing just a step away from breaking through to Soul Commander, Tang San achieved level 35, Oscar 34, Ma Hongjun 32, Zhu Zhuqing 32, and Ning Rongrong 31. Most astonishingly, Xiao Wu, despite not consuming any elixirs, attained a formidable level 36. This is undoubtedly linked to her transformation as a 100,000-year soul beast and her commitment to training alongside Mo Lang during these 3 months. As for Mo Lang, bolstered by his own rigorous training and the aura of his elder brother, he has already reached the impressive level 73 Soul Sage. The thought of a 14-year-old Soul Sage is enough to send shivers down one's spine. I have finally broken through. At this moment, Zhao Wujin, who had been sent flying, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. During the 3 months of training alongside Mo Lang, his own strength had been steadily rising, particularly after his body was tempered by the 9-9 return to one-hammer technique. 3 of his internal meridians had been opened, significantly accelerating his soul power cultivation. And he has now finally reached level 80 Soul Douluo. Furthermore, Flinder had achieved the Soul Douluo realm 2 months prior, with other teachers at Shrek Academy also experiencing significant improvements. Even the master, after consuming the elixir provided by Mo Lang and enduring his rigorous training, not only broke through level 30 in soul power but also improved physically, shedding his former weary and despondent demeanor. "Oh, Xiao Xiao, it's merely a Soul Douluo. Why are you so overly jubilant? It's quite embarrassing for me," he remarked. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang contemplated that after 3 months of training, it was time to venture into the Stardow Forest to assess his current abilities. After all, he could not possibly bully the younger students at the Great Soul Arena like Tang San and his companions. The Sword Douluo was also absent these days. Otherwise, he could have practiced with him. The Academy, under the supervision of Flandra, the Soul Douluo, should be secure. In the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shui observed the ailing Shuqinghe with concern. "I have heard that your health has been poor lately, often plagued by nausea. You must take care of yourself and avoid overexertion, for you are the son most favored by your father." "I will be mindful, father. If there are no further matters, I shall return to rest," Shuqinghe replied, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes before he spoke respectfully. "Very well. I understand the weight of your responsibilities. But the throne can only be inherited by you. Your brother, Shui Bing, is simply unfit for the role," the emperor sighed. "Rest assured, father, I shall not disappoint your expectations," Shuqinghe assured with conviction. The emperor nodded, falling into silence as Shuqinghe retreated to his chambers. Shuqinghe, also known as Qian Rinqiue, sat upon her bed, her gaze no longer calm but filled with a tumult of emotions. She could not fathom how, after that one encounter, she had become pregnant with the child of the mysterious title Douluo. What perplexed her further was that 3 months had passed, and only now had she begun to experience symptoms of pregnancy. Fortunately, her abdomen had not yet expanded. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. The soul bone she possessed granted her a disguise ability, allowing her to slightly alter her shape and voice. But if her belly grew larger, it would be impossible to conceal. With a flash of determination in her eyes, Qian Rinqiue raised her hand and struck her abdomen fiercely. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Stardow Forest, Mo Lang's heart suddenly raced, a sense of unease washing over him. What is happening? Could there be trouble at Shrek Academy? I must return promptly, he thought, furrowing his brow, unaware that he had gained a child. Boss, what is wrong? Zhao Wujin noticed the change in Mo Lang's expression and could not help but inquire. Nothing. Let us save time and head straight to the depths of the Stardow Forest, Mo Lang replied. Mo Lang and Zhao Wuji ventured deep into the Stardow Forest, where the golden eye was activated in search of a suitable soul beast for Zhao Wuji. At last, they discovered it. Before them stood a 30,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear. Mo Lang never anticipated that he would encounter the dark golden terror claw bear on this outing, a creature that has existed for an astonishing 50,000 years. Although Mo Lang had not thoroughly examined the later chapters of the Douluo Continent novels, he was well aware of the terrifying prowess of the dark golden terror claw bear. This soul beast thrives in solitude, exhibiting formidable capabilities in both offense and defense. With an astonishing explosive power even at range. It is said that among the legendary fearsome creatures of yore, the dark golden terrorclaw bear, possessing the bloodline of the behemoth, stands as one of the most formidable. After reaching a cultivation level of 10,000 years, this creature becomes nearly grotesque in its terror. Even a tidal Douluo would find it challenging to contend with. And this one in particular is a 30,000-year-old dark golden terrorclaw bear, an undisputed ruler of the forest. Boss. What kind of soul beast is the dark golden terrorclaw bear? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, as this was the first time he had heard of such a creature. Indeed. Mo Lang replied, imparting the details of the dark golden terrorclaw bear to Xiao Wu, his eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit. Fortunately, it is not a dark golden terrorclaw bear exceeding 50,000 years, or entering its domain would be tantamount to courting death. After hearing this, a flicker of struggle crossed Xiao Wu's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Boss, I think it's better to reconsider. This is far too perilous. You need not worry about that. Were it not for you, I would not have progressed so swiftly. Since I have promised to assist you in acquiring a soul ring, I shall seek the best and most suitable one. Mo Lang chuckled, rest assured. My courage to confront this dark gold terrorclaw bear is matched only by my confidence in vanquishing it. You ought to remember that I defeated you without employing any soul power or soul skills, and under a gravity tenfold stronger than your own. Should I unleash my soul power and skills, even the venerable old sword might find it difficult to contend with me. Xiao Wu then recalled that, as a dignified rank 79 soul sage, he had been bested by Mo Lang within 10 moves, all while under the oppressive force of his gravity field. If Mo Lang were to utilize his full capabilities, Xiao Wu surmised he might not even withstand a single blow. At this thought, he nodded emphatically and said, Boss, might I have the honor of going first? I wish to gauge my current strength. Certainly. A 30,000-year-old dark gold terrorclaw bear poses no threat to your life. If you find yourself struggling, simply inform me. Mo Lang responded with a nod. Having undergone 4 rounds of training with his 9-9 return hammer technique, Xiao Wu's physical fortitude had evolved beyond what it was 3 months prior. Not to mention, the continuous battles over the past 3 months had significantly enhanced not only his strength but also his resilience to blows. His raw physical prowess was now an astonishing 50,000 pounds, had he not been a body-focused soul sage. A single punch would have been unbearable for a typical soul sage. Roar. Upon entering the territory of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, it let out a thunderous roar, causing smaller trees to explode under its resonance. Surrounding weaker soul beasts cowered in submission, trembling in fear, while those beneath 5,000 years of age fainted outright. Be cautious. This is the earth roar, which possesses not only offensive capabilities but also a disorienting effect. Fortunately, Mo Lang had already instructed Xiao Wu to cover his ears, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Roar. Observing that its roar had failed to intimidate, the dark gold terrorclaw bear bellowed once more, its colossal limbs propelling it forward with astonishing speed despite its seemingly cumbersome form, appearing before Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye. As its massive paw swung, a terrifying gust of wind followed, and its razor-sharp claws glinted ominously as if they could rend the very fabric of space. Martial soul, true body. Feeling the immense pressure exerted by the dark gold terrorclaw bear, Xiao Wu dared not underestimate it. He shouted, and his martial soul true body, the mighty diamond bear, was instantly summoned. In an instant, his form swelled dramatically, sprouting across his body, transforming him into a formidable presence akin to a small mountain as he charged toward the dark gold terrorclaw bear. Bang! The two collided with a resounding clap, the force of their palms meeting producing a deafening echo. Xiao Wu felt a jolt of electricity race through his arm, staggering him back several steps. Truly, this creature, possessing the bloodline of a behemoth, must wield a force of 30,000 pounds. Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the imposing dark gold terrorclaw bear, rubbing his numbed arm. Had this encounter occurred 3 months prior, he would likely have spewed blood from that blow. However, after 3 months of rigorous training and sparring, his strength had surged dramatically. Moreover, at Shrek Academy, not only did the students receive ample nourishment, but the instructors enjoyed the same benefits. The physical exertion and fatigue from training would dissipate overnight, allowing them to resume their regimen the following day. Thus, year after year, day after day, each individual had made significant advancements over the span of 3 months. Little Zhao. Well done. You truly are my dedicated sparring partner. Mo Lang gazed with satisfaction at Xiao Wu, who was able to engage head-on with the dark golden terror-claw bear. He had already informed his counterpart of the crucial points to consider when battling this formidable beast, and it was now up to Xiao to determine how long he could endure. Meanwhile, a sense of astonishment washed over a group of robust elders, each nearly 2 meters tall, as they observed the fierce clash between Xiao Wuji and the dark golden terror-claw bear, regardless of the beast's identity. The magnitude of its energy indicated it was undoubtedly a powerful soul beast, with 3 soul Douluo and 2 soul saints among them. Even facing a 10,000-year soul beast would pose no threat. Escape would be assured. The elder leading the group appeared to be in his 70s. Towering over the others at approximately 2.5 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. His dark skin radiated a unique sheen, and his piercing eyes resembled brass bells. Had Mo Lang been present, he would have recognized this imposing figure as the sect leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Tianxiang Huyinjin. Accompanying him were 4 elders, each appearing to be over 60, and a young man in his early 20s, Huyin Li, the grandson of Huyinjin. Their expedition into the Star Doe Forest was motivated by Huyin Li's recent advancement to a 40-level Soul Master, seeking a suitable soul ring in preparation for the Soul Master Academy competition 2 years hence. Upon witnessing the dark golden terror-claw bear, expressions of shock illuminated the faces of Huyinjin and his companions. They were also curious about the identity of the figure who could contend against such a beast. Recognizing that the individual's martial soul was the mighty golden bear and noting his formidable strength, Huyinjin discerned that this was indeed the famed immovable king, Xiao Wuji. A mixture of gravity and concern crossed his features as he reflected on Xiao Wuji's precarious position, previously pursued like a stray dog by the spirit hall. His brother, Huyin Jing, one of the 3 soul Douluo, scoffed, expressing disdain for Xiao Wuji, believing that a mere soul saint would be easily subdued. However, his words did not sit well with the 2 other soul saint elders from the Elephant Armor Sect. Do not underestimate Xiao Wuji, Huyinjin cautioned. He managed to escape from 16 soul emperors of the spirit hall. Can you honestly claim you could achieve the same? He speculated that the dark golden terror-claw bear had not yet reached the 10,000-year threshold, as otherwise, it would have easily torn Xiao Wuji apart. Huyinjin, though familiar with the dark golden terror-claw bear, was uncertain how to assess its age. He merely noted its slight advantage in battle and speculated accordingly. While we excel in defense, we also require strength. This dark golden terror-claw bear could significantly enhance our offensive capabilities. If Little Li were to obtain it, he would undoubtedly shine in the Soul Master Academy competition. Huyin Jing's eyes glinted with avarice as he regarded the beast. I have not suggested surrender, Huyinjin retorted, fully aware of his brother's intentions, especially as Huyin Li was his own grandson. Observing Xiao Wuji's dwindling advantage, he remarked, Xiao Wuji is indeed formidable, but he cannot vanquish this dark golden terror-claw bear alone. We need only wait for the moment he falters to strike. A cold glimmer appeared in Huyinjin's eyes as he concluded, should he fail to recognize our intentions, we shall not hesitate to act decisively, treating him as collateral damage in our dealings with the spirit hall. Though the Douluo continent appeared tranquil, they understood that this calm was merely the prelude to an impending storm, one that would be stirred by the secretly accumulating forces of the spirit hall. As a member of the lower 4 sects, it was time for them to rise amidst the turmoil. Are those members of the Elephant Armor Sect? 3 soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 1 soul master. As Mo Lang remained vigilant regarding Xiao Wuji's condition, he also kept an eye out for any soul beast that might be drawn to the commotion. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of individuals from the Elephant Armor Sect. Simultaneously, the soul skill bestowed by the 6-eared monkey spirit, which allowed him to listen to all things, activated, enabling him to overhear the conversation among Huyinjin and his entourage with crystal clarity. They seemed intent not only on reaping the benefits of the situation but also on silencing anyone who could threaten them. Mo Lang thought to himself that if he did not teach them a proper lesson today, how could he justify the honor of being called Big Brother by Xiao Zhao for so long? After eavesdropping on Huyinjin's group, Mo Lang sneered repeatedly. Since you wish to watch from the sidelines, let me show you what it truly means to bring disaster upon yourselves. Mo Lang promptly communicated with Xiao Wuji, instructing him to lead the dark golden terror-claw bear towards the group from the Elephant Armor Sect. Since they wish to intercept midway, let them come. Understood, boss, Xiao Wuji replied, his heart racing and a cold glint in his eyes. Following Mo Lang's directions, he attracted the bear's ire and charged in the direction where the Elephant Armor Sect members were hiding. Goodness, they're coming this way. Huyin was taken aback. What a coincidence. Out of so many directions, why were they heading towards him? Had he been discovered? What was the fuss about? Let them come. They could all be dealt with together. Fourth brother, fifth brother, protect my grandson. Xiao Wuji and the dark golden terror claw bear are ours to handle. Hu Yanzhen decisively commanded, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. 8 soul rings appeared behind him as he rushed towards Xiao Wuji and the bear. Brothers, save me. Xiao Wuji shouted as Hu Yanzhen charged out, swiftly brushing past the 3 of them, running faster than a rabbit. This left Hu Yanzhen and his companions in a state of confusion. Who the hell are you calling, brother? I'm here to kill you. With a furious roar. The dark golden terror claw bear, no longer pursuing Xiao Wuji, raised its enormous paw, infused with the power to tear through space, and swung it towards Hu Yanzhen and his companions, mistaking them for allies of Xiao Wuji. You truly are a dog, Xiao Wuji. Hu Yan cursed angrily at the retreating figure of Xiao Wuji. 8 soul rings also appeared around him as he summoned his martial spirit, the diamond mammoth. Bang. However, even the diamond mammoth, renowned for its defense, could not withstand the terrifying force of the dark golden terror claw bear's furious strike. Hu Yan was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Both Hu Yanzhen and his brother, Hu Yanzhuang, displayed expressions of astonishment. Hu Yan, a soul Douluo of level 82, had been flung away by a single blow and injured. Just how formidable was the power of this dark golden terror claw bear? Was it possible that it was a creature surpassing 10,000 years of age? Moreover, they were puzzled as to why Xiao Wuji could withstand the bear's monstrous strength. Did his power exceed that of Hu Yan? What they did not realize was that during the 3 months of training with Mo Lang, Xiao Wuji's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary soul Douluo, his resilience even greater than that of their diamond mammoth. This was all thanks to the divine forging technique, the 9-9 unity hammer method, which could transform ordinary iron into divine artifacts. Forget about Xiao Wuji. With the 4th elder and 5th elder present, he won't gain any advantage. Let us focus on dealing with the dark golden terror claw bear to avoid mishaps. Hu Yanzhen initially considered sending Hu Yanzhuang after Xiao Wuji, but upon witnessing the bear's terrifying prowess, he understood that only by uniting their strength could they hope to subdue it. Boss, what should we do now? Xiao Wuji anxiously inquired after rejoining Mo Lang. There is no choice. Although this dark golden terror claw bear is only 30,000 years old, it is indeed a perfect match for my soul beast. I cannot simply relinquish it. Rest assured, they are no match for me. Merely beating them would be too easy. I desire their complete submission. Mo Lang has been contemplating how to resolve the animosity between Xiao Wu and the Spirit Hall, and he has now conceived a brilliant plan. His intention is to completely dismantle Bibi Dong's ambitions, compelling her to willingly accept the role of his mother-in-law. After all, both Qian Rinxue and Xiao Wu are his chosen women. To untangle this intricate predicament, he must resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. To achieve this resurrection, he requires the soul ring of Xiao Wu's mother, which necessitates Bibi Dong's voluntary surrender of it. Is it not Bibi Dong's desire to unify the continent? Thus, he will thwart her plans entirely and establish a supreme force of his own. The first step towards this goal is to subdue the 7 great clans. Is this not the perfect moment to conquer the Elephant Armor Sect? Thank you to the reader with the ending digits 5744 for your generous reward. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 58, The Divine Gift of Soul Rings. Boss, are you planning to subdue the Elephant Armor Sect? Xiao Wujia, not one to be easily deceived, immediately grasped Mo Lang's intent. He stared in astonishment at the 14-year-old boy before him, never expecting such grand ambitions to reside within him. However, he could not deny that from the very beginning, when he had begrudgingly called him boss, to now, when he willingly refers to this youth, who is so much younger as boss, it is due to an indescribable charm that emanates from Mo Lang. He seems to be a born leader, possessing a maturity that surpasses his peers. And in the course of their interactions, one cannot help but regard him as an equal. Indeed, it is time for the continent to unite. Both humans and soul beasts must submit to my command. Mo Lang contemplated that since he was destined to unify the divine realm, he might as well commence with the unification of this continent. As he uttered these words, an innate aura of sovereignty enveloped him. All under heaven is but the king's land. Since he had arrived, he would ensure that his name resounded throughout the entire continent, and even the divine realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the heart of the king. Reward, Divine Gift Soul Ring Device. Just as Mo Lang grasped the essence of his forthcoming endeavors, he was suddenly startled by the system's voice, revealing that he had unexpectedly acquired the Divine Gift Soul Ring Device. If all went according to plan, this device was indeed the extraordinary artifact he had envisioned. No, it was something beyond mere artifacts. Divine Gift Soul Ring Device. 1,000 gold soul coins can generate a 10-year soul ring. 10,000 gold soul coins can produce a 100-year soul ring. 100,000 gold soul coins can create a 1,000-year soul ring. 1 million gold soul coins can yield a 10,000-year soul ring. And 10 million gold soul coins can forge a 100,000-year soul ring. It can automatically match the most suitable soul beast. Incredible! Upon reading the description of the Divine Gift Soul Ring device, Mo Lang was utterly exhilarated. It was indeed akin to the Divine Soul Rings from the novels. With the Divine Gift Soul Ring device at his disposal, he could effortlessly create any soul ring he desired. Boss, what shall we do now? Hearing Mo Lang's commanding words, Xiao Wu felt a surge of fervor within him. If his leader could unify the continent, he would undoubtedly be immortalized in history. How could this not stir his excitement? The combination of strength and sweetness was irresistible. Mo Lang initially intended to persuade with reason and appeal to emotions. However, now that he possesses this divine soul ring, the task has become considerably simpler. First, he will allow Huyan Zhen and the others to realize that the dark golden terrorclaw bear is not to be trifled with. And only then will he take action to resolve the matter, thereby creating a formidable deterrent. Mo Lang remarked, "Let us first bring his grandson here. Xiao Wu, how dare you return?" The remaining two elders of the Xiangjia sect observed the fierce battle among their three brothers while remaining vigilant against any potential ambush from Xiao Wu. To their astonishment, they beheld the imposing figure of Zhan Wu striding forward, accompanied by a shadow. This sight prompted immediate caution, as they suspected Xiao Wu had summoned reinforcements. However, upon realizing that the figure was merely a teenager, they relaxed their guard. "Oh, so you know him. Xiao, you still dare to plot against your grandfather? It seems you have grown impatient with life." Xiao Wuji's temper flared, as his formidable soul power, reaching level 80, surged forth. "Heh. And what of your soul power being at level 80? Without a soul ring, you remain merely a soul sage." The fourth elder scoffed. As a level 78 soul sage himself, and with the fifth elder at level 76, they were more than capable of handling Xiao Wuji. "Are you aware that there exists a distinction even among soul sages?" Mo Lang, unwilling to squander time, stepped forward and declared, "Boss, allow me to handle these two. I have been oppressed by that golden terror bear for far too long." Observing Mo Lang's intent to take action, Xiao Wuji clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. "Boss?" The fourth elder scoffed, the illustrious immovable king, reduced to calling a mere youth boss. "It seems your age is catching up with you." The fourth elder had no intention of wasting words. Eliminating them would indeed be a significant contribution to the spirit hall. The fifth elder displayed a menacing expression, speaking with palpable disdain for Xiao Wuji and Mo Lang. "Elder 5, I will restrain Xiao Wuji. You take care of that brat. For some reason, I sense something sinister about him." The fourth elder felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the eerie smile that graced Mo Lang's lips. "Fourth elder, I believe you are being excessively cautious. A mere boy cannot be that formidable. Even if I were to stand still and let him strike, he would not breach my defenses." Before the fifth elder could finish his statement, he suddenly perceived a blur before his eyes, a fist magnified infinitely, and then an immense force surged from that fist. His body felt weightless. His head spun as if it would burst, and he lost consciousness. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the scene. The strikingly handsome youth had effortlessly knocked out the fifth elder, who was of comparable strength, leaving the fourth elder in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Hu Yanli stood frozen, unable to comprehend how the youth had approached. "I ask again, will you take action yourself, or shall I?" Mo Lang appeared to have performed a seemingly trivial act. He turned to gaze at the astonished fourth elder and spoke calmly. Gulp. The fourth elder struggled to swallow, his mind fixated on a singular thought: escape. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, his legs refusing to obey his commands. As he beheld the eerie visage of the strikingly handsome youth, he perceived him as a terrifying creature, devoid of any visible emotion. Despite the fifth elder not having unleashed his martial spirit, the youth had not even expended any soul power. With a single, straightforward punch, he had rendered the elder unconscious. Was this not indicative of a creature whose physical prowess eclipsed that of the fifth elder? What else could it be but a monster? It seems that I must take matters into my own hands. Mo Lang slowly approached the fourth elder. "No, do not come closer. I will handle this myself." "No. I concede. I surrender. You may command me as you wish." The fourth elder panicked, yet he realized that since his opponent had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, there remained room for negotiation. "I wish for the Xiangjia sect to acknowledge me as its sovereign. Can you facilitate this? I am but a minor figure, unable to command authority, yet I am willing to submit to you and assist in persuading the sect leader to do the same." The fourth elder immediately knelt, speaking with utmost respect. "Where has your dignity gone, fourth elder?" Hu Yanli interjected anxiously. After all, he was the future leader of the Xiangjia sect. How could he willingly serve a youth as junior as a master? Do you have an objection, young man? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang expended 500,000 gold soul coins to directly forge a 5,000-year-old purple gold mammoth soul ring using the divine bestowed soul ring apparatus. Over the past 3 months, Tang San has sold numerous concealed weapons to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, reaping a bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins, which consequently awarded Mo Lang an astonishing 10 million gold soul coins. For him, issues resolvable by gold soul coins scarcely qualify as problems. He possesses an abundance of gold soul coins. Furthermore, considering that Tang San's dealings with the 7 treasure glazed tile school constitute a continuous stream of income, Mo Lang essentially has a ceaseless source of gold soul coins at his disposal. A mere 500,000 gold soul coins is but a trifling sum. Mo Lang extended his hand, palm facing upwards, as a shimmering violet golden soul ring materialized above his palm. The violet golden mammoth possessed the bloodline of the divine beast. The violet golden Baiman giant, boasting a defense that far surpassed that of the diamond mammoth, along with a strength that the diamond mammoth could not hope to rival. Mo Lang proclaimed, if the diamond mammoth is the king of ordinary mammoths, then the purple gold mammoth reigns as the king of the diamond mammoth. As Mo Lang gently infused his soul power into the purple golden mammoth soul ring, a majestic silhouette of a mammoth, adorned with lustrous purple golden fur, immediately emerged from the soul ring, accompanied by a resonant roar. This was indeed the legendary purple golden mammoth. The 4th elder instantly recognized the creature, feeling an overwhelming sense of bloodline oppression before it. In the presence of the purple golden mammoth, he could only unleash 70% of his true power. This served as undeniable proof that Mo Lang was not fabricating his claims. However, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. How could one conjure a soul ring out of thin air? Could this be an illusion? The 4th elder quickly regained his composure, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Mo Lang. Upon hearing these words, Hu Yanli and Xiao Wu also reacted, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they looked at Mo Lang. Xiao Wu realized that the longer he spent with Mo Lang, the more enigmatic he became. Not only did he possess a secret technique capable of rivaling a title Douluo, but his innate talent was so extraordinary that even the theories of his master could not elucidate it. Now, he was able to manifest a soul ring seemingly out of nowhere. This was utterly absurd. He found himself questioning whether they truly inhabited the same world. Fortunately, he was accustomed to the extraordinary. If Mo Lang did not engage in some unconventional feats, he would not be considered his superior. Thus, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Whether it was an illusion or not would be revealed once Mo Lang absorbed it. Mo Lang cast a glance at the hesitant Hu Yanli, his tone once again turning icy. The latter immediately sat cross-legged, revealing his martial soul and commencing the absorption of the soul ring. After a while, once Hu Yanli had absorbed the soul ring, the originally shimmering diamond brilliance of his diamond mammoth martial soul began to exhibit a hint of purple golden radiance after absorbing the purple golden mammoth soul ring. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this soul ring, Hu Yanli exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he felt a tremendous enhancement in both power and defense, promptly kneeling once more in reverence. This soul ring had granted him an extraordinary soul skill. Rise, there are no formalities here. It seems you have acquired an impressive soul skill. Mo Lang observed the genuine admiration in Hu Yanli's eyes when he addressed him as Master and nodded in satisfaction. Reporting to you, Master, I have obtained a soul skill called Purple Golden Affinity, which amplifies my strength and defense by 50% for a duration of 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, the 4th elder, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. This was, after all, a double enhancement. It was known that even the strongest support sect, the 7 treasures glazed tile school, could only amplify one attribute with a single soul skill. This skill was equivalent to possessing 2 abilities. No wonder Hu Yanli was so exhilarated and referred to him so affectionately as Master. Very well, now it is your turn. Since you address me as Master, I cannot treat you with less generosity. You too shall receive a reward, Mo Lang affirmed, turning to the 4th elder. Thank you, Master. The 4th elder, filled with envy, immediately bowed his head respectfully, eagerly awaiting his reward. Stand up. Do not use your soul power. Endure 10 punches from me. The fourth elder was left dumbfounded upon hearing Mo Lang's words. What? Master, you cannot be serious. 10 punches? And without soul power? Are you certain I can withstand even one of your punches? What about my reward? Why does Hu Yanli receive such a magnificent soul ring while my reward is to endure a beating? Is this fair? Is there no respect for the honest? Boss, this doesn't seem right. Who knows if this old fellow is feigning submission? Why grant him such a substantial benefit? What if he turns against us later? Xiao Wu interjected, observing Mo Lang's intention to help the other refine his physical body. This left the fourth elder perplexed. A benefit? A beating is a benefit? Do you want me to thank you for it? No, this must be a ruse to test my loyalty. I must endure this punishment, otherwise the consequences will be far graver than just a beating. Xiao Wujia's words were clearly intended to encourage me. I never imagined that the immovable king could also be a kind-hearted individual. The fourth elder's gaze toward Xiao Wujia shifted, fortifying his resolve as he declared, Master, come forth. It is said that to strike is to show affection. I believe this is your love for me. This statement left Hu Yanli utterly bewildered. Fourth elder, are you truly this masochistic? Do your family members know? Enough. Relax your body. As long as you can endure, you may very well break through to level 80 immediately. Mo Lang was perplexed by the sudden shift in the fourth elder's demeanor. However, this turn of events spared him the necessity of providing an explanation. He promptly activated his golden eyes, revealing the fourth elder's physique in all its clarity. Wearing shorts at such an advanced age? Quite shameless indeed. Dismissing any other unseemly distractions, Mo Lang commenced to strike the fourth elder with a flurry of punches. The fourth elder emitted a series of moans, a blend of pleasure and pain. At that moment, the unconscious fifth elder awakened. Upon witnessing the fourth elder's abandonment of defense and submission to the blows, he immediately concocted a dramatic narrative in his mind. Faced with Mo Lang's formidable power, the fourth elder had no choice but to endure the assault for the sake of his own and Hu Yanli's survival. With this thought, the fifth elder's anger flared, and he bellowed, You brat. If you possess any true courage, direct your attacks at me instead. What sort of hero is one who bullies my brother? Just then, the fourth elder unexpectedly knelt, grasping Mo Lang's leg and pleading, Master, I implore you. Strike me once more. Hu Yanli, fifth elder? As for the matter of additional chapters, I shan't mention rewards, as most readers of Douluo are students with limited funds. Instead, I seek your free support through recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Within this month, if we exceed 300 recommendation votes in a single day, an additional chapter will be added the following day. Surpassing 500 recommendations will yield 2 extra chapters. Recommendation votes are refreshed daily, and those who do not participate are wasting opportunities. Accumulating 50 monthly tickets within the month will grant 1 additional chapter. Thank you for your unwavering support. The end of the month should bring a surge, with at least 3 updates per day. I humbly request your recommendations and collections. Chapter 60, Brother-in-Law. I have missed you dearly. As it is the weekend, I shall add an extra update for everyone. Boom. The dark gold Terraclaw bear swung its claws again, unleashing 3 blades of golden light that forced Hu Yanjin and his companions back several dozen meters. Brother. This dark gold Terraclaw bear surpasses even the average title Douluo in strength. If we continue to engage, we risk attracting other formidable soul beasts. Perhaps we should retreat? Hu Yanjing, who had previously dismissed the threat, now bore numerous varying wounds on his massive frame, appearing utterly wretched. He never anticipated that they were confronting a dark gold Terraclaw bear over 10,000 years old. Indeed, brother, even if we risk our lives to slay this beast, Little Li currently lacks the capacity to absorb its soul ring, not to mention the exorbitant cost we would incur in vanquishing it. Hu Yanzhuang panted as he defended against the bear's onslaught. He too was suffering, having narrowly avoided being impaled by the creature's sharp claws on several occasions. After a moment of silence, Hu Yanjin gravely nodded. In that case, let us prepare to withdraw. A 30,000-year-old dark gold Terraclaw bear is beyond what we can handle. Continuing the conflict could indeed lead to their downfall. Oh, are the 3 of you not so formidable? Is it time to flee? Just as they were about to escape, Xiao Wujing emerged from the side, a mocking expression adorning his face. Upon seeing Xiao Wujing, the expressions of Hu Yanjin and his companions darkened. Hu Yanjin's eyes glinted with menace as he declared, Xiao Wujing, this is a 30,000-year-old dark gold Terraclaw bear. If we turn on each other now, none of us will escape. We are not here to engage in infighting, but rather to compel your submission. At that moment, Mo Lang stepped forth from behind Xiao Wu, gazing imperiously at Hu Yinjin and his companions. What are you babbling about, little brat? You think Xiao Wu can make us submit? Hu Yinjin, mistaking Mo Lang for Xiao Wujing's disciple, could not suppress a derisive laugh. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, should you be inadvertently harmed, you'll wish you had sought your master's guidance to avoid being hunted like a stray dog. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang's lips curled into a smile, as if he had accomplished a trivial task, gazing cheerfully at Hu Yinjin and his companions. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once again. Simultaneously, deep within the Stardoe forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, two formidable spirit beast kings, suddenly lifted their heads, directing their attention towards Mo Lang's location. Brother, that's the presence of my brother-in-law. The sky blue bull python remarked gravely, nodding. Such an overwhelming aura. It indeed belongs to him, but why is there no sign of Sister Xiao Wu? Let's go see. It's been 3 months since I last took a beating, and I feel rather uneasy. The Titan giant ape expressed a sense of nostalgia. I see you are just a coward. If you want to go, I shall. Wait for me, you scoundrel. Hu Yinjin was dumbfounded as he witnessed a mere teenager, one who appeared no older than a dozen years, effortlessly knock out the dark golden terror claw bear, a creature that his trio could not defeat even in unison. Upon seeing the combination of 4 black and 3 red spirit rings behind Mo Lang, he was utterly dismayed. How old is he? Not only has he achieved the rank of Soul Sage, but his spirit ring configuration is also fearsome, with power that surpasses even the dark golden terror claw bear, capable of matching a tidal Douluo. This is truly unprecedented. What a prodigy. I present you with 2 choices. Either submit and acknowledge me as your master, leading the elephant armor sect to the pinnacle of success, or receive my strike and let fate determine your survival. With his purpose clearly defined, Mo Lang ceased to engage in further pleasantries. Young man, while your strength is formidable and your talent the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed, you are still but a single individual, whereas the Spirit Hall boasts several titled Douluo. Should the elephant armor sect submit, it would only be to the Spirit Hall. Hu Yinjin voiced his concerns. Despite the formidable nature of his opponent, he recognized that Mo Lang had not yet reached his full potential. If the Spirit Hall were to discover him, there would be but 2 outcomes, submission or death. My demise is inconsequential, but the elephant armor sect must not perish and lose its roots. The Spirit Hall? It will ultimately be mine, Mo Lang declared with an air of authority. Moreover, do you truly believe I would allow you to live and relay information to the Spirit Hall? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Mo Lang, Hu Yinjin's heart tightened. I am aware of your strength, but the 3 of us, along with 2 Soul Sage elders, can put up a fight against you. As long as my grandson returns to inform the Spirit Hall, your fate will not be any better. Hu Yinjin, how dare you speak to our master in such a manner? I advise you to surrender quickly so that we may continue as brothers. Indeed, it is a privilege for us to have attracted the attention of such a brilliant and formidable master. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is not worthy to even serve him. Grandfather, the master's capabilities are beyond your comprehension. Heed my advice. The future of the elephant armor sect lies with him. At that moment, the 4th elder, 5th elder, and Hu Yinli emerged, delivering a convincing plea for surrender that left Hu Yinjin utterly bewildered. Hu Yinlong, Hu Yinhu, do you even grasp what you are saying? Hu Yinjin glared furiously at the 4th elder Hu Yinlong and 5th elder Hu Yinhu, then chastised his grandson Hu Yinli. You wretched child. I have no grandson like you. Heed my words or I shall break your legs when we return. He could hardly fathom that during the period he had been engaged in battle with the dark golden terrorclaw bear, his companions had completely transformed, including his own grandson. Brother-in-law, I have missed you dearly. Suddenly, a massive figure charged toward Mo Lang, followed closely by a colossal beast with a bull's head and serpent's body. It was the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Upon witnessing this enormous beast, all present displayed expressions of horror. How could the 2 kings of the forest emerge simultaneously? Upon realizing they were rushing toward Mo Lang, Hu Yinjin and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating an escape. However, a single gaze swiftly locked onto them, belonging to the sky blue bull python. Hu Yinjin swallowed hard, awkwardly halting his movements. Be careful, eldest. Master, be cautious. At that moment, Xiao Wuji, Hu Yinlong, Hu Yinhu, and Hu Yinli simultaneously revealed their spirit rings, preparing to engage the Titan giant ape. Do not worry, they will not harm me. Mo Lang enlarged the golden cudgel in his hand and pressed it directly against the forehead of the Titan giant ape. He then exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the creature's shoulder, gently patting its enormous head with a smile, saying, "Erming, Deming. What brings you out here?" Though the recommendation votes had not yet reached 200, it mattered little. Today's inspiration flowed freely, prompting him to write an additional chapter for everyone. After all, those who worked were working, and those who studied were studying. Keep pushing forward. The long hours had caused a bit of discomfort in his lower back, but he urged everyone not to overthink it. He humbly requested more recommendation and monthly votes. Those with means who wished to offer rewards would not be turned away, he chuckled. Chapter 61. The External Spirit Bone. The right paw bone of the dark gold terror claw bear. Of course, I was thinking of you, brother-in-law. The Titan giant ape responded with a sycophantic grin. Bah, how despicable. Clearly seeking a beating, the sky blue bull python interjected with disdain. Are you not? The Titan giant ape shot a glare at the sky blue bull python, who turned away, a hint of crimson adorning his proud bovine visage, neither affirming nor denying the accusation. Enough bickering. I have matters to attend to. I will assist you in enhancing your strength shortly. Observing the 200,000-year-old spirit beasts, whose temperaments resembled that of children, Mo Lang smiled gently. They were all younger brothers of Xiao Wu, thus they were his brothers as well. Once he grew stronger, he would enable them to transform alongside him, allowing for their companionship and care. Witnessing the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, referred to Mo Lang as brother-in-law left Xiao Wu Jie. Accustomed to the strange occurrences surrounding Mo Lang, utterly flabbergasted. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the Titan giant ape's sudden appearance to abduct Xiao Wu, and, connecting the dots, he appeared astonished. Yet, he refrained from asking further questions. Some matters were beyond his comprehension. The members of the Elephant Armor Sect were equally astonished, particularly Hu Yinjin, who was preparing to flee. He could not fathom that these two spirit beasts, surpassing 100,000 years, would address Mo Lang as brother-in-law. What are your thoughts? Just as he was lost in confusion, Mo Lang stood atop the Titan giant ape's shoulder, looking down at Hu Yinjin and the others. My lord, what did you say? Hu Yinjin immediately knelt, realizing too late that he had been obstinate in the presence of someone with 200,000-year-old spirit beast subordinates. Hu Yinjing and Hu Yinzhuang wished to ask, Brother, where is your integrity? However, both knelt down as well, proclaiming, We pay our respects to our lord. How could they remain defiant when their elder brother had already surrendered? If they continued to resist, it would not only cost them their pride but also potentially break their bones. After all, they had no confidence in withstanding that mighty cudgel. Those who recognize the times are wise. Little Jin, you will soon realize how astute your decision was. Mo Lang nodded, then turned to Xiao Wu Jie, instructing, Xiao Zhao. Quickly dispatch that dark gold terror claw bear and absorb its spirit ring. Understood, boss. Xiao Wu Jie eagerly approached the unconscious dark gold terror claw bear. Having fought alongside Xiao Wu Jie and the Huyan brothers, the bear was gravely wounded. After receiving a blow from Mo Lang, it was barely clinging to life. Xiao Wu Jie delivered several finishing strikes, ending the dark gold terror claw bear's life, and began to absorb its spirit ring. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yinjin felt envious. Suspecting that once Xiao Wu Jie absorbed the spirit ring, his strength would undergo a significant transformation. After all, this was a 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. Master, do not be envious. It is merely a 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. Following our lord, the benefits you cannot begin to imagine await. Indeed, let's assess our current spirit power and physical resilience. Huyan Long and Huyan Hu approached, demonstrating their spirit power and physical toughness, leaving the Huyan brothers in utter shock. Huyan Long had advanced to level 79, Spirit Saint, while Huyan Hu had risen 2 levels to 78, Spirit Saint, with significant enhancements to their physical resilience and strength as well. How could you have improved so rapidly? Hu Yinjun inquired with curiosity. That is undoubtedly thanks to our master. Huyan Long succinctly recounted the recent events. Although Hu Yinjun found it hard to believe, the evidence before him left no room for doubt. He immediately turned to his grandson, saying, Grandson, show me your spirit ring. To his surprise, Hu Yinli retorted, Who is your grandson? You claim not to have one. Hey, you little rascal. I shall break your legs today. Hu Yinjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Hu Yinli, who immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Grandfather, why are you so easily amused? TSK, it seems the rise of our Elephant Armor Sect is imminent. Upon witnessing his grandson's spirit ring and abilities, Hu Yinjin's last vestiges of hesitation vanished. He gazed at Mo Lang with fervent admiration. Brother, do you think this lad won't fear our betrayal after he helps us grow stronger? Hu Yanjing whispered. You fool. Our master aiding us and strengthening ourselves only proves he is unafraid of our betrayal. It rather affirms his immense power. Hu Yanjing cast a disdainful glance at his younger brother, thinking him foolish. No wonder he was the second-born. Furthermore, is this lad also one you referred to? From now on, he is to be addressed as master. Do you understand? Hu Yanjing shot a glare at Hu Yanjing, exasperated by his lack of awareness. Boss. An external spirit bone has appeared. It is the formidable right paw bone of the dark gold terror claw bear. After absorbing the spirit ring, Xiao Wu had discovered that the dark gold terror claw bear had dropped a radiant right paw bone exuding dark golden hues. What? An external spirit bone has dropped. And it's the right paw bone of the dark gold terror claw bear. My goodness, what unprecedented fortune. Hu Yanjing and his companions gazed greedily at the external spirit bone shimmering in Xiao Wu's hand. Had Mo Lang not been present, they would have already made their move. External spirit bones were coveted treasures among spirit masters, second only to 100,000-year spirit rings. Who wouldn't covet them? Especially since this was the strongest external spirit bone from a 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. Surely even that young man would be envious. Little Xiao, look at your lack of composure. A mere external spirit bone has you so agitated. Do you not realize how embarrassing your ignorance is to me? Mo Lang revealed his ice and fire dragon king's dual wings and gazed at Xiao Wu in silence, saying, is it merely an external spirit bone? Absorb it and be done with it. There is no need for such theatrics. Look at my 2 external spirit bones, each over 100,000 years old. Did I express excitement? If you do not fancy it, gift it to someone you prefer. Initially, one might have anticipated Mo Lang to be envious and reclaim the external spirit bone. However, upon witnessing Mo Lang's demeanor, Hu Yanjing and his companions were left utterly bewildered. Surely, they could not have misheard. This was the most formidable external spirit bone of the 30,000-year-old dark gold fearsome bear. Yet, in Mo Lang's words, it was dismissed as if it were refused. Moreover, he seemed to find Xiao Wu embarrassing. Had it been themselves, they would not merely have shouted. They might have even run about naked. However, upon seeing the terrifying dual wings behind Mo Lang, they promptly sealed their lips. How pretentious. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's comment about gifting the bone to anyone he found suitable, Hu Yanjing and his group immediately displayed friendly expressions towards Xiao Wu. Leave me be. I do not possess an external spirit bone, and yet you dare to fawn over me? Xiao Wu cursed under his breath as he began to absorb his first external spirit bone. The thought of wielding such power to send Flinder flying filled him with immense satisfaction. From now on, I, little Xiao, shall be your most loyal little brother. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. At the Spirit Hall, a red-robed bishop knelt on one knee before Bibi Dong, respectfully reporting, Your Holiness, my subordinate has discovered that Meng Shu of the Meng family was present in the Stardo Forest when that titled Douluo appeared, and upon leaving, he was found to have lost an arm. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Since there is news, why not dispatch someone immediately? My subordinate did go. But Meng Shu was ungrateful and drove my subordinate away, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter of his lost arm. The red-robed bishop hesitantly explained. Bibi Dong understood that Meng Shu was a soul Douluo, and thus rather formidable, so she instructed, Gui Douluo, you must go and gather information about him. Understood. At the Meng family, Meng Yiran gazed at her grandfather, who had lost an arm, and reluctantly remarked, Is it truly worth offending the spirit hall for that boy? Silly child, do you not comprehend? A bishop of the Soul Emperor rank has come. I cannot reveal anything to him. If a title Douluo were to come and I disclose that individual's whereabouts, it would be entirely reasonable, for we cannot afford to offend either side. Meng Shu stated wisely. He certainly would not be foolish enough to oppose the spirit hall. A mere bishop was insufficient to extract information from him. In that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before Meng Shu, its voice raspy. Rest assured, Meng family head, this matter will not be traced back to the Meng family. Recognizing the figure concealed in shadow, Meng Shu rose respectfully. I pay my respects to Gui Douluo. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Simply inform me if that mysterious young title Douluo was the one who harmed you, and where he can be found. Gui Douluo spoke coldly. Indeed, I was harmed by that individual. However, I do not know his whereabouts, Meng Shu replied, sensing the icy killing intent emanating from Gui Douluo. He hastily continued, Yet, it appears that he is quite familiar with the untouchable Ming Wang Xiao Wu. Meng Shu then recounted all that transpired in the Stardo Forest. Xiao Wu. Gui Douluo chuckled darkly. A stray dog has managed to climb high branches. With that, he vanished as if he had never existed. Is this Shrek Academy? Compared to those noble academies, it is merely smaller. Is it not stated in the records that Shrek Academy lacks funds? Douluo asked, astonished by the pristine appearance of Shrek Academy. My subordinate is unaware. Perhaps it is sponsored by that mysterious title Douluo? Replied the red-robed bishop, Yudo, respectfully. Why would a title Douluo sponsor an academy? Could it be that this academy possesses something extraordinary? Douluo pondered, scrutinizing Shrek Academy with confusion. Who are you? Are you from the Spirit Hall? Douluo? At that moment, Master was leading the Shrek 7 monsters to the Soto Great Soul Arena for their second phase of training, only to find a group standing at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Recognizing the emblem on their chests, Xiao immediately identified it as the exclusive insignia of the Spirit Hall, as well as Douluo. The Shrek 7 monsters, upon hearing the Master's words, curiously scrutinized the individuals from the Spirit Hall, especially Douluo, who exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Particularly Xiao Wu, upon realizing he was a title Douluo, felt her pupils constrict, but relaxed upon recalling Mo Lang's words about Xiang Si Duan Chong Hong, concealing her aura. I did not expect someone to recognize me. This makes things easier, Douluo remarked with a chilling laugh, addressing Xiao. I come without malice. I merely wish to pay my respects to the title Douluo who battled the 2 skeletal dragons in the Sunset Forest a few months ago. Please convey my request. The Pope of the Spirit Hall wishes to see him. Apologies, Your Excellency Douluo, but the person you seek is not present at Shrek Academy, Xiao replied, his emotions visibly shifting upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall Pope, though he concealed it well. Sensing that the visitor bore no ill intent, he sighed in relief. With the gatekeeper Sword Douluo absent and Mo Lang out assisting Xiao Wu in seeking spirit rings, Flender, who had just reached the rank of Soul Douluo, was the Academy's highest combat strength. If the visitor had malicious intent, there would be no one capable of stopping him. Yet, how did they know Mo Lang was at Shrek Academy? Regardless, until his intentions were clear, he could not disclose Mo Lang's presence. Hearing that the other party was seeking Mo Lang, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen immediately became vigilant, especially Tang San, who had silently prepared various hidden weapons. Should the other party exhibit even the slightest hint of hostility, he would launch a surprise attack without hesitation. In this world, Mo Lang was dearer to him than his own father. Anyone who dared to harm Mo Lang would pay dearly, even if that individual were a title Douluo. Not present? Douluo's voice turned icy. I have heard that Xiao Wu is quite familiar with that individual. Why not summon Xiao Wu for a discussion? If he is willing to share the whereabouts of that individual with the Spirit Hall, we will overlook his previous transgressions against us. Otherwise, we shall proceed with official business. His words dripped with veiled threats. Apologies, but Teacher Xiao is also not here. He left a few days ago on an errand. Xiao stood firm, hands clasped behind his back, placing himself protectively before the others, no longer addressing Douluo with the honorific title. You claim he is absent and expect me to believe you? Who do you think you are? Beside them, the red-clad Pope Yudo suddenly stepped forward, extending a hand to grasp Xiao by the throat, seemingly intent on reclaiming the dignity lost in Meng Shu's domain. He could scarcely believe that this seemingly despondent middle-aged man was indeed a Soul Douluo. Teacher, be careful. Xiao, watch out. Master, take heed. Tang San, witnessing the impending danger, prepared to intervene as the teachers from Shrek Academy rushed to the scene in a flurry of urgency. Yet, Xiao remained unfazed, retrieving a token from his bosom. Upon the token's revelation, Yudo's outstretched hand halted abruptly, as if encountering an insurmountable barrier, retracting swiftly with a flicker of fear crossing his visage, exclaiming, Is this the Elder's token? Indeed, it was the Elder's token. Even the ghost Douluo exhibited a moment of surprise before his demeanor turned icy as he stated, What of the Elder's token? Today, we must obtain information regarding that individual. The Pope has decreed that we spare no effort in locating that news. Search thoroughly. With a wave of his hand, Ghost Douluo unleashed an overwhelming aura, the pressure emanating from the 9 soul rings behind him descending like a torrential force. Who dares to make a move? Just as the Spirit Hall was poised to act, a figure of extraordinary grace appeared, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Standing at the entrance of Shrek Academy, this was none other than Mo Lang, who had hurried back from the Stardow Forest, accompanied by Xiao Wu. With Mo Lang's arrival, the oppressive atmosphere generated by Ghost Douluo vanished without a trace. So it is you, the little imp from the Spirit Hall. After giving everyone a reassuring glance, Mo Lang turned his gaze towards Ghost Douluo, a look of disdain evident on his face. Upon hearing his words, The members of Shrek Academy exhibited expressions of affirmation, having come to know Mo Lang well over the past few months. They were all aware that while Mo Lang possessed numerous admirable qualities, his tongue was not among them. Only in the presence of Xiao Wu did he adopt a charming demeanor. Otherwise, anyone who crossed his path had been subjected to his sharp tongue. This was particularly true for the teachers of Shrek Academy, each considerably older than him, yet he casually referred to them as Xiao Zhao, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Flender. They had grown accustomed to it, for they were well aware that they needed to solicit others to help them enhance their physical prowess. Even the gatekeeper, Jin Douluo, was affectionately dubbed Old Jin by Mo Lang. As for what lay beneath that moniker, only Mo Lang himself was privy to such knowledge. While the members of Shrek Academy had adapted to this behavior, the people from the Spirit Hall were left utterly stunned. How could the esteemed Ghost Douluo be addressed as Little Ghost by a mere child? It was undeniable that the audacity was impressive. How dare you, a mere child, address Ghost Douluo in such a manner? Wu Tuo realized that his opportunity to showcase his prowess had arrived. Stepping forward once more with a hand poised to grasp Mo Lang's neck, Meng Shu, unable to contend with the elder, knew that this impudent boy surely could not evade the consequences. You think you can call me a little brat? Mo Lang narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful surge of soul energy sent Yudo flying. Upon witnessing this, the Ghost Douluo attempted to catch Yudo, only to find a golden staff, radiating with starlight, pointed directly at his face. It seemed that any movement on his part would result in a painful blow. A staff? Could it be that the esteemed figure before him was the pinnacle title Douluo who had appeared in the Sunset Forest 3 months prior? The Ghost Douluo quickly grasped the situation. Recognizing me, yet you still dare to speak so insolently? Mo Lang retracted the staff, resting it upon his shoulder, casting a cold gaze over the members of the Spirit Hall. Hearing the Ghost Douluo's words, Yudo, who had just been sent flying, attempted to rise but immediately chose to feign death, closing his eyes and lying still on the ground. What a dire predicament! The Soul Douluo and the elders of the Spirit Hall were one thing, but now facing a peak title Douluo. Was this to be his end? It seemed prudent to play dead and await safety. Do you not comprehend that I represent the Spirit Hall? How dare you command me to leave, thus insulting the Spirit Hall and the Pope? The Ghost Douluo, known for his volatile temperament, refrained from acting out of respect for Mo Lang's formidable strength. Here I am, a distinguished title Douluo, a favored individual close to the Pope. You presume to order me away? Even if Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong were present, I would command them to depart. What are you, a mere phantom, to threaten me? Mo Lang refrained from idle chatter, his eyes radiating 2 brilliant golden beams as he swung his staff with great force. At this point, Mo Lang's sheer physical strength had already reached an astonishing 80,000 Jin. Even without utilizing his soul power, that strike was immensely formidable. The Ghost Douluo did not anticipate that Mo Lang would take action immediately after proclaiming his allegiance to the Spirit Hall. However, upon noticing that his opponent had not even summoned his soul power, a cold smile crept across his face. Was he being underestimated? If that were the case, let him witness just how formidable a peak title Douluo truly is. The Ghost Douluo reacted swiftly, exerting force beneath his feet to propel himself backward, narrowly evading the strike. Regardless of your immense strength, in the face of absolute speed, you cannot touch me, he taunted while retreating. Is that so? Mo Lang smiled, and the Ruyi Golden Cudgel in his hand suddenly elongated. The Ghost Douluo was caught completely off guard and was sent flying, the sound of breaking ribs echoing in his chest. Cough, cough. The Ghost Douluo clutched his chest, coughing up blood, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at the Ruyi Golden Cudgel in Mo Lang's grasp. He was aware that certain weapon spirits possessed terrifying powers, such as the Haotian hammer of the Haotian Sect. However, he never anticipated that his opponent's weapon spirit would surpass even the Haotian hammer in might. Not bad. Let's see how many strikes you can endure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a sudden transformation, Mo Lang's Ruyi Golden Cudgel expanded dramatically, yet the 4 violet claw-like beams, capable of rending the very earth, collided against the Ruyi Golden Cudgel with the impact of a bull plunging into the sea, leaving no discernible effect. How infuriating. Is the disparity truly so vast? I refuse to accept this. Martial Soul Manifestation. Seizing the moment, Ghost Douluo activated his Martial Soul Manifestation, recognizing that since his opponent chose not to employ soul energy, his own manifestation would effectively counter the adversary. Ghost Douluo morphed into a specter, entering a state of void, significantly increasing his speed while rendering himself immune to physical attacks. Mo Lang's strike passed directly through his form, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. What does it matter if you're a peak title Douluo? Purely physical assaults are utterly ineffective against me. Witnessing his martial soul manifestation's immunity to physical damage, Ghost Douluo grew increasingly arrogant. Simultaneously, he unleashed his most formidable attack. The ninth soul skill, Infinite Ghost Shadow Devour. With a roar, a black hole brimming with ghostly energy materialized above Mo Lang's head, and countless specters, infused with a torrent of ghostly aura, surged forth from the abyss. In an instant, the air was suffused with malevolent energy, causing the surrounding flora to wither and be stripped of their vitality under the onslaught of this terrifying ghostly presence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang let out a cold laugh. And behind him manifested 7 extraordinary soul rings. The sight of these 4 black and 3 red rings astonished everyone in the spirit hall, including Ghost Douluo. Suddenly, the 7th soul ring of Mo Lang shone brightly, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy that was 100 times more potent and pure than Ghost Douluo's 9th soul skill. Infinite Ghost Shadow Devour. In an instant, this concentrated ghost energy transformed into a colossal gorilla, brandishing a soul-summoning banner, its entire form enveloped in endless ghostly mist. The spirits that had surged forth from the black hole, upon witnessing this immense gorilla, turned tail and fled back into the abyss. Much like frightened souls before the king of hell. With a mighty roar, the gigantic gorilla opened its mouth and released a fearsome howl that reverberated through the forest. An immense suction force erupted from its maw, devouring every ghost that had emerged from the black hole. This was the manifestation of Mo Lang's 7th soul skill. The true body of the 4 mischievous monkeys, a skill he acquired upon reaching the rank of Soul Saint. According to the original narrative, the true body of a weapon spirit is the spirit itself. Had it not been for Mo Lang summoning the true body of the 4 mischievous monkeys during his experience with the title Douluo card to defeat Ming, he would have found it hard to believe. Perhaps this was the advantage bestowed upon him by the protagonist's halo associated with his most powerful soul ring. The red-bottomed horse monkey, known for its understanding of yin and yang, capable of navigating human affairs and evading death, granted Mo Lang 2 remarkable abilities, Soul Devour and Resurrection. Soul Devour allows the user to absorb 50% of the soul power emitted by an opponent's energy skills, and 100% from ghostly abilities. Resurrection enables the revival of humans or soul beasts under specific conditions. A human may only be revived within 1 hour of death and if their body remains intact, while a soul beast requires soul bones, soul rings, and its original form to be present. However, upon resurrection, the user loses their soul power for a month. What manner of spirit beast is this that can consume ghosts? Ghost Douluo was thrown into a panic, realizing that his most formidable 9th soul skill had been completely devoured. More importantly, the weapon held by the enormous gorilla instilled in him a profound sense of crisis, as if it could claim his life. Thinking of escape? A mere dream. Upon witnessing Ghost Douluo turn to flee, the red-bottomed horse monkey's eyes blazed with crimson light, with a flourish of its soul-summoning banner. A tremendous suction force targeted the ghostly Ghost Douluo in his true spirit form. The innate ability of the red-bottomed horse monkey to counteract spirits meant that should Ghost Douluo encounter anyone else, he might have a fighting chance, but against Mo Lang, his misfortune was unparalleled. Realizing the strange banner seemed to hinder ghosts, Ghost Douluo understood that revealing his true spirit form had become a liability. He awaited the moment Mo Lang would dispel his spirit form. However, as soon as he released it, Mo Lang surged forward, wielding the golden cudgel, and swept it across, sending Ghost Douluo flying once more. Had it not been for the fact that it was not yet time to confront the spirit hall openly, Mo Lang could have easily turned Ghost Douluo into a mere puddle of flesh. With a thud, Ghost Douluo felt as though he had withstood a full-force strike from a titan great ape, hurtling backward, his body feeling as if it would disassemble. And he coughed up blood incessantly. If not for the fact that his opponent did not harbor the intent to kill, he might have met his end then and there. In that moment, Ghost Douluo comprehended the vast chasm separating him from Mo Lang. Even though his spirit was at a disadvantage, Mo Lang's physical strength was beyond the capacity of an average title Douluo to withstand, leaving behind 1 million gold soul coins. He urged the members of the Spirit Hall to depart swiftly, for even if Qian Daolu or Bibidong arrived, they would be unable to save him. Alone, he was insufficient to confront the entirety of the Spirit Hall. Killing Ghost Douluo would yield no benefits, but with 1 million gold soul coins, he could procure a 10,000-year soul ring. You speak with such arrogance, believing yourself a peak title Douluo, yet you are but a mere soul saint, daring to slander our esteemed offerings? At that moment, an elder appeared in midair above Shrek Academy, casting a cold gaze upon Mo Lang, the demon-slaying Douluo. As soon as the elder manifested, the beleaguered ghost Douluo immediately recognized his identity, feeling a mix of relief and concern. The spirit hall was divided into two factions, and the demon-slaying Douluo belonged to the 7 offerings, a 96th level title Douluo with the spirit of the dragon staff. However, the 7 offerings did not fall under Bibidong's command. Only answering to Qian Dalu. You truly have fallen, ghost. You cannot even handle a soul saint and nearly lost your life. You have brought shame upon the spirit hall. The demon-slaying Douluo snorted derisively. Obeying a woman without a shred of backbone. It is no wonder you remain stuck at rank 95. In my opinion, Bibidong should relinquish her position. Ghost Douluo was left speechless by the demon-slaying Douluo's remarks, fully aware that this elder was not sent by Bibidong. Yet, what could the demon-slaying Douluo's purpose be in coming here? So what if I am not a peak title Douluo? You, the lowest ranked of the 7 offerings, have come here only to meet your demise. Mo Lang cast a fleeting glance at the demon suppression Douluo, astonished that he had only been hiding for 3 months before being sought out. Since fate had brought them together, he resolved to demonstrate the prowess he had acquired. Though he preferred to avoid trouble, he was unafraid of confrontation. The youth was courting death. The demon suppression Douluo had initially come at the behest of Qian Dalu to gauge his adversary's strength. Yet now faced with a mere soul sage who dared to insult him, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon Mo Lang. While behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings materialized in an instant. The overwhelming aura of a title Douluo darkened the skies, suffocating the very air around them. Were it not for Mo Lang standing resolutely in front, the members of Shrek Academy would have been compelled to kneel. This was the might of a super Douluo. I have heard that your martial spirit is also a staff. Let us see whose staff possesses greater resilience. Demon Suppression Staff Technique. With a swift motion, the Demon Suppression Douluo conjured a black staff entwined with a golden dragon in his right hand, striking down towards Mo Lang. Boom. What appeared to be a simple blow was infused with profound soul power, surging forth like a tempest, engulfing the heavens and earth, shattering heaven with a single strike. Mo Lang is truly unfaltering. Having reached the level of Soul Saint, his overall prowess has experienced a tremendous leap. He is no longer the individual from 3 months prior, who had to exert every ounce of strength merely to withstand the full force strike of the sword Douluo. Boom. Under the operation of the star technique, Mo Lang radiates like a resplendent star, reminiscent of a celestial emperor draped in the cosmos. With the enhancement of 4 10,000-year spirit rings, 300,000-year spirit rings, and the star technique, the depth of Mo Lang's soul power is indeed comparable to that of the demon Douluo. Bang! In an instant, the divine artifact in Mo Lang's grasp, the Ruyi Golden Cudgel, expanded dramatically, meeting the descending demon Douluo's staff with a swift upward motion. The 2 rods collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Feeling the immense power transmitted from the opposing weapon, the demon Douluo was nearly sent flying. Staggering backward for over a dozen steps, each imprint left in the ground a testament to his struggle, before he finally steadied himself, his palms severely bruised and bleeding profusely. In stark contrast, Mo Lang remained unyielding, wielding the Ruyi Golden Cudgel with fervor in his eyes. After 3 months of arduous training, his physique had transformed from its former frailty, and with the passage of time, the starry sky technique had also advanced, filling the void of a once absent power. Now, his strength was incomparable to what it had been before. Should he unleash his full might, even the formidable 96th level demon Douluo would stand no chance against him. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he aimed to strike decisively. Mo Lang unleashed his 6th soul skill, the heavenly grasping hand, summoning a colossal ape-like phantom behind him. Unlike the previous manifestation, this ape possessed long, robust arms, and when it stood upright, its outstretched limbs seemed capable of plucking the very stars from the sky. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mo Lang's soul power surged once more as he activated his 4th soul skill, the 3-headed 6-armed beast, causing the enormous ape to transform into a similar 3-headed, 6-armed figure, as if it could seize both stars and moons. Instantaneously, an overwhelming aura of destruction erupted from Mo Lang, as the fusion of the 3-headed 6-armed beast and the heavenly grasping hand amplified his strength not merely by addition, but exponentially. elevating his power 16-fold. The impact reverberated, causing the ghost Douluo nearby to tremble in fear. Had he been the target of this strike, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Even the demon-subduing Douluo would emerge severely wounded, if not dead. Do not harm my brother? However, at that moment, another figure emerged, collaborating with the demon-subduing Douluo to neutralize Mo Lang's formidable blow. As the energy dissipated, the onlookers recognized the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than the elder brother of the demon-subduing Douluo, the sixth esteemed elder of the Wuhuan Temple, the thousand-weight Douluo. Originally, the red-haired monkey intended to utilize a water control skill, but shifted to the ghost-devouring technique. As for the revival aspect, it evolved into the concept of evading death, as the narrative demanded. Chapter 65. Above heaven and below earth, I stand supreme. Upon witnessing the defeat of the demon-subduing Douluo, Ghost Douluo contemplated resolving matters with monetary compensation. Yet, upon seeing the arrival of the thousand-weight Douluo, he hesitated, returning the soul coins to his soul guide, while others might remain oblivious. He understood that the separation of the two formidable Douluos could merely represent the strength of an ordinary titled Douluo. However, their combined might was such that even the Grand Elder Qian Daolu would require considerable effort to overcome the duo. Although this young man could unleash formidable power as a soul sage, he stood no chance against the united front of the thousand-weight and demon-subduing Douluos. You're nothing but a waste. Step aside and cease to embarrass the Wuhuan Temple. Remarkably, the thousand-weight Douluo, akin to the demon-subduing Douluo, cast a disdainful glance at the ghost Douluo, uttering nearly identical words. This response vexed the ghost Douluo. How dare they dismiss him so casually? After all, his brother had nearly been rendered a cripple. As another titled Douluo entered the fray, the expressions of Shrek Academy's members darkened once more, particularly after witnessing the duo's ability to unleash power surpassing their own. Clearly, the synergy between these two titled Douluos was anything but trivial. Young man, I concede your strength. Yet you remain merely a soul sage. Your ability to best me alone sufficiently indicates your worth in the eyes of the Grand Elder. The thousand-weight Douluo addressed Mo Lang. If you return with me obediently, we may yet become friends. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise. Friends? What right do you have to call yourself my friend? If you wish to kill me, you'd best consider whether you possess the capability. I reiterate, even if Qian Daolu arrives, I would still dare to command him to leave. Mo Lang did not hasten to take action. Instead, he addressed the air beside him, saying, Old sword, and you, Master Ning, if you continue to stand by, I shall not be responsible for any harm that befalls your daughter. Ha ha ha. Young lad, are you not quite formidable? Must I, an old man, lend you my assistance? At this moment, Jian Douluo Chun Xin and Ning Fengji, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward. Grandpa Jian. Father. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she rushed towards them, furiously reporting, Grandpa Jian, hurry and punish them. They are all villains. The members of Shrek Academy collectively exhaled in relief and greeted the two. Upon witnessing the arrival of Jian Douluo and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qianjun Douluo and Jianhua Douluo's expressions grew grave. If these three joined forces, the two brothers might very well meet their end. Do not flatter yourself. I do not require your assistance. I am merely concerned that the little rascal might ambush Shrek Academy. Mo Lang scoffed. He had activated his golden eye the moment Ghost Douluo appeared, detecting Qianjun and Jianhua Dou lurking nearby. When Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji arrived, he noticed them too. But Qianjun Douluo remained concealed, and he had no intention of revealing their presence. Now that Qianjun Douluo and Jianhua Douluo had allied, he felt the pressure mounting. He did not wish to be distracted by a potential ambush from Ghost Douluo, hence his call for them to emerge. Young man, I acknowledge your prowess. But when these two unite, their combined strength can rival that of the peak ultimate Douluo. Are you confident? Jian Douluo was not angered by Mo Lang's demeanor. For the display of strength he had just witnessed warranted treating him as an equal. Moreover, after 3 months of standing guard, Chen Xin had grown accustomed to Mo Lang's audacity. Had it been someone else, he would have long since silenced them. It matters not. I, too, wish to ascertain the limits of my abilities. Mo Lang waved his hand. Very well. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, just give a shout, and I shall keep an eye on that little rascal. Chen Xin nodded, his gaze filled with anticipation, eager to discover the extent of this young man's capabilities. 3 months prior, had it not been for Mo Lang's insufficient soul power and physical strength to unleash the full might of his soul skills, Chen Xin would have likely been incapacitated. After all, This young man possessed several 100,000-year spirit rings and a pair of Dragon King external spirit bones exceeding 100,000 years. Not to mention, his own strength was comparable to that of an average battle-type title Douluo, rendering Chen Xian no match for him. In truth, Mo Lang had sought Chen Xian's company for practice, but having witnessed Mo Lang's monstrous training and growth firsthand, he felt uneasy. After realizing Mo Lang's vendetta-driven nature, he understood that the young man, under the guise of seeking companionship, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate against him, hence he never agreed, which had caused Mo Lang considerable distress for some time. Thus, the phrase "old sword becomes old scoundrel" was born. Fear not. The transition from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage is a qualitative leap. When you see my martial soul's true form, do not be taken aback. A smile graced Mo Lang's lips, his eyes alight with fervor as he stepped forward, causing a seismic shift in the atmosphere. To describe it, one could only say that the former Mo Lang was a warlike god of battle, while the current Mo Lang resembled an emperor gazing down upon the world. He stood unparalleled beneath heaven and earth. Especially with the dual wings of ice and fire fanning out behind him, he was simply breathtaking. Wow, Brother Lang is incredibly handsome. Ning Rongrong gazed at him with starry eyes, utterly entranced as if she were a fervent admirer. Even Zhu Qing, upon glancing at Mo Lang, felt a trace of color bloom on her usually icy visage, causing Dai Mubai beside her to feel a pang of anxiety. Damn it, am I about to be cuckolded? TSK. I initially thought that Dai and Oscar had reached the pinnacle of handsomeness, but seeing Brother Lang like this, I realize you guys are on my level. Ma Hongjun looked up at the striking, floating Mo Lang, increasingly filled with admiration. Get lost, who is on your level? Oscar shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, grumbling. I am also quite handsome. Thank you very much. Not only Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, but even Chen Xian, an old man hardened by countless battles, could not help but curse upon witnessing Mo Lang's stunning appearance, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. What a damn pretty face. Flinder nodded repeatedly, contemplatively stating, he reminds me of my youth. The crowd stared at Flinder's shoehorn-like face with disdain. You and your face. Come now, you two brothers. Let us see whose staff is sturdier. As the soul power surged within Mo Lang, adorned beneath the stars and moonlight, two formidable Dragon Kings accompanied him, their external soul bones radiating a mesmerizing interplay of blue and red hues. In his grasp, the Ruyi Jingu Bang, enveloped by the celestial energy, shimmered with unparalleled brilliance. This ensemble, if placed within the realm of gaming, would undoubtedly signify a lavish configuration. In stark contrast, the two titled Douluos, Qianjun and Jiangma, appeared rather modest. Each possessing but a single staff, though, to be precise, one might argue they wield four. It is not that I lack the desire to provide more chapters, alas. The support in terms of recommendations has been rather disheartening, with a mere 100 votes lacking each day. Nonetheless, I have plans for additional updates this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, aiming for at least 3 updates daily. Whether I can achieve 5 updates each day will depend on the strength of support from esteemed readers in the coming days. I humbly beseech for your recommendations, and I express my gratitude in advance. Chapter 66, The Appearance of Qian Douluo. You possess quite the audacity, young one. Yet we are not so easily vanquished. Qianjun Douluo remarked, observing Mo Lang's determination to confront both of his brothers single-handedly. A hint of admiration creeping into his tone as it softened. In that case, shall we engage in a wager? Mo Lang was reluctant to completely offend the Spirit Hall. Nor did he wish to engage in a futile battle, having grown accustomed to reaping benefits without cost. Oh, what sort of wager do you propose? The Qianjun Douluo thought of the mission that had brought him here, and the High Priest's intention was clearly to foster amicable relations, aiming to avoid any animosity. You desire me to visit the Spirit Hall, do you not? Should I lose, I shall willingly accompany you. However, if you are the ones to lose, how about remaining here at my academy as security for 2 years? Mo Lang pondered the absence of the sword Douluo when he was away. There was no title Douluo to oversee the Shrek Academy, leaving him uneasy. Youngster, your calculations are quite astute. I will agree on behalf of the two of them, but the terms must be altered. When you attain the rank of title Douluo, you shall assist the Spirit Hall with a particular matter. At that moment, another figure materialized before the crowd. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, possessing a handsome visage adorned with a subtle smile. His tranquil and serene aura imparted a remarkably pleasant sensation. He was tall, yet not muscular, clad in a simple gray robe, with long black hair cascading neatly down his back. Despite his modest attire, his mere presence commanded an air of reverence. It was Qian Douluo. Mo Lang instantly recognized the other party, Feeling a twinge of surprise within, his golden eyes had failed to detect the individual. It seemed he was still quite distant from the pinnacle title of Douluo. Pay homage to the grand offering. Upon the appearance of Douluo, all members of the spirit hall knelt on one knee in reverence. Douluo merely nodded, signaling them to rise, and then fixed his gaze upon Mo Lang, his deep and luminous eyes revealing no concealment of admiration for the latter. Noticing Mo Lang's momentary hesitation, Douluo spoke once more. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to act against your will. I guarantee that this matter will only be beneficial to you. As for the specifics, we can discuss them after your battle concludes. Very well, that is agreeable. Mo Lang pondered for a moment. Although he was uncertain of the other party's intentions, they seemed devoid of hostility, and thus he nodded in agreement. The leader, this Lang Gu, upon witnessing Mo Lang's consent, found that the members of Shrek Academy wished to intervene. However, Mo Lang waved his hand towards them, exuding confidence as he declared, Rest assured, I am certain of my capabilities. Seeing Mo Lang's resolute acceptance of the wager, Flandra and the others felt it inappropriate to dissuade him. Only Xiao Wu stepped forward, her gaze unwavering, as she asserted, Lang, remember, wherever you go, I shall follow you. Have no fear, once you board my ship. It is not so simple to disembark. Mo Lang gazed at Xiao Wu, a smile gracing his lips, causing her delicate face to flush a rosy hue. With a hint of annoyance, she shot him a glare, as if she had misinterpreted the term boat for some other homophonic word. Subsequently, Mo Lang refrained from further idle chatter, seeking a secluded spot to formally commence their pinnacle duel, a 1 versus 2 challenge. Young one, with the grand offering present. My brother, and I shall not hold back. Be cautious. The Thousand Genes Douluo summoned his martial spirit, the spiral dragon staff, and after uttering a phrase, he and his brother, the demon subduing Douluo, charged towards Mo Lang. Both the Thousand Genes and the demon subduing Douluo, being over a century old and blood brothers, shared an unparalleled synergy, allowing them to execute their moves without the need for communication. Their spiral dragon staves whirled through the air, initially devoid of any soul techniques. As they sought to overwhelm Mo Lang solely with their physical prowess, they found it rather shameful to unite against a mere soul saint in his teens. Resorting to soul power and techniques would only lead to further humiliation. I advise you to give it your all, lest you inadvertently inflict harm. That would be regrettable. Mo Lang remarked, noting their reliance on physical strength for this confrontation, as he preferred not to see the battle conclude in haste. My brother and I possess physical strength that has long surpassed 30,000 gene. You should be the one wary. The Thousand Genes Douluo evidently held great confidence in their combined might. As weapon spirit masters, they had diligently forged their bodies, their strength having exceeded 10,000 gene. 30,000 gene? Mo Lang revealed a peculiar expression. I truly wish to declare, none of you collectively possess the magnitude I embody. Is it the courage bestowed upon you by Liang Jingru? Nevertheless, since they wish to compete, allow me to demonstrate what true ruthlessness entails. Mo Lang chuckled darkly, his peculiar smile eliciting hesitance from Jun Douluo. However, with no time for contemplation, both brothers charged forward to meet him. Foolish, cursed Ghost Douluo, his expression grim. Feeling a pang of hurt within. When he battled with this boy, he nearly lost his life. Yet now, facing Jun, he was cautioned to be wary. Was he unworthy of being a mere security guard? Unbeknownst to others, Ghost Douluo's thoughts were overshadowed as Mo Lang single-handedly engaged both Jun and Jiang Mo Douluo in fierce combat. The clash of 3 staffs reverberated with a thunderous metallic sound, jolting everyone present, while the ground beneath them buckled under the sheer force of their collision, creating a massive crater. Both Jun and Jiang Mo stared in astonishment at Mo Lang, who had received their combined attack without utilizing any soul skills or power. But their shock soon morphed into disbelief, for Mo Lang's sly grin revealed an overwhelming strength emanating from his staff. Before they could react, they were sent hurtling through the air by a single strike from Mo Lang. They realized their grave error. This boy's power was indeed formidable. Was he truly human? Yet, Mo Lang afforded them no respite. After 3 months of battling Xiao Wu, his combat skills had significantly improved. As Jun and Jiang Mo remained suspended in the air, Mo Lang surged forward, brandishing his Ruyi Golden Cudgel towards Jiang Mo Douluo. Truthfully, he harbored little confidence in defeating both brothers simultaneously. So he resolved to eliminate one before the other. The previous pleasantries had merely been a ruse to lower their guard. All's fair in war. He was no naive protagonist. To feign weakness and strike when unprepared, such was the intellect befitting a true hero. Alas, how had he ended up with such dim-witted opponents? observing the unfolding scene. Douluo foresaw the battle's outcome. While feeling frustrated, he grew to admire Mo Lang even more. Brave and cunning, was he not a perfect match for his granddaughter? If only he could marry her off to this young man, he would feel more at ease about her future. With such thoughts, Douluo beamed with a benevolent smile. Unaware that Rinxue was already with child, carrying Mo Lang's offspring. Regarding the issue of typos, the younger brother is diligently working to amend them, striving to enhance the reading experience for all esteemed readers. Gratitude is extended for the generous support from the esteemed benefactor with a reward of 1666. Many thanks to the benefactor for the grand donation of 100. May both benefactors remain robust and lively every day and become grooms each night. In return for the generous support, there will be 4 updates this Friday. Chapter 67. The newly appointed security guards with the dual wings of the Ice Fire Dragon King amplifying his speed 5-fold. Mo Lang struck with unanticipated swiftness. Jiang Mo Douluo barely had time to react before being sent flying by Mo Lang's staff. At that moment, Douluo seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack from behind. Without turning back, Mo Lang abruptly elongated the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand, catching Douluo off guard and thrusting it towards his chest. Douluo had been on high alert, swiftly evading the strike by twisting his body just in time. However, a sudden rush of wind followed from behind, as Mo Lang, who had been in front of him, now appeared directly at his back. It was over. Mo Lang lifted his right hand and delivered a thunderous punch, unleashing an immense force of 80,000 pounds that brought the formidable Douluo crashing to the ground. With a resounding bang, the earth was instantly cratered, resembling the detonation of a missile, a display of astonishing might. Teleportation? Witnessing Mo Lang suddenly materialize behind Douluo, everyone was taken aback. This skill, when mastered, could indeed turn the tide of battle. Yet, this confrontation seemed rather hasty. In less than a minute, the fight concluded, devoid of the soul skill duels they had envisioned. Nevertheless, all present were acutely aware of the sheer terror embodied in Mo Lang's raw power. Even 2 level 96 title Douluos, united in their strength, found themselves no match for Mo Lang. A testament to the fact that his sheer physical prowess surpassed that of most title Douluos. Thank you for showing mercy, Jiang Mo Douluo gasped. Struggling to rise, clutching his chest. They could hardly fathom that their once proud strength had proven so feeble before their opponent. Yet, defeat was defeat. And it was undeniable that their adversary had not exerted his full power during the encounter. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand at all. Such monstrous strength was beyond their capacity to withstand. Mo Lang was somewhat taken aback by the other party's resolute admission of defeat. Logically speaking, one would expect them to claim a moment of carelessness, arguing that the outcome could have been different had they utilized their soul power. Perhaps they would suggest another match. However, defeat is defeat. With the odds stacked 2-1 against them, any further denial would only serve to deepen their humiliation. Seeing the confusion in Mo Lang's eyes, Douluo candidly acknowledged the situation, which shifted Mo Lang's perception of the 2 individuals. Perhaps the members of the Spirit Hall were not entirely malevolent. Rather, their positions simply diverged. Very well then, you shall remain here as security for the next 2 years. Mo Lang would certainly not feign politeness and let the matter rest. What a jest. He was accustomed to taking advantage of others. 2 free-titled Douluos serving as security were simply too good to pass up. This sparked a new idea in Mo Lang's mind. Could he possibly recruit all the titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall to serve as his security? In doing so, when Bibi Dong sought to unify the continent, she might suddenly find that the titled Douluos surrounding her were, in fact, his own guards. How delightful that would be. The mere thought of undermining the Spirit Hall filled Mo Lang with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The first to dig a hole under Douluo's walls, ha ha ha. With this in mind, Mo Lang turned his gaze towards Ghost Douluo. This is 1 million gold soul coins, farewell. Ghost Douluo, feeling the intensity of the pervert's stare, immediately produced a banknote of 1 million gold soul coins and tossed it to Mo Lang, fleeing without a backward glance. He feared that Mo Lang might compel him to stay and serve as a guard. The thought of being a dignified title Douluo reduced to a mere security guard was utterly unthinkable. He was not like Jiangmo, those 2 simpletons. Little did he know that soon he would find himself begging Jiangmo for an opportunity to serve as a guard. Young man, are you not yet satisfied? Would you like me to spar with you a few rounds? Douluo regarded Mo Lang, feeling a twinge of excitement. He recognized a raw gem in Mo Lang that, if properly honed, could lead to boundless potential. Rest assured, I shall not resort to lethal force. I merely wish to convey that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension, and you remain far from true strength. Daolu's words hinted at deeper truths. Very well then, let us begin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Lang immediately activated his enhancement skills. The Dragon Soul Guardian bestowed a quintuple boost to all attributes. The three-headed six-armed ability amplified Mo Lang's strength threefold. Not to mention, under the influence of the starry art, his soul power had already reached the level of a 95-ranked title Douluo, and his physical body possessed the durability of a 95-ranked title Douluo as well. With numerous enhancements converging, Mo Lang's aura surged, breaking through to the realm of a 96-ranked title Douluo. You truly astonish me, my friend. Come, let me witness the limits of your power. As Mo Lang's aura transformed, Daoluo revealed a look of delight, his soul power surging within, and 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, were simultaneously unleashed. The six-winged angel martial spirit manifested in an instant, radiating a divine golden light. The overwhelming aura of a peak title Douluo enveloped the surroundings, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. In that moment, the winds and clouds swirled chaotically, the sky began to warp, and the ground heaved. Seemingly unable to bear the immense pressure, the others had long retreated to a safe distance, particularly the relatively weaker members of the Shrek 7 Devils, who trembled in awe as they beheld Douluo. Was this the might of the continent's pinnacle power? At the forefront, Mo Lang could acutely sense the terror emanating from Douluo. It felt as though a mere gesture from him could easily annihilate a city. Yet, there was no trace of fear in Mo Lang's eyes. Instead, they were filled with a fierce battle spirit, brimming with excitement. Perhaps it was in his very essence that a warrior's blood flowed. Shatter the heavens with a single strike. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang unleashed the entirety of his soul skills once more, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of soul power surged forth, transforming into a colossal sword of ice and fire. Behind him, a formidable three-headed, six-armed simian apparition emerged, extending its immense 6 hands, as if to pluck the very stars from the heavens. The heavens trembled with a resounding roar, and large fragments of space began to disintegrate, giving rise to one black hole after another. This was the manifestation of Mo Lang's power, transcending the limits that this realm could endure, resulting in the formation of spatial black holes. Brothers, charge forth. Let the tide of recommendation and monthly votes surge even more fiercely. Though the 22nd recommendation vote did not reach 300, it has still amassed 260, hence 5 updates on Friday. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their votes. The number of updates on Saturday will depend on your recommendations today. Thank you. Chapter 68. Battle against Douluo. The 4 monkeys of chaos reveal their true forms. Since you wish to establish a hierarchy, allow me to illuminate where you fall short. A trace of seriousness finally appeared on Daolu's previously calm visage as soul power surged within him. The 6-winged angel behind him erupted with blinding golden radiance, suffusing the sky with a golden hue. To become a true powerhouse, what you lack is your own domain, the angel domain. As the angel domain manifested, Mo Lang instantly felt his soul skills being steadily weakened, while Douluo stood within the angel domain, seemingly invincible. It must be acknowledged that the strength you exhibited is indeed sufficient to harm a peak Douluo, but only if the opponent lacks their own domain power or stands idly by to receive your blows. With soul power surging, Douluo, in conjunction with the angel domain, effortlessly neutralized Mo Lang's soul skills. Though it appeared effortless, he understood that to dispel the abilities derived from the 100,000-year soul rings, his soul power was also significantly depleted. Enough of the preaching. Even without a domain, what of it? Do not forget, I still possess the true form of my martial soul. Mo Lang had to concede that. Without a domain of his own, he was at a distinct disadvantage when facing the title Douluo who possessed one. However, he had yet to unleash the true form of his martial soul, the primal 4 monkeys. With a thunderous roar, Mo Lang unleashed the power of the stars within him, akin to an unstoppable torrent of soul energy. In an instant, 4 towering figures materialized behind him. The first figure donned a resplendent golden chainmail, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple-gold diadem and adorned with cloud-walking shoes woven from lotus silk. Brandishing the Ruyi Jingu Bang, he let out a skyward howl, his eyes radiating brilliant golden light, as though intent on overturning the very heavens. The second figure was clad in the armor of the Shura Purgatory, crowned with the eerie dragon of the underworld headpiece, and wielded the 9 nether soul-calling banner. He sat upon a throne of bones, crafted from the remains of nameless ferocious beasts, his gaze profound, as countless specters howled behind him. The third figure stood bare-chested, revealing a sculpted physique. His powerful arms were adorned with bracers forged from the stars, and he wielded a colossal pillar that seemed to absorb the very essence of the cosmos with every motion. Behind him floated a luminous moon. The fourth figure, shrouded in mystery, emanated an aura of the Tao, enveloped in chaotic mist. Only a singular head was visible, yet its countenance shifted unpredictably, sometimes human, sometimes beast, sometimes demon, celestial, divine, or even Buddha, as if it could embody all 6 realms. The only constant were the 6 ears flanking his head, not only attuned to the sounds of the universe, but also to the hearts of all beings. Symbolizing the cycle of reincarnation, these 4 figures were the soul rings that Mo Lang had long possessed, the 4 mischievous monkeys of the chaotic world. As they emerged, the heavens dimmed, and a terrifying aura engulfed the crowd, suffocating them with its intensity. Notably, even the Titan giant apes, deep within the Stardow forest, felt the oppressive weight of this ancestral lineage. Breakthrough, Mo Lang let out a thunderous roar, seemingly exhausting all his strength. In that moment, he resembled the indomitable spirit of the luminous stone monkey. At that instant, he embodied the sovereign of life and death, the red-bottomed horse monkey. In that fleeting second, he appeared as the celestial ape capable of plucking stars and moons from the sky. In that very moment, he was akin to the 6-eared macaque, able to transform the very fabric of the universe. What on earth? Is this young man even human? You dare tell me this is your true martial soul? Isn't your true martial soul that stick? Douluo gazed at the 4 terrifying figures that surpassed even the Titan giant ape, his calm demeanor shattered into shock. This power, even if he exerted every ounce of his being, could only be met with injury. Damn it. Had he known this young man was so monstrous, he wouldn't have attempted to show off. Filled with regret, Douluo felt his soul power surge wildly, channeling the power of the angel domain to diminish the might of the 4 mischievous monkeys. After all, their formidable presence was merely a manifestation of Mo Lang's soul power, not their true forms. Boom. The strength of the mischievous monkeys was continuously weakened, yet their speed remained unaffected, boldly disregarding the constraints of the angel domain, as they struck down towards Douluo with world-ending force. What an utter disaster. Despite employing all his defenses, Douluo found himself unable to halt this assault and could only brace himself to minimize his injuries. Just as he prepared to withstand the blow, the 4 mischievous monkeys abruptly vanished from his sight. He looked at Mo Lang in astonishment. Had this young man shown him mercy? However, upon seeing the Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings retract behind Mo Lang, and his form tumble downward, as if losing consciousness, realization dawned upon him. It was not mercy. Rather, the soul power was insufficient to sustain such a formidable strike, resulting in exhaustion. Fortunately, he had collapsed. Otherwise, Douluo would have found himself in a precarious situation. Relieved, he, the invincible of the skies, rushed forward to catch the plummeting Mo Lang. Yet, a pink figure, swifter than he, caught Mo Lang in her arms, fiercely glaring at Douluo and declaring, "If anything happens to him, I will not let you off." It turned out that the master had already disowned Mo Lang's inability to sustain the use of 4 martial souls, promptly instructing Oscar to craft a flying sausage for Xiao Wu to catch him. Faced with the delicate young girl before him, Douluo felt a twinge of embarrassment but refrained from lengthy explanations, leaving behind a remark. The gates of the spirit hall will always remain open for him, before departing. Wait. Halfway through his departure, Douluo abruptly halted, gazing pensively in the direction of Shrek Academy. Muttering to himself, what is the relationship between that girl and that young man? Could she be a rival to my granddaughter? It seemed he needed to introduce his granddaughter to this extraordinary young man soon. Otherwise, where else could he find such a monstrous potential son-in-law? This battle left the members of Shrek Academy profoundly shaken, especially the sword Doa Jian Daochen, who realized he was no longer a match for this young man. Sigh. His body still lagged behind the pace of absorbing stellar power through the star absorption technique, and Xiao Wujia's gravity field could no longer meet his physical demands, failing to enhance his body further. Exiting the state of cultivation, Mo Lang felt that nearly half of the stellar power he absorbed had been reinvested into fortifying his physical form. In simpler terms, the body is akin to a water tank, while stellar power represents the water within it. Only a larger tank can hold more water. The body cannot enlarge but must grow stronger to endure greater quantities of soul power and stellar energy. In the novel, Tang San achieved this by unblocking the extraordinary meridians and undergoing various trials, refining his body to the point of being akin to a divine artifact, enabling him to withstand the impact of multiple spirit rings. A month has passed since the confrontation between Mo Lang and Douluo, and now he sensed yet another bottleneck. If he waited for the stellar energy to fully refine his physical form, it could take years to break through to the rank of Soul Douluo. This was not a luxury he could afford. Xiao Gang, since you are here, why not join me? Just as Mo Lang wrestled with his frustrations, he sensed the presence of Yu Xiaojiang. Hearing Xiao Wu say that the Titan giant ape referred to him as brother-in-law, Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time, immediately voicing his confusion. This Friday, a grand explosion of 10,000 words. Saturday and Sunday will guarantee 3 updates, all filled with intense energy. While others merely offer 100 or so for additional chapters, the little brother considers that since Douluo's audience consists of students, a free recommendation and monthly vote, along with 3 additional chapters at no cost, is already quite generous. Thus, I kindly implore readers with recommendation votes to cast them. Thank you. The 3rd and 4th female leads of the protagonist are about to appear. Can you guess who they are? Chapter 69, The Arrival of the Royal Tiando Academy. Today, 5 updates. First update. Indeed, Xiao Wu is a humanoid form of a 100,000-year spirit beast, which is precisely why I strive so diligently in my cultivation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and, with a swift kick, sent him tumbling from the rooftop. How dare you? 3 days without discipline, and do you think you can act with impunity? How dare you disregard the code of conduct? The master rubbed his sore backside, climbed back up with irritation, and remarked, the Titan giant ape possesses a gravity domain. It might just grant you the strength you seek. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Upon hearing this, Mo Lang immediately leaped up in excitement. It has been said that you are foolish. Mo Lang kicked again. But Yu Xiaojiang had anticipated this and dodged. Hee, you missed. However, you slipped and fell. Ha ha ha. Those who are wicked often meet their due retribution. Watching Yu Xiaojiang crawl back up with a face full of resentment, Mo Lang burst into laughter. He could not comprehend why so many despised Yu Xiaojiang in his previous life. To him, Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong were forcibly separated by Qian Xuanji. While Lu Erlong was simply a sibling relationship, it was his love for Lu Erlong that prevented him from allowing her to bear the brunt of societal scorn. For their love was deemed unacceptable by the world. Some claim that love is a matter solely between 2 individuals, as long as they are happy. The opinions of others are inconsequential. Yet, in reality, how many love stories, frowned upon by parents and relatives, end well? Even if a passionate love exists, what ultimately remains is profound suffering, known only to oneself, much like the ephemeral beauty of fireworks. As a man, I do not believe Yu Xiaojiang erred in his affections. Rather, his fault lay in his lack of strength, unable to withstand Qian Xuanji, much like a man who falters due to financial inadequacies. Unable to provide the life his beloved desires, Lu Erlong, bold in love and hate, deserved more than what a master could offer. Yu Xiaojiang felt a shiver under Mo Lang's gaze and could not help but shift the conversation. Why is your martial soul's true form not your actual martial soul? Mo Lang was aware that Yu Xiaojiang sought him not merely for enlightenment, and thus he had already prepared an excuse. As I too possess a mutated martial soul. The spirits of those soul beasts are intertwined with that staff. You may regard them as my martial soul. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Master gazed at Mo Lang with a look of bewilderment, attempting to discern the truth behind Mo Lang's eyes. Indeed, I am deceiving you, Mo Lang mused inwardly. However, he wished to elaborate no further and swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, do you still harbor feelings for Bibi Dong? What did you say? How do you know about my relationship with Bibi Dong? Master stared at Mo Lang in astonishment. Have you forgotten? That day when the 4 of us, myself, you, Flinder, and Xiao Wu were drinking, you drunkenly divulged it yourself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang roused the hungover master, opting not to venture into the Stardow Forest, but instead escorting him to Soto City. This day marked the highly anticipated battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. More significantly, the absence of Xiao Wu, who had always clung to him during slumber, had left him nostalgic for the sensation of awakening beside a stunning beauty. The reason for Xiao Wu's refusal to share a bed with Mo Lang stemmed from the considerable shock she experienced during his confrontation with Qian Douluo. It made her acutely aware of the burdens Mo Lang had borne alone as a titled Douluo, a reality she found distressing. Her words resonated deeply. Since I love you, I cannot be a burden. I wish to share this journey with you and face it all together. In that moment, gazing into her resolute eyes, Mo Lang understood that no words of his would alter her determination. She was of the same ilk. Once she set her mind to something, she would endeavor wholeheartedly. All he could do was accompany her, ensuring she suffered no harm. Xiao Wu and Old Jack would forever hold the topmost places in his heart. Reflecting on Old Jack, Mo Lang realized it had been nearly 6 months since his last visit, a suitable time to return and see how Old Jack was faring, and to ponder the depth of his relationship with Widow Wang. Upon Mo Lang and Yu Xiaozhang's arrival at the Grand Soul Arena, they discovered the competition had concluded. It was not that Mo Lang lacked the desire to witness Xiao Wu's performance. Rather, after witnessing an attempt on her safety in the past, he had lost control and upended the entire arena, leaving its proprietor trembling in fear. In the aftermath, he recognized his overreaction and intended to offer compensation. Yet the arena owner dared not accept it. Consequently, whenever Xiao Wu participated in a match, her opponents would promptly surrender upon spotting Mo Lang in attendance. Ultimately, Xiao Wu had no choice but to request that Mo Lang refrain from spectating, as it deprived her of any practical combat experience. Mo Lang felt quite aggrieved. Yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns. According to the narrative, the Shrek 7 monsters were to engage in a battle against the Royal Academy of Tiando, necessitating the presence of the master. However, due to Mo Lang administering a divine potion to the Shrek 7 monsters ahead of time, their strength was comparable to that of the Tiando Royal Academy's members, thus allowing for a fair competition. It is truly a pity. Had the junior students not been from Shrek Academy, I would have sought every means to bring you to the Royal Academy. With your inclusion, who knows what might transpire. Just as Qin Ming was expressing this, the master and Mo Lang entered from outside. Even if they are from Shrek Academy, you can still bring them back to the Royal Academy. Ah Lang, you're here. I've missed you so much. I haven't slept with you for a month. I'm not accustomed to it. Upon seeing Mo Lang, Xiao Wu immediately threw herself into his embrace, but as those words escaped her lips, everyone looked at Mo Lang with disdain. Internally cursing, someone muttered, "Beast." Although Xiao Wu had matured, she was still only 12. How could such actions be excused? Under the weight of everyone's contemptuous gazes, even Mo Lang, with a face as thick as a city wall, could not withstand it. He forced an awkward smile. It's not what you think. I truly haven't done anything. I'm still a virgin. Ma Hongjun recalled a joke and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Brother Lang. Does that mean you're even worse than a beast? The next moment, however, the smile on Ma Hongjun's face froze as he caught sight of Mo Lang's murderous glare directed at him. He chuckled nervously and approached Ma Hongjun. Brother Lang, there is no need for that, right? What do you think? Brother Lang, I was wrong. Please don't slap me. Ouch. Brother Lang, be gentle. The narrative may seem somewhat mundane at this juncture, but the high-energy moments lie ahead. I humbly seek your recommendations. I earnestly request your monthly votes. Those with means may also consider offering a tip. 5 updates today. Thanks to the esteemed Xiaoming Chexing for the generous 100 donation. I will take your suggestions into account, but I shall refrain from revealing any spoilers. Chapter 70 triggers the side quest. The Halo of the Elder Brother upgrades. Second update. Why is everyone staring at me? Please, go about your meals and drinks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang nonchalantly remarked, then took Xiao Wu's hand, sharing affectionate gestures. The dean. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. In his eyes, Mo Lang's demeanor resembled that of the debauched science from the Royal Academy, particularly recalling Xiao Wu's earlier words. His fondness for Mo Lang plummeted to an icy abyss. Indeed, he was the dean of Shrek Academy, which had seen little financial support in recent years. The rapid progress of his junior students was largely thanks to the benevolence of Mo Lang. Noticing the misunderstanding in Qin Ming's expression, Flinder hastily interjected to clarify. Sponsorship? If you are short on funds, just let me know. There is no need to bow down to this wayward youth. I recall your unwavering integrity. How could you flinder? Will you not explain? If you cannot, then remain silent. Xiao Wujia's concern for the escalating misunderstanding prompted him to interject. Xiaoming, do not misconstrue. Our elder is quite benevolent, often bestowing upon us lessons to enhance our skills. What? He dares to leverage his connections to bully you? I must teach him a proper lesson today. Before Xiao Wujia could finish, Qin Ming sprang to his feet, his agitation palpable. He regarded the teachers of Shrek Academy as elders, and witnessing Mo Lang's audacity in courting his junior sister while usurping the dean's position, even resorting to physically assaulting his instructor, drove him to the brink of reason. Enraged, he stood tall, his 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, manifesting as the aura of a soul emperor bore down upon Mo Lang. Xiaoming, do not act rashly, you will only suffer. Flender, exasperated by the misunderstanding, shot Xiao Wujia a glare and quickly urged restraint. Mo Lang is Zhao Laoshi, do not concern yourself with his background. Even if the emperor of the Tiando Empire were present, he would show me some respect. I must teach this brat a lesson. Qin Ming, fueled by indignation, could not bear to witness such a grave affront to his teacher. He glared at Mo Lang and declared, if you are a man, step outside for a duel. No need to go outside, just step to the door. Mo Lang sighed, his face a portrait of helplessness. What on earth is happening? He mused. Indeed, it does not take much time to teach a lesson to a wayward scion like you. As Qin Ming stood up and strode toward the exit, he deliberately addressed Flander. Rest assured, teacher, the grievances you have endured today will be avenged by your students. That's not, Flander began, but Qin Ming interrupted. He holds the title of Douluo. Regardless of that, I am determined to discipline him today. You need not worry, I will shoulder all responsibility. Qin Ming's anger flared as he assumed that Mo Lang was behaving so arrogantly solely due to his backing from a Douluo. He interrupted Flander once more. Casting a challenging glance at Mo Lang, Flander covered his eyes in disbelief. Damn it. This lad seemed quite astute before. Why is he being so straightforward today? Yet, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that Qin Ming was enraged because he believed he had been wronged, causing him to lose his composure. Fear not, teacher. I shall be mindful of my actions, Qin Ming reassured Flander, noticing his gesture of distress. That's not, Flander attempted to explain, but Qin Ming insisted, no need to elaborate. Young man, come forth. Let me instruct you on the proper way to conduct oneself. A minute passed. Mo Lang, resembling a chick, brought the bruised and battered Qin Ming inside, subsequently instructing Flander to assist him in taking a seat. Flander, observing Qin Ming's mournful gaze fixed upon him, could not resist uttering, allow me to impart another lesson. My dear pupil, one must never interrupt the teacher while he is speaking. What I wish to convey is that he is indeed a soul sage, possessing the formidable strength of a title de law. Covering your eyes was merely to spare you from a grievous beating. This statement, once uttered, plunged Qin Ming into a deeper state of despondency. Yet fret not. Even your teacher Zhao has faced similar tribulations and is now referred to as boss. Therefore, there is no need for excessive sorrow. Noticing Qin Ming's gloom intensifying, Flander endeavored to console him once more. However, Xiao Wujia, unwilling to remain silent, stretched his already short neck and retorted, Flander, you bespectacled fool. What do you mean by exposing my shortcomings before the students? Do you dare to believe I shall impoverish you tonight? With a chuckle, Mo Lang interjected. With the dean present, how could you possibly be impoverished? I shall not be footing the bill. Flander replied with laughter. Ha ha. Observing Flander's complexion turning a shade reminiscent of liver, the group erupted into laughter, fully aware of Flander's notorious stinginess. Alas, Qin Ming laughed too heartily, inadvertently aggravating his facial wounds, prompting him to cry out in pain. Serves you right. What did I say about heeding the wisdom of the elders? Flander glared at Qin Ming with a hint of annoyance. Qin Ming, feigning ignorance, raised his glass and turned to Mo Lang, saying, Brother Lang, I acknowledge my fault from earlier and wish to offer my apologies. With that, he drained the contents of his glass in one swift motion. No worries. I have also given you a good thrashing. We are thus even. Moreover, I have inadvertently addressed the ailment you left behind earlier. Mo Lang recognized that Qin Ming was a good person and did not mind the minor misunderstanding. He had even utilized the 9-9 return forging method to enhance Qin Ming's physique, albeit without exerting much force. Thus, the improvement was modest and did not result in the emergence of any dark impurities. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt somewhat perplexed. But after a moment of introspection regarding his body, He suddenly lifted his head in astonishment and exclaimed, "The hidden ailment I suffered from has truly healed, and I seem to possess enhanced strength. What could be the reason for this?" At this moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward to elucidate, stating, "What I mentioned earlier about our leader striking us was merely to assist in enhancing our physical attributes. As you are aware, physical prowess has always been a weakness for spirit masters, except for those with defensive attributes." He continued, "I never imagined that Brother Lang possessed such remarkable abilities. It is no wonder that these junior colleagues not only exhibit extraordinary spirit power, but also have remarkably formidable physical attributes." Qin Ming's understanding dawned upon him, and he gazed at Mo Lang with eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. "All right, enough flattery. Let us have our meal." Mo Lang waved his hand, indicating his desire to move on. "By the way, Xiao Gang, what did you mean when you mentioned sending these youngsters to the Royal Academy?" At this moment, Flender directed his gaze toward Yu Xiaojiang. Consequently, after Yu Xiaojiang articulated his theory, Flender, visibly enraged, turned to Mo Lang and declared, "Now that you, Brother Mo, are the dean, whatever you say goes." Mo Lang was initially inclined to decline, deeming it unnecessary. He could simply purchase any required equipment himself and was reluctant to travel such a distance. However, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. "Ding! A side quest has been triggered. Strengthen and expand Shrek Academy. Ascend to the position of the Royal Academy's dean. And rename the Royal Academy to Shrek Academy. Mission failure. The brotherly aura is revoked. Mission completion. The brotherly aura is upgraded to the Supreme Brotherly Aura. Second update. I humbly request your recommendation votes. I seek monthly votes. Thank you very much. Yesterday, there were around 270 votes, with a few extra monthly votes. On Saturday, there will be an additional update, totaling 4 updates. Chapter 71, The Transformation of Ming and Erming, third update. Mo Lang swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and reorganized his thoughts. Ahem. Since everyone is eager for my opinion, let us proceed with the transition. After all, this is the first task issued by the system. If I do not comply, how can I continue to enjoy the benefits of the Shrek 7 monsters? As I have often stated, I am accustomed to reaping rewards without expenditure. The notion of spending money is utterly implausible. Is it merely a matter of becoming the principal of the Royal Academy and then transforming it into Shrek Academy? Quite trivial. Indeed. However, he could not yet discern the true value of this prestigious title, which left him feeling somewhat melancholic yet also filled with anticipation. If the aura of a leader is this formidable, then surely the prestige of a paramount leader must be even more impressive. Transitioning? My dear brother, you promised to elevate Shrek Academy to greatness and establish its renown across the continent. You cannot afford to be insincere, exclaimed Flandra, his excitement palpable. Rest assured, what I have pledged will be fulfilled. When I say we shall move, it is not as if we are becoming an appendage of the Royal Academy. Mo Lang consoled. In the past, I assimilated the Royal Academy, serving as its principal, and subsequently transformed it into Shrek Academy. Assimilated the Royal Academy? And renamed it Shrek Academy? Surely, you must be jesting. Have you perhaps consumed some counterfeit liquor? Xiao Wu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Brother Mo, it is not that I doubt your words, but the undertaking appears exceedingly formidable. Flanders chuckled awkwardly. Brother Lang, the sentiments expressed by the 2 instructors are indeed valid. The Royal Academy is an esteemed institution of the Tiando Empire, exclusively dedicated to nurturing soul masters for the Empire. If you were to assume the role of principal, they would undoubtedly welcome you. However, the prospect of renaming the Academy to Shrek Academy is another matter entirely. Not only would the Emperor of the Snowy Night vehemently oppose it, but the faculty and students would also likely resist such a change. Qin Ming added in a tone of caution. Shall Shrek Academy remain confined to this modest location for eternity? Mo Lang's gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept over the crowd before finally settling on Flander. I promise you that I will elevate Shrek Academy to great heights, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill that vow. I am aware that you have dedicated your entire life to Shrek Academy, yet each of these individuals possesses talents that deserve a grander stage. Do you wish for them to stagnate, forever sheltered beneath your wing? This is not for their benefit, but rather for your own selfish desires. Mo Lang's words were direct, as sharp as a dagger, piercing through Flanders' heart. Flanders found himself rendered speechless by Mo Lang's remarks, the fury on his face dissipating into despondency. Flanders, I know this is not your true sentiment, yet Mo Lang speaks with conviction, and you have also overheard my conversation with Xiao Ming. If you truly oppose it, I shall not compel you, Yu Xiaojiang said, observing Flanders' desolate expression with a twinge of sympathy. No need for that. Let us proceed as you and Imo have suggested. I cannot allow my own selfish desires to hinder their achievements. With that, Flanders sank into his seat and took a generous gulp of his drink. Upon witnessing the scene, Imo Lang approached and patted Flanders on the shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Moreover, I require your assistance. If our students, teachers, and the dean surpass theirs, what do they have to compete against us?" Upon hearing this, even Flanders, despite his simplicity, understood Imo Lang's intent. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with understanding as he gazed at Imo Lang. Acknowledging Flanders' comprehension, Imo Lang raised his cup, clinking it with Flanders before downing the contents in one gulp, stating thus, "Strive to enhance your strength. We must not bring disgrace to Shrek Academy. Brother Lang, I am now a teacher at the Royal Academy. It is somewhat inappropriate for you to say such things in my presence," Qin Ming remarked with a playful grin. "Dare to step outside for a spar?" He added with laughter, "Ha ha ha, Brother Lang. No, Dean, I was merely jesting. I will forever be a part of Shrek Academy." In the Stardew Forest. Over the past 2 months, resounding collisions echoed, unsettling all the soul beasts within. Bang! At the heart of the forest, the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, was unexpectedly pushed back several steps by a single punch from a human youth. Enough, brother-in-law. I now suspect you may have transformed from 100,000-year soul beast into human form, the Titan giant ape grumbled, rubbing its chest while casting a resentful glance at the human before him. He was aware of Imo Lang's extraordinary capabilities but was astonished by the extent of his training intensity. From an initial gravity of 15 times to now 20 times. He could hardly believe that Imo Lang had achieved this in merely 2 months. This remarkable progress was undoubtedly attributed to his relentless training. More importantly, the fact that Imo Lang could defeat him using sheer physical strength without the aid of soul power led the Titan giant ape to suspect that he might indeed be a transformed soul beast. This very human was Imo Lang, who had been training diligently in the Stardew Forest for the past 2 months. At this moment, Imo Lang's face exhibited less of the delicate beauty he once had, now radiating a more masculine charm. His fair skin had transformed into a robust bronze hue, and the contours of his muscles became increasingly pronounced, resembling a masterpiece carved by divine hands. Although he did not possess the bulk of muscle, only the Titan giant ape understood the formidable power concealed within this physique, power that even it feared. "Alang, Ming, you must be famished. I have just invented a new dish, carrot sweet chocolate, to give it a try." Upon seeing Imo Lang finish his training, Xiao Wu excitedly approached with a plate in hand. Recently, Xiao Wu had developed a passion for making desserts, though her skills left much to be desired. The name alone indicated that she was a potential candidate in the realm of culinary disasters. Over the past 2 months, Deming and Ming had suffered greatly. Even they, with their strength, found themselves indisposed on several occasions, had it not been for Imo Lang's constitution being enhanced by celestial grade alterations. Surviving these 2 months would have been a remarkable feat, Sister Xiao Wu. I am not hungry at all, truly not in the slightest. Ming fervently shook his head, even retreating a few steps in fear. Ha ha ha, Xiao Wu is still so considerate. A flicker of pain crossed Imo Lang's eyes as he forced a smile and approached. Beside him, Deming and Ming exchanged sympathetic glances. The mere fact that Imo Lang not only dared to eat but also consumed all of Xiao Wu's dark culinary creations earned him their respect as a human brother-in-law. However, upon gazing at the indescribable black chocolate presented in Xiao Wu's dish, the smile on Imo Lang's face froze. Even he found it difficult to swallow that oddly shaped black chocolate. Truly, it resonated with the saying, "If you cannot even bear to eat excrement, how can you claim to love her?" Imo Lang regretted teaching her how to make chocolate. Beside them, Deming and Ming, upon witnessing the peculiar shape, struggled to suppress their amusement. Their faces flushed red despite their attempts to maintain a serious demeanor. "I'm sorry, Alang, I couldn't control the heat. And they ended up like this," one of them admitted, observing Xiao Wu's once fair complexion now smudged with black soot. Imo Lang felt a pang of sympathy and gently wiped the grime from her face, offering a tender smile. "It's all right. My first attempt at making chocolate was even worse than yours." Imo Lang took a bite of the indescribable chocolate, and the gentle expression on his face instantly froze. After a difficult swallow, he remarked, "Just promise me next time, please don't add carrots to the chocolate." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Deming and Ming could no longer contain themselves and burst into hearty laughter. However, Xiao Wu immediately shot them a piercing glare, questioning, "Is it really that amusing?" The two beasts promptly closed their mouths in obedience. Only then did Xiao Wu look at Mo Lang with a hint of grievance and say, "Then next time, I shall use white radishes." Mo Lang's lips twitched slightly, but upon reflecting that the time had come to head to the heavenly Do Royal Academy, he exhaled in relief. His current comprehensive strength was sufficient to defeat a title Douluo of the 97th rank. Even when facing formidable opponents like Qian Douluo, he felt no fear. Surely, Emperor Shuya would not refuse his request to rename the academy. After all, this was an era that revered the powerful. Hearing that Mo Lang and Xiao Wu were about to depart, Deming and Ming exchanged solemn glances, their eyes reflecting a serious intent as they turned to Mo Lang and said, "Brother-in-law, we wish to transform into human forms and accompany you to the human world." The third update. Over 500 words. Do you understand my meaning? Chapter 72. Mo Lang versus Deming and Ming. Combined, over 4,000 words. Transformation? Have you truly considered this? Mo Lang gazed at Deming and Ming with a hint of astonishment. Over the past 2 months, he had already come to regard the two as brothers. Initially, Deming had harbored a sense of animosity towards him, but for reasons unknown. That hostility had gradually faded away. "Brother-in-law, to be honest, we have long grown weary of this vast Stardow forest. However, as you know, transforming into soul beasts necessitates starting afresh," Ming stated earnestly. "But my brother and I have deliberated thoroughly, and we believe you are a person worthy of reliance. Thus we are willing to entrust our lives to you." Ming's assertion was indeed accurate. Deming nodded in agreement and added, "You might be curious about my previous hostility towards you. To speak frankly, it stemmed from the fact that both Ming and I have harbored affections for Xiao Wu. Yet out of brotherly loyalty, we never voiced our feelings. Therefore, witnessing Xiao Wu's evident fondness for you evoked both envy and admiration within me. However, as time passed, I came to appreciate your sincerity. From the moment you arrived, you openly divulged that you were not a title Douluo, showing no concern that we might hold it against you. This was merely a small aspect. More importantly, you expressed your desire to grow stronger for the purpose of protecting Xiao Wu. Initially, I held skepticism towards humans, but I have observed your relentless efforts over these past 2 months. I now understand that your quest for strength to safeguard Xiao Wu is not mere rhetoric, but a fervent commitment. At that moment, I recognized the disparity between us. I lacked your courage, as I admired Xiao Wu yet hesitated to accompany her in transformation. From that instant onward, I felt nothing but respect and admiration for you. You are indeed the man Xiao Wu can rely upon. I am aware that my and Ming's transformation may bring you greater troubles, yet we wish to remain by her side to protect her. Therefore, please forgive our selfishness." After Deming spoke, he and Ming gazed at Mo Lang with sincere expressions. "I promise, I had intended to discuss this matter with you proactively." Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Lang agreed and said, "Although we have only spent a brief 2 months together, I have discovered that Xiao Wu is remarkably relaxed and joyful in your company. I wish for her to remain this happy always." "Ha ha ha, brother. I told you that my brother-in-law would agree, but you wouldn't believe it," Ming exclaimed with a joyful smile. "Brother-in-law, this is actually a final test from my elder brother. If you decline, he will certainly not consent to Xiao Wu being with you. However, I, Ming, assure you that you are not a man devoid of responsibility. You are unlike any other human." Deming also smiled, gazing at Mo Lang as he said, "Brother-in-law, from now on, you shall be entrusted with Xiao Wu's protection. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. Even if it costs us our lives, Ming and I will fight to the death to support you." Test? What does that mean? Do you no longer wish to take on human form? Brother-in-law, I know you are formidable, yet you are not the true pinnacle of a title Douluo. We acknowledge your ability to protect Xiao Wu, but with the addition of the two of us, 10,000-year soul beasts, can you truly stand against 100 foes alone? Deming spoke earnestly. The allure of 10,000-year soul beasts is far too great for powerful soul masters. We do not wish to become a burden to you. Only by maintaining our soul beast forms can we assist you when you require it. I am deeply touched by your words, yet I must decline. Mo Lang, with determination in his eyes, gazed at Deming and Ming, declaring, "Though I may not yet possess the strength to face 100 foes alone, should anyone dare to harm you, even the most formidable of Douluo would meet their demise at my hands." Boom. Upon uttering this statement, Mo Lang's aura erupted dramatically, his profound soul power causing the entire Star Do forest to tremble. Even the 200,000-year soul beasts, Deming and Ming, sensed an immense pressure. They gazed at Mo Lang in astonishment. unable to fathom the true strength he possessed. After 2 months of arduous cultivation, Mo Lang's soul power ascended to the realm of a level 75 soul saint. One level was attained through his own efforts, while the other was a collective enhancement granted to the Shrek's 7 monsters by the aura of his elder brother. Nevertheless, due to the influence of the starry arts, the depth of his soul power rivaled that of a level 97 title Douluo. His strength had also reached an astonishing magnitude of 100,000 Jin. Should he incorporate his soul skills and soul bones, he now possessed the confidence to defeat Douluo. Of course, all of this was inseparable from his relentless training over the past 6 months. If I vanquish both of you, you shall obediently comply with my transformation and remain by my side for cultivation. If I am defeated, I shall not impose upon you in any way. Mo Lang gazed at the silent Deming and Ming and remarked, "In that case, let us brothers witness the true extent of your strength." Excitement gleamed in Deming's eyes. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, he possessed his own dignity. Hee, brother-in-law, do take care. My elder brother is far more formidable than I. Previously, it was due to your attainment of the ultimate Douluo's power. Now that you are not at such a pinnacle, we brothers united shall not fear you. Ming cautioned Mo Lang. That remains to be seen. Mo Lang smiled, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself towards Deming like a cannonball. Deming's defenses were not as formidable as Ming's. He had to decisively eliminate one opponent first. Gravity domain. Slow domain. After spending 2 months with Mo Lang, Deming and Ming were acutely aware of his terrifying capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously activated their respective domains. In the novel, Tang San could only exert 10 times the gravity, yet Deming could unleash 20 times the force. Similarly, while Tang San could only manifest 10 times the slow effect, Deming too could achieve a remarkable 20 times. It seemed Mo Lang needed to take a trip to the city of Slaughter to acquire the Slaughter domain. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Feeling the overwhelming power of the 2 domains, Mo Lang's speed drastically diminished. Although he was accustomed to the 20-fold gravitational force, this was his first encounter with the slow domain, which indeed imposed tremendous pressure on him, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, making every movement arduous. Finally, an opportunity to retaliate. Titan's Hammer. Observing Mo Lang's struggle, Ming wore a smug grin, promptly bringing his hands together in a fist, resembling a colossal iron hammer, imbued with the might to obliterate all, crashing down upon Mo Lang. Clearly, during their 2 months of sparring, he had endured considerable hardship at Mo Lang's hands. And now was the chance for revenge. Boom. As Titan's hammer descended, Ming's triumphant smile abruptly froze on his face. He had failed to strike Mo Lang. You think you can hurt me? You underestimate your brother-in-law. In a split second, Mo Lang utilized the technique of Dozhuan Xingyi, instantly teleporting behind Deming. His right hand manifested the Ruyi Jingu Bang, simultaneously activating the sky-splitting strike, which he aimed directly at Deming. Destruction Thunder. Sensing the ferocious force behind him, Deming immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, and in an instant, bolts of lightning rained down upon Mo Lang. A commendable response, yet still insufficient. Kuan Golden Shield. In a flash, a golden protective barrier enveloped Mo Lang, a second soul skill granted by the 100,000-year spirit ring of the Long Arm Ape. Even when Mo Lang was a soul emperor, this shield could withstand a full-force strike from a level 90 title Douluo. Now, as a soul sage, the Kuan Golden Shield could endure a full-force attack from a level 97 title Douluo. This top-tier defensive skill scaled with the enhancement of his soul power. Boom, boom, boom. Deming's Destruction Thunder struck the Kuan Golden Shield, merely depleting its energy without inflicting any harm upon Mo Lang. In contrast, Mo Lang's sky-splitting strike, combined with his formidable strength, sent Deming staggering back several steps. Dazed and disoriented, Deming realized that Mo Lang's offensive prowess was extraordinary, but his defensive capabilities were equally astonishing. If the opponent could continuously teleport, how could he land a hit? Fortunately, Ming once again activated Titan's Hammer, aiming it at Mo Lang. This time, Mo Lang did not teleport, but instead braced himself to endure the blow, his body plummeting into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Of course, both combatants wielded their power with discretion, resulting in nothing more than superficial injuries. In terms of raw strength, Ming, as a soul beast focused on defense and power, naturally surpassed Mo Lang. The previous defeat had been due to Mo Lang's overwhelming speed, which rendered him untouchable, leaving Ming to bear the brunt of the assaults. Now, with Deming's slow domain in effect, though it lasted only 10 seconds, it was sufficient for Erming to secure victory in this battle. Just because I don't show my might, do you think I'm a Hello Kitty? Mo Lang uttered a remark that revealed his age, and from his back, the Ice and Fire Dragon King's massive bone wings emerged, exuding an extraordinary duality of frigid and fiery power, amplifying Mo Lang's speed fivefold. Subsequently, he immediately invoked the Dragon Soul embodiment, augmenting all his attributes by an additional fivefold. With the effects of the slowing domain counterbalanced, his overall prowess surged to a staggering tenfold. This level of enhancement was acceptable to Mo Lang. With the support of the Dragon Soul embodiment, his strength had indeed surpassed that of the Titan Giant Ape. I too possess a skill to enhance my strength. Titan's Fury. Witnessing Mo Lang harness his soul skill and eclipse his own power, Erming roared, and a crimson aura enveloped him, his eyes transforming to a fiery red as he charged once more toward Mo Lang. Be cautious, A Lang. This skill allows Erming to increase his strength and defense by 200%, rendering him immune to any control skills. Xiao Wu cautioned Mo Lang from the sidelines. This revelation left Erming somewhat disheartened, as he lamented, Xiao Wu, you're not even married, yet you're turning your elbow outward. Mind your own business. If you dare to harm A Lang, I will not hesitate to take you down. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Erming. To be honest, she harbored a wish for Deming and Erming to accompany her to the human realm, yet she feared that her persuasion might inadvertently jeopardize their safety. Having lived in the human world for so long, she understood that 100,000-year soul ring was regarded as the paramount treasure in the eyes of soul masters. With a resounding crash, the Titan's hammer struck down once more, and Mo Lang barely managed to withstand the blow. However, Deming seized the opportunity to unleash his skill, Annihilation Laser. As Deming opened his mouth, a cerulean laser capable of injuring even a tidal Douluo erupted forth, obliterating everything in its path. Flowers, grass, and trees alike were reduced to mere fragments. Did you think I was the only one? Upon witnessing this, Mo Lang hastily plucked a strand of his own hair, invoking his first soul skill, the hair clone technique, which immediately manifested a clone to intercept the incoming attack. Even during his time as merely a great soul master, this technique had already achieved 50% of its potential. With each elevation in rank, the strength of the clone increased by 10%. Now, having ascended 5 ranks, the clone had reached its full potential. Moreover, the clone possessed the same martial soul and soul ring skills as Mo Lang, lacking only the soul bone, which enabled it to withstand Deming's strike. 2 brothers-in-law, 2 Mo Langs. Deming, Erming, and Xiao Wu stood in stunned silence, having never before witnessed Mo Lang employ this skill. This is merely my clone. Under optimal conditions, I can maintain it for an hour. However, currently, it will last only 10 minutes. Yet that is ample time. Mo Lang elucidated. Then why continue fighting? Had I known you were so formidable, I would have surrendered earlier to avoid those earlier blows. Erming contemplated conceding. With the cessation of the slow field, Mo Lang's speed remained unaffected, and they still faced defeat. Forget it, let's not continue. The Tianqing Yopong observed yet another manifestation of Mo Lang. They simply could not contend with him. Despite possessing hidden cards, the soul beasts were ultimately inferior to humans on this continent, as if cursed. Not only did they face the terror of a thunder tribulation every 1,000 years without transforming into human form, but upon achieving that form, they also endured 3 stages. Perpetually anxious about being hunted by soul masters. Don't go. I was just getting into the swing of things. As Mo Lang was riding high on the wave of excitement, he had no intention of halting his fervor. This situation resembled a moment of exhilaration that one simply cannot relinquish. Would you feel elated if someone urged you to withdraw? All right. Mo Lang, we all acknowledge your prowess. Now, please pause. Xiao Wu also wished for Mo Lang to cease his sparring with Deming and Erming. Although aware that they exercised restraint, she was still consumed with worry during each clash, dreading the possibility of anyone getting hurt. Very well. Having heard Xiao Wu's plea, Mo Lang relented, turning to Deming and asserting, Now do you believe in my ability to protect you? Ha, brother-in-law, I have long held that faith. It's just that my elder brother remains unconvinced, Erming cheerfully replied, returning to his usual demeanor. Rest assured, Deming, I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together. If Mother were aware of your and Erming's transformation, she would undoubtedly rejoice. Observing Deming's lingering doubts, Xiao Wu refrained from speaking further and added, Moreover, I am now a soul master. I can protect you too. Deming, with a serious expression, regarded Xiao Wu, then turned to the eagerly expectant Erming. Finally fixing his gaze on Mo Lang with a grin, brother-in-law, You must look after me from now on. Today's update concludes with 11,000 words. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Boom. Deming and Erming simultaneously chose to assume human form, their inner strength surging forth wildly, enveloping their massive bodies in a radiant glow. Within this brilliance, their forms gradually diminished in size, the luminosity thinning until it dissipated, revealing two naked little boys, approximately 3 years of age, standing before Mo Lang and Xiao Wu. Is it truly already complete? Mo Lang initially believed that it would take a considerable amount of time, yet to his surprise, it took less than an hour. Is this truly the essence of the human form? It appears to have weakened significantly. The chubby little boy on the left gazed curiously at his own body and remarked, transforming into human form, everything begins anew. One simply needs to acclimate. On the right stood a slender boy, his face adorned with an expression of premature wisdom that belied his tender years, and this was Deming. Observing Deming and Erming as they took on human form, Mo Lang suddenly exhibited a mischievous glint in his eyes, swiftly bouncing playfully beneath their waists, chuckling. Two little screws. This elicited resentful glances from Deming and Erming. Brother-in-law, are you really that shameless? They exclaimed in unison. Ha ha ha, my apologies, I couldn't help myself. Mo Lang smiled, and suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the hidden task, gaining the recognition of the shape-shifting Titan Giant Ape and the Celestial Blue Bull Python. Task rewards, Thunderstar Flower. Earth Golden Lotus. Thunderstar Flower, a treasure among treasures. Consuming it will enhance one's constitution, imbuing the soul power with a lightning attribute. Carrying it can conceal one's aura. Earth Golden Lotus, a treasure among treasures. Consuming it will improve one's constitution, augmenting both defense and strength potential. Carrying it can conceal one's aura. Upon seeing the rewards, Mo Lang couldn't help but kiss the system twice, realizing that many hidden tasks awaited his discovery. With these two miraculous treasures in hand, he no longer needed to worry about his identities being uncovered by the titled Douluo. After all, the three gatekeepers of Shrek Academy were titled Douluos. On the 60th day since the departure of the dean, he found himself missing him. Indeed, it had been 2 months since he last endured a beating, and his body felt restless. Outside the grand entrance of Shrek Academy, the brothers Qianjun and Jiang Mo were sipping tea and basking in the sun, discussing the direction in which Mo Lang had departed. Ever since their last defeat in battle, the brothers had taken on the role of security guards for a month, during which Mo Lang had helped them enhance their physical strength. Although their soul power had not increased significantly, the growth in their strength was quite remarkable. More importantly, their speed of soul power cultivation had accelerated, significantly shortening the time required for advancement. Since then, they had no desire to return to the Spirit Hall, finding the life of a security guard to be rather enjoyable, especially with the occasional opportunity to savor Mo Lang's culinary skills. This lifestyle was truly delightful. A dignified title Douluo at level 96, becoming enamored with the enhancement of strength through external means. How shameful it was for me, the sword Douluo Chen Xin, to be associated with you. Awakening from his meditation, the sword Douluo Chen Xin opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the brothers Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Oh, you are all here. Just then, several figures suddenly materialized at the entrance. Dean, look at these two brothers. They completely disregard my orders as the security team leader. I instructed them to patrol and check, yet they are lying here, drinking tea and soaking up the sun. I believe they should bear some responsibility for any punishment this time. Upon seeing Mo Lang, the sword Douluo immediately stood by his side, earnestly reporting the brothers' misbehavior. Ever since the sword Douluo had tasted the repercussions of a beating, he had become more diligent in his visits to Shrek Academy, especially as he observed that Qianjun and Jiang Mo, when united, posed a greater threat than he did alone. He felt his position as the gatekeeper was precarious, prompting him to seek the title of security team leader from Mo Lang. Enough, Chen Xin, you scoundrel. How despicable of you. Indeed, Chen Xin, have some decency. Witnessing the formerly disdainful Chen Xin transform into a sycophant upon Mo Lang's arrival, Qianjun and Jiang Mo immediately contemplated disposing of him. Dean, do you see? Individually, these two brothers are no match for me, yet together, they brazenly threaten my authority as the security team leader. The sword Douluo lamented. If it weren't for my relentless patrolling, how could there have been 2 months of tranquility? Even Ning Fingxi is envious, remarking that I have been more dedicated here than at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chen Xin, you slanderer. I'm going to fight you. Exactly. My brother and I have been steadfast in safeguarding Shrek Academy, while you spend your days drinking. Qianjun and Jiang Mo, being straightforward individuals, could not tolerate Chen Xian's defamation and were ready to unleash their martial spirits. Enough. With this return, Shrek Academy is set to embark for the Tiando Royal Academy. Let us put an end to the wager that had the three of you serve as gatekeepers. You have worked hard these past 2 months. Mo Lang looked at the three titled Douluo, each over a century old, with a bemused expression and said earnestly, "No, I refuse. I will not agree." To his astonishment, these three level 96 titled Douluo decisively rejected his goodwill. Although my two brothers are not virtuous men, they are men of their word. Having promised to serve as security guards for 2 years, they will certainly uphold that commitment. If they were to abandon this now, it would brand them as untrustworthy. Such a notion would keep me awake at night. The two Douluo of Qianjun declared with righteous indignation. What nonsense! A monthly opportunity to enhance one's strength for free? How could they possibly let that slip away? Indeed, 2 years seemed too short. They were contemplating ways to extend their tenure as security guards. They would rather die than leave. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts unspoken. Bah! The sheer absurdity of betrayal and sleepless nights. You two are clearly just craving those monthly beatings. The sword Douluo looked disdainfully at the brothers, reflecting that anyone who has lived to such an age is undoubtedly astute. You call it lowly? I am not lowly. I am the most loyal old sword to the dean. The sword Douluo stated, unflinching. Aren't you planning to become the dean of the Tiando Royal Academy and rename it Shrek Academy? I would gladly serve as a security captain there. Dean. We too wish to join you. Who would dare oppose you? My brother and I will ensure they are brought to submission. Qianjun immediately chimed in. You are worshippers of the Spirit Hall. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to go to the Tiando Empire? Chen Xian implied with a hint of meaning. What nonsense! For these past 2 years, my brothers have been the most devoted security guards of Shrek Academy. Qianjun retorted boldly. It was not that he lacked dignity, but rather that Mo Lang S99 returning one hammering method had instilled hope in them, even if they could not reach the 100th level and attain godhood. Merely advancing 2 levels would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, their living conditions were splendid here, and the Academy's talented students and teachers greeted them warmly. In the few months spent together, their mindset had shifted significantly. It seemed the seemingly insurmountable level 97 barrier was beginning to loosen. This was far superior to languishing in the Spirit Hall and solitary cultivation. Oh, I see. I never would have guessed that in your eyes. The position of worshipper in the Spirit Hall is less significant than being a mere security guard in a small academy. Today, I shall teach you two traders a lesson on behalf of Douluo. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared above Shrek Academy. Upon seeing the golden crocodile Douluo, the faces of the two Qianjun Douluo changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, Golden crocodile Douluo, wishing everyone a peaceful Christmas Eve filled with tranquility. May you endure fewer bombardments. The beleaguered single author silently covets envious glances. The number of recommendation votes has been disappointingly low today. Perhaps the handsome readers of my book have found girlfriends. No more words. I shall take a bath and sleep. A single bed is truly cold. For those with free recommendation votes, please cast a few to offer some comfort. Chapter 74. Explosive Confrontation with the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Second update. The Golden Crocodile Douluo. The second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, though not as powerful as the Great Worshipper, had reached the strength of a level 98 title Douluo. Due to being older than the Great Worshipper, there were times when the latter found himself at a loss against him. Upon the appearance of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the expression of Qianjun Douluo turned grave as he introduced him to Mo Lang. The Golden Crocodile Douluo has a notoriously volatile temper. It is best that we do not provoke him. Yes, I understand. Mo Lang nodded slightly, gazing at the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and remarked, You dare to claim you can teach my bodyguard a lesson, little crocodile? Qianjun responded, Is this what you call understanding? Beside them, the sword Douluo looked at the two brothers, bemused, and said, Is this your first day here? This kid is named Mo Lang, but in reality, he is just a braggart. The more you provoke him, the more spirited he becomes. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, taken aback, could hardly believe that at over 150 years of age, he was being referred to as Little Crocodile by a mere teenager. He scoffed, So, you are the so-called genius whom Douluo claimed to have defeated using 50% of his strength? I must say, you are rather unimpressive. A mere soul sage, requiring 50% of his strength to be overcome. It seems Douluo is regressing. Indeed, Douluo had, for the sake of reputation, only mentioned to the other elders of the Spirit Hall that he had utilized 50% of his strength to subdue Mo Lang. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, driven by curiosity after emerging from seclusion, thought, if I can defeat this kid using merely 30% of my strength, it would prove my superiority over Qiandaolu. Silence. You two useless fools, step aside. Today, I shall demonstrate that I can defeat this brat with just 30% of my strength. Qianjun, wishing to offer some counsel, noticed the blatant disrespect from the Golden Crocodile Douluo, which soured his expression. Particularly, seeing the sword Douluo's mocking gaze made him feel incensed. And he inwardly cursed the Golden Crocodile Douluo, you foolish idiot. Just wait to be taught a lesson. Mo Lang was amused. Having previously not had the chance to spar with Deming and Ming, he now had a worthy opponent at his doorstep. He chose not to expose Qiandaolu's hidden intentions, without needing the mighty Qianjun Douluo to speak. He was already aware of the formidable strength possessed by Genie Douluo, which made him a fitting target for practice. Moreover, it was an opportunity to teach a lesson to someone who dared to show off in his presence. After ensuring Xiao Wu and the transformed Deming and Ming were at a safe distance, Mo Lang turned to Genie Douluo and said, I am willing to fight you, but I have a condition. I know, you want me to treat you like those two useless ones and act as your bodyguard. I agree, but make it quick. I have no time for your nonsense, Genie Douluo replied impatiently. How presumptuous. Mo Lang shook his head in disdain. You think you, a mere waste, can guard me? My condition is simple. If we fight, it must be to the fullest. I never said we would stop. If you dare to call me a waste, then you shall not be able to halt this battle. Seeing Mo Lang's audacity, Genie Douluo charged at him in a fit of rage. A few minutes later, he found himself at a disadvantage. Qiandaolu, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Stop. I concede. I'm not finished yet. How can we stop? Hey, I am the second elder of the Spirit Hall. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Spirit Hall? Second elder, you say? I will make you feel like a second elder indeed. Mo Lang continued to pummel Genie Douluo. Observing this, Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo felt a wave of relief. Brother, we are fortunate we did not try to show off, one remarked. Indeed. Otherwise we would have been the ones to get beaten into a pulp. But the Dean is truly a monster. In just 3 months, he has become capable of overpowering a level 98 title Douluo. If given another year, would he not be able to crush the Grand Elder? Who knows? But one should never offend the Dean. Just look at how that fool has been battered. He is nearly unrecognizable. Should we go over and say something? I think that might be wise. Dean, what you are doing is not right. Qianjun gathered his courage and approached. Genie Douluo, touched by Qianjun Douluo's plea for mercy after being called a waste, felt tears welling up. Dean, look. This side of his face is swollen, while the other side is not. It appears imbalanced. This side needs a beating too, Qianjun added. That is a fair point. Mo Lang nodded and began to strike the other side. Qianjun, I curse your ancestors. At that moment, if Genie Douluo were asked who he most wished to kill, Qiandaolu would be first, and Qianjun would undoubtedly be second. Enough, young man. Genie is still an elder of our Spirit Hall. Are you not concerned about the reputation of the Spirit Hall? At that moment, the hidden Qiandaolu could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward. You old fool, do you even have the audacity to talk about the Spirit Hall's reputation? You come to trouble me every day. Do I not deserve to have a reputation? Mo Lang had already anticipated Qiandaolu's lurking presence, which was why he had been relentlessly attacking Genie Douluo, forcing him to reveal himself. Otherwise, with the Spirit Hall's frequent visits, would he ever find a moment of peace? Qiandaolu, you wretched man, how dare you show your face? Genie Douluo, having given up the struggle, shouted upon seeing Qiandaolu. Qiandaolu glanced at Genie Douluo. Continue. Wait. Grand Elder, I was wrong. Have this young man stop. And I swear I will not defy you again. Genie Douluo immediately submitted. All right, young man, consider this a favor owed to you by the Spirit Hall. Release him. That is not merely a favor from the Spirit Hall. You, old fool, also owe me one. Mo Lang replied with a hint of sarcasm. How do I owe you a favor? Qiandaolu feigned ignorance. You used my hand to deal with Genie Douluo, thinking I would not notice? Mo Lang replied with a sly smile. From the moment Mo Lang saw Qiandaolu following Genie Douluo, he sensed something was off. It became clear when Genie Douluo made that remark. Qiandaolu had indeed been using him as a pawn. Realizing Mo Lang's insight, Genie Douluo felt defeated. Acknowledging he could not outsmart him. Since you figured it out, why help me? Qiandaolu asked curiously. Of course, I wish to pursue your granddaughter. Mo Lang muttered to himself, but spoke aloud. What concern is it of yours? Regardless, you owe me a favor. Fine. Let it be known that I owe you a favor. However, I reiterate, the doors of the Spirit Hall will always be open to you. Qian Dalu did not hide his admiration for Mo Lang, who, in just 3 months, had grown even stronger, truly fitting to be his granddaughter's top choice. At that thought, Qian Dalu felt a pang of sorrow. Just the other day, he had intended to introduce her to a suitable young man, only to be turned away because she prioritized her career. Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Today, there are 4 updates, nearly 10,000 words. In the spirit of the holiday, I ask all readers to cast some votes. Yesterday, we received less than 100 recommendation votes, which was rather disheartening. And criticism has increased. Sincere thanks. Chapter 75. Dai Mu buys first God-given spirit ring. 3rd update. Dean, you have grown stronger again. Qian Jun Douluo knew that Mo Lang had been able to defeat a level 98 titled Douluo 3 months prior, but he was astonished that, just 3 months later, Mo Lang could suppress Genie Douluo. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Yes, I am confident that even against Qian Dalu, I could emerge victorious. Mo Lang nodded. Had Qian Dalu not departed, Mo Lang would have sought to challenge him once more. Goodness, you are indeed a freak. In merely half a year, your strength has soared. You are practically a monster. Yu Xiaojiang had already come to witness the spectacle, unable to contain his amazement at Mo Lang's prowess. Mo Laudi is the head of our Shrek Academy. Of course, he is a monster. Otherwise, how could he have trained Tang San and his companions? Flinder boasted proudly. Who are these 2 little brats? Xiao Wu inquired, noticing the 2 young boys accompanying Mo Lang. Fatty, who are you calling a little brat? I am older than your ancestors. Erming glared at Xiao Wu with irritation. I am a dignified soul beast of 100,000 years. And you dare call me a kid? Hey, with my temper, if I do not beat you today, I, Xiao Wu, shall be known as Zhao Xiong. Xiao Wu, sensing no fluctuation of spirit power from Ming, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. Sister-in-law, he is going to hit me, having just transformed into human form. Ming, lacking any cultivation, hid behind Mo Lang. However, Xiao Wu held Ming down and knocked him on the head, saying, Ming, behave. This is Teacher Zhao. You should be respectful. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing Daiming refer to Mo Lang as sister-in-law, the crowd gazed in astonishment at both Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, with only Master Flinder and Xiao Wujia exchanging glances of shock at Daiming and Daming. Within the confines of Shrek Academy, these 3 were the sole bearers of Xiao Wu's true identity, particularly Xiao Wujia, who was the first to discern that the Titan Great Ape within the Star Doe Forest was indeed the one referred to as sister-in-law. He scrutinized the chubby boy before him and then cast a glance at the other boy, whose expression was wise beyond his years. He swallowed hard, evidently having surmised the identities of the 2 youngsters. However, he chose to remain silent, as the implications were significant. After all, Qianjun Jiangma and Qinshin were affiliated with other factions, and the allure of 200,000-year soul rings was not lost on him. They are Xiao Wu's 2 younger cousins, possessing quite commendable talents, and I have brought them along. Mo Lang offered a vague excuse, believing that the fewer individuals privy to certain matters, the better. Wow, Xiao Wu, your brother is simply adorable. Come here, let me give him a kiss, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, gazing at Daiming, who had just received a playful whack from Xiao Wu and now wore an expression of utter grievance. Overwhelmed by maternal instincts, she scooped up Daiming and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daiming initially intended to protest, but upon feeling the soft warmth against his chest and the fragrant scent of the girl, he found that being a child had its merits. Young man, where do you think your hands are going? Oscar exclaimed, noticing Daiming's hand had inadvertently landed on Ning Rongrong's bosom, prompting him to leap into action. Oscar, what are you shouting about? Don't frighten Xiao's brother. Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Ning Rongrong retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Oscar flying, before reaching out to embrace Daiming once more. To her surprise, Daiming evaded her grasp, his expression icy as he declared, Madam, please conduct yourself with decorum. Hey, I refuse to believe this. Ning Rongrong, embodying her mischievous nature, forcefully seized Daiming and planted several kisses on his face, leaving him with an expression of utter despair as he cast a glance towards Mo Lang and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar stood nearby, wearing expressions of envy as they lamented, alas, comparisons are truly disheartening. All right, Rongrong, enough of the antics. Daiming struggles with social interactions, Xiao Wu interjected, liberating Daiming from Ning Rongrong's grasp. Ning Rongrong relinquished her hold, remarking, now that you mention it, Daiming's demeanor is quite similar to Sanji's. Neither seems to have an interest in the fairer sex, destined to grow into a block of wood. Tang Xin chimed in. What have I said? Am I being betrayed? His laughter resonated. All right, everyone, cease the frivolity. Let us rest well today, for tomorrow we embark on our journey to Heavendo City. Mo Lang concluded with a wave of his hand. By the way, Mo Lang, our visit to Heavendo Academy may need to be postponed a few days. Dai Mubai has reached level 40, and since we aim to impress the students there, an additional soul ring would surely be advantageous, Master interjected. It had been over half a year since the Shrek 7 monsters consumed the celestial grade items, during which each had progressed by 1 level. Dai Mubai had ascended to level 40, while Tang San reached 36, Oscar 35, Ma Hongjun 33, Zhu Zhuqing 33, and Ning Rongrong 32. Why wait a few days? We can settle this now. Mo Lang offered a mysterious smile, leaving everyone perplexed. What could this possibly mean? The crowd wore expressions of bewilderment. Without a soul beast, how could one obtain a soul ring? Could it be? Flinder, Xiao Wu, and the master simultaneously turned their gazes toward Deming and Erming, causing the latter two to feel a shiver run down their spines. What are you all thinking? Realizing the misunderstanding, Mo Lang decided to clarify without further delay. He produced a black orb that shimmered with an extraordinary light, declaring, "This is a gift from my master, known as the Divine Gift Soul Ring Orb. It allows one to acquire a soul ring without the need to hunt a soul beast. More importantly, it grants the user the most suitable soul ring, as well as the maximum age that they can withstand." Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was left utterly astonished. Could such a thing truly exist in this world? The master felt a flicker of disbelief, yet he was wary of being proven wrong, having been humbled by Mo Lang before to the point of questioning his very existence. Let's give it a try and see, he urged, beckoning Xiaobai to come forth. Mo Lang beckoned to Dai Mubai, sounding as if he were calling a small dog. Dai Mubai's lips twitched in frustration, yet he found himself intrigued by this so-called divine gift soul ring pearl, wondering if it was as extraordinary as Lang Gu had claimed. Sit still and don't move, Mo Lang instructed, whispering a phrase into Dai Mubai's ear before channeling his soul power to activate the divine gift soul ring pearl, which began to hover above Dai Mubai's head. In an instant, a white soul ring materialized above him, but as Dai Mubai exerted his strength, the white ring transformed into yellow, gradually shifting to purple. This was a result of Mo Lang's negotiations with the system, as the narrative included the divine gift soul ring, which he could easily attribute to his master. As the purple hue deepened, it astonishingly began to shift towards black. At that moment, Dai Mubai was under immense pressure, however. The purple hue had yet to fully transform into black. Just a bit more, Xiaobai. Your 4th soul ring has the potential to break the limits and evolve into a 10,000-year soul ring, Mo Lang encouraged. He believed that after months of rigorous training, coupled with Dai Mubai's consumption of the miraculous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, he was more than capable of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, especially since Xiao Wu's 4th soul ring was also of that caliber. Dai Mubai had reached his limits, blood seeping from his body, and his bones emitted sharp cracks, the agony compelling him to groan. That's enough. At this rate, he will perish. The master interjected, unable to contain himself. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. With the benefits of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and my months of training, if he cannot bear this, does he deserve to remain at Shrek Academy? Yet, Mo Lang paid no heed, instead uttering a chilling remark. Lang Gu is right. If I cannot withstand this pain, do I still deserve to stay at Shrek Academy? More importantly, I refuse to be defeated. I vow to protect Chuqing, Dai Mubai shouted, channeling all his suffering into strength. And just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, the final trace of purple finally transformed into black. He, the evil eye white tiger, had shattered his limits and acquired his first 10,000-year soul ring. Mubai. Just as Dai Mubai was about to lose consciousness, Zhu Zhuqing, moved by his final words, rushed to embrace the bloody Dai Mubai. He, with blood on his lips, weakly looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, I know I was a jerk in the past, but I would forsake everything for you. I love you. I hope you can forgive me. I forgive you. I have long forgiven you. I have seen your efforts these past few months. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Zhu Zhuqing's heart melted at Dai Mubai's heartfelt confession. That's good. I'm fine, just exhausted. A little rest will suffice. After uttering these words, Dai Mubai fell into unconsciousness. Mo Lang, this is all your fault. If you hadn't said that, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Mo Lang, saying, if anything happens to him, I will not let you off easily. With that, she carried Dai Mubai back to their room. Rest assured, he will be fine. He merely exhausted his soul power and stamina. If anything were to happen to him, I would gladly trade my life for his. Mo Lang assured, surprised at the depth of Zhu Zhuqing's feelings for Dai Mu Bai. His good intentions had seemingly earned him disdain. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After this incident, Dai Mu Bai would undoubtedly be devoted to him. He had never fought alongside the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, so their bonds were naturally deeper. His role was merely to help them grow stronger, ensuring they achieved a perfect conclusion. After all, he had come to compensate for the regrets he had from watching Douluo. Being misunderstood was trivial. As long as his conscience was clear, that sufficed. Lang, I believe in you. Xiao Wu noticed something amiss with Mo Lang's demeanor and immediately approached, grasping his hand firmly. Langgu, I believe in you too. Tang Xin joined, positioning himself behind Mo Lang. Boss, while your words may have been somewhat excessive, I understand you acted in Xiao Dai's best interest, so please, do not carry any burden. We hold no grudges against you. After spending so much time with Mo Lang, Xiao Wujin was well aware of his character. Indeed, Zhu Qing was merely concerned for Xiao Dai, and we must not hold that against you, Flender added as he approached. Kid, you've once again showcased a miracle. Acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring as your fourth is remarkable. This lad's future is boundless. The master regarded Mo Lang with a look that spoke volumes. Langgu, we understand you. Do not feel pressured. Moreover, you were not wrong. After consuming the divine product and enduring your rigorous training, if he did not acquire a 10,000-year soul ring as his third, what right would we have to remain at Shrek Academy? Ma Hongjun chimed in. Indeed, Langgu. I too aspire to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring for my fourth. You cannot favor Dai Lao Du alone with the divine gift soul ring pearl. Oscar laughed. Exactly. Zhu Qing was merely overzealous with her concern. I will assist in persuading her. Ning Rongrong comforted Mo Lang. Mo Lang gazed at the members of Shrek Academy, initially believing that his words might lead to a misunderstanding. However, he soon realized he had overthought the matter, and his eyes welled with tears. Although he appeared to be a carefree individual who spoke his mind, there were certain burdens he could only bear alone. This was the very reason behind his relentless efforts. He was unwilling to let past regrets repeat themselves. In this moment, he finally felt a sense of belonging, no longer an outsider in this world. While they were far from mere characters in a story, they were a group of flesh and blood individuals, imbued with genuine emotions. Nearby, De Ming and Er Ming also sensed the sincerity of this group, understanding why Xiao Wu frequently spoke of them. They had already etched a profound mark upon each other's hearts. Even the sword Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo were touched. Realizing why their time at Shrek Academy felt so comforting, it was because they were surrounded by individuals who valued emotions more than their own lives. A bunch of fools in a sense. Yet, in contrast to their lives in the spirit hall, he felt even less than a fool, existing like a mere shell of a person. A desire began to stir within him to experience life as one of these fools. With this newfound resolve, the previously weakened barrier of their 97th rank shattered, allowing them to effortlessly reach that level once their soul power was sufficient. The following day, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Mo Lang, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Brother Lang, I apologize. I have heard everything from Mu Bai. It was my misunderstanding of you. Do as you wish, whether to kill or punish me. On Zhu Zhuqing's frosty visage, an unusual flush of embarrassment appeared, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she dared not meet Mo Lang's gaze. Then take me out and execute me, she declared. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her eyes to Mo Lang, only to discover him regarding her with a playful smile, realizing he was teasing her. Her face transformed into a rosy apple as she collapsed into Dai Mu Bai's embrace. Ha ha ha, I told you Brother Lang is not a petty man. Dai Mu Bai gazed at Mo Lang with gratitude. Though he did not utter a word of thanks, the unspoken appreciation lingered in the air. How can you still speak? If it weren't for you, would I have misjudged Brother Lang? Zhu Zhuqing fiercely grasped Dai Mu Bai's ear, twisting it a full 180 degrees, causing him to grimace in pain as he quickly begged for mercy. Mo Lang smiled cheerfully. After the events of yesterday, he had fully integrated into the group, no longer perceiving them as mere NPCs from a novel. He turned to Dai Mu Bai and said, Remember your promise to me, treat Zhuqing well, or I shall break your legs. Rest assured, Langgu, Dai Mu Bai replied, patting his chest with sincerity. A gentleman's word is his bond. There is no need for excessive gratitude. If anything arises in the future, just give me a shout. It turned out that everything that transpired yesterday was orchestrated by Dai Mu Bai, who had implored Mo Lang to devise a plan. all in pursuit of winning Zhu Zhuqing's heart sooner rather than later. Mo Lang initially believed that love should be approached with a sense of naturalness and fate. However, a single statement from Dai Mubai awakened him. My affection for you has been a long-held intention. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses a suitable counterpart, is on the verge of revealing an absolute surprise. Additionally, he has no desire to disrupt the bond between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. A prodigal's return is invaluable, personally. I believe Dai Mubai has performed admirably. Thus, for those who hold affection for Zhu Zhuqing, I ask for gentle criticism. Furthermore, I humbly request recommendations for the 4th update. As the weather turns colder, please remember to dress warmly. Chapter 77, The Eternal Supporting Role Avalanche, 5th update. At last, we have arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Ning Rongrong pointed toward a distant mountain. After a fortnight of arduous travel, the group from Shrek Academy finally reached the city of Tiando. Since none of them were familiar with the surroundings, they had to rely on Ning Rongrong to guide them. During this fortnight, the Shrek 7 continued to follow the narrative, engaging in battles against the fearsome god team. The only distinction was that Mo Lang instructed them to forego hidden weapons and to confront the fearsome god team with their bare hands. Their prowess was already sufficient to vanquish every member of the opposing team. At Mo Lang's behest, even Xiao Wu took to the battlefield. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet upon perceiving them as real individuals, he understood that excessive protection could ultimately endanger them. When he first encountered Xiao Wu, had it not been for his intervention, she might have evaded the ambush from those selling soul beast meat, but she would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. In order to prevent them from showing mercy to their adversaries once again, Mo Lang conferred with the master before arriving at this decision. Surprisingly, apart from Tang San, Xiao Wu did not exhibit any discomfort. However, Mo Lang sensed that she was merely maintaining her composure, striving to possess sufficient strength to face everything alongside him. This realization deepened his concern for her resilience. Rongrong, are you certain this is the place? Flander inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Before them stood merely a mountain. Where was the school? This mountain is indeed part of the Royal Academy of Tiando, as well as the forest behind it and the lake at the foot of the mountain to the left. All fall under the Academy's jurisdiction, Ning Rongrong clarified. Mo Lang took a moment to survey the Tiando Royal Academy and remarked, indeed, it is a splendid place, with picturesque scenery and nestled between mountains and water. This is the scale that Shrek Academy ought to possess. Brother Mo speaks the truth. Flanders initially contemplated muttering a few words, but upon hearing Mo Lang's statement, he immediately burst into laughter. Haha, a bunch of country bumpkins. What nonsense about Shrek Academy. This is the Tiando Royal Academy, and you have come to the wrong place. Be gone. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, 10 students clad in pale yellow attire, unmistakably from Tiando Royal Academy, approached. The leader, wearing a look of disdain, scolded the Shrek Academy group. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang delivered a resounding slap, sending Schwebing flying several meters away. A few gleaming white teeth mingled with blood following in his wake. How dare you inflict harm within the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy? You shall find it exceedingly difficult to depart. The others immediately charged towards Mo Lang. Hiki, let me see who dares to leave. Without needing Mo Lang to utter a word, Dai Mubai was the first to spring forth, his body adorned with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul rings that illuminated, swiftly bringing the group to their knees. Alas, is this the caliber of students at the Tiando Royal Academy? Not only is their character lacking, but their overall quality is appallingly subpar. They are nothing short of trash. Looking at the students with a furrowed brow, Franda remarked. Mo, are you certain you wish for us to remain here? Mo Lang chuckled and remarked, are we not here to educate these worthless beings? Only by demonstrating our strength can Shrek Academy firmly establish itself against the Tiando Royal Academy. Do you believe that Xiao San and the others are incapable of this? Indeed. Mo Lang was correct. It is only through the exhibition of formidable prowess that one can gain greater authority. Before Flandra could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the master. I understand now. Let us charge forth. My dark golden terror-claw bear spirit bone is eager for action. Xiao Wujia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since he had acquired the dark golden terror-claw bear, he had longed for a fight. Finding the other teachers too weak to be of interest, while Flandra had persistently ignored him, the security guards were not worth his effort. And despite possessing an external spirit bone, he found himself with no opportunity to utilize it. leaving him in a state of frustration. Now that a chance for combat had arisen, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. However, Mo Lang kicked Xiao Wu aside and retorted, "All you think about is killing. Enough. Shaodai, cease your assault. A lesson will suffice." Flandre, with a look of glee, called for Dai Mubai to stop. Once Dai Mubai withdrew, Shui Peng glared with icy intensity. "How dare you cause a ruckus at our Tiando Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Tiando Empire. You shall pay for this." Flandre scoffed coldly. "You wear your hat well, but alas, you are merely a bunch of trash. Hurry and summon your teacher. I shall await him here." At that moment, a man clad in silver attire, appearing to be of a similar age to Flandre, hurried down the shaded path from the hillside. "What is happening? Why all the commotion?" "Wonderful, it is Teacher Sun," the students exclaimed. "You must take charge for us. These individuals are attacking indiscriminately." The group of youths scrambled to Sun's side, lamenting their plight. Teacher Sun furrowed his brow at the sight of the students, who resembled lost sheep, and then shifted his gaze to the group from Shrek Academy. The perspective of a teacher and that of a student are inherently different. Upon seeing the Shrek members, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Not only did the hawk-nosed man, who appeared to be of similar age, instill unease, but the youth at the center of the group, surrounded as if by stars, emanated an aura of great intimidation. Not to mention the three elderly men at the back, whose mere presence was unsettling. He felt a stirring within himself and stepped forward, offering a slight bow. "I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at Tiando Academy. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" He refrained from mentioning the incident involving the students, as it was well known that Shui Peng had no intention of inflicting serious harm, suggesting they were not there to cause trouble. Upon hearing Flandre's explanation, Sun immediately grasped the situation, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led the Shrek group into the academy. As he watched the Shrek members depart, Shui Peng's eyes glinted with malice. "Shrek Academy? A fine institution indeed. Just wait." Suddenly, Mo Lang turned back, casting a deep glance at Shui Peng, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, which caused Shui Peng's heart to race. However, recalling the formidable poison Douluo standing behind him, he shot a fierce glare back. No matter how strong they were, they could not possibly be titled Douluo, could they? And why would a titled Douluo deign to come to Tiando Academy for sustenance? Gratitude is due to the generous patronage of 5744 for the 100 reward. Such generosity. The fifth update concludes here. Tomorrow will feature a minimum of 4 updates. Whether there will be a fifth depends on tomorrow's recommendations. I aspire to break into the top 20 of the Kunlun new book rankings and secure a prize, currently standing at 27th. I humbly request the support of all esteemed readers. Chapter 78, Mo Lang versus the 3 committee members of Tiando. First update. After a night of recuperation at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming escorted Mo Lang and the others to the entrance of the committee. There, the 3 elders had long been waiting. Mo Lang surveyed the 3 individuals, finding them to be as depicted in the novels, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Clad in the distinctive black and gold robes reserved for the sole Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Although these 3 were esteemed members of the Tiando Royal Academy's Board of Education, the institution was, in fact, under the stewardship of Prince Shuye, the uncle of Shuebong. Moreover, Mo Lang had formed a favorable impression of these elderly gentlemen during his readings, perceiving them as upright individuals. Even Flandre, who had often held reservations, felt compelled to temper his pride in the face of such apparent respect. He hastened his pace, placing his hands on his shoulders, and performed a slight bow. "I am Flandre from Shrek Academy, a soul master of the Cat Eagle Martial Spirit, an 8th-level soul Douluo. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors." A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the 3 elders, taken aback to learn that he was indeed a soul Douluo. The elder in the center beamed even more widely, striding forward with courtesy, exchanging pleasantries before introducing himself and his 2 fellow board members to the Shrek contingent. Flandre promptly reciprocated by introducing the instructors of Shrek Academy. When the elders learned that Xiao Wu was also an 8th-level soul Douluo, their surprise deepened once more. They had not anticipated that the opposing side boasted 2 soul Douluo-level educators. Flandre reveled in the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the 3 board members, though he recognized that it was all due to Mo Lang's efforts. As for the title Douluo, Chen Xian and Qianjun Jiangma, Flandre intentionally withheld further introductions. He concluded with a respectful declaration. "Lastly, I would like to introduce the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy." "The principal? Are you not the principal?" Dreaming Machine inquired, perplexed. Glancing at Qin Ming, who wore a mysterious smile, further piquing Dreaming Machine's curiosity as he scrutinized the Shrek group, eager to discern who the true principal was. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Mo Lang's introduction, it was no surprise that Mingxinji, Bai Bashan, and Ji Lin, the three esteemed soul fighters, displayed expressions of astonishment, gazing at Mo Lang in disbelief. 14 years old. Upon hearing this proclamation, Mingxinji and the others were once again taken aback, turning their attention to Qin Ming. Acknowledging that there was no need for concealment any longer, Qin Ming broke into a smile and stated, "Esteemed leaders, Brother Mo is indeed the principal of Shrek Academy." He recounted the day they first met, expressing that he was even more astonished than the three leaders, to the extent that he had initially thought Mo Lang was merely a privileged individual leveraging his family's influence to monopolize the position of senior at Shrek Academy. Qin Ming candidly shared the events of that day, including the incident where he had been soundly beaten, leaving nothing hidden. However, this time, rather than displaying shock, Mingxinji's expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Ming, speaking icily, "Qin Ming, I regarded you as an honorable person. But it appears you have resorted to fabrications in an attempt to elevate our regard for Shrek Academy. You have truly disappointed us." Bai Bashan also maintained a stern demeanor, remarking, "A 14-year-old soul sage capable of battling a title Douluo, do you take us for mere children? You may leave. Our Tiando Academy does not welcome deceivers." Lin Ji's face was ashen as he averted his gaze from the group from Shrek. The three esteemed leaders were indeed perplexed. Qin Ming had never anticipated that. After holding back his words for so long with the intention of surprising the three leaders, his efforts would ultimately backfire. Mo Lang was somewhat taken aback. Yet since the other party was skeptical, he seized the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess and earn the support of the three individuals. "Who among you harbors doubts?" Mo Lang stepped forward, a confident smile gracing his lips. At times, respect does not signify much. True strength is the ultimate authority. If you doubt this, I shall compel you to believe. If you are unconvinced, I shall force you to submit. Heh. The dean is about to show off again. Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, and Chun Xian exchanged glances, fully aware of the expression on Mo Lang's face. "Youngster, what do you mean? Do you intend to challenge the three of us?" Dream God Machine furrowed his brow and inquired. "Since we are already at this point in our conversation, I shall speak frankly. I did not bring the Shrek Academy here to ally with the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Rather, my aim is to transform the Heaven Do Royal Academy into Shrek Academy." Mo Lang proclaimed with resounding clarity. "Presumptuous." Upon hearing this, Dream God Machine's expression turned increasingly frigid. "I had intended to allow you a dignified return, but you dare utter such rebellious words. Are you challenging the authority of the Empire?" "I would not say it is a challenge to imperial authority. But as I have observed, the students of Heaven Do Royal Academy lack both strength and quality. They are nothing short of trash. Were I in charge, I could transform them within a year." Mo Lang asserted with unwavering confidence. "You, Dream God Machine," was momentarily rendered speechless. As the Chief Educational Commissioner of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he was acutely aware that each successive generation of students was less competent than the last. Youngster, your words are indeed eloquent. But do you realize that the students here are either wealthy or noble? We are committed to teaching, yet they lack diligence. What can we do? Even if it were you, would you dare offend them?" Bai Baoshan remarked. "As educators, yet so hesitant. I now understand why the students you produce are both inept and overconfident," Mo Lang retorted without mercy. "There is no point in further discussion. However, do you possess the strength to transform the Heaven Do Royal Academy into Shrek Academy?" Jilin interjected. "If I have the strength, you shall find out by testing me." Mo Lang no longer concealed his power, his profound soul energy suddenly erupting forth, revealing a staggering combination of 4 black and 3 red soul rings behind him. He gazed at Dream God Machine and the others and said, "Do you not doubt my strength? If I defeat the 3 of you today, I hope you will join Shrek Academy." Upon witnessing the astonishing 7 soul rings that defied logic, Dream God Machine and his companions were momentarily stunned. However, having heard Mo Lang's proposition, they exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of cunning flashing in their eyes. They nodded and replied, "If you can defeat the 3 of us alone, what would be wrong with joining Shrek Academy?" To speak frankly, Mo Lang's words struck a chord within the 3 of them. Despite being high-ranking members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's educational committee, the true authority rested with Prince Xuexing. They too desired change, yet their strength was ultimately limited. Now, with Mo Lang's appearance, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If he truly possessed the strength to defeat a title Douluo, what would prevent the 3 of them from joining Shrek Academy? Thank you for the generous donation from Heart Tribulation. Our esteemed patron is magnanimous. Today marks the beginning of 4 updates. If the recommendation votes surpass 300, an additional update will follow tonight. That means 5 consecutive updates over 3 days, culminating in a grand explosion of over 10,000 words. I am prepared, awaiting the esteemed readers. Chapter 79, Poison Douluo Dugabo. Second update. Boom. The 3 of them simultaneously revealed their soul rings, showcasing the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings. In an instant, the space was filled with swirling soul power, the soul rings gleaming brilliantly. Black Demon Soul Capture. The first to launch an attack was Dream God Machine, an 86-level control system soul master, wielding the Black Demon Martial Spirit, which belonged to the realm of mental control. In an instant, a massive black demon, with a ferocious expression, lunged toward Mo Lang, capable of reducing the opponent's soul power by 20%. A mere black demon dares to be presumptuous? Crimson-tailed monkey, appear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself toward Dream God Machine in an instant. The primary objective in this confrontation was to neutralize the control system. Although Dream God Machine was under his dominion, it was prudent to eliminate any potential threats first. To advance, one must first breach my defenses. Observing this, Bai Baoshan immediately positioned his corpulent form in front of Mo Lang. As an 85th level soul Douluo with the defensive martial soul, Celestial Furnace, he was also a formidable battle soul master. At this moment, he had already summoned his martial soul's true form, the massive Celestial Furnace standing resolutely before him. Your defenses? Mo Lang let out a cold laugh as the Ruyi Golden Cudgel materialized in his hand. In an instant, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Shattered Heaven, resulting in a tremendous crash. The colossal Tianqing furnace was sent flying as if it were the alchemical cauldron of the revered Taishang Laojun. Had Mo Lang not shown restraint, that strike would not merely have sent the furnace aloft, but would have shattered it to pieces, just as Mo Lang was poised to incapacitate Mengxinji and Bai Baoshan. Jiling, standing nearby, finally activated his 8th soul skill, the most potent control technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive azure vine erupted from beneath Mo Lang's feet, spreading forth. More importantly, this azure vine was adorned with sharp, backward-facing thorns, each glistening with a viscous, poisonous secretion. This was the old man's most formidable control skill. Should one become ensnared or pierced by the thorns, even a titled Douluo would find themselves rendered exceedingly feeble. Witnessing his sudden success, confidence gleamed in Jiling's eyes. Titled Douluo? What does a titled Douluo amount to? Mo Lang let out a chilling laugh as the Ice and Fire Dragon King unfurled its magnificent wings behind him. The swords of ice and fire coalesced effortlessly in his grasp, the 2 opposing forces of extreme cold and intense heat intertwining seamlessly. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the celestial vine, akin to the ease of slicing fruit in a game. In an instant, he teleported before Jilin, his right hand brandishing the sword of ice and fire, while the Ruyi Golden Cudgel extended menacingly towards Bai Baoshan. The true form of the red-butt monkey fixed its unwavering gaze upon Mengxinji. Scanning the surroundings, Mo Lang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Shall we continue?" Silence enveloped the scene, a hushed stillness akin to death itself. Mengxinji and his companions stared in astonishment at the figure before them, unable to fathom that their combined efforts had succumbed in but a single exchange. Yet, paradoxically, the trio's expressions revealed an increasing delight. Mengxinji broke the silence, clapping his hands and offering sincere praise. "No need to continue, esteemed young hero. You, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, possess remarkable prowess at such a tender age. We concede our defeat." Bai Baoshan joined in the applause, exclaiming, "Thank you for showing mercy, noble hero. Had you not, the shattering of my martial soul would have resulted in severe backlash. It seems unnecessary to prolong this battle." With a hint of trepidation, Jilin glanced at the formidable sword of ice and fire before him, awkwardly adding, "Might I suggest you sheath that sword? I fear an accidental slip. Apologies." Upon witnessing the dissipating hostility among the 3, Mo Lang offered an apologetic smile, retracting his Ruyi Golden Cudgel, the true form of the red-haired monkey, as well as the sword of ice and fire. As the colossal ape, which had been fixated on him and intent on devouring his martial soul, vanished from sight, Mengxinji felt an immense relief wash over him. He gazed at Mo Lang with admiration, exclaiming, I initially believed that the geniuses who triumphed over our academy's royal fighting team were extraordinary beings, but it turns out that you, young hero, are the true prodigy. Your praise is too generous, Mo Lang replied humbly. Winning against the royal fighting team does not warrant pride. Just as my victory over the three of you holds no significance. Upon hearing the latter statement, Ming Xinji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly how one speaks? He thought. Nevertheless, being a man of considerable experience, he quickly adorned his face with a smile and shifted the topic, saying, I kindly invite you all to take a seat inside to discuss the matter of joining Shrek Academy. In no time, the group settled down. Due to the limited number of chairs, the Shrek 7, excluding Xiao Wu, found themselves standing. However, when Ming Xinji observed the other teachers of Shrek Academy offering their seats to the three enigmatic figures clad in cloaks and hats, who had remained silent, he was taken aback. It dawned on him that Flander had not provided much information regarding these three individuals. Hesitant to inquire further, he redirected his gaze to Mo Lang and stated, We are willing to join Shrek Academy, provided that you can transform the Tiando Royal Academy into Shrek Academy. That is precisely my intention, Mo Lang affirmed with a nod. I merely hope for your support in this endeavor. Ming Xinji sighed, replying, Our support alone is insufficient. The true authority over the Tiando Royal Academy lies not with us, but with Prince Xuexing. To gain control over the academy, one must obtain Prince Xuexing's consent. If a name change is desired, it may also require the approval of the Snow Knight Emperor. Bai Bashan echoed Ming Xinji's sentiments with a sigh, stating, Yet how does one persuade Prince Xuexing to relinquish power? We are all too aware of what you previously mentioned. The Tiando Royal Academy has been declining with each passing generation. We wish for change, but without the support of Prince Xuexing, we find ourselves powerless. Leave this matter to me, Mo Lang asserted confidently. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. After all, he is merely Prince Xuexing. Even if the Snow Knight Emperor were to arrive, I would ensure that the name is changed. Mo Lang spoke with an air of authority. For the matter at hand was of great significance concerning his ability to continue benefiting from the Shrek 7 monsters. If the Emperor of the Snowy Night was different, then the unification of the Douluo continent would commence from the Heaven Do Empire. You truly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of three figures, Avalanche, Prince Xuexing, and the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo. Thank you for your generous 100 donations. My esteemed listener, the boss is indeed magnanimous. It was too cold yesterday. I burrowed into my blankets to sleep and missed it. My apologies. It snowed in Hunan after several years, but my hands were too frozen to endure. Chapter 80. Dugubo's mental state crumbles. Third update. Upon the arrival of the three, Dream Machine was momentarily taken aback. He recognized them but was puzzled as to their purpose. He quickly rose to greet them, followed by Bashan and Jilin, who also stood respectfully. Your Highness, what brings you here? Dream Machine stepped forward, slightly bowing in deference to Prince Xuexing. Yet both he and the other two soul Douluos cast their gazes upon the poisoned Douluo clad in green robes, unable to perceive the depth of his strength. With a cold smirk, Prince Xuexing replied, What brings me here? My nephew was assaulted at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and instead of reprimanding the assailants, your teachers treat them with utmost respect as if they were esteemed guests. How do you think I should respond? Upon hearing this, Dream Machine furrowed his brow. Noticing Avalanche glaring fiercely at Mo Lang, he immediately grasped the situation and quickly explained, Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Prince Xuexing narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, If I were to knock out all your teeth, would you perceive that as a misunderstanding? Furthermore, who are they? Does Chief Dream Machine intend to shield them from their wrongdoing? Xiao Wu could hardly tolerate such condescension and felt a surge of anger, ready to retaliate, but was forcibly restrained by Flanders, who whispered in his ear, The Dean has not spoken. We shall observe. Only then did Xiao Wu relent. Dream Machine's expression shifted. Your Highness, such words cannot be uttered lightly. They are exceptional soul masters from Shrek Academy. Teacher Qin hails from their institution. How could they possibly commit such acts of violence? Even if they were innocent, Avalanche is the fourth prince of the Empire, representing royal dignity. How could he be subjected to insults from mere commoners? Prince Xuexing's gaze turned malevolent as he scrutinized the Shrek Academy group. And how do you propose to resolve this? Mo Lang stepped forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Prince Xuexing. Who are you? When the adults are speaking, is it your place to interject? Little child? Is this the quality of education imparted by Shrek Academy? Prince Xuexing disdainfully glanced at Mo Lang. The poisoned Douluo behind him shifted his attention from the three figures wearing conical hats to Mo Lang, his brow furrowing slightly. There was something familiar about this lad. Uncle. It was this brat who knocked out my teeth yesterday. You must seek justice for me. Avalanche glared at Mo Lang menacingly, seeing Prince Xuesheng reprimand this exceptional youth. Dream Machine began to perspire nervously. Your Highness, Brother Mo is the Dean of Shrek Academy. The Dean? Prince Xuesheng initially expressed surprise, followed by a series of mocking laughs. To have a mere boy riding atop them as the Dean, it appears the teachers of Shrek Academy are nothing but inept fools. Mo Lang struck Prince Xuesheng with a forceful slap, sending him flying. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke coldly. You, a mere waste, dare to insult the teachers of my academy? Such swiftness. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the poisoned Douluo. He was aware that Mo Lang intended to take action. Yet he could not keep pace with the other's speed. At such a young age, possessing such strength, who exactly is this boy? Why does he seem so familiar to me? Meanwhile, the trio of Dream Machines stood utterly dumbfounded. They understood Mo Lang's volatile temperament. But this was Prince Xuesheng. Striking him in front of everyone was tantamount to declaring a mortal enmity. You lowly commoner dare to strike me? Do you believe I won't ensure your entire family pays for this? Prince Xuesheng glared at Mo Lang, clutching his face in resentment. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Mo Lang despised threats directed at him, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth like a mighty tide. No one had ever succeeded in eliminating him in front of the esteemed Du Gubo. You possess commendable strength, young one, but your arrogance is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? The poisoned Douluo struggled to recall the identity of his opponent, yet as he was invited to protect Prince Xuesheng, he could not allow Mo Lang to act. Du Gubo. Could it be that the senior is the renowned title Douluo, poisoned Douluo? Upon hearing Du Gubo announce his name, Mengxinji and his companions were taken aback. After all, he was a title Douluo, which explained why they had been unable to discern his true strength. However, when they glanced at the members of Shrek Academy, they noticed their expressions remained unfazed, even slightly amused. This perplexed Mengxinji and his companions. After all, their opponent was a title Douluo, even if they were not surprised. There was no reason to find it amusing, was there? Ha ha ha. I simply cannot contain myself. To think someone would declare in front of the principal that there are individuals he cannot eliminate, how utterly ludicrous. Chen Xin, with his hat obscuring his face, could no longer hold back his laughter. The thousand-gene demon subduing Douluo stifled his mirth, as they were from the spirit hall and could not reveal their identities. A mere poisoned Douluo dared to flaunt his arrogance before their principal. It was akin to seeking death with a lantern in the lavatory. How audacious of such a lowly individual to laugh. The poisoned Douluo narrowed his eyes, and the imposing aura of a title Douluo surged menacingly towards Chen Xin. The moment he entered, he had taken notice of the trio adorned with hats. Higi, Du Gubo, I see you have grown too complacent in the Heavendo Empire. While others may fear you, I do not. Chen Xin sneered coldly, and as he removed his hat, a formidable sword aura severed Du Gubo's imposing presence entirely. Sword aura. You are the sword Douluo, Chen Xin? As Du Gubo felt the overwhelming and sharp sword energy, a look of astonishment filled his eyes upon gazing at his opponent's visage. No wonder he had been unable to see through him. It turned out that his opponent was the 96th ranked title Douluo, sword Douluo Chen Xin. Indeed, it is I. Do you wish to exchange a few moves? Chen Xin openly acknowledged his identity, regarding Du Gubo with a knowing smile. My heavens, what day is it today? 2 title Douluos have appeared. Mengxinji and his companions were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that one among the trio adorned with hats was the sword Douluo. Could it be that the other 2 were also title Douluos? Similarly astonished were Xuebang and Prince Xuesheng. Had they unwittingly kicked a steel plate? Yet, upon recalling the amicable relations between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo Empire, they reassured themselves that even the sword Douluo would not dare to harm them. Du Gubo fell silent, aware that he was certainly no match for the individual reputed to be the most formidable title Douluo. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Aren't you affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? What brings you here? Could it be that these 2 are Bone Douluo and Sect Master Ning? They were certainly not Ning Fingxi and the old thief Bone. Chen Xin turned to Mo Lang and explained, I simply lost to the principal in combat and agreed to serve as a security guard for Shrek Academy for 2 years, which is why I am here. You lost to this young man. How is that even conceivable? Du Gubo was utterly shocked as he turned his gaze towards Mo Lang. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he stared intently at Mo Lang, exclaiming in astonishment, Could it be that you are the peak mysterious Douluo who single-handedly battled 2 great bone dragons 6 months ago? Thank you to Turing for the generous donation. The boss is so magnanimous. The writing is quite cold, but as I am committed to this profession, I shall fulfill my promise to my brothers for 4 updates without fail. Today's recommendation votes are somewhat lacking. I have discovered that the new book list only lasts for 30 days, which diminishes exposure. It is quite disheartening. For those with recommendation votes, I kindly ask for your support. The Kunlun new book list is currently at 25. I am just 5 away and feel a bit unwilling to accept this. Onward and upward. In Chapter 81, Schwebing's mentality shattered, and the Emperor of the Snowy Night made his appearance. Hearing Du Gubo's words, everyone except the members of Shrek Academy gazed in astonishment at the youth who was no older than 15. Mo Lang furrowed his brow, fixating on Du Gubo, and inquired, "Were you present at that time?" His question stemmed from the fact that Mo Lang had been wholly engrossed in battling the 2 formidable Dragon Kings, entirely oblivious to Du Gubo's presence. Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, Du Gubo immediately knelt on one knee, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. "I am but a fool for failing to recognize you at first glance, esteemed sir. Please forgive my oversight." Even Du Gubo, with his dull wit, understood the gravity of the situation. A peak title Douluo, even the Tiando Empire would dare not offend. His earlier disrespect could easily cost him his life, as the other could extinguish him without a second thought. More tellingly, the usually proud Sword Douluo was willing to serve as a mere security guard under this individual, which spoke volumes. In that moment, regret consumed him. He felt he had truly run out of luck. Equally regretful was Prince Xuexing, who glared fiercely at the despondent Xuebeng beside him. "You fool. Of all people to provoke, you chose my brother's enigmatic ally, a peak title Douluo whom he values above all else." This slap had been utterly uncalled for. Xuebing, on the other hand, was in a state of utter despair. He could not fathom that he had inadvertently entangled himself with a peak title Douluo. He realized he was utterly finished, having irrevocably sealed his fate. Little do. Keep your eyes wide open in the future. You may not be so fortunate next time. Let this incident pass, but heed my warning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang allowed Prince Xuexing to strike himself, then turned to the pale-faced Xuebeng and inquired, "Shall I summon your father to arbitrate?" "No need. No need." Xuebeng, not foolish but rather feigning a prodigal demeanor for self-preservation, understood that his father's arrival would only exacerbate the situation. He too began to slap himself, emulating Prince Xuexing. In that moment, the room resonated with the continuous sound of their self-inflicted blows, a cacophony of sharp smacks echoing throughout. Witnessing the once exalted Prince Xuexing now subjecting himself to such humiliation stirred a complex array of emotions among the onlookers. Yet, there was no trace of sympathy in their hearts. They were acutely aware that, were it not for Mo Lang's formidable presence, their fates would likely have been far more dire. This entire scenario stemmed from the absolute power wielded by Mo Lang. Brother Mo, or rather, Director Mo, Prince Xuexing conceded, recognizing his error. "Shall we consider this matter resolved? After all, the Tiando Royal Academy remains under my stewardship, and any changes to it would still require my input." Dream God Machine realized it was his turn to play the role of the antagonist. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals whose faces had swollen to the likeness of pig heads, Mo Lang nodded slightly and declared, "That is enough. Let us cease this. Henceforth, the Tiando Royal Academy shall be under my jurisdiction. Do you have any objections?" "No objections." "None at all." Prince Xuexing hastily shook his head in agreement. "Do you take issue with renaming the Tiando Royal Academy to Shrek Academy?" Mo Lang inquired further. He had no objections, "but I do." At that moment, a voice of great authority resonated from outside the door. An elderly gentleman, clad in a golden-red long robe and adorned with a crown encrusted with diamonds, entered the room. His visage bore the wisdom of ages, and he appeared to be somewhat older than Prince Xuexing, yet he walked with a commanding presence, exuding the vigor of youth. The aura emanating from him, a regal essence cultivated through a lifetime of power, was unmistakable. He was none other than the supreme ruler of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xueye. Upon the arrival of Emperor Xueye, Mengxinji and his companions promptly rose and bowed in respect. Addressing him, "We pay our respects to Emperor Xueye. There is no need for excessive formality, esteemed educators," the emperor replied with a benevolent smile. "You have nurtured countless talents for the empire, in my heart. I have long regarded you as brothers, transcending the boundaries of sovereign and subject." His words dispelled any lingering tension caused by Prince Xuexing, evoking a sense of camaraderie that touched the hearts of Mengxinji and his companions. After soothing Mengxinji and his associates, Emperor Xueye surveyed the gathered members of Shrek Academy, smiling as he spoke, I have heard much about the abundance of talent at Shrek Academy. Today, witnessing it firsthand, I am indeed impressed. Not only do the esteemed teachers possess great stature, but the students they produce are truly exceptional. Seeing the Emperor's gracious demeanor, Flander and the others hastily returned the gesture, exchanging polite remarks that inevitably fostered a greater admiration for Emperor Xiao Wu. When Emperor Xiao Wu laid eyes upon the sword Douluo, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. His informants had not mentioned the sword Douluo's presence. Nevertheless, he greeted him warmly, saying, "It has been a long time. Sword Douluo, has Sect Master Ning not accompanied you?" "He could not attend. I am here on personal matters," Chen Xian replied courteously in response to the Emperor's amiable overture. Emperor Shuyan nodded meaningfully, then turned his gaze to Mo Lang, continuing to praise him with a beaming smile. "Since hearing of your emergence 6 months ago, I have long been eager to meet you. Today, I see that indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your youthfulness truly astonishes me." However, he refrained from addressing Mo Lang's earlier comments. Witnessing this exchange, Mo Lang reflected inwardly, acknowledging that the emotional intelligence of one who occupies the throne of this empire far surpasses that of Prince Xuexing. He had not anticipated Emperor Xueyu's visit. Yet he resolved that even had the Emperor not come, he would have sought him out regardless. Mo Lang did not indulge in pleasantries and directly inquired, "Do you disagree with what I just mentioned?" The Duke, known for his forthrightness and exceptional candor, responded with a smile. "The Royal Academy of the Heavenly Capital serves as the prestigious facade of the Heavendo Empire. If I were to hand it over to you so readily, it would undoubtedly lead everyone on the continent to perceive the Heavendo Empire as a soft target, one that anyone could easily manipulate. What course of action do you propose?" Mo Lang understood that since the Snow Knight Emperor spoke in such a manner, there was still room for negotiation. Although he did not mind toppling the Tiando Empire, the cost would undoubtedly be substantial, rendering the endeavor unworthy. The Snow Knight Emperor was equally aware of this willingness to discuss, and he felt reassured. Responding with a smile, "If your majesty wishes to assume the role of the Chancellor of the Royal Academy of Tiando, even going so far as to rename it Shrek Academy, I have no objections, as long as your majesty agrees to my 3 conditions. I could even bestow upon you the national treasure, the Hanhai Chinquan Shield. Thank you to the esteemed supporters, Heart Tribulation and Divine Life Trajectory, for their generous contributions. The generosity of the patrons is truly commendable. Today, I shall present 4 updates. Though my hands have grown numb from the cold, I purchased a small heater. Though I remain uncertain when it will arrive, the snowfall has rendered the chill unbearable. Chapter 82. The Snow Knight Emperor wishes to forge a brotherhood with me, elevating my status. 5th update. The Hanhai Chinquan Shield? Mo Lang felt a stir within. He had not anticipated that the Emperor of the Snowy Night would offer such a precious gift without prompting. It was rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, he refrained from giving an immediate acceptance, for the very act of such a generous offer indicated that the conditions to follow would undoubtedly be significant. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Lang replied, "Do share your terms." The Emperor of the Snowy Night observed Mo Lang's expression and chuckled softly, assuring him, "Rest assured, Your Highness, these 3 conditions are certainly not arduous. The first condition is that I hope the future renamed Heavenly Do Royal Academy will continue to cultivate exceptional soul masters for my Heavenly Do Empire." To which Mo Lang responded, "I can agree to this. As the newly appointed principal, I shall assume the corresponding responsibilities. However, all teaching methodologies shall be dictated by our Shrek Academy." Mo Lang nodded, firmly believing that as long as a student emerged from Shrek Academy, their heart would forever remain with the institution, regardless of where life took them. If not, well, what would it matter if they were cast aside by the Tiando Empire? The second condition was not overly burdensome. He hoped that if the Tiando Empire were to face adversity, His Excellency would lend a hand 3 times to help them through their tribulations. No problem. Mo Lang decisively agreed. The third condition: I hope Your Excellency can forgive my son and foolish brother for their previous disrespect. The Snowy Night Emperor presented a third condition that took Mo Lang by surprise. This made Mo Lang regard him with newfound respect. He had always been a man of deep sentiments. Thus, whether this was a genuine expression or a ploy of imperial strategy, the Snowy Night Emperor had earned his admiration. He looked at the Snowy Night Emperor and said, "I accept your third condition and will even grant you an additional favor. As long as you refrain from engaging in duplicity, I ensure the prosperity of the Tiando Empire." The Snowy Night Emperor abruptly raised his head, his eyes shining with delight. He realized that no additional conditions he could propose would match the value of the favor granted by the other. He had never anticipated that his third condition would earn him such goodwill. He promptly stated, "Your Excellency possesses a heart of unparalleled magnanimity, the like of which I have never encountered. If you do not mind, I would like to form a sworn brotherhood with you, establishing an equal partnership within the Tiando Empire." Upon hearing this, not only were the others present taken aback, but even Mo Lang looked at the Snowy Night Emperor with a peculiar expression. How absurd it was. He had sought to form a bond with Tang Hao without success. Yet here was the Snowy Night Emperor proposing such a bond with him. There is no need for such an oath, but rest assured, I will honor my commitments to you. Mo Lang declined the Snowy Night Emperor's proposal for a brotherhood. What a jest. During the ceremony, what would he say? Though we may not share the same birth date, may we share the same death date. What could he offer in return? The Snowy Night Emperor chuckled awkwardly, realizing his abruptness, and quickly shifted the topic. Your Excellency has traveled a great distance, and I have yet to extend a proper welcome. How about we arrange a reception in the palace today? We can also announce your new position as the president of the Tiando Royal Academy and the renaming of the institution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang's heart stirred with excitement as he eagerly opened the introduction to the Brothers Halo. The Brothers Halo. In addition to preserving the soul power enhancement of the Brothers Halo, each member of the Shrek 7 can absorb a corresponding year of a 10,000-year soul ring, allowing the host to choose any soul ring year to increase by the same amount. Wow! After reading the introduction of the Brothers Halo, Mo Lang exclaimed in astonishment. This system essentially allows him to reap the rewards of the Shrek 7 without any cost. It is important to note that he currently possesses the Divine Gift Soul Ring device, coupled with the 9-9 return to 1 hammer technique to enhance the physical prowess of the Shrek 7, meaning each of them could potentially possess a 10,000-year soul ring for their 4th soul ring. This implies that the 7 of them could directly increase their soul ring years by 70,000. Could it be that, given time, he could elevate his first 4 soul rings to 10,000 years as well? Consequently, not only would the power of his first 4 soul skills be enhanced, but he could also acquire an additional 10,000-year soul skill. More importantly, as the soul rings receive the corresponding year upgrades, his soul power would also rise in tandem. Contemplating this, Mo Lang felt that this system of acquiring benefits without cost was simply exhilarating. Indeed, the act of reaping rewards without effort is the pinnacle of satisfaction. With this thought, Mo Lang turned to Tang San and the others and declared, I have already conquered the Tiando Royal Academy for you. If any of you do not possess a 10,000-year soul ring for your 4th soul ring, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing this, Mingxinji and the others looked at Mo Lang as if he were an otherworldly being. What sort of absurd claim is this? The upper limit for a 4th soul ring is 5,000 years. Do you not fear that they might be overwhelmed by the pressure of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? Even the Snow Knight Emperor, who had just taken a step out the door, turned back in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Mo Lang and the Shrek 7. What is this? A 10,000-year soul ring for the 4th soul ring is a requirement? Rest assured, Brother Lang, if our 4th soul rings are not 10,000-year rings, we would have no face to continue mingling within Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun spoke up first. Exactly. If our 4th soul rings are not 10,000-year rings, we can only imagine the mockery we would endure from Boss Dai. We shall not grant him that opportunity. Oscar added earnestly, Brother Lang, I will never bring you shame. Tang San clenched his fists, his gaze filled with determination. What they can achieve, we can achieve as well. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were also alight with confidence. Even though they were girls, who says that women are inferior to men? Indeed, you must remember that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, since you represent Shrek Academy. You must ensure that the students of Tiando Royal Academy acknowledge their inferiority. Mo Lang cast a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters before turning his gaze toward the teachers of Shrek Academy. As educators, you ought to set a commendable example. Look at Xiaoming and the others. They have already attained the rank of over 80 Soul Douluo, while you have merely reached Soul Douluo, with some still at the level of Soul Emperor. Is this not a source of embarrassment? Mingxinji and the others initially did not comprehend who Xiaoming referred to. But upon noticing the fierce gazes of the Shrek Academy teachers fixed upon them, they quickly realized it was indeed them being discussed. This left them in a state of bemusement. Being in their 80s or 90s, to be called Xiaoming by a mere teenager was somewhat disheartening. However, upon hearing Mo Lang's subsequent remarks, their amusement faded, replaced by a profound sense of shame. Look at this, they thought. Is this even a reasonable comparison? How old are they? Achieving the ranks of Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and Soul Douluo places them among the top 10% of soul masters. They felt the weight of embarrassment. Wait, I just heard someone mention that one of their fourth soul rings is a 10,000-year soul ring? The Emperor of Snow Night could not suppress his curiosity. Mengxinji and his companions also looked on with intrigue. Thanks to the generous donations from the great benefactor, 588. And another from the esteemed Heart Tribulation, amounting to 100, heartfelt gratitude is extended. May both patrons enjoy robust health and endless joy. Thank you. With the fire no longer burning, an additional chapter is hereby added. Normal updates will resume tomorrow with 2 chapters. The weather is chilly. I hope everyone understands. After all, the production team's cattle are not as diligent as I am in writing. Nearly 200,000 words in a month is not an insignificant amount, especially since typically that volume warrants a paid subscription. However, this book remains free. Feel free to enjoy without hesitation. A few complimentary recommendation votes would be appreciated. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 83, A Significant Reform in the Soul Master World. Indeed, is there anything peculiar about this? M.O. Lang, perplexed, inquired. Isn't the limit for the fourth soul ring 5,000 years? How can they absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Aren't they afraid of shattering their bodies? After posing his question, Dream Machine turned to the Master. The Master, renowned in the realm of soul masters for his extensive research, felt a pang of anxiety upon being gazed at by Dream Machine. However, he had long prepared his explanation. Clearing his throat, he articulated. Soul masters primarily focus on cultivating their soul power while neglecting the training of their physical bodies, which results in the limitations on the years of absorption. I too overlooked this aspect until I encountered M.O. Lang, whose extraordinary physique and mutated soul power imparted a valuable lesson to me. A soul master should prioritize soul power while complementing it with physical prowess. Only then can they absorb soul rings that surpass the typical limits for soul masters. I refer to such individuals as physical soul masters, for this is the genuine path to cultivation. Due to the scarcity of data, I have yet to announce this revelation in the soul master community. However, the emergence of these few individuals has rekindled my hope. After concluding, the master turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, Young Dai, please showcase your fourth soul ring for the 3 committee members to observe. Yes. Dai Mubai nodded, and immediately, for soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, materialized behind him. As the 4th black soul ring appeared, Dream Machine, along with the Snow Night Emperor and Du Gubo, displayed expressions of astonishment. The 4th soul ring could indeed absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This was utterly astonishing. If what the master asserted was true, it would herald a monumental transformation within the realm of soul masters. More importantly, if this were to be implemented first at the Heavendo Royal Academy, the future prospects of the Heavendo Empire were beyond imagination. The Snow Night Emperor realized he had truly struck gold this time, and he resolved to spare no effort in retaining this group from Shrek Academy. Even if retention proved impossible, he was determined to cultivate a favorable relationship. Not to mention, with a talent like M.O. Lang, the students from Shrek, once they matured, would possess the potential to sway the outcome of a great battle. All right. It has been a while since I last dealt with you all. Let us engage in a collective bout today, lest we lose face. M.O. Lang observed that the students and teachers of Shrek Academy were invigorated by his words, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. He resolved to give them a good beating in the afternoon to enhance his own strength. Upon hearing this, Mengxinji and his companions exchanged sympathetic glances with the instructors of Shrek Academy. How unfortunate, they thought, to be subjected to such punishment. But wait, what was with those eager expressions on their faces? Dean, it has been a while since we last received a beating. Why not give us a turn today? One of them suggested. Indeed, Dean, my brother and I have broken through our bottlenecks. Perhaps today will be the day we achieve further advancements. The Qianjun demon Douluo, upon hearing of the impending thrashing, immediately jumped up with excitement. What? You 2 old fellows are on the verge of a breakthrough. Sword Douluo, seated nearby, could not remain calm. He and Qianjun demon were still at the level of 96 title Douluos. If the brothers were to break through, his position as the security captain would surely be jeopardized. He quickly interjected, Dean, you cannot show favoritism. If they break through, they are bound to look down upon me even more, and managing them will become troublesome. Why not thrash me a few extra times instead? Mengxinji, by Baoshan, Jilin, and the Snow Night Emperor, along with Dugabo, were all left dumbfounded. What was this situation? Sword Douluo, a distinguished title Douluo, was eager to be beaten, and even asked for additional beatings? Was this truly the proud and arrogant Sword Douluo they knew? Let us all get beaten together then. I will soon be heading out again. Who knows when I shall return? With the side quest completed, Mo Lang was ready to venture into the City of Slaughter to gain the power of the domain. After all, the power of the domain was formidable, and he wondered if reaching level 90 would allow him to comprehend a domain of his own, or if there would be a domain reward when he took advantage of Tang-san. By the way, do you three want to join in the beating? Mo Lang recalled that Meng Xinji and his companions had joined Shrek Academy, and he thought to assist them in enhancing their abilities as well. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji and his companions remembered their previous battles against Mo Lang, glancing at the swollen faces of Avalanche and Snow Knight Prince. They immediately shook their heads vigorously. No. We are all of a certain age. Let us not go through that again. What a joke. Only a fool would want to be beaten. After witnessing Mo Lang finish thrashing the group from Shrek Academy and Sword Douluo, the Qianjun Demon Douluo unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. It seemed that others had also derived immense benefits from the ordeal. Meng Xinji and his companions exchanged astonished looks, and without hesitation, they removed their shirts. Gazing at Mo Lang with flattering expressions, "Dean, please give us a beating as well." "Weren't you all just saying you were too old for this?" Mo Lang replied. "Who said that? I am still robust and youthful. Whatever you do, Dean, I can withstand it. 100 punches would be no trouble." "We are the same," insisted Meng Xinji and his companions with fervor. The opportunity to enhance their strength without cost was not something they would refuse. It seemed they had forgotten their earlier claim that only fools would wish to be beaten. "Ah, Dean, I feel as vigorous as ever." The Snow Knight Emperor realized that this beating was unlike any other. Meanwhile, Avalanche and Snow Knight Prince were feeling dejected. Why was it that they were beaten and left bruised while others emerged unscathed and even gained power? "We refuse to accept this. Can we get beaten one more time?" Dugabo also looked on enviously, pondering whether Shrek Academy was still recruiting security personnel and considering asking Sword Douluo for an opportunity. In the Tiando Empire, within the prince's palace, a figure in black knelt before Shui Qinghe, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness." It seems that the mysterious title Douluo who appeared in the Sunset Forest half a year ago has surfaced at the Tiando Royal Academy. The Snow Knight Emperor has already made his way there. "Do you wish to go as well?" "What did you say?" Shui Qinghe, who had been painting, suddenly dropped his brush and looked up in shock at the figure. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly regained his calm demeanor and asked, "Are you certain it is indeed that mysterious title Douluo?" "Yes, Your Highness. I can confirm it is indeed that title Douluo. With a martial soul resembling a staff, and the ability to summon a colossal demon ape, even resembling the figure you depicted." "Very well, you may leave." After sending the messenger away, Shui Qinghe's expression turned complex as he gazed at the painting on his desk. The image depicted none other than Mo Lang from half a year ago. "At last, you have reappeared. Do you truly not remember what transpired in that cave?" he murmured to himself while staring at Mo Lang's likeness. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shui Qinghe was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. He quickly composed himself and coldly replied, "Enter." A maid stepped in and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, His Majesty is hosting distinguished guests tonight and hopes you will prepare accordingly." "Very well, I understand. I shall certainly be present." Shui Qinghe nodded. Once the maid left, he furrowed his brow again, gazing at the painting and murmuring, "Have you joined the Tiando Empire?" Chapter 84, The Vast CS Celestial Shield. After a period of rest in the afternoon, Mo Lang led the members of Shrek Academy to the royal palace. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Snow Knight Emperor and his entourage had been waiting at the palace gates for quite some time, including Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After a round of pleasantries, they were ushered into the banquet hall. Once everyone was seated, the Snow Knight Emperor ordered the dishes to be served. An array of rare and exquisite delicacies was promptly presented, leaving the members of Shrek Academy in awe. Even Mo Lang could not help but express his admiration. The treatment was comparable to a national banquet of his past life. However, he reminded himself that this was, after all, a royal banquet. "I wonder if these dishes will suit Dean Mo's palate?" the Snow Knight Emperor inquired politely. "Quite satisfactory. The culinary skills are exceptional." After tasting a few dishes, Mo Lang nodded in approval. As an outstanding graduate of New Oriental, he could find no fault in the meal. The Snow Knight Emperor, having been thoroughly thrashed by Mo Lang in the afternoon, now understood how the students of Shrek Academy could withstand the might of a 10,000-year spirit ring. This was not solely due to their diligent training. A significant factor was the extraordinary techniques employed by Mo Lang. If he could keep Mo Lang around, perhaps he too could aspire to break through to Spirit Douluo. "By the way, I forgot to introduce you, Dean Mo. This is my son, Shui Qinghe, and my daughter, Shueku. Both are students at the Tiando Royal Academy." I hope you will take good care of them. The Snow Knight Emperor introduced his children to Mo Lang. At that moment, Mo Lang was busy serving food to Xiao Wu, and Xue Qinghe happened to witness this scene, causing him to crush his spoon in jealousy as he shot a cold glance at Xiao Wu. Mo Lang suddenly shivered, sensing a wave of murderous intent. When he discovered that the source of this hostility was none other than Qian Rinxue, who was masquerading as Xue Qinghe, he found himself utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he not encountered her for the first time? Could it be that she had fallen for him at first sight? Was she feeling envious as he fed Xiao Wu? Alas, such a damned yet uncontainable charm he possessed. On their very first meeting, he had effortlessly captivated Qian Rinxue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang initially intended to read Shueke's palm. But upon noticing the vigilant gaze of Xiao Wu nearby, he abandoned this amicable thought. Greetings, Director Mo. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Qian Rinxue remarked. Observing the familiar yet unfamiliar countenance of Mo Lang, she suppressed her emotions, regaining her usual composure, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, when she realized that Mo Lang had not released her hand, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Could he have recognized her? Unbeknownst to her, Mo Lang took hold of Xue Qinghe's soft and tender hand, saying, "Little Xue, I perceive ominous signs in your brow. Your center of fortune appears darkened. It seems misfortune may befall you soon. Fortunately, I possess the ability to read palms. In light of your connection to little Shueyi, I shall assist you in discerning your fate, hoping to avert any calamities." As he spoke, Mo Lang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, and upon noticing her nonchalant demeanor, he felt a surge of delight within. Only he was privy to the truth that Xue Qinghe was a guise of Qian Rinxue. Xiao Wu, of course, remained oblivious to her true identity and thus could find no fault in his words. Listening to Mo Lang's reassurances, Qian Rinxue's anxious heart began to settle. "Director Mo, you jest. I assure you, there is nothing amiss," she replied. Her smile tinged with awkwardness as she withdrew her hand from Mo Lang's grasp. Yet, in that moment of separation, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. A yearning for that gentle, warm touch. Glancing at Xiao Wu, a fleeting glimmer of envy sparkled in her eyes. How blissful it must be to be cherished by the one you adore. Unlike herself, who felt as though she had been born into a world of errors. This thought deepened the melancholy in Qian Rinxue's gaze. "Therefore, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall undoubtedly assist you. For I find you quite agreeable," Mo Lang declared. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang felt a surge of curiosity and turned to observe Qian Rinxue, discovering that she too smiled gently at him. Her expression devoid of any peculiarity. "Xiao Wu, could it be that I misjudged?" "Xue Qinghe seems perfectly composed," he remarked. Xiao Wu, gazing at Xue Qinghe, who engaged in lively conversation with everyone, exuding an air of refined grace akin to jade, furrowed her brow and murmured, "How strange. Could it be that I truly misinterpreted?" For reasons unknown, an instinct within her whispered that a significant entanglement with the individual was inevitable. Yet, she could not fathom the source of this intuition. After satiating their appetites, the Emperor of the Snowy Night summoned a splendid platter, draped with a crimson cloth, concealing an unknown object beneath. As the Emperor approached Mo Lang, he unveiled the crimson covering before all present, unleashing a radiant brilliance that enveloped the banquet hall in a cascade of resplendent light. Mo Lang felt a stirring within. Clearly recognizing that the exquisite blue crystal, resembling a sapphire and no larger than the palm of his hand, was none other than the Hanhai Qianquan, also known as the Heart of the Sea God, a relic imbued with the legacy of the Sea God. The moment this object was revealed, a wave of curiosity washed over all present, as such a radiant treasure could undoubtedly not be an ordinary item. Ning Fengji also displayed a glimmer of envy. Having learned the morning's events from the sword Douluo, he had hurried over. Yet he was taken aback to see the Snow Knight Emperor presenting this remarkable artifact to Mo Lang. This was the imperial treasure of the nation. After the Snow Knight Emperor's introduction, there was no trace of regret in his eyes, for it was evident that, in his estimation, Mo Lang's worth had surpassed that of this national treasure. "Ah, I understand now, little Snow Knight." Mo Lang nodded lightly, already aware of what this object was. His face revealing no surprise as he accepted the Han Hai Qian Kuan and stored it within his void ring. He understood that the Han Hai Qian Kuan contained a remnant soul of the sea god, and it was not the right time to investigate. He would wait until he returned to see if he could summon the sea god for a chat. Observing Mo Lang's calm demeanor, the Snow Knight Emperor couldn't help but admire him even more. In the presence of all, he proclaimed that from this day forth, Mo Lang would assume the role of the president of the Tiando Royal Academy, standing on equal footing with him, and the Tiando Royal Academy would officially be renamed Shrek Academy. This announcement instantly stirred a considerable uproar across the continent. Among those present, a striking woman from the Lanba Academy, seemingly in her 30s, with an alluring figure, became rigid upon hearing the news. Her watering can slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. Chapter 85. Fooling the sea god Poseidon. Do you believe I am the creator god? Lang. Are you leaving again? In the evening, Xiao Wu leaned against Mo Lang's chest, her heart heavy as she recalled his words from earlier. Hearing her, Mo Lang felt a twinge of softness in his heart. He indeed wished to venture to the city of slaughter to acquire the domain of slaughter. But seeing Xiao Wu's melancholic expression made him hesitate. Had he spent too little time with her? Even during their time in the Stardew Forest, he had devoted most of his hours to training, leaving Xiao Wu to explore culinary arts on her own. After contemplating, he noted that there remained a year and a half before the Soul Master competition commenced, and nearly 2 years since Tang San had claimed victory. He reasoned that a year in the city of slaughter should suffice, and he felt confident in his ability to protect Xiao Wu and the others by now. It seemed an opportune moment to grant himself a respite, to spend half a year cherishing her company, while also indulging in the joys of their companionship. Tang San and the others were nearing their 40th level, and he resolved to encourage Tang San's training during this half-year period, while he would take the time to study the Han Hai Qian Kuan. After all, possessing the Ruyi Jingu Bang and the Pangu Axe, he had no desire to inherit anyone's divine position. If he were to ascend to godhood, he would do so as a singular entity. Having formulated his plans, Mo Lang gazed tenderly at Xiao Wu. I want to be leaving. I haven't spent enough time with you lately. Tomorrow, let us go shopping, and I'll buy you new clothes and a handbag. Yay. I knew you were the best, Lang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang cast a provocative glance at Xiao Wu. Hee. Today I shall enact justice upon you right here. With that, Xiao Wu forcefully pushed Mo Lang onto the bed, revealing the true nature of the mischievous rabbit that dwelled within her for 10,000 years. At that moment, a voice from beside them interrupted. Deming. What does enact justice on the spot mean? How would I know? Asked Xiao San. He is older than us and should have the answer. Damn. Why are you eavesdropping and asking me? We're about to get beaten. Indeed, Mo Lang, in a fit of anger, turned on the three of them, leaving Deming and Erming looking like swollen pigs. Tang San gazed at his two unfortunate companions with a sense of grievance, realizing he would inevitably be dragged down by them. After this incident, Mo Lang regained his composure, muttering to himself about a 3-year starting point, and calmed down enough to study the Han Hai Qian Kuanjia. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu felt embarrassed to continue sharing a bed with Mo Lang and retreated to Ning Rongrong's room. Once Xiao Wu had departed, Mo Lang retrieved the Han Hai Qian Kuanjia, tapped it twice, and called out, Old man, come out and chat. However, the Han Hai Qian Kuanjia showed no response. Not coming out, eh? I'll toss you into the toilet and keep you suppressed for a few million years. As Mo Lang reached out to seize the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, soaring autonomously towards his forehead with swift ferocity. Clash. Despite Mo Lang's preparedness, he was taken aback by the opponent's astonishing speed. It felt as though a colossal stone had struck him, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Simultaneously, he sensed a surge of mental force invading his consciousness, but as warmth enveloped his right hand, a tremendous power surged forth, annihilating this mental intrusion with overwhelming ease. Ouch! What manner of creature are you? Not only is your physique remarkably resilient, but what other secrets lie within, nearly bringing me to my demise? It was at this juncture that a spectral figure materialized before Mo Lang, gazing at him with a look of profound vexation. Mo Lang glanced at his right hand, and without needing to think, he recognized it as the Pangu Axe, his second martial soul, which he had been unable to wield. During this period, he had attempted to summon the Pangu Axe, but to no avail. It remained utterly unresponsive, leaving him in a state of melancholy. It seemed his strength was insufficient to utilize the Pangu Axe, and he was uncertain whether he could wield it after acquiring the Pangu Soul Bone. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He surveyed the elderly figure before him, Clad in a blue robe and exuding an aura of profound depth, the remnant soul of the sea god concealed within the vast expanse of the sea of stars. Is this the old tortoise hidden within its shell? He mused, knowing that the other party was a spiritual entity and emboldened by the protection of the Pangu Axe. Mo Lang began to jest with the sea god. Who would want this old fellow? He just attempted to ambush me. If not for him, who else deserves such mockery? Hearing Mo Lang's words, Poseidon, the sea god, twitched at the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for this peculiar young man, he would have certainly given him a lesson. Nevertheless, considering the young man's formidable physique, he realized that he could potentially inherit his position as the sea god, thus liberating himself from the shackles of divinity and embarking on the exploration of myriad realms. A warm smile spread across his face as he declared, "Young man, I am the sea god of the divine realm. I see great potential in your bones. If you can pass my trial, you may inherit the title of sea god." After speaking, the sea god gazed at Mo Lang with growing confidence, thinking, now you are firmly within my grasp. Who in this world could possibly refuse the opportunity to ascend to divinity? Is the trial difficult? Mo Lang, fully aware of the situation, feigned ignorance, planning to launch a surprise attack on the sea god, for he was a person who harbored grudges. Young man, aspiring to achieve divinity is indeed a formidable challenge. However, I shall not endure hardship. I think it best to cast you into the toilet. The sea god clenched his fists, vexed by the insolence of the youth. Yet, after such a long time, having finally found an appropriate vessel, he resolved to exercise some patience. After all, it was better to deceive him first. Poseidon endeavored to maintain a pleasant demeanor. I misspoke earlier. The trial is not difficult at all. Once you experience it, you shall find it exceedingly simple. Oh, you wouldn't be a charlatan, would you? You previously declared that attaining godhood was arduous, and now you say it is easy. Those who contradict themselves are deceivers. I still believe it prudent to confine you to the toilet, lest you deceive others. Mo Lang continued to provoke Poseidon, insisting on launching a surprise attack against him. Poseidon felt his defenses crumbling, his teeth clenched in frustration. If you are unwilling to hand me over to someone else, must you resort to throwing me into the toilet? Yet, inexplicably, he sensed that this young man was indeed capable of such morally reprehensible actions. Suddenly, Poseidon recalled that Mo Lang seemed to have been aware of his presence for quite some time. Could it be that this young man had recognized him long ago? Narrowing his eyes, Poseidon scrutinized Mo Lang closely, discovering no other divine fluctuations emanating from him, which piqued his curiosity. Young man, how did you ascertain that I was concealed within this heart of the ocean? Have you truly uncovered my secret? At this moment, Mo Lang's gaze became profound and weathered. He ignited a cigarette of unknown origin, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, his voice hoarse as he declared, "In truth, I am the creator god." He expressed gratitude for the generous reward from the esteemed benefactor, wishing the boss a robust day and a nightly celebration as a newlywed. After deleting 10,000 words, feeling unsatisfied with his writing, he experienced a deep sense of frustration. Each time after a significant update, his thoughts would become chaotic, leading him astray in his writing. Though it was offered for free, he had no intention of diluting its quality. Chapter 86. This is the true Catwoman. Slurp. Creator God? Do you think I am so easily deceived? Poseidon cast a sidelong glance at Mo Lang, stating, "The Creator God possesses the mightiest power in this realm. With your current abilities, were it not for that entity within you, you could not even contend with my lingering soul." How audacious. Mo Lang suddenly rose to his feet and admonished, "Poseidon, you are but a minor deity. How dare you defy the hierarchy? Are you seeking death?" As he uttered these words, Mo Lang secretly invoked the stellar technique, causing his eyes to shimmer as if stars were swirling within them, exuding an air of mystique. Simultaneously, he boldly revealed Poseidon's true essence and rank, causing the sea god to falter momentarily. With narrowed eyes, Poseidon scrutinized Mo Lang, attempting to discern any hint of weakness on his visage. However, Mo Lang remained inscrutable, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the god of the sea. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon demanded, "Present your evidence of being the creator god." A flicker of surprise flashed across Poseidon's eyes as he realized he could detect no fluctuations in Mo Lang's expression, prompting him to take the matter more seriously. It is crucial to understand that this continent is but a low-tier realm, beneath which lies the divine realm. The divine realm is stratified into numerous tiers, ascending from low to high. The creator god resides at the pinnacle of these divine ranks, a being he had never encountered, existing only in legend. Now, this young man before him claimed to be the creator god. Had it not been for the terrifying power within him capable of severing Poseidon's mental prowess, he would have delved into his memories without hesitation. It was precisely this mysterious and formidable power that left Poseidon in doubt. Even if the other party knew his identity, it did not compel belief. For the Creator God is the mightiest of all deities. You are unworthy. There is no evidence to support Mo Lang's claims, unless he can produce the Pangu Axe, a true weapon that once split heaven and earth and undoubtedly possesses the power of creation. Yet, at this point, Mo Lang might even admit to fabricating lies. Oh, you are quite amusing, but regardless of whether you are the reincarnation of a creator deity, if you are unwilling to inherit my divine position, I hope you can assist me in finding a successor. Do not hastily refuse. Your current strength is still quite limited. If you help me locate a successor, I shall grant you 3 requests, Poseidon stated. I must admit, your proposition is quite tempting, yet you are not worthy to negotiate with me, Mo Lang retorted, dismissing further conversation as he stored the heart of the ocean within the void ring. The heart of the ocean serves as the vessel for Poseidon's lingering soul, and upon being placed into the void ring, Poseidon's essence followed suit. Though Poseidon intended to resist, the void ring was evidently of a higher caliber than the heart of the ocean, leaving him confined within the ring. To prevent Poseidon from wreaking havoc on the celestial treasures contained within the void ring, Mo Lang isolated him in a small compartment. Indeed, deceiving a god proves to be quite a challenge, particularly given the disparity in strength, as he lacks the power to convince the other party. Mo Lang sighed. He initially intended to deceive Poseidon into becoming his free enforcer, but his plan had evidently failed. As for inheriting the title of sea god, he did not even entertain the thought. His true ambition lay in gathering the collective power of faith from the entire Douluo continent to forge his own divine status. This was the fundamental reason behind his desire to unify Douluo continent. The reason he declined Poseidon's request was that it was not a request at all, but rather a test of whether he could wield his Pangu Axe. After all, it was capable of effortlessly severing his spiritual energy, a prospect he could not take lightly. Unbeknownst to him, Poseidon had already prepared a contingency plan, sending a sliver of divine consciousness to Sea God Island. You dare to threaten me? Once I assess your depth, you shall pay, chuckled the Sea God's consciousness with a lecherous laugh. The following day, Mo Lang was dragged by Xiao Wu for a shopping trip. The streets buzzed with conversations about the renaming of the Tiando Royal Academy to Shrek Academy. The most fervent discussions occurred at the opulent Tianxian Tower in Tiando City. Have you heard? The current dean of the Tiando Royal Academy is that mysterious peak title Douluo who battled 2 skeletal dragons in the Sunset Forest 6 months ago. We've known about that for ages. I also heard that this enigmatic peak title Douluo is not yet 20 and exceedingly handsome. Even the imperial princess, Princess Shrek Academy, is utterly captivated by him. Not yet 20? That seems a bit exaggerated. Aren't he those known title Douluos all over 100 years old? Clearly, you're not a soul master. Half a year ago, during that earth-shattering battle, nearly half of the soul masters in Tiando City witnessed that mysterious peak title Douluo was an exceptionally young lad. Had it not been for the overwhelming power of the battle, many soul masters might have ventured closer. Surely, merchants would have paid handsomely for his portrait by now. Indeed, I heard that many soul masters fainted from the residual shock waves even from several kilometers away. It was truly unparalleled. Yes, numerous noble ladies have offered high prices for information about him, even willing to pay 10,000 gold soul coins for his portrait. Lang, it seems your charm is quite substantial, considering a portrait could fetch 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu pinched the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist, and he pretended to wince in pain, quickly pleading, I beseech you, noble Xiao Wu, spare me. It is not my fault for being handsome. Bah! Look at how vain you are. Xiao Wu teased, rolling her eyes. Last night, I noticed that Princess Shrek couldn't take her eyes off you. It appears she is quite taken with you. Should I assist in bridging the gap? She is, after all, a person of noble status. Oh, is our brave Xiao Wu feeling a tinge of jealousy? Who is jealous of you? Xiao Wu retorted, rolling her eyes again, stammering for a moment before declaring. I'm merely concerned about others approaching you with ulterior motives, thinking of your safety. Yes, that is precisely it. Mo Lang leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered. I wonder who it was that threatened to come after me when they were 5. You're incorrigible. Xiao Wu blushed, shooting him a fierce glare before her eyes glimmered mischievously as she said, believe it or not, tonight I might just. Hehehe. Mo Lang gazed at Xiao Wu, her demeanor reminiscent of a rogue. And he couldn't help but wonder if she was not a manifestation of a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit transformed into human form, but rather a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit in disguise. Were it not for her tender age, one could hardly ascertain the truth. Very well, let me share another piece of news with you. It is rumored that the Tiando auction house is about to acquire a cat girl, whose figure and beauty are truly remarkable. Is that for real? Indeed, it is true. The auction is said to commence tomorrow, as Mo Lang and Xiao Wu engaged in playful banter. A student clad in the attire of a certain academy at the adjacent table revealed a lewd grin, his face flushed with excitement as he spoke. A cat girl? Mo Lang felt a stirring within. How could he have forgotten this matter? He had always held a deep affection for cats, and it was utterly unacceptable for them to endure such indignities. Tomorrow, he must seize the opportunity to rescue her. After all, in comparison to the leather-clad catwoman Zhu Shiqing, she was the quintessential feline heroine. A heartfelt thank you to the esteemed Lord of the Seven Night Demons for the generous donation. Such magnanimity. Now, do you understand why Zhu Shiqing was not pursued? The true Catwoman is indeed a rarity. The space heater has arrived this afternoon. An additional chapter will be released later. Following that, I shall take a 2-week respite to gather my thoughts. I trust everyone understands. My mind is in disarray, and I cannot present anything to you that I myself find unsatisfactory. In a few days, I shall discuss the updated schedule for next month. Chapter 87. A snap of the fingers inflicts pain on Talon, discovering treasures once more. Bah! A bunch of lewd rascals, uttering such indecent remarks in broad daylight. Just as Mo Lang was lost in reverie about his days spent with cats, Xiao Wu could no longer tolerate it. She slammed the table and glared at the group of young disciples at the adjacent table. Well, what we say is none of her business. Why don't you mention your flirtatious banter with that pretty boy just now? The speaker was a robust young man who had long taken notice of Xiao Wu. A charming young lady. Although she was petite, her long legs and delightful appearance captivated him. However, seeing her seated next to a handsome rival, he refrained from approaching her. Upon hearing the words, Mo Lang furrowed his brows and turned to look, momentarily taken aback as he regarded the robust student with a peculiar expression. He had not paid close attention before, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than Talon from the Tribe of Strength. For the past 6 months, he had contemplated visiting the Tribe of Strength to enlist their aid. It seemed that such a visit was now unnecessary. The Tribe of Strength was notorious for fiercely protecting their own, retaliating against any who dared to threaten them, regardless of size or age. Today, he resolved to deal with this matter once and for all. After all, the Tribe of Strength was renowned for their mastery in forging. Whether it was crafting a protective artifact for Xiao Wu or forging powerful weapons, he would require their assistance. Moreover, once he had tamed the Tribe of Strength, subduing the Tribe of Agility, the Tribe of Control, and the Tribe of Destruction would be merely a matter of course. Pretty boy? You hardly qualify as one yourself with that lecherous demeanor. How dare you call someone else a pretty boy? I see you are merely envious that a Lang is more handsome than you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, directing a barrage of insults at Talon. What good is being handsome when one is as feeble as you? I could take on 10 of your kind without breaking a sweat, merely a pretty face with no substance. Talon, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with a woman, let alone resort to violence, turned to Mo Lang and began to speak. I say, pretty boy, yet before he could finish his sentence, a fist collided with his face, nearly caving in his features, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into several tables and chairs. The assailant, of course, was Mo Lang. The students who had accompanied Talon were left trembling in fear at the sheer ferocity of Mo Lang's actions. Paralyzed and unable to move, Mo Lang cast a cold glance over the students of Blue Tyrant Academy, finally fixing his gaze upon Talon, who had managed to rise to his feet. He spoke slowly. I do not mind being called a pretty boy, but I despise being labeled as a wax-headed silver spear. Now, tell me, how shall we address this matter? He spat disdainfully. What kind of hero resorts to a sneak attack? Talon, spitting blood from his mouth, rubbed his face and looked defiantly at Mo Lang. If you have the guts, let us step outside and settle this properly. The punch he had just received had indeed been swift, yet lacked the necessary force. As the foremost representative of strength from the 3rd generation and the top student of Blue Tyrant Academy, he would not concede so easily. Little did he know, Mo Lang was actually concerned that his own strength might inadvertently end Talon's life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang beckoned Talon with a gesture, declaring, I shall strike you without even needing to summon my martial spirit. Such arrogance. Today, I shall impart to you the true essence of absolute power. With a thunderous roar, Talon suddenly expanded in stature, his muscles rippling with explosive strength as he unleashed a fierce punch accompanied by the howling wind of his fist towards Mo Lang. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Mo Lang merely extended a single index finger, effortlessly blocking Talon's formidable strike. Is this what you call absolute power? Talon was still reeling from the shock when Mo Lang flicked his forehead with a casual motion, initially intending to use his middle finger but opting instead for his pinky. Talon was about to protest, thinking such an act was excessively humiliating, but before he could voice his thoughts, he felt a terrifying force emanating from that tiny pinky, striking him like a sledgehammer against his forehead. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and a searing pain exploded in his head, as if it were on the verge of bursting. He then felt himself soaring through the air before crashing down with a resounding thud. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly the students from Blue Ba Academy who were aware of Talon's status. Talon was the chief of Blue Ba Academy and the young patriarch of the Clan of Strength. It was one thing to have his full-powered punch blocked by a mere finger, but to be sent flying by a pinky was beyond comprehension. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed such a spectacle. After a considerable time, Talon regained his senses. However, upon opening his eyes, he found a hand pointed ominously at his forehead once more, causing him to instinctively prostrate himself on the ground and scramble back several meters, gazing in terror at the striking youth before him. How is this possible? This power surpasses even that of my father. Most remarkably, the opponent had not utilized any soul power or skills. The sheer force unleashed from a pinky had utterly overwhelmed him. Who on earth is this young man? With a playful expression, Mo Lang gazed at Talon and remarked, "Are you afraid? You cannot even withstand the strength of my little finger. Is this what you refer to as absolute power?" Presently, his raw physical strength had reached an astonishing 100,000 pounds, and the force unleashed by his pinky alone was sufficient to severely injure a soul master. However, considering the affiliation with the Clan of Strength, Mo Lang intended merely to impart a lesson. After all, Talon was merely bait for the clan. "I apologize," Talon acknowledged. Recognizing his own inadequacy against Mo Lang and sensing his mercy, he dutifully confessed his fault. Yet, if apologies were truly effective, what need would there be for the law? Mo Lang could never so easily let Tyrone off the hook. Since he had assumed the role of bait, he must possess the awareness that comes with it. So, what do you intend to do? Did you not just call me a silver spear with a wax head? Now, I shall compel you to shout all the way home that you are indeed a silver spear with a wax head. Mo Lang understood that this was sufficient to attract the attention of Tyron's father and grandfather. "Do not push your luck," Tyron exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "Heh, if you choose not to comply, then I shall strip you bare and parade you through the streets," Mo Lang remarked with a wicked grin as he approached Tyron. "I will do it." Tyron trembled, gazing at the malevolent smile upon his adversary's face. Faced with the prospect of public humiliation, he would much rather proclaim himself to be a silver gun wax head, even if it meant donning a mask. It was a choice between covering his face or concealing his lower body, and he naturally opted for preserving his dignity. "I am a silver gun wax head. I am a silver gun wax head." As he watched Tyron walk away, Mo Lang chuckled softly, if he did not instill a sense of fear in the lad. He could hardly consider himself a gentleman, for a gentleman harbors no grudges overnight, typically seeking immediate retribution. Just as Mo Lang was preparing to escort Xiao Wu back, his second soul skill, Fortune and Misfortune, erupted once more in a burst of black and golden light. Mo Lang was aware that treasures awaited in the vicinity, and of commendable quality. Possessing the ability to sense both fortune and misfortune, he could detect various treasures, albeit they were categorized by ranks akin to the colors of soul rings. The lowest tier radiated a white light, followed by yellow, purple, black, red, and finally, golden hues. As for the treasures of the first three levels, they bore little significance to Mo Lang, leading him to instinctively dismiss them. A warm breeze would do him well. He decided to gather his thoughts and take a fortnight's repose, after which he would resume his fervent endeavors. To those generous enough to cast a free recommendation vote, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 88. The Seven-Colored Divine Stone, a secondary artifact. The Seven Treasures Glazed Armor. "Lang, why have you halted?" Xiao Wu inquired. Noticing that Mo Lang had abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed intently on a particular spot. Curiosity piqued. She followed his line of sight and beheld a building named the Divine Craftsman Pavilion, where several elegantly dressed attendants stood at the entrance. Mo Lang's attention was clearly captured by them. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt a surge of jealousy, akin to consuming an entire vat of vinegar. As she pinched the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist and exclaimed, "How intriguing! Just moments ago, you claimed to be passive. Yet now you are rendered motionless by those enchanting figures. This evening, I shall ensure you are thoroughly dealt with." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang was aware that Xiao Wu was possessive, but he never anticipated that she would be so exceedingly jealous. He explained, "I am not referring to them. Do you not recall my second soul skill that led us to treasure? That treasure lies within the Master Craftsman Pavilion." "Really? When have I ever deceived you? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to see. Perhaps we might stumble upon something extraordinary, much like the last time with Xiao San." Upon hearing of the treasure, Xiao Wu immediately pulled Mo Lang towards the treasure pavilion. As they passed by the etiquette lady, she deliberately obstructed Mo Lang's view, casting a lingering glance at the lady's pronounced curves, then glancing down at herself, unable to suppress a scoff. "Without any children, what is the purpose of growing so large?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang surveyed the artisan pavilion, which spanned approximately 300 square meters, brimming with an exquisite array of weapons and armor. In the most prominent position were displayed 3 weapons, 2 sets of armor, and a mysterious black box. The black light that Mo Lang sensed emanated from the contents of this enigmatic box. "Excuse me. May I inquire what lies within this box that places it at the very center?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang furrowed his brow, uncertain of the purpose of the 7-colored divine stone. Just as he was about to activate his golden eyes for further insight, the female sales assistant opened the box. Inside lay a palm-sized gem, shimmering with 7 distinct hues, casting a vibrant radiance that illuminated the entire divine craftsman pavilion. The sales assistant explained, "Sir, this was discovered by the owner of our shop, who is also the chief of the Li clan, during his mining endeavors. He is unsure of its exact properties, but it is undoubtedly a treasure. Thus it remains here waiting for a destined individual." At these words, Mo Lang felt a stir of curiosity, if even the Titan did not recognize it. What could this treasure truly be? He immediately activated his golden eyes to discern the nature of the 7-colored divine stone. The revelation came forth. It was destined to become the 9-colored divine stone, but due to premature extraction, it absorbed only 7 colors. It serves as one of the principal materials for crafting the 7-treasure celestial garment, capable of harboring 7 different attributes of power. What exactly is the 7-treasure celestial garment? Mo Lang noticed that the 7 treasures celestial garment was displayed in green font and wished to click for more details. However, he was met with a system prompt. Ding. Insight level 2 low, requiring 1 million golden soul coins for an upgrade to unlock. Mo Lang glanced at his remaining balance of over 1 million gold soul coins and, without hesitation, clicked to unlock it. If he ran out of money, he could always sell some concealed weapons through his mistress. He had no qualms about using the money he obtained without effort. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Insight has evolved into Universal Access. Universal Access, connecting all realms. Aside from retaining the original Insight attributes, it enables the search for various information. After reviewing the introduction to Universal Access, Mo Lang couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this just like Baidu? Can it actually search for educational materials?" However, this was not the time for academic contemplation, and he promptly opened the information link for the 7 Treasures Heavenly Garment. 7 Treasures Heavenly Garment, crafted from 7-colored divine stones, purple haze iron, and jade crystal. It can withstand a full-force attack from a peak titled Douluo. Among them, the 7-colored divine stone can absorb various attribute enhancements. Grade, sub-artifact. Note, this item still requires the power of stars and fire. If the 7-colored divine stone can be upgraded to a 9-colored divine stone, then the 7 Treasures Heavenly Garment will be elevated to the 9 Treasures Heavenly Garment, reaching the status of an artifact. Holy moly! Upon reading this, Mo Lang's heart exclaimed in astonishment. He never expected that while accompanying Xiao Wu on a shopping spree today, he would stumble upon materials for crafting an artifact. Fortunately, he happened to possess the power of stars and fire. Once he returns, he can enhance the 7-color Divine Stone to a 9-color Divine Stone and commence the creation of a legendary 9-treasure heavenly garment. Mo Lang refocused his thoughts and turned to the female sales assistant, inquiring, "How much for the 7-color Divine Stone?" "The 7-color Divine Stone is not for sale," she replied. "Not for sale?" Mo Lang questioned, puzzled, as he gazed at her. With a smile, the sales assistant explained, "Sir, it is like this. Our boss has a rule that if you can articulate the purpose of the 7-color Divine Stone convincingly, he will gladly gift it to you." Mo Lang furrowed his brow and said, "While that may be the case, what if I reveal it and your boss refuses to acknowledge it?" He chuckled, "Fear not. Young lad, the integrity of Titan, the god of strength, is well known throughout the entire Heavendo city. As long as you can elucidate the function of the 7-color Divine Stones, I shall gladly offer my full support." At that moment, a robust elder with graying hair entered the room. He regarded Mo Lang with an air of affability. The elder's short hair stood upright like steel needles upon his head, and his gaze was profoundly penetrating, exuding a presence that was as imposing as a mountain, commanding respect without the need for anger. Mo Lang recognized the old man at a glance. He was none other than Titan, the patriarch of the Li family. "In that case, I shall place my trust in you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon realizing that the other party was indeed unaware of his actions towards his grandson, Mo Lang felt a weight lift from his heart. Consequently, he promptly divulged the origins and properties of the 7-color Divine Stone. This stone was initially destined to be the divine grade 9-color Divine Stone. However, its premature extraction resulted in the absorption of only 7 types of energy, rendering it a subdivine material. What? You claim that this was originally the 9-color Divine Stone and has transformed into the 7-color Divine Stone due to my early extraction? Do you possess any evidence? Titan inquired, a note of disbelief in his voice upon hearing that his actions had led to the degradation of such a divine material. As a master craftsman, the notion that his lack of material recognition had resulted in such destruction was a profound blow to him. Is it not evident? Just observe the red and blue hues. Do they not dominate the 7-colored Divine Stone, appearing in proportions twice that of the other 5 colors, albeit with a slightly paler tint? Mo Lang pointed at the 7-colored Divine Stone and remarked, "The other 5 colors are evenly distributed, which indicates that the positions of red and blue should indeed reveal 2 additional colors. A stone exhibiting a uniform distribution of 9 colors is known as the 9-colored Divine Stone." Titan's complexion grew increasingly pallid with each word, his guilt intensifying. It was all due to his own actions that a Divine Stone had been reduced to a mere incomplete artifact. He lamented his ignorance of the stone. Observing Titan's remorseful expression and ashen face, Mo Lang felt a pang of compassion and spoke. "I possess a method to elevate the 7-colored Divine Stone to the status of a 9-colored Divine Stone." Upon hearing this, Titan lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is true," Mo Lang replied. "But will this 7-colored Divine Stone belong to me?" Mo Lang pointed at the 7-colored stone and inquired. This 7-colored stone undoubtedly belonged to the young hero. However, the old man had one request. He wished to behold the 9-colored stone. Titan handed over a black box to Mo Lang, his expression earnest. "No problem," Mo Lang replied as he accepted the box. He then grasped the 7-colored stone and commenced the operation of the star technique. Soon, the purple stellar energy gradually displaced the blue, occupying 1/9 of the space. Subsequently, Mo Lang harnessed the crimson fire energy contained within the wings of the Fire Dragon King, slowly pushing away the red. When the crimson energy successfully supplanted the red, occupying another 1/9, the 7-colored stone, more accurately described as the 9-colored stone, erupted in a dazzling display of 9 radiant lights, transforming the entire God Craftsman Pavilion into a realm of enchanting colors. "Young hero, may I have a glimpse?" Titan gazed at the restored 9-colored stone in Mo Lang's hands, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that the other party possessed precisely the 2 energies that the 7-colored stone lacked, and he cast a profound glance at Mo Lang as he spoke. "Take it," Mo Lang said. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang discreetly stowed the 9-colored Divine Stone within his void ring. stating without pretense, naturally, it is for the forging of a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, a brilliant gleam ignited in Titan's eyes, and he turned to Mo Lang, exclaiming with fervor, "Young hero, do you intend to commission its creation? If so, I happen to be a renowned artisan of the forge, indeed. One of the 3 universally acknowledged master craftsmen. If you are willing, this old one shall assist you in its creation, free of charge." For a master craftsman, to personally forge a divine artifact is a lifelong aspiration. "There is no need," Mo Lang replied. "I myself am a divine-level artisan. A mere divine artifact is easily accomplished, provided the materials are procured." Mo Lang summarily declined the Titan's proposition to personally forge 10 divine artifacts, thereby enabling his 9-9 convergence hammer technique to ascend to divine status once more, and to empower himself to create a supreme divine artifact. Such a propitious opportunity was not to be relinquished to the Titan. "What? You are a divine artisan?" The Titan scrutinized Mo Lang with incredulity, then retorted with indignation, "To my knowledge, there exist but 3 divine artisans. How could you, a mere youth, possibly be one? Furthermore, even a divine artisan cannot guarantee the creation of a divine artifact with absolute certainty. If you harbor concerns that I might misappropriate your 9-colored divine stone, rest assured. For I, Titan, am a being of my word. My offer to assist you gratis stems from a reluctance to squander such a remarkable stone." The Titan evidently felt his integrity impugned, and the prospect of such a divine material being squandered was unpalatable. Indeed, a so-called divine artisan who cannot even discern a 9-colored divine stone hardly merits the title. Mo Lang scoffed, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that casting out a lure would yield such an unexpected boon. "You," the Titan, rendered speechless by Mo Lang's retort, exclaimed in exasperation, "If you are indeed a divine artisan, I shall bestow upon you this entire establishment. And of what value is your establishment?" Mo Lang smiled and once again produced the 9-colored divine stone, saying, "Let us make a wager. If I can forge a divine artifact from this stone, the Titan clan shall henceforth acknowledge me as their sovereign. Should I fail, I will return the 9-colored divine stone to you. What say you?" Observing Mo Lang's confident gaze, the Titan hesitated. Yet, the allure of the radiant 9-colored divine stone proved too compelling to resist. "Rest assured, my intention in having you acknowledge me as your master is not to compel you to commit any malevolent deeds. Rather, I value the formidable crafting abilities of your esteemed clan." Mo Lang was cognizant of the Titan's hesitation, but he was confident that after demonstrating the 9-9 convergence hammer technique, he could use this divine forging art to induce the Titan to willingly craft items for him. "Since you have spoken thus, if I were to demur, it would betray a certain pettiness. Furthermore, I harbor some skepticism regarding your claim to be a divine craftsman." Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, the Titan's countenance softened considerably. He then stated, "What materials do you require? Anything available in my shop, I shall provide gratis. I intend to forge a female soft armor, christened the 9-treasure celestial garment. I will require amethyst and iron and jadeite crystals. As for the complimentary offer, I shall decline, as I possess an abundance of gold soul coins." Mo Lang was cognizant of the modest affluence of the Strength clan. "Amethyst iron, jadeite crystals, you possess remarkable fortune, young man. I happen to have both of these items. If you can forge a divine artifact, I would gladly bestow them upon you," Titan declared magnanimously. "To witness the genesis of a divine artifact with my own eyes would be an enlightening experience indeed." Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Subjugate the 4 great clans. Failure. Divine bestowed spirit rings will be revoked. Success. Reward. Divine artifact set. Strength clan bracers. Defense clan armor. Agility clan boots. Breakthrough clan helmet. Just as Mo Lang was poised to commence the crafting of the 9 treasures divine raiment, the system's voice reverberated, triggering yet another side quest. Divine artifact set? Upon hearing the system's notification, Mo Lang was overcome with elation. It is worth noting that the only divine artifact set known was the angelic divine set, acquired by Qianrenxue upon attaining godhood. Although this divine artifact set consists entirely of defensive components, he already possessed the divine-grade spirit, the Ruyi Jingu Bang, rendering any divine-grade weapon superfluous. Furthermore, he possessed the chaos-grade spirit, the Pangu Axe. These 4 defensive divine artifacts would effectively compensate for his defensive shortcomings. While their attributes remain to be seen, their nomenclature suggests a connection to the attributes of the 4 clans. The extent of their potency remains to be discovered. Young man, there is a forging platform in the rear of my shop, and the materials are also located there. Allow me to witness firsthand whether your forging skills are as formidable as you claim, Titan remarked, directing his gaze toward Morang. In that case, prepare to witness the apotheosis of a single forging. Mo Lang smiled confidently, reflecting on his 6 years of experience in blacksmithing. Along with the past 6 months spent training the individuals from Shrek Academy, he had long since mastered the art of the 9-9 convergence hammer technique, achieving a state of unity between man and hammer. However, he had yet to find the suitable materials to forge a divine artifact. Now that the materials were at hand, he eagerly anticipated the creation of his first masterpiece. Noticing the spark of confidence in Mo Lang's eyes, Titan grew increasingly curious and led him to the forging room located behind the shop, his private sanctum for blacksmithing, equipped with only the finest tools. Indeed, the forging equipment was of the highest caliber, affirming that he truly deserved the title of a divine craftsman. Upon entering the forging chamber, Mo Lang surveyed the space with his golden eyes. Though not expansive, the room boasted an array of comprehensive and premium-grade equipment that surpassed that of a common blacksmith's workshop. Listening to Mo Lang's praise, Titan could not help but beam with pride as he remarked, "It seems you possess a discerning eye, lad. Yet, mere perception is insufficient. I must ascertain whether you possess genuine skill." With that, he declared, "Enough talk. Let us commence the forging." Mo Lang, brimming with anticipation, activated his golden eyes and employed his versatile skills to locate the design blueprint for forging the 9 treasures heavenly garment. He promptly commenced the creation of his inaugural artifact. Meanwhile, upon learning of the incident involving Talon, his parents, Tainua, and his wife, insisted on taking Talon to reclaim his honor. "Father, let's just let this go. How shameful is it to lose to someone who calls you dad?" Talon protested, reluctant to join them. His reluctance stemmed from the knowledge that his father was no match for that youth. However, if he were to declare that his father could not prevail, given his father's temperament, it would only provoke him further. It is a father's duty to assist his son. What shame is there in that? Tainua retorted, gazing at his son whose forehead bore a swollen bump, recalling the words Talon had shouted earlier. Regardless of the embarrassment, is it not more humiliating to have uttered that phrase? If we do not reclaim our honor, the reputation of our clan will be tarnished by your defeat. Talon sighed, observing his father exacerbating his wounds, and finally spoke the truth. "Father, I do not wish for you to go because you cannot defeat that lad. Though we are of the Strength clan, he caught my full force strike with a single finger and flicked me away with just his pinky. You would only suffer greater humiliation." "Nonsense. Do you not know who I am? I am the illustrious king of strength, Tainua. How could I possibly be outmatched by a mere boy?" Tainua exclaimed, brandishing his 7 hounds belt, delivering a few swats to Talon as he continued, "How did I raise such a weakling, son? This is infuriating. Lead the way, or you shall face your grandfather's wrath upon his return." After enduring a beating, Talon gazed mournfully at his father, muttering under his breath, "This is your choice. Do not claim I did not try to stop you." At the Divine Craftsman Pavilion, within the forging room, the relentless sound of hammering echoed, each strike resonating like thunder. Had it not been for the knowledge that a smith was at work, one might have thought an explosive experiment was underway. However, upon hearing of the wager between Master Craftsman Titan and a lad who revealed the origins of the rainbow stones, a crowd gathered outside the pavilion, eager to witness whether the youth could truly forge an artifact. Titan, transitioning from hesitation to astonishment and ultimately reverence, was the only one aware of the transformation he underwent. After observing Mo Lang's forging technique, 2 words resonated in his mind: divine skill. If he were to add 2 more words, they would be brutality. He had never witnessed such a ferocious forging method, yet each strike was executed with astonishing precision, purging impurities with finesse. The moment Mo Lang grasped the forging hammer, it appeared as if he had morphed into the hammer itself, embodying it completely. As a master craftsman, Titan understood the significance of this, an unrivaled state of harmony between man and hammer, a pinnacle that countless blacksmiths aspired to attain. In that instant, he recognized that this seemingly youthful boy before him was indeed a true master craftsman, a genuine craftsman, unlike himself, who merely bore the title. "Completed," Mo Lang exclaimed, fully focused as he combined the 9 hammers into a singular force. With a resounding crash, he fused 3 top-tier materials into a magnificent garment. In that moment, a radiant light erupted, illuminating the entire forging room in a kaleidoscope of colors, a breathtaking spectacle. Before him floated a piece of armor, entirely green with purple patterns, adorned in the center with a 9-colored gemstone, radiating a soft glow. "It is complete. It is truly complete." Titan, more excited than Mo Lang, hurried forward, eager to grasp it. But Mo Lang was quicker, securing the 9-colored gemstone in his hand. What are you doing? This is armor I crafted for Xiao Wu. Meant for her to wear directly. How could I let you touch it? Mo Lang remarked with a sidelong glance at Titan. Are you saying this artifact is for me? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Mo Lang, inquiring with childlike wonder. Of course. Did you not notice this is a piece of female armor? If it were not for you, would I craft it for Princess Shueku? Mo Lang, sensing the hint of jealousy rising in Xiao Wu, quickly added. I was merely jesting. Just look at how vibrant it is. It would look absolutely stunning on you. Come to my room tonight and model it for me. How annoying. Who would wear it for you? Xiao Wu playfully punched Mo Lang's chest, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Before taking the 9 treasures' heavenly garment and examining it with great affection. No amount of clothing or bags Mo Lang had purchased for her that day could compare to the joy she felt for this handmade garment. Even if it were an ordinary piece, she would cherish it. That lad, no, the master. I just want to take a glimpse. Just a glimpse. I'll wear gloves. I promise not to smudge it. As a master craftsman, witnessing the emergence of an artifact yet being unable to see it was torturous for Titan. And what of our wager? He inquired. Mo Lang turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired with a playful tone. Gratitude filled the air for the generous reward of 100 from the divine, a testament to the boss's magnanimity. In Chapter 91, the conquest of the Strength Clan begins. Awakening hidden attributes. Titan remained silent for a moment, observing the exceptionally youthful figure before him. Memories of the boy's extraordinary forging skills flashed through his mind. Casting a glance at the 9 treasures' heavenly garment, he seemed to reach a momentous decision. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully addressed the young man. As the chieftain of the Strength Clan, Titan pays homage to his master. Mo Lang gazed at the kneeling Titan and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, Fear not. I shall not interfere with the affairs of your kin. However, foreboding winds herald an impending storm. This world is far from tranquil. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the Titan's eyes as he sensed that this decision might be the most astute one of his life. Arise. Mo Lang urged as he helped the Titan to his feet, gesturing for Xiao Wu to pass him the software. He then handed it to the Titan, remarking, Behold, merely a divine artifact. There shall be plenty more in the future. The Titan, intently observing the exquisite 9 treasures robe, cast a puzzled glance at Mo Lang. Uncertain of the meaning behind his words. Enough already, stop staring and don't soil my garment. This was crafted by Lang himself. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, swiftly reclaimed the 9 treasures robe, wiping it diligently despite there being no trace of fingerprints, treating it with utmost reverence. Young lady, permit this old man just one more glimpse. The Titan implored, reluctant to part with the splendid craftsmanship. Such forging skills can only be described as divine. Hey, old man. Since you have an eye for quality, feel free to admire it at your leisure. Upon hearing the Titan praise Mo Lang, Xiao Wu beamed with delight, eagerly returning the robe to him, gazing at Mo Lang with adoration as she declared, A Lang is the most formidable. However, before the Titan could secure it, Mo Lang snatched it back and offered it to Xiao Wu, gently chiding, Silly girl, you should not so easily show what I have gifted you. It truly saddens me. The Titan longed to interject, I've barely seen it for 5 seconds. Do you realize I am equally heartbroken? Forgive me, A Lang, Xiao Wu whispered, her cheeks flushed. Seeing him praise you brings me such joy. I shall keep it safe now. She then stored the 9 treasures robe in her soul guide device. With a blush, she leaned closer to Mo Lang and murmured, Tonight, I shall wear it for you, along with that bunny girl outfit you've been yearning for. Ahem. Stung by Little Wu's words, Mo Lang involuntarily moistened his parched lips at the thought of Little Wu adorned in a bunny girl outfit, an image deemed unsuitable for broadcast. Observing the pitiable Titan beside him, Mo Lang, mindful of his ambition to subjugate the other 3 great clans, declared, I intend to establish a sect. To be named the Pangu Sect. Should you assist me in recommending individuals of considerable prowess, I would impart my forging techniques to you, even permitting your Strength Clan to master them entirely. These words immediately ignited Titan's eyes with fervor, prompting him to inquire with fervent anticipation, Master, do you speak truthfully? Mo Lang casually replied, Forget it, I shall impart it to you now. Mo Lang pondered for a moment, since the other party had already pledged allegiance. Why not be magnanimous? Thus, he imparted the incantation and key techniques of the 9-to-1 hammer method to Titan. After meticulously recording the incantation and essential techniques, Titan, overwhelmed with excitement, willingly knelt once more, sincerity radiating from his countenance as he expressed, Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I swear, from this day forth, the clan of strength shall heed your every command. I shall willingly face any peril for you. As a blacksmith, revered as a divine artisan, he understood the profound potential of this forging technique to restore his clan's former glory. The genuine kindness of the other had deeply moved Titan, leading him to wholeheartedly acknowledge Mo Lang as his master. Ding! The system detected Titan's willing allegiance, and thus the attributes of the Clan of Strength's wristbands would be enhanced. At that moment, Mo Lang was once again greeted by the system's notification. Ah, little system, it seems there are hidden side quests and opportunities for attribute enhancement as well. Morlang surmised that this ostensibly free system was, in reality, quite insidious and far from honest. Little did he know that he had inadvertently stumbled upon an opportunity to enhance his suit's attributes. It seemed that he would need to strategize and plot his next moves concerning the remaining 3 factions. Mo Lang pondered within himself, Master, since you wish to establish a sect, do you have any particular ideas? Titan recalled Mo Lang's ambition to create a sect. This was indeed an opportunity for him to shine. He was no shameless scoundrel seeking to take advantage without contributing. If he were to reap the benefits, he must also engage in substantial endeavors. In the establishment of this sect, he had but one requirement. It must be grand in stature. The first thought that crossed Mo Lang's mind regarding the creation of the sect was its grandeur. After all, he had already secured the heavenly duel Royal Academy, which would provide a continuous influx of resources for his sect in the future. It would also facilitate the absorption of power from faith. Furthermore, it would allow him to discreetly undermine the Spirit Hall, enticing all 7 esteemed offerings to join him, thus transforming the Spirit Hall into the Pangu Hall. Upon hearing the term grandeur, the excitement on Titan's face abruptly froze. To achieve such magnificence, substantial funds would be required. The Li family, once affluent, had now fallen into disarray and could not muster significant capital. Although he had recently acquired divine-level forging techniques, how could he dare to ask for money? Reluctantly, he offered. Here are 500,000 gold soul coins. Take this for now. If you require more, let me know your needs tomorrow, and I shall provide accordingly. Mo Lang was aware that Titan was not affluent, so he offered him 50,000 of the remaining 500,000 gold soul coins. Titan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, deeply ashamed, yet resolute in accepting the funds. In his heart, he vowed to establish the most magnificent sect possible. However, the Li family was not particularly skilled in architecture. Reflecting on this, Titan recalled Mo Lang's earlier words and realized it was the perfect opportunity to invite those old fellows over. He then spoke up, Master, didn't you mention that the sect requires additional manpower? I have a few brothers who are quite capable. Next month marks our gathering. Shall we go and pay them a visit? Very well. Inform me when you arrive at Shrek Academy. Morlang inclined his head in affirmation, realizing that the acquisition of his divine artifact set necessitated a journey. Shrek Academy? Titan furrowed his brow, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned towards Morlang, his voice trembling with excitement. Could it be that my master is the enigmatic, paramount title Douluo of legend? Indeed, Morlang replied. Mo Lang nodded in acknowledgement. So it was. Observing Mo Lang's admission, Titan finally comprehended why the other possessed an understanding of divine forging techniques, perhaps even surpassing his own. It turned out he was none other than the enigmatic peak title Douluo. Realizing this, Titan felt a sense of relief that he had not provoked the individual. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Let us depart, then. Mo Lang waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside. Just as he did, Titan suddenly heard a faint sound. When he turned his head, he was astonished to find that his forge hammer, crafted from profound essence iron, was riddled with countless cracks. With a sharp crack, the entire hammer shattered into fragments. He never imagined that a hammer capable of withstanding 50,000 pounds of force could be destroyed after just one use by the opponent. How terrifying must the strength of this newly acknowledged master be? Outside, Father, that's the guy. As Tang Hao wondered why there were so many people surrounding his family shop, Talon pointed at Mo Lang, who had just emerged from the forge. It turned out that Tang Hao, along with his son Talon, had traced their way to their own divine artisan pavilion after making inquiries. Regarding the updates, a cumulative reward of 3,000 book coins will grant an additional chapter, and a total of 50 monthly votes will also yield an extra chapter. Currently, the cumulative reward stands at 1,766 book coins. Additional chapters will be arranged for the latter half of the month. Rest assured, there will be no debts. If I truly cannot continue, I will inform everyone in advance. If the performance remains stable, I will choose a weekend each month to offer 3 consecutive free updates, allowing for 3 chapters each day. This is a gift to all esteemed readers, providing a more enjoyable weekend experience. Therefore, for those with voting tickets, I sincerely hope you can cast them. Thank you. Chapter 92. Exploiting the Tang Sect. Digging at the corners of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Talon, are you not ashamed? You called your father after getting beaten? Xiao Wu recognized Talon at a glance, placing her hands on her hips. Hearing her words, Talon felt embarrassed enough to dig a hole in the ground to hide. He wanted to retort that he had no intentions of coming, but his father's 7 dogs were excruciatingly painful. Tano shot a glance at Xiao Wu, then turned his gaze to Imo Lang, sneering, "You, kid, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to walk it. When there are no doors in hell, you insist on barging in. Meeting me is your misfortune. The real misfortune is that I have a son like you." As Tano finished speaking, a size 50 shoe struck his face, leaving a deep imprint. The owner of the shoe was none other than Titan, who followed closely behind Imo Lang. Initially confused, Titan soon grasped the situation. Just moments ago, he had been relieved to avoid trouble with his master, yet here he was, witnessing his grandson and son causing trouble for him. Particularly, upon hearing his son's words about heaven and hell, he felt a strong urge to strangle this troublesome offspring. Who is it that refuses to walk the path to heaven? Father? What are you doing? Tano was about to explode when he saw his father rushing out, looking utterly perplexed. Unfilial son, kneel. Titan glared at his foolish son. Father, what have I done to deserve kneeling? Why should I kneel? You kneel because I commanded. Do you want to experience the pain of my 7 dogs? Titan threatened, preparing to draw his belt. Enough, little Titan. The child is grown if you hit him. He will bear a grudge, Imo Lang intervened, stopping Titan. Then what should be done? Titan asked, suddenly enlightened, glancing at Talon and saying, Talon, strike your father. Talon was taken aback, excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at his father. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Imo Lang smiled softly before turning to leave. Having already subdued the Li Ji clan, he felt no inclination to reprimand Tai Nua. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu whispered in Imo Lang's ear, Lang, you are quite mischievous. Yet I find myself quite fond of you. After Morlong's departure, Titan relented towards his sons, though Taino and Tyrone were consumed by curiosity. The lad had brazenly addressed their father as Little Tai, and their father, known for his volatile temper, had not only tolerated it but seemed to heed his words. Taino approached his father, inquiring, Father, who is that boy? How dare he call you Little Tai? Thwack! Titan struck Taino's head, glaring at his son. Gazing in the direction Morlang had taken, a look of reverence washed over his face as he declared, Remember this, henceforth. He is to be regarded as the master of our strength clan. Master? Taino was dumbfounded, casting a peculiar glance at his octogenarian father. Could it be that his father harbored a penchant for role-playing? You scoundrel, what are you thinking? Titan, displeased by his son's lewd expression, glared at him and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the tale, Taino, relieved, adopted a solemn expression and asked, Father, might I behold those 500,000 gold spirit coins? Get lost. Shrek Academy. Xiao Gang, you bastard. Erlong has waited for you for so long. And you dare say that there is someone you can't let go of? I'm going to kill you, you beast. Upon their return to the academy, Imo Lang and Xiao Wu were met with the irate pronouncements of Grandmaster Flender, railing against Yu Xiaojiang. As Imo Lang puzzled over the commotion, a forlorn figure dashed from the academy. A closer look revealed her to be none other than Lu Erlong. In that instant, Imo Lang understood the gravity of the situation, though he hadn't anticipated events unfolding so swiftly. Following their profound conversation the previous night, Grandmaster had resolved to relinquish his hold, believing that he could not furnish Lu Erlong with the life she yearned for. He felt it was the honorable course of action for a man to take. Moreover, a certain figure lingered perpetually within the recesses of his heart. How could a man so easily expunge the memory of his first love, especially one who owed his very ascendance to the encouragement of that same woman? Strike me down, if you must, he seemed to say, I shall bear it. But rather than prolong this agony, it were better to bring it to a swift end. Do you not also harbor affection for Erlong? I trust that you can bestow upon her the felicity she deserves, and once I have proven my worth, I shall seek out my own happiness. Upon entering, Imo Lang discovered Yu Xiaojiang in a state of utter despondency, slumped on the ground, his face awash with tears. Silence! Flander exclaimed. Erlong has always harbored affections for you. A fact not unknown to you. How agonizing do you think such pronouncements are for her? Have you spared a thought for her well-being? Are you so beholden to societal prejudices? Flander seized Yu Xiaojiang by his garments, hoisting him upright, yet his raised fist remained suspended in the air. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang, akin to a maddened beast, mustered an unknown strength and shoved Flander away, retorting, Do you think I am impervious to suffering? She is, however, my blood-related cousin. To unite with her would render me a beast. Do you comprehend? With that outburst, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to have been drained of all vitality. Collapsing once more onto the ground, lamenting, Erlong is a virtuous woman. She merits the affections of a superior man, not this wretch. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's anguish, Flanders sighed. Having known his brother for so many years, he was well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's indomitable spirit. Alas, fate had played a cruel trick. His betrothed happened to be his own cousin. Whom could one blame? It transcended the realm of love. It was a matter of ethics. Had he been in the same predicament, he might not have been as resolute. Witnessing this, Mo Lang felt a pang of empathy. His concern lay not with Yu Xiaojiang, but with Lu Erlong, for his advent had altered the course of events, and he wondered what the future held for her. Meanwhile, on Lu Erlong's side, overwhelmed by sorrow, a murderous intent arose within her. Desiring to vent her grief, she, a denizen of the Slaughter Corner, recalled a particular place, Slaughter City. Perhaps it would become her ultimate sanctuary. Mo Lang cast a glance at Yu Xiaojiang before stepping out in search of Tang San. With the Catwoman's auction imminent on the morrow and lacking funds, he intended to have Xiao San earn some money for him to enjoy for free. However, fate intervened as he encountered Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who was also on a quest to discuss the procurement of hidden weapons with Tang San. In that moment, Mo Lang recalled that Tang San had earned 5 million gold soul coins from this transaction. Did this not mean he could potentially gain 5 billion gold soul coins without expenditure? More importantly, having already subdued the Li clan. If Ning Fengji were to entrust this order to them for production, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. He could also entice Tang San to join his Pangu Sect, establishing a separate Tang Sect for him to exploit. Or perhaps he could even consider drawing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into his fold. Gratitude is owed to the generous patron who bestowed a remarkable gift of 100 during the remembrance of the divine life's trajectory. The boss is indeed magnanimous. The total rewards have reached 1866. My mindset is unraveling. While typing halfway through, my computer malfunctioned. For the past few days, I've been reduced to typing on my phone. Alas. Chapter 93, The Tang Sect's Allegiance, Platinum Leader Salus. What? Brother Lang, you intend to establish a sect? What? Director Mo, you too wish to found a sect? Upon hearing Mo Lang's intention to establish a sect, both Tang San and Ning Fengji were taken aback. Especially Ning Fengji, whose mind raced with curiosity as to the motivations behind this decision. Indeed, this continent is far from the tranquil realm one might envision. Ever since Mo Lang learned that Tang Hao had discovered a passage to another realm, he felt compelled to establish his own faction. However, he currently finds himself unable to locate Tang Hao, nor does he possess knowledge of the exact whereabouts of that passage. He is even uncertain about the veracity of Tang Hao's claims. Nevertheless, as a precaution, it is imperative for him to build a formidable power for self-preservation and to gather the strength of belief. Now that the Li family has joined my Pangu Sect, Xiaofeng, would you consider leading the Qibao Liuli sect to pledge allegiance to me? Mo Lang jestingly suggested to Ning Fengji when the time comes. I will establish a separate sect for your 7-treasure glazed tile school, and it shall be named the 9-treasure glazed tile gate. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes as the corners of his mouth twitched. It became evident that the Douluo continent was on the brink of turmoil and unrest. However, he could not possibly acquiesce to such a proposal. With a smile, he replied, Director Mo, you jest. Brother Lang, might I request to establish my own sect as well, to be called the Tang Sect? Tang San, having traversed into this realm, had always harbored thoughts of the Tang Sect. Upon witnessing Mo Lang's initiative to create his own school, he immediately recalled his own sect. Given his current capabilities, the notion of founding a sect seemed utterly implausible. It would be far more advantageous to join Brother Lang's faction and promote the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect. Of course, that is entirely feasible. The Li clan is also adept in the art of forging, and you may exchange ideas in due course. Mo Lang was pleasantly surprised that Tang San had voluntarily expressed his desire to join even before he could mention it. Subsequently, under Mo Lang's witness, Tang San and Ning Fengji struck a deal, though Ning Fengji declined Mo Lang's offer to assist in crafting components, and Mo Lang did not press the matter. Tang San earned 5 million gold soul coins, and with his 100-fold critical strike, he directly possessed 5 billion gold soul coins. At present, he was in no need of wealth. The following day, bearing a considerable sum, Mo Long arrived at the Heaven Do auction house. His sole objective, to secure the rescue of the Catwoman. As a devoted Illurophile, he would not countenance the mistreatment of any feline, least of all a Catwoman. Ahem. May I be of assistance? As Mo Lang and Xiao Wu approached the auction house entrance, four exquisitely formed young women greeted them with deference. Due to their scant attire, Xiao Wu promptly positioned herself in front of Mo Lang, declaring, "We are here to procure items." The young women appeared momentarily taken aback. However, observing the opulence of their garments, particularly the handsome youth with an extraordinary aura standing behind the young woman, they inquired softly, "Pardon me, esteemed guests. Might I inquire if you possess auction qualification certificates?" Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Auction qualification certificates? What manner of thing is that? At that moment, a gaunt, septuagenarian elder, adorned in a scarlet robe and a quinquangular platinum coronet, cast an imperious gaze upon Mo Lang. As his eyes fell upon Xiao Wu, a fervent glimmer ignited within them. "Heh, young lass, seeking to broaden your horizons by tagging along with this callow youth is futile. Would you perhaps prefer for your uncle to escort you inside?" Mo Lang immediately recognized the identity of the elderly man. He was none other than the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall of Tiando City, a figure nearing the rank of a titled Douluo. "We have encountered Lord Bishop Salas." The four young ladies exclaimed respectfully upon seeing him. "Ah, splendid. Here are 10 gold spirit coins as a reward for you," Salas remarked, producing 10 gold spirit coins from the soul guide device and handing them to the young women. However, as the girls expressed their gratitude and accepted the coins, Salas took the opportunity to caress their hands, his gaze revealing a lascivious intent. A mere 10 gold spirit coins from such a prominent platinum bishop tarnished the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Mo Lang shielded Xiao Wu behind him and produced a bag filled with gold spirit coins, offering it to the four young ladies. "This amounts to 10,000 gold spirit coins. Simply call me Brother Lang." Upon hearing this, the young women displayed no signs of joy. Instead, fear clouded their faces as they glanced at Salas. They had heard of Salas' reputation, and accepting this money would undoubtedly undermine his dignity. They feared they might be delivered to the Spirit Hall that very night, subjected to torment at Salas' hands. Witnessing their reaction, Salas chuckled with satisfaction. "Young man, some things cannot be bought with money, such as status." "Status? Do you truly believe your position as a platinum bishop surpasses mine?" Mo Lang retorted, revealing his Tiando 6 Imperial token. The Tiando 6 Imperial token? A flicker of astonishment crossed Salas's eyes as he scrutinized it for authenticity. Upon confirming its legitimacy, he turned to Mo Lang. "Where did you acquire the Tiando 6 Imperial token? Who do you think you are that I must report to you?" Had Mo Lang not wished to completely sever ties with the Spirit Hall, he would have already dealt with Salas. After all, he was merely a platinum bishop, comparable to a titled Douluo. If Salas continued to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. "Young man, you. So it is Bishop Salas who has arrived." A refreshing voice interjected as Ning Fengji approached, accompanied by the sword Douluo. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, Salas seized the opportunity to ignore Mo Lang and turned to greet him with a smile. "It has indeed been a long time, Sect Master Ning. What treasures have caught your eye today? Let us hope your own people do not seize your belongings." In the past, Salas would not have shown such courtesy to Ning Fengji. However, uncertain of Mo Lang's background, he resorted to superficial pleasantries. What he did not anticipate was that Ning Fengji would not entertain his remarks, but instead turned respectfully to the young man. "Director Mo is present as well. Should you find anything of interest, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall cover the expenses." Beside them, the sword Douluo wore a fawning smile. "Indeed, Director. Do not hesitate. Fengji has ample funds." Ning Fengji shot the sword Douluo an exasperated glance. "Uncle Jian, I can overlook Rongrong's betrayal, but now you too? This is truly unfortunate for me. Do not feign ignorance, Fengji. Were it not for Director Mo, would Rongrong possess the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? The value of this connection cannot merely be measured in currency," the sword Douluo countered, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Fengji. "Uncle Jian, is it so difficult to recognize my jest? I certainly remember the immense favor that Director Mo has bestowed upon us, and thus, it is only fitting that I bear the costs for today," Ning Fengji declared grandly. This exchange left Salas, who had been relegated to the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. It was one thing for the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to humble himself, but to witness the sword Douluo, a titled Douluo of lofty aspirations, so obsequiously flattering this young man, was utterly perplexing. Regardless of the young man's true identity, Salas discerned that he was undoubtedly someone beyond his reach. Retreating was the wisest course of action. "Wait, are you leaving before I finish speaking? Do you look down upon me?" Just as Salas contemplated a hasty exit, Mo Lang called out to him. Suddenly, Salas felt as though he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, sweat instantly soaking his back. It was at this moment that he recalled the proclamation made by the Snow Knight Emperor the previous day, and Ning Fengji's address of the young man as director. The implications of this revelation dawned on him. He had provoked a peak title Douluo, one whom the Pope had explicitly instructed to report upon encounter. At that moment, despair engulfed Salas. What a calamity! In a moment of clarity, he gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt before Mo Lang. I was blind to your grandeur, inadvertently offending your excellency. Please, punish me as you see fit. This unexpected display left not only Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo astonished, but even Mo Lang himself was taken aback by such a turn of events. Mo Lang had already made up his mind. If the opposing party attempted to use the spirit hall to suppress him, he would retaliate with a decisive strike. However, upon witnessing the other party's abject submission, he found the idea of killing them distasteful, as it would tarnish his own hands. He disdainfully remarked, "Begone, lest you tarnish my vision." Yes, I shall leave at once." Saras, without a moment's hesitation, immediately lay upon the ground and rolled away with surprising swiftness, as if fearing that Mo Lang might change his mind and threaten his life. Better to suffer humiliation than to lose one's life. Those who have reached this age are hardly concerned about their own dignity. The four young ladies nearby were utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The once haughty platinum bishop had actually knelt down and truly rolled away. Nevertheless, having witnessed many grand spectacles, they quickly regained their composure and respectfully addressed Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, saying, "Esteemed guests, please forgive the oversight of this humble girl. As I failed to recognize you both, I ask for your pardon on behalf of myself and my sisters. We were merely adhering to protocol. How could I possibly hold it against you?" Mo Lang chuckled and replied, "This money is meant as a tip for you. Do you still dare to refuse it?" The young ladies, touched by his considerate and gentle demeanor, gracefully accepted the purse of coins, and in unison, they sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Lang." Their voices were so enchanting that it felt as though they could melt one's very bones. This left Mo Lang feeling elated, as he finally experienced the sensation of being the center of admiration. "Brother Lang, are these young ladies not exceedingly beautiful?" Xiao Wu asked, her hand unexpectedly gripping the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist, her smile laced with a hint of menace. "Of course. They pale in comparison to your beauty from last night." Recalling the allure of Xiao Wu's bunny girl attire from the previous night, Mo Lang found himself captivated, though the fit was less than ideal. Furthermore, his ardor was tempered by the reality of their age difference, restraining his more ardent desires. He could only indulge in visual and tactile admiration. "Oh, you," Xiao Wu playfully chided, casting a coquettish glance at Mo Lang, her fair complexion instantly flushed. "By the way, retrieve your 9 treasures heavenly raiment. We'll have Xiao Feng enhance it, thus completing the ensemble." Mo Lang suddenly recalled that the 9-colored divine stone of the 9 treasure heavenly clothing had yet to be imbued with attributes. The best option that came to his mind was the 7-treasure glazed tower of the 7-treasure glazed sect. However, he decided against it. For Xiao Feng's soul ring was rather inadequate. It would be better to wait until Rong Rong's level improved before proceeding. Mo Lang contemplated that the soul rings acquired by Ning Rong Rong under his tutelage would undoubtedly surpass those of Ning Fengji, rendering any urgency to enhance attributes unnecessary. Ning Fengji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had never felt so diminished before. As the illustrious master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the foremost auxiliary soul master on the continent, he found it disheartening to be referred to as Little Feng by a mere adolescent, and even more so to have his soul rings disparaged in front of a crowd. Did he not deserve some semblance of dignity? "Little Feng, are you truly not considering joining my Pangu sect? Let us discuss it later. Should you continue to defer, you might find yourself unable to secure even an elder's position." Ning Fengji felt an urge to retort, "Why would I covet such an elder role?" However, little did he anticipate that he would end up without even a security guard position, ultimately relying on the connections of the sword Douluo to secure an internal role. The term internal staff succinctly implied Na'vi individuals with ample resources. Following this minor episode, Mo Lang and Xiao Wu naturally seated themselves in the red zone, while Ning Fengji and sword Douluo took their places beside them, all 4 donning masks. "Director Mo, what is the purpose of your visit today?" Ning Fengji inquired, recalling his promise to assist Mo Lang financially and eager to gauge what the latter desired. He had heard that a cat girl was to be auctioned today, prompting his attendance. Mo Lang harbored no secrets. Before he could utter a word yesterday, Xiao Wu had implored him to save the cat girl. At that moment, He resolutely declined. Xiao Wu. Although I too feel pity for her, my heart belongs solely to you. I am willing to save her, but I hope you do not misunderstand. Although Mo Lang was a virgin in his past life, he had consumed a considerable amount of toxic masculinity literature, effortlessly spouting the words and phrases of scoundrels. All thanks to the live broadcast of the master of toxic relationships, Tong Jinqing. Lang, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Wu, clad in a bunny girl outfit, nestled in Mo Lang's embrace, remarked, "It's all right, we saved her. We can just let her go afterwards." Let her go? That is simply out of the question. Mo Lang lamented with a tinge of melancholy. Xiao Wu, have you considered the possibility that if we release her, she might be captured once more? She was fortunate this time, encountering someone as benevolent and endearing as you. What about the next time? Xiao Wu, her heart fluttering, only registered the words benevolent and endearing. She inquired with a sweet tone, then, what should we do? I believe it ultimately rests upon her own volition, Mo Lang responded. If she desires to depart, then we shall grant her freedom. However, should she wish to remain, she is more than welcome to stay and keep you company. While these words ostensibly expressed concern for both the Catwoman and Xiao Wu, Mo Lang knew full well that a Catwoman who had endured such hardship would be loath to leave a gentle and kind mistress like Xiao Wu. Ahem. I hadn't realized Headmaster Mo was such a compassionate individual. It appears that I must relinquish the Catwoman to you. Ning Fingji coughed, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Wu. To his surprise, Xiao Wu's countenance betrayed no hint of jealousy. Rather, she seemed utterly content. This revelation took Ning Fingji aback. It seems I must seek guidance from him on how to cultivate such a compassionate heart. Presently, 3 burly men wheeled in a trolley. Its contents concealed beneath a crimson cloth. Though obscured from view, the outline suggested a large, rectangular box. Mo Lang was aware that his cat maid had arrived. He expressed gratitude for the generous donation of 600 from Heart Robbery. The boss is indeed magnanimous. The total donations have reached 2,566. Once it hits 3,000, there will be an additional update, possibly in the latter half of the month, or perhaps even sooner. Here, I wish everyone a healthy and prosperous new year. May all your endeavors be smooth and successful. In Chapter 95, will you become the master of Little Star? We now proceed to auction an extraordinary item, particularly sought after by many male guests, who have likely come for this very purpose. The host, beaming with a smile, addressed the audience through a microphone, instantly drawing considerable attention and lively discussions. Let us not dawdle any longer. Let us get started. Indeed, many were eager to catch a glimpse of what the cat girl looked like. My anticipation has reached a fever pitch, and my funds are already prepared. Numerous men displayed fervent gazes, with some even uttering quite explicit remarks. Behind their masks, they felt no need to conceal their desires. In this world, beautiful women are abundant, and wealthy men even more so. Those who have grown weary of charming women found their curiosity piqued at the sight of a cat girl. How shameless these rascals are. Xiao Wu could not help but clench her fists, filled with anger at the thought of the cat girl falling into the hands of such people, destined for torment. Rest assured, I will never allow the cat girl to fall into their hands, Mo Lang reassured, gently holding Xiao Wu's hand. For the wealthy, money is merely a string of digits, capable of fulfilling all their desires and interests. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, the host wore a suggestive smile, dramatically pulling down a red cloth to reveal a massive iron cage within which the cat girl was confined. Her body was mostly bare, with only her modesty concealed by shells. Curled up, her face was partially obscured, yet her perfect physique was enough to drive men wild. Her fair skin glistened like jade, and a pair of cat ears peeked out from her short, light green hair, adding an irresistible charm. With a swift motion, the host struck the cage, revealing her white cat tail, sending all the men's hormones into a frenzy. Even Mo Lang could not help but admire the cat girl before him, whose figure rivaled that of the leather-clad beauty, Zhu Qing, leaving a more profound impression. If it weren't for the fact that San Xiao had not written further, this cat girl would undoubtedly be a gem. Compared to Zhu Qing's cool elegance, he preferred the maid-like nature of the cat girl, which also explained his reluctance to take Zhu Qing. After all, in his past life, he was a seasoned patron of maid establishments. Men are often devoted. From childhood to adulthood, they have always cherished beauty. 160,000 gold soul coins. In no time, the bidding had escalated to 160,000. 170,000. A red VIP raised the bid to 170,000. Is there anyone willing to increase the offer? The host called out once more. 200,000. Mo Lang forthwith augmented the bid by 30,000. Though affluent, he was no simpleton. An immediate offer of 1,000,000 would be imprudent, as 200,000 would likely deter most contenders. I shall observe who dares vie with me. An elder seated in the foremost crimson section abruptly arose, his gaze fixed upon Mo Lang. Yet, upon recognizing the smile playing upon Mo Lang's lips, he instantly identified him. His legs faltered, and he collapsed to his knees, instinctively commencing to slap his own face. This humble one is impudent. This humble one deserves death. This spectacle engendered astonishment among all present, though masked. The stature and voice of Prince Xuexing were familiar to those of consequence in attendance. However, the sight of the esteemed Prince Xuexing kneeling in trepidation before the youth, flagellating himself, incited speculation among all regarding the young man's identity. "Arise," Mo Lang stated. "With so many observing, your humiliation embarrasses me as well. Conduct yourself with more discretion hereafter. Not all are as amenable as I." Mo Lang, not wanting to draw undue attention, gestured for the person to rise. Yes, thank you, Dean, thank you, Dean," Prince Xuexing said with utmost respect. Standing up and turning to the host, "I shall settle the bill later. Do you understand?" Yes, the host, utterly dumbfounded, hastily agreed. "There's no need for you to do that. Simply remain seated," Ning Fengji interjected. He was unwilling to let Prince Xuexing seize the opportunity to connect with Mo Lang. Yes, Prince Xuexing. Only then noticing Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School beside Mo Lang, nodded earnestly. In the past, he would have undoubtedly refused. But lately, he had heard of Ning Fengji's close association with the dean, and thus, he dared not offend him. Seeing Ning Fengji also present and vying with Prince Xuexing to pay for the young man, the crowd grew even more curious about the identity of the white-robed youth. Some of higher standing seemed to have already surmised much from Prince Xuexing's address of Dean Mo. Even the Catwoman in the cage curiously raised her head, scrutinizing the masked youth. As she gazed upon him, a peculiar light flickered in her azure eyes, and a look of delight graced her face. Then, she stealthily glanced at Mo Lang and the pink-clad maiden beside him. Upon seeing the pink-clad maiden, a flicker of astonishment also crossed her verdant eyes. "May we proceed?" Mo Lang cast a fleeting glance at the dumbfounded host and stated with understated composure, "Acceptable, quite acceptable indeed." The host, displaying a fawning grin, responded with alacrity, cognizant that, subsequent to this brief interlude, no one within the auction house would dare to antagonize the young man. He promptly announced 200,000 gold soul coins. For the second time, 200,000 gold soul coins for the third and final time. Sold. This feline lady now belongs to a most remarkable patron from the Crimson VIP section. Predictably, no one else ventured to bid, and Mo Lang successfully acquired the Catwoman. "Lang, let us be off to attend to her. She is so scantily clad, the poor dear." No sooner had the auction concluded than Xiao Wu, with impetuous solicitude, was already tugging Mo Lang toward the backstage area to see the Catwoman. "Let us also depart, now that our identities have been unveiled. There is unlikely to be anything of interest to follow," Ning Fengji remarked with a shake of his head. After a brief interlude in the adjacent chamber, the massive iron cage housing the Catwoman was rolled in, propelled by several burly men. Ning Fengji preemptively stepped in front of Mo Lang, producing a scarlet card, and instructed, "Kindly settle my account." Mo Lang offered no demur. A mere 200,000 was but a trifle. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already positioned herself before the iron cage, directing that it be unlocked. She then retrieved a set of garments from her soul-guiding implement and presented them to the Catwoman, saying, "Come. Allow me to escort you to change into some clean raiment." However, the Catwoman, after only a momentary appraisal of Xiao Wu, rushed directly toward Mo Lang, exclaiming with undisguised glee, "Are you to be the master of Little Star from this moment forward?" Bewildered, Mo Lang was taken aback by the Catwoman's forwardness. Weren't felines supposed to be aloof? Why wasn't this one? Savoring the Catwoman's velvety touch, Mo Lang felt as if he were undergoing a trial, as she was mostly unclad, with only seashells discreetly veiling her most intimate regions. This was even more revealing than a bikini. In his estimation, her figure surpassed even Zhu Zhuqing's. He surmised, at a cursory glance, that she was at least a D-cup. Their future child would certainly not go hungry. "Master, why is your nose bleeding?" "Little Xing will help you clean it," the Catwoman said, noticing the blood trickling from Mo Lang's nose. She rose on her tiptoes, extending her tongue to lick it away. But Xiao Wu swiftly intervened, separating the two. She first shot Mo Lang a fierce glare, then anxiously scrutinized the Catwoman. Upon observing the other's limpid, guileless eyes, She pulled the Catwoman away, a hint of jealousy in her voice. I'll take you to change into some clothes first. Okay, big sister. The Catwoman nodded, obediently following Xiao Wu. As they walked, Xiao Wu eyed the Catwoman, a vexed expression on her face. Have I brought a wolf into our midst? She wondered. Suddenly, the Catwoman turned back, her face an innocent mask. Big sister, are you also 100,000-year soul beast? She inquired. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu whirled around. Her rosy eyes fixed intently on the Catwoman's mismatched irises, one azure and one verdant. Big sister, there's no need to worry. Little Xing harbors no ill intentions. This is a natural gift of Little Xing's eyes, the Catwoman explained with an endearing smile. Little Xing is also 100,000-year soul beast, a phantasmal star cat in human form. The reason Little Xing's identity hasn't been discovered is because of these eyes. The green one on the left is called Truth Seer, and the blue one on the right is called Star Weaver. Truth Seer can see through any illusion, including people's hearts and true forms. Because you were still in your juvenile stage, big sister, Little Xing was able to discern your true identity. Star Weaver, on the other hand, helps Little Xing conceal her aura, preventing others from discovering Little Xing's true identity. That's why they all believe Little Xing's abilities are due to a martial soul mutation. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her face a picture of disbelief. After a long pause to process the information, she asked, Then how did you get captured? Hearing this question, the Catwoman lowered her head, a bashful expression on her face. After taking human form, I heard people say that there was a place here with room and board. So I followed them. I didn't expect to be sold. Xiao Wu, gazing at Little Xing's adorable appearance, couldn't muster any anger. All right, she said. I am indeed 100,000-year soft bone rabbit in human form, but I was luckier than you. I met Alang early on. Let me tell you, Alang is so kind and amazing. Once Xiao Wu started talking about Alang, she couldn't stop, launching into a torrent of stories about their past. Finally, Xiao Wu unexpectedly asked, Then why are you willing to acknowledge Alang as your master? As she spoke, her eyes bore into the Catwoman's, trying to detect any ulterior motives. In response, the Catwoman said with a naive expression, That's because I sensed a vast stellar energy within Master's body. And stellar energy can rapidly enhance Little Xing's strength. Do you want to devour him? Xiao Wu asked warily, eyeing the Catwoman. No, big sister, you've misunderstood. The Catwoman quickly said, shaking her head. All I need to do is mate with Master. Xiao Wu stared at the Catwoman in astonishment. You're even more licentious than me. However, seeing the Catwoman's innocent face, Xiao Wu realized that she wasn't doing it on purpose. It seemed that her transformation had left her with some of the most primal instincts of a soul beast. It seemed she would have to teach her a thing or two. Outside. How strange, why haven't they come out yet? As Mo Lang observed that both Xiao Wu and Catwoman had been in the changing room for over 10 minutes, he could not resist glancing in that direction. Utilizing his golden eye, he peered inside. The moment he did, a surge of warmth radiated from his lower dantian, catching him by surprise. He vowed that it was not intentional. Who could have anticipated that they would take so long, with Catwoman only just beginning to don her attire? Her voluptuous figure was certainly not something he had sought to behold. He reassured himself that he was merely concerned for their safety. With that thought, he turned his head back, knowing they should be emerging soon. However, when Catwoman finally stepped out, he felt a rush of blood to his nose, prompting him to hastily employ the starry technique to staunch the flow. The striking allure of Catwoman's figure was simply overwhelming, while Xiao Wu's clothing was woefully inadequate. It resembled a D-cup squeezed into an A-size outfit, transforming what should have been casual wear into something far more form-fitting. Mo Lang found himself tempted to touch the fabric of her clothing. Particularly captivating were the cat ears adorning Catwoman's head and the tail gracefully swaying behind her, exuding an irresistible charm of roleplay. This situation was indeed perilously enticing. Mo Lang, this inexperienced young man, found himself somewhat at a loss. Even Ning Fingji and the venerable sword Douluo, both of whom were over 90 years old, cast several glances before retracting their attention. However, upon sensing the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Wu, Mo Lang quickly averted his gaze, maintaining an unfazed demeanor as he inquired, Xiao Wu, what are you all doing? Does changing clothes really take this long? It seems that the right outfit is yet to be found. Xiao Wu gazed enviously at the voluptuous figure of the Catwoman, then glanced down at her own form, letting out a silent sigh within. When will you all exhibit a bit more ambition? She pondered. That being said, has she made up her mind? Have you asked her whether she intends to return or accompany us to Shrek Academy? Mo Lang inquired tentatively, yet Catwoman remained silent. Xiao Wu cast a resigned glance at Mo Lang and said, Xiao Xing will return with us. I shall explain the specifics later. This piqued Mo Lang's curiosity. Given Xiao Wu's possessive nature, how could she willingly bring Catwoman along? Master. Upon seeing Mo Lang, Catwoman could not help but leap into his embrace, her soft, delicate form pressing against him, reminiscent of a clingy little kitten. It seemed to convey, "Master, pet me." This prompted Mo Lang to wise up, instantly channeling the star technique to staunch his nosebleed. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would certainly not have donned a bunny girl outfit for bed tonight. What perplexed him was Xiao Wu's lack of intervention. Instead, she gazed at him with a look of helplessness, intensifying his curiosity about what transpired in the changing room. Just as Mo Lang was invoking the star technique, Catwoman suddenly emitted a soft gasp, her body growing feverishly warm, her fair skin blushing crimson, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. Witnessing Catwoman in such a state left Mo Lang bewildered. "I haven't done anything," he protested. "You are unjustly tarnishing my reputation." As a seasoned veteran with extensive knowledge amassed over several terabytes of educational material, he was well aware of the implications of her behavior. Nearby, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged astonished glances at the scene. Could it be that this lad possesses some enchanting techniques? Enough. Xiao Wu could no longer bear the sight. She shot Mo Lang a fierce glare and pulled Catwoman away. "Xiao Wu, I swear I did nothing." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, although the circumstances remained unclear to Mo Lang. The fact that the Catwoman had stayed was a propitious outcome. However, as he passed Ningfengji, Mo Lang noticed an ambiguous look directed his way. Even Sword Douluo was gazing at Mo Lang with a cheerful smile. "Fi. You two lechers." Chapter 97. A friend of mine is with child. Should the father be informed? What? Little Xing is also a 100,000, your soul beast? On the return journey, after hearing what Xiao Wu had said, Mo Lang looked at the Catwoman, Xiao Xing, with a face full of astonishment, and promptly used his golden gaze to examine her. Xiao Xing, a 100,000-year illusory star cat transformed. Having retained a portion of her bestial nature due to a transformation mutation, yet possessing the eye of truth and the illusory star eye, capable of absorbing the power of the stars. The power of the stars holds a fatal allure for her. After reading Xiao Xing's introduction, Mo Lang understood why she was regarded as a mutated spirit. It turned out that she had mutated during her transformation, acquiring two abilities that allowed her to conceal her true identity. He had not anticipated that his golden gaze could directly penetrate her illusion, proving the superior quality of the skills provided by the system. What surprised him even more was that his stellar energy had such a fatal attraction for Xiao Xing. This was exceedingly discomfiting. Slurp. Mo Lang resolved to practice the starry technique daily, vowing to dedicate several additional hours to his training. "In my absence, you are forbidden to engage in any practice, lest you commit some beastly acts towards Xiao Xing," Xiao Wu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Lang. Mo Lang found himself engulfed in anguish, stripped of the rights he had diligently cultivated. How lamentable, indeed. Shrek Academy. "Brother Lang, where did you find such a stunning little sister?" The moment Ma Junhong laid eyes on Xiao Xing, his gaze became transfixed. Her beauty rivaled that of Zhu Zhuqing, and her figure was even more alluring. Yet, what truly captivated him was Xiao Xing's gentle and endearing demeanor, a stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's icy disposition. Most notably, she affectionately referred to him as brother. At that instant, one thought consumed him: to acquire, to indulge. Whatever Xiao Xing desired, he was willing to spend lavishly. Observing Ma Junhong's besotted expression, Mo Lang was reminded of those affluent streamers. "Hey, chubby one, your drool is nearly landing on me. Step aside and let me see," Erming exclaimed, having fully embraced his nature after mingling with Ma Junhong for a few days. Upon witnessing Xiao Xing's voluptuous form, Erming tilted his head and cast a sidelong glance at Ma Junhong, inquiring, "Is this the so-called paragon of youthful beauty you spoke of?" At his words, the female companions directed daggers of disapproval at Ma Junhong, particularly Xiao Wu, who swiftly delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. "You wretched glutton, what have you been teaching Erming?" She scolded vehemently. "I taught him nothing. He learned all of this on his own." Ma Junhong protested, feigning innocence. "You must be Deming and Erming. How adorable." Xiao Xing, having heard from Xiao Wu about the two formidable spirit beasts guarding Shrek Academy, felt no surprise upon encountering Deming and Erming. Instead, joy illuminated her features. Meanwhile, Deming regarded Xiao Xing with hostility, turning to Mo Lang with a reproachful gaze. "Mo Lang, Did you not promise to treat Xiao Wu well? How is it that you've brought another girl back so soon? Hearing Deming's words, the male students of Shrek Academy regarded Mo Lang with amusement. In contrast, Xiao Wu struck Deming on the head, retorting, "This is my doing. What do you know, you child?" As her words echoed, not only Ma Junhong, but also Oscar and Dai Mubai gazed at Mo Lang with newfound respect, while even Tang San was taken aback. He distinctly remembered Xiao Wu as a possessive individual. How could she have encouraged Mo Lang to bring a girl home? It was undeniable that Mo Lang possessed a certain charm. "Tonight, I shall share a bed with Xiao Xing. You will sleep alone." After leaving this proclamation, Xiao Wu took Xiao Xing away, believing it was her responsibility to watch over her, rather than Mo Lang. She considered Xiao Xing the true threat, fearing that, like herself, she might sneak into Mo Lang's side during the night. Haha, who would have thought Brother Lang would find himself in such a predicament? Ma Junhong chuckled, prompting laughter from the others as well. Mo Lang turned his head sharply and glared at them. "Is it amusing? All of you are already at level 40? Do you still want the 10,000-year soul ring? If you don't reach level 40 in the next 6 months, I shall take my leave. Don't say I didn't warn you." He called out to Xiao Ma, "Come here, you are progressing the slowest. I will train you individually. Rest assured, it is just practice." "Really? I'll make you laugh." "Make you laugh." The next day, Mo Lang, in a deep slumber, suddenly encountered something large and soft. In his drowsy state, he wondered, is Xiao Wu really this big? Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Xiao Xing, her face flushed, gazing at him with her enchanting, water-like eyes, one blue and one green. He immediately jolted awake, realizing that Xiao Wu and Xiao Xing had somehow climbed into his bed once again. Faced with the two stunning beauties, entangled like an octopus, and the adorably foolish Xiao Xing, Mo Lang felt a sense of discomfort. Surrounded by such allure, yet unable to act upon it, he could only bide his time, waiting for a better moment. Subduing his impious impulses, Mo Lang gingerly arose. After performing his ablutions, he resolved to visit the imperial palace to, shall we say, fraternize with Qian Rinxue while Xiao Wu remained slumbering, to discourse on the aspirations of existence, indeed, guiding her away from circuitous paths. Alas, my innocence remained steadfast, my benevolence unyielding, my sincerity absolute. Lost in narcissistic reverie, Mo Lang, brandishing the token bestowed by Emperor Shuiyi, arrived at Qian Rinxue's chambers. En route, numerous palace maids who recognized Mo Lang cast amorous glances his way. To avoid appearing aloof, Mo Lang deigned to examine the palms of several comely, nay, ill-omened maids before leisurely proceeding to Qian Rinxue's abode. With a creak, the door swung inward just as Mo Lang was poised to knock. Qian Rinxue, her countenance radiant with joy, inquired, "Does Principal Mo seek an audience with me?" Mo Lang chuckled softly, stepping forward to embrace Qian Rinxue's shoulders, and remarked, "We are all of similar age. There is no need to call me Director Mo. Just call me Lang Gu." Qian Rinxue was taken aback by Mo Lang's boldness in directly wrapping his arms around her. Her body stiffened, and she suddenly felt a flutter in her stomach. Quickly extricating herself from his grasp, she responded with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Qing he would not dare. Director Mo holds a prestigious position, and Qing he would not presume to overstep." Mo Lang seemed to sense something as he touched Qian Rinxue's body moments ago. A wave of familiarity washed over him, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that he and Qian Rinxue were siblings? However, the thought that both of his parents were villagers from Holy Soul Village, and thus could not possibly be connected to the Spirit Hall, eased his mind. If I say it's fine, then it is. If Xiao Shui disagrees, I will simply seek her out. Mo Lang moved closer to Qian Rinxue, attempting to drape his arm over her shoulder. She evaded him once more, uttering a perplexing statement. "I have a friend who is pregnant. Yet, the father is unaware, even ignorant of their encounter. Do you think my friend should inform him about the child?" Mo Lang was left utterly bewildered by Qian Rinxue's enigmatic words. "In an odd twist of fate," he ventured, "could it be that your friend is actually you?" Chapter 98. Yes. We have a child. A flicker of panic flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and responded, "Director, you jest. How could a man like me possibly be pregnant?" Mo Lang remained oblivious to Qian Rinxue's distress and did not expose her true identity. Otherwise, how could he shamelessly take advantage of her? He chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Qian Rinxue's shoulders, and remarked, "Indeed. How could a grown man like you possibly be pregnant? Since there's nothing pressing today, why not show me around the palace?" Initially, Qian Rinxue intended to evade his suggestion, but upon realizing that her abdomen had settled, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Then let Qinghe take the esteemed director on a tour." Curiosity piqued. Mo Lang inquired, "Who is that friend of yours? Could it be your sister, Shueku?" "Just a friend," Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. "She asked me something, and I thought I would inquire about the esteemed director's insights. Since it has passed, there's no need to dwell on it," she added. "Regardless of who it may be, I believe it is essential to inform the child's father." Mo Lang confessed, "To be honest, I am also an orphan. I understand the feeling of being without parents. Fortunately, I encountered old Jack, who treated me as if I were his own grandson." Qian Rinxue gazed at Mo Lang's earnest expression, feeling a deep resonance within her. For she too was raised by her grandfather. The last time, she hesitated to take action because she believed her child was also innocent. Mo Lang gazed thoughtfully at Qian Rinxue, sensing that she was concealing something from him. However, he could never have anticipated that the person in question was, in fact, Qian Rinxue herself, and that the child she referred to was his own. "Well, it is time for me to return," he mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he took his leave. It seemed quite pleasant to visit Qian Rinxue daily and indulge in her affections. As he departed, Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming urge to confess, "Yes, we have a child." Yet, recalling her grandfather's aspirations to elevate the spirit hall, she regained her composure. After all, he had aligned himself with the Tiando Empire and would ultimately become her adversary. More importantly, she could not accept sharing this man with another woman. Nonetheless, she had come to understand that Mo Lang was, at the very least, a man of integrity, one who valued his relationships. Yet, the child remained innocent. At Shrek Academy, "Master, where have you been? I've missed you dearly." Upon Mo Lang's arrival at Shrek Academy, Xiao surged forth with tempestuous enthusiasm. Embracing Mo Lang and nuzzling him with ardent affection, resembling a clinging kitten. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang felt somewhat puzzled. Xiao had informed him that his hands were not behaving properly. Did he still wish to argue? Upon noticing Mo Lang's denial, Xiao Wu cast him a sidelong glance. Mo Lang was acutely aware of his transgressions and could only mutter softly, "Who told you to bring Xiao to my bed in the middle of the night? What are you murmuring about?" Xiao Wu shot him a glance and replied, "Just now, Grandfather Titan came looking for you. He mentioned that in half a month, the 4 great clans will convene, and he advised you to prepare yourself in the coming days." "All right, I shall seek him out shortly. It's a perfect opportunity to take you out for some sightseeing and to spend quality time together." Mo Lang nodded in agreement. By subduing the 4 major elemental clans, he could acquire the divine artifact set, thereby enhancing his confidence in venturing into the city of gods. After all, it was the place of the Azura goddess trials. The madman Tang Chun was also present there. The thought of Tang Chun made Mo Lang ponder. If he were to form a brotherhood with Tang Chun, Tang Hao would surely be beside himself with rage, wouldn't he? Tang San might never anticipate that while he thwarted Mo Lang's bond with his father, he inadvertently facilitated a connection with his great-grandfather, creating an extraordinary generational leap. No need for that. During this period, I will diligently teach Xiao, lest she be bullied by certain individuals. Xiao Wu observed the overly attached Xiao, who clung to Mo Lang even more than she did, and felt a bit overwhelmed. Such a good girl, why has she become so scatterbrained after her transformation? That simply won't do. I promised to accompany you. How could I leave on my own? Mo Lang certainly could not utter the words "all right, I will go myself," for such sentiments are typically expressed by a straightforward man. He was certain that if he said so, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly become upset. As anticipated, upon hearing Mo Lang's words, a smile immediately graced Xiao Wu's face as she replied, "All right, I understand your intentions. You may go about your business. Just remember to bring me a gift." Some might assume this was the conclusion of the matter, but after watching the live stream of the Love Guru Tong Jincheng, it became evident that despite his lack of romantic experience, he had acquired numerous little tricks for courtship. Otherwise, how could he possibly maintain a harem? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Mo Lang admitted that he had not abandoned the idea of cultivating a harem, yet this did not imply he lacked affection for Xiao Wu. He merely wished for the girls he cherished within the realm of Douluo to attain perfect endings. However, his mistrust in others compelled him to shoulder the burden himself, ensuring her a flawless conclusion. Yet, this was not the end. It merely represented the romantic finesse inherent to the diamond tier. Subsequently, Mo Lang produced a third item, a crimson card, a universal savings card of the Tiando Empire, akin to a bank card from a previous life. He handed the card to Xiao Wu, stating, "There is 100 million gold soul coins within. Spend it as you wish. When I am not by your side, do not deprive yourself." Indeed, this epitomized the pinnacle of romantic prowess, a skill reserved for the affluent. Direct monetary support. As for women, they must be pampered. A sensible woman can be easily charmed, while those lacking understanding are of little use. Only those who have never held a woman's hand would label this as servility. Such sycophants spend lavishly yet never experience intimacy. In contrast, a true master inspires a woman to fall hopelessly in love with him, even contemplating his needs. I do not desire it. I am aware that you require funds for your sect, and I have enough for myself. Xiao Wu declined Mo Lang's card, asserting that he had already done enough for her, and that she had purchased plenty the previous day. She aimed to embody the virtues of a diligent and frugal woman. No worries, I possess ample funds, several billions. In fact, Mo Lang remarked nonchalantly, no matter how much money you have, I, Sister Xiao Wu, was taught by my grandmother, who adopted me, that men become corrupt with wealth. Initially, Xiao Wu had no intention of accepting it, but upon hearing Xiao Xing's comment, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she looked at Mo Lang and declared, I have changed my mind. Quickly hand over the remaining money. Mo Lang, the following day. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mo Lang listened attentively, for he feared he might overlook something important. This time, Titan had only brought his grandson, Talon, hoping that Talon could learn more from Mo Lang. Mo Lang initially intended to utilize the celestial shifts to transport the two companions swiftly. But upon noticing Titan's keen interest in his mastery of the 9-return hammer technique, he patiently elaborated throughout their journey. This discourse significantly enhanced the loyalty of both Titan and Talon to an unprecedented level. Thus, they engaged in leisurely conversation as they made their way to Tianqing City. Although not as grand as Tiando City, this modest metropolis thrived remarkably due to its trade. After a brief examination, the trio successfully entered the city, encountering none of the notorious lecherous trio from the novels, as Tang San's arrival was still years away. Under Titan's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. The master had arrived. This was the residence of the Yu family. Observing the estate, which bore a striking resemblance to the Li family's abode, Mo Lang gazed at the plaque inscribed with the character Yu above the entrance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once he subdued the 4 major single-attribute families, he would acquire a divine artifact set. Master, our Titan clan excels in the art of forging, while the Yu family specializes in architectural design. If we could persuade the old rhinoceros to join our sect, you could rest assured about the construction of our domain. Titan remarked beside Mo Lang, adding, however, the old rhinoceros is rather reluctant to dwell beneath others, yet I firmly believe that upon learning of your identity, he will surely change his mind. Understood, I am aware, Mo Lang replied. Mo Lang nodded slightly. His purpose for coming here was not merely to invite the Yu clan to join, but to compel them to willingly acknowledge him as their master. Only when they willingly recognized him as their sovereign would his divine artifact set gain enhanced attributes. Additionally, Titan, somewhat bashful, said, Master, could you refrain from calling me Little Titan in front of the old rhinoceros? I wish to maintain a semblance of dignity. Very well, Little Tank. Shortly thereafter, 2 robust men emerged from the great door, respectfully greetings, esteemed clan leader Titan. We welcome the Li clan to our humble abode. Titan waved his hand and chuckled heartily, no need for formality. Is the old rhinoceros present in the sect? The 2 strong men from the Yu clan exchanged glances. Revealing a bitter smile, the sect leader is indeed here, eagerly awaiting the arrival of esteemed elders. Upon seeing the Li clan's carriage, we sent someone back to report. No sooner had he finished speaking than a resonant voice echoed from the Yu clan's residence, You old gorilla, I haven't even left the sect, yet I can already hear your boisterous voice. Following this, the leader of the Yu clan strode forth from within the great door. Mo Lang observed the patriarch of the Yuji clan, Niu Gao, much like the depictions in novels. He was a towering figure, robust and imposing. Only a head shorter than a titan, his silver hair stood upright like steel needles, resembling a human fortress. After exchanging warm embraces and playful banter with Titan, their ruddy faces radiated the joy of old friends reuniting. "Come over and greet Grandpa Yo," Titan instructed after their pleasantries. "Hello, Grandpa Yo." Tai Long rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Niu Gao grasped Tai Long's arm, casting a glance at Mo Lang, then smilingly remarked, "We are all family here. No need for formality. However, I must say, you are quite robust, reminiscent of your grandfather's prime." "All right, let us head inside," Titan urged, eager not to keep Mo Lang waiting. "We have prepared your favorite strong liquor. Tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated." Niu Gao chuckled, his gaze shifting towards Mo Lang, and who might this be? Upon his arrival, he had noticed the striking young man, yet in his excitement to see Titan, he had forgotten to inquire. "Let us go inside first. My brother has brought you some wonderful news," Titan said, revealing a mysterious smile, confident in his ability to persuade Niu Gao to join the Pangu Sect. "Wonderful news?" Niu Gao glanced at Mo Lang, curiosity piqued. He had observed the old gorilla's respectful demeanor when looking at the young man, especially as Titan's grandson, Tai Long, trailed closely behind him like a devoted acolyte. However, Titan remained silent, and instead of pressing for answers, Niu Gao warmly draped his arm around his brother's shoulders and headed towards his residence. Mo Lang did not say much, as he awaited the arrival of the other two prominent families, preferring to avoid the hassle of addressing each individually. Meanwhile, on the Sea God Island, a woman, appearing to stand around 1.80 meters tall and enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, stood atop the island, gazing solemnly towards the continent. Her ocean blue hair cascaded down her back, nearly brushing the ground, and her exquisite features suggested she was no older than 30. Her beauty emanated from an aura of nobility, elegance, and a gentle warmth, surpassing even that of the Pope Bibidong. Only the High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island possessed such grace and allure. However, at this moment, she held not the golden scepter but the sea god's trident. A month prior, while seated in the sea god temple, Poseidon suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Upon rising, the ethereal form of Poseidon materialized before her. He uttered a single command, to take the sea god's trident to the Heaven Do Empire to seek out an individual and test his strength. This revelation left Poseidon astonished. Was there truly someone in the world whom the sea god could not perceive? Understanding her thoughts, Poseidon nodded and replied, "Indeed. I cannot fathom that lad. He is exceedingly peculiar. His realm is not high, yet he harbors a terrifying power within. I advise you to merely gauge his depth. Do not engage recklessly. Furthermore, when you absorb this fragment of my residual spirit, you shall temporarily gain the right to wield the sea god's trident and be guided to his whereabouts." Following this, Poseidon's essence sketched Mo Lang's likeness in her mind. Poseidon did not question the rationale behind the command. She merely accepted her duty. Over the course of the month, she successfully absorbed the power contained in Poseidon's essence and drew forth the sea god's trident. Today marked her departure. Grasping the trident, her weathered eyes seemed to pierce through the vast ocean to the continent beyond, murmuring to herself, "What kind of strength must one possess to garner the sea god's favor?" Chapter 100. The Lone Battle Against the Four Great Attribute Clan Leaders. "Old Gorilla, you mentioned having good news for me. Now that we've had a drink, shouldn't you share it?" After a few sips, Niu Gao could no longer contain his curiosity. Titan chuckled heartily. "I thought you would manage to keep your questions at bay." "Stop the nonsense," Niu Gao retorted, exasperated. "All right, I shall not tease you further." Titan smiled, then respectfully turned to Mo Lang, saying, "This is my master. He wishes to establish his own sect." When asked if I knew of suitable candidates, the first individuals that came to mind were our old brothers. "Master." Although Niu Gao had suspected the youth's exceptional status, he never anticipated that his old comrade would refer to him as master. Observing the noble demeanor of the youth, he questioned whether his friend had compromised his dignity for wealth. With furrowed brows, he challenged, "Old Gorilla, have you lived so long only to be reduced to this? How old is he, and how old are you? You dare to call a mere boy master? If your good news is merely to have me acknowledge this lad as my master, then you may as well leave." "It is not like that," Titan began, thinking the leader of the Yu family was a reasonable man, only to realize he was an antiquated individual who judged by appearances. Just as Titan was about to explain, Mo Lang stepped forward. He intended to reason with the man, but quickly discerned that he was being underestimated. In this world, true strength alone commanded respect. Who are you calling an old fossil? Niogao, a proud man, was incensed at being labeled an antiquity by a young lad. He slammed the table. Rising in anger, his eyes wide like copper bells, exuding the imposing aura of a soul Douluo towards Mo Lang. Old rhinoceros, what are you doing? He is a peak limit Douluo. Titan interjected, sensing the escalating tension. He had hoped to mediate, but found the old rhinoceros's temperament as obstinate as a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Old gorilla, it seems I misjudged you. What has this lad given you to earn such loyalty? Are you really trying to deceive me into acknowledging him as my master? Niogao scoffed, casting a cold gaze at Titan. Do you think me a mere child, easily tricked? I may not be a peak limit Douluo, but just with my own strength, I could easily subdue you. Even if all 4 clan leaders were to arrive, I would still be capable of dominating each one. As the soul power surged within Mo Lang, he revealed his 4 black and 3 red soul rings behind him, resembling a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. His gaze radiant like a divine sword. You, a mere soul saint. How can your soul rings possess such colors? This is inconceivable. Niogao had intended to mock Mo Lang for being just a soul saint, yet upon witnessing the hues of his soul rings, he lost his composure. His eyes nearly bulging out. This was indeed awkward. The depth of the opponent's soul power seemed to surpass his own. Encountering a teenager with 4 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings, what was he to do? Anxiously awaiting assistance. A mere soul saint speaks with such audacity. Unafraid of stumbling over his own tongue? Indeed, even if your soul rings are exceptional, what of it? While our 4 primary attributes may not excel in solitary combat, when united, what could a true title Douluo accomplish against us? At that moment, 2 figures entered from outside. The first speaker was a tall, slender elder, his long white hair cascading down his back, none other than Bai He, an 82nd level soul Douluo, and the patriarch of the Min family. The other figure bore a resemblance to Bai He, though taller, with a grim demeanor, his piercing gaze fixated on Mo Lang, exuding an ominous aura. Mo Lang instantly recognized the person before him. It was none other than Yang Wu, the patriarch of the Pa family. Old bird, old goat, your timing is impeccable. Can you believe that the old gorilla has chosen such a young lad as his master and is attempting to rally the 3 of us? Is he not regressing with age? Upon seeing Bai He and Yang Wu arrive, Niogao, who had initially regarded Mo Lang's astonishing soul ring combination with trepidation, immediately broke into a smile. Alone, he might not stand a chance against this young man, but with the support of Old Bird and Old Goat, he was filled with confidence to overcome him. Since they were all present, they might as well join forces. Lest it be said that a mere teenager was bullying an elder in his twilight years. Upon encountering both Bai He and Yang Wu, Mo Lang displayed not a hint of trepidation, but rather an expression of exhilaration. How fortuitous it was to have them all in one net. Niogao, overhearing Mo Lang's audacious words, nearly erupted in laughter, incredulous at the audacity of this young man. How dare he, a mere youth, presume to bully a venerable elder like himself? He was the esteemed patriarch of the Yu clan, an illustrious soul Douluo of level 82. Could he be compared to an ordinary old man? Such arrogance was simply unfathomable. Beside them, Titan observed his master's antics, torn between amusement and exasperation. After weeks of travel, he had come to appreciate his master's many admirable qualities: wealth, strength, striking good looks, and vast knowledge. Yet, the one aspect that troubled him was his master's incessant chatter. Why must such a splendid master possess such a loquacious tongue? What surprised and concerned Titan the most was the revelation that his master was not a peak title Douluo, but merely a soul saint. Despite the unprecedented combination of soul rings, Titan remained skeptical about his master's chances in a direct confrontation against the formidable trio. Are you suggesting that you intend to take us on alone? Yang Wu inquired, casting a cold gaze upon Mo Lang. It was the first time he had encountered such brazen youth. Indeed, if I am to subdue you, I must demonstrate my strength to earn your willing submission. Mo Lang affirmed with a nod. After a prolonged period without combat, he felt a growing itch for action. Confidence in youth is commendable, yet when it tips into arrogance, it becomes a perilous trait. Bai fixed his steely gaze upon Mo Lang and remarked, whether it is confidence or arrogance, we shall soon find out. If I emerge victorious, you shall acknowledge me as your master and join my Pangu Sect. And if you lose? If I lose, I shall grant each of your families 500,000 gold soul coins. As Mo Lang's void ring flickered, 4 black cards materialized in his hand. Akin to the previous red cards, resembling bank cards, each bore a limit of 500,000 gold soul coins. He was acutely aware that the four major single-attribute families had fallen into dire financial straits, particularly the family of sensitivity, which in the narrative possessed merely 100 gold soul coins as their entire fortune. Now, with 2 million gold soul coins at stake, it was enough to stir their desires. Indeed, upon seeing the black cards labeled with 50,000 gold soul coins in Mo Lang's grasp, the trio's eyes gleamed with fervor. Notably, Bai He, the most impoverished among them, appeared almost envious, his eyes sparkling with greed. He eagerly exclaimed, "Since you wish to bestow us this fortune, we shall graciously accept." Chapter 101. Overpowering the four clan leaders. Old gorilla, I see you have indeed been swayed by this lad's wealth. Niu Gao, observing Mo Lang's sudden display of affluence, immediately glared at Tai Ta, asserting, "However, this is fortuitous. I shall claim that 50,000 gold soul coins without hesitation." Tai Ta, taken aback by his master's unexpected wealth, was astonished at how easily 2 million gold soul coins could be summoned. Yet, he pondered, how could his master, not a peak-ranked title Douluo, possibly contend with the three of them? However, a reassuring glance from Mo Lang piqued his curiosity further. "I too accept this wager," Yang Wudi declared coldly. "In that case, let us find a more spacious arena to avoid causing damage here." Mo Lang's smile widened as he perceived their eagerness. "No need. The three of us can easily handle you alone, and we wouldn't damage this place. Even if we did, with your 50,000 gold soul coins, we could easily restore a residence like this," Niu Gao asserted confidently. "What need is there to waste words with this boy? I alone am sufficient to defeat him." Yang Wudi retorted icily, initiating the assault by summoning his martial spirit, the soul-breaking spear, and commanding Quake. As his words echoed, the first soul ring from amongst the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings behind Yang Wudi suddenly illuminated, unleashing a formidable shockwave in concert with the spear, directed towards Mo Lang. Buzz! The shockwave reverberated, causing the entire room to tremble, distorting the very fabric of space in the wake of the soul-breaking spear. "Whom do you presume to look down upon with your first soul skill?" Mo Lang let out a cold chuckle as the Ruyi Golden Cudgel materialized in his grasp. "Just a mere soul Douluo, a single strike from my staff will suffice." "Seeking death?" Boom. Observing that Mo Lang refrained from employing his soul abilities, Yang Wudi's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he activated his second soul skill once more. Since the opponent dared to be so audacious, he would impart a lesson to this young lad. To forego using soul skills was akin to facing the old goat's gun head-on. This boy truly was a fool with excessive wealth. Niu Gao chuckled to himself. If the old goat could handle it alone, they would be spared the effort. After all, the combined age of the three of them surpassed 200 years of soul Douluo experience, and besieging a mere teenager would not bode well if word got out. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Bang! Just when everyone presumed Mo Lang would surely face defeat, Yang Wudi's weapon was unexpectedly sent flying from his grip. Then came a resounding crash as they witnessed Yang Wudi himself being struck back, crashing against the wall with a deafening impact. At this sight, all present were rendered speechless. Niu Gao's first thought was, how is this possible? The second was, the old goat is putting on a show. As longtime comrades, they were well aware of Yang Wudi's prowess. Yet now, he was being overpowered by a mere teenager who, without employing any soul power, not only had his weapon dislodged, but was also sent reeling. Had it not transpired before their very eyes, they would never have believed it. Meanwhile, Talon felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. If the strength of the 4 major single-attribute families were at such a level, what use would they be to me? Mo Lang cast a cold glance at the 3 individuals, his Ruyi Golden Cudgel crashing thunderously against the ground, reducing the floor beneath his feet to mere dust. Witnessing this scene, Niu Gao and Bai He revealed expressions of grave concern. This young man was indeed not as simple as he appeared. His physical strength was utterly terrifying. If you find the 3 of you insufficient, Xiao Tai, you may join them as well. I demand a 1 against 4. Within Mo Lang's body, the combative gene was evidently awakened. Titan thought to himself, Master, I am one of your own. Yet, at this moment, he felt a stir of excitement, eager to witness the true extent of his master's prowess. More importantly, he did not wish for Mo Lang to perceive the 4 major single-attribute families as lacking in strength. Kid, I concede that we underestimated you, but to think you can defeat us without utilizing soul skills is rather presumptuous. Yang Wudi retrieved his broken soul spear and rose once more, his aura soaring to its zenith. The spear in his hand ignited with a layer of black flames, brimming with a chilling air of slaughter. Clearly, after perceiving the terrifying power of Mo Lang's pure physical form, Yang Wudi unleashed his 7th soul skill. the true body of the martial spirit. In that case, let us see just how strong you truly are. Niu Gao, too, felt his competitive spirit ignited by Mo Lang's words. While he could afford to lose a wager, he would not allow the other party to belittle the 4 major single attribute families. He immediately revealed his martial spirit's true form, his physique swelling dramatically, his skin turning pitch black, and a remarkably thick keratin layer suddenly enveloping him. Although he was reluctant to engage in a 4-on-1 scenario against a junior, the dignity of the 4 major single attribute families could not be undermined. Beside them, Bai He unveiled his martial spirit's true form, pressing toward Mo Lang. Though he was not keen on battling his master, the opportunity to rejoin forces with his 3 elder brothers was enticing. Master, you had better be cautious. Titan, despite his verbal reluctance, displayed his martial spirit's true form and charged at Mo Lang first. As the leader of the Strength clan, he was known as the God of Strength, and upon witnessing Mo Lang's formidable physical power, he too felt the urge to test his mettle. Simultaneously, Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi unleashed their most powerful soul skills, all converging upon Mo Lang. Brutal charge. Bai He spreads his wings. God-slaying spear. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated with dazzling soul rings, the ferocious soul power wreaking havoc and tearing the roof apart, while the surrounding walls crumbled into dust. Haha. This is splendid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang first unleashed an unparalleled strike, sending the charging titan flying with a single punch. The moment was punctuated by a resounding clash as the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his grasp shimmered brilliantly, colliding forcefully with Yang Wudi's god-slaying spear. The impact generated a cataclysmic shockwave, akin to the blast of a missile, obliterating the entire room. Had it not been for the timely retreat of the others, the sheer force emanating from the two would have been sufficient to annihilate ordinary soul saints, even those of the soul Douluo rank. Alas, the fully unleashed Mo Lang had already reached the zenith of true combat prowess. The broken spear in Yang Wudi's hands shattered under the might of Mo Lang's strike, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away, blood spilling across the ground as he lay pale and defeated. Meanwhile, the leader of the Minji clan, Bai He, launched an assault of his own. With his most potent attack, the white crane spreads its wings, his speed surged, rendering him almost an apparition. However, Mo Lang was not to be outdone. 2 Dragon King soul bones manifested behind him, amplifying his speed 5-fold. With the enhancement from the Dragon Soul, all his attributes soared to 5 times their original capacity. In an instant, a sword of ice and fire coalesced in one of his 6 arms, its terrifying power causing the very heavens to tremble. With a single thrust, silence enveloped the world. No matter how swift Bai He was, he could not evade the indiscriminate brilliance of the sword light. The radiance surged forth, painting the sky with hues of dawn. Under this strike, Bai He, lacking in defensive capability, nearly succumbed to a fatal blow. Fortunately, Mo Lang reined in his strength just in time, opting to deflect rather than pierce, sending Bai He soaring several dozen meters, blood staining the air. At the same time, Niu Gao transformed into a human-shaped tank, charging forth. Mo Lang snorted coldly and unleashed his 6th soul skill, the arm-extending star-plucking hand. In that instant, a colossal arm of a sky-extending monkey appeared behind him, reaching for the stars and shattering countless celestial bodies. With the augmentation of his 3-headed, 6-armed form, the power of the arm-extending star-plucking hand surged exponentially, unleashing a cataclysmic energy. Even the purely defensive Niu Gao was sent into the ground by a single slap, his body seeming to fracture as he collapsed, coughing blood. As this battle concluded, an eerie silence fell, the onlookers holding their breath, for a third of the residents of the Yu clan lay in ruins. Soul masters from Tianqing City gazed in shock towards the Yu clan's location, believing they had provoked a formidable figure, resulting in this devastating assault. To withstand half the power of a soul saint at the level of a soul Douluo was indeed remarkable. Mo Lang nodded in satisfaction and turned to Bai He, saying, "However, Xiao Bai, you were in quite a predicament. Had I not intervened in time, your life would have been in jeopardy." Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, the 4 clan leaders nearly spat blood in disbelief. Was this truly the language of a human? My soul guiding device is not as ostentatious as your bravado. Bai looked on, while Titan cast an awkward glance at his master. Only he could utter such pretentious remarks. It is absurd to claim that a soul Douluo could withstand a soul saint strike. Even a fool knows that a soul Douluo is superior to a soul saint. Yet, my master is an exception, for he is a prodigy deserving of worship. Did any astute readers notice my clever wordplay? Glancing at the four clan leaders, Mo Lang smiled and declared, "Since I have emerged victorious, shall you not acknowledge me as your leader and join my Pangu sect?" Silence enveloped the room. The leaders of the three major clans fell silent once more, their eyes fixed on the astonishingly youthful figure before them, filled with profound incredulity. They could hardly fathom that an opponent, a soul saint with such grotesque physical power, possessed an equally terrifying depth of soul energy. Little did they know that the Starry Sky technique, being a divine-level skill, enhanced soul power in ways that ordinary mortals could scarcely comprehend. Moreover, Mo Lang's physical prowess had already reached the threshold of demigod status, allowing him to absorb and contain a greater amount of stellar energy and soul power. At that moment, his soul energy was akin to that of a peak title Douluo. The only disparity lay in the power of the domain, for the enhancement provided by a domain could prove decisive in battle. This was precisely why he sought to venture into the city of Slaughter to acquire the Slaughter domain. Perhaps when Tang San obtained his domain, he would be able to gain an even more formidable domain, but that would be several years in the future. For now, he would settle for the Slaughter domain while also contemplating whether he could persuade Tang Chen to form a brotherhood with him. All to vex the foolish Tang Hao who dared to call himself Big Brother in his presence. Ha ha ha. Let us wager and accept defeat. We shall honor you as our leader and join the Pangu sect. Yang Wu and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The opponent possessed both strength and resources. Joining would be acceptable, yet, should he compel them to act against their conscience, they could always defect. They had agreed to join but had not pledged to remain loyal indefinitely. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. However, only one hidden attribute has been enhanced. Would you like to complete the hidden attribute task to obtain the rewards? If not, the rewards will be automatically issued. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mo Lang surveyed the other three clan leaders, clearly anticipating this moment, and promptly selected the option to proceed. Since they had arrived, he intended to ensure their absolute willingness to acknowledge him as their master. Rest assured, by pledging your allegiance to me, I shall refrain from interfering in your affairs. I merely hope that you will stand with me when the need arises. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang did not respond but merely smiled and asked, "Do you want it?" Master. Had you presented it earlier, I would not have had to engage in a scuffle with you. Not only did I endure a beating and sustain injuries, but I also suffered the embarrassment. Observing the sincerity in Mo Lang's eyes, Yang Wu hastily accepted the exquisite ethereal treasure from his hands. His previously stern and forbidding demeanor now replaced with the exuberance of a child. Yet, Mo Lang understood that without employing formidable and thunderous tactics to subdue them, merely revealing this treasure would render him a fool with wealth. It was only by presenting it now that they would willingly submit to his authority. As anticipated, Mo Lang soon heard the system's prompt once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the Broken One clan willingly acknowledges its master. The attributes of the Broken One clan helmet will be enhanced. Mo Lang smiled knowingly and then turned to Baihe, saying, "The Minji clan possesses unparalleled speed in the world, yet it is evident that our defense and explosive power are significant shortcomings. Since you have chosen to pledge your allegiance to me by joining the Pangu sect, I present this set of equipment as a token of our first meeting. Furthermore, I promise to provide each member of the Minji clan with a set." With that, he produced the enhanced Zhuge crossbow obtained from Tang San, explaining its capabilities to his companion while demonstrating its functionality. Meanwhile, Tai Ta, intrigued by the Zhuge crossbow, gathered around, expressing his admiration. Observing this, Baihe willingly declared, "The Minji clan shall undoubtedly serve our master with utmost loyalty." Ding. Detection indicates that the Minji clan willingly acknowledges their master, resulting in an enhancement of the attributes of the Minji boots. Mo Lang nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze towards the last figure, Niugao. Upon seeing that both of his old brothers had benefited, Niugao, filled with anticipation, looked eagerly at Mo Lang. However, Mo Lang remarked, "Stand still. I shall give you a beating." Niugao responded with confusion. Gratitude was expressed for the generous reward from the esteemed author. In Chapter 103, the legendary artifact Set had been acquired. "Little White, why hasn't your granddaughter arrived?" Niugao, brimming with expectation, stared at Mo Lang, his face a canvas of questions. What on earth is happening? Master, are you serious? Why must I suffer a beating when they are receiving true benefits? Am I, old Nyo, unworthy? Gazing at the one-third of his estate that had been ruined and at his gleeful friends, Niu Gao felt a profound sense of desolation in this world devoid of love. At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky, accentuating Niu Gao's sorrow. If this world had a background score, it would resonate with the melancholic atmosphere. As he watched the snowflakes dance, Emo Lang felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Another year had passed. This time upon returning, he intended to visit Holy Soul Village to see old Jack. What expression would grace old Jack's face upon learning that he had swiftly become a soul saint? A smile crept onto his face as he pondered this, his gaze softening as he addressed Niu Gao. Stand firm. I bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Master, wait. Why must I be the one to endure punishment while they reap tangible rewards? Niu Gao, feeling wronged, could not suppress his plea as he saw Mo Lang prepare to strike. He was acutely aware of the terrifying might of Mo Lang. A single slap could shatter his bones, and another blow might seal his fate. Is this not an act of bullying the honest? Beside them, Titan quickly interjected, Master. Old Rhinoceros understands his mistake. Perhaps this beating can be spared. Given his frail constitution, he may not withstand your wrath. Mo Lang, realizing their misunderstanding, explained, Rest assured. I possess my own discernment. Moreover, I would like to inform you that the 9-9 return to one hammer technique is not merely a divine forging art, but also a method for tempering the physical body. Tempering the physical body? Titan's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired. Does the master intend to assist the old rhinoceros in refining his physique? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang nodded slightly, activating his golden pupils. He unleashed a series of punches upon Niu Xiao. Bang! With 10 strikes delivered, Niu Xiao felt an intense warmth spreading throughout his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation. However, the pain from his torn muscles caused him to involuntarily gasp, although he was uncertain about the cause, as he channeled his soul power. He discovered that the hidden ailments from his battle with the spirit hall over a decade ago had miraculously healed. Even the minor afflictions from his youth had vanished, leaving him with a remarkable fluidity in his soul power and a significant enhancement in both strength and defense. As he continued to harness his soul power, he sensed the bottleneck that had confined him for years begin to loosen. Seizing this momentum, Niu Xiao revolved his energy once more and directly ascended to the rank of 85 Soul Douluo. Overwhelmed with emotion after his breakthrough, Niu Xiao knelt on one knee, tears glistening in his eyes, and expressed his gratitude to Mo Lang. Thank you, Master. From this day forth, the Yu family shall be your most steadfast support. He understood the gravity of his previous injuries, which had left several of his meridians damaged, causing him excruciating pain whenever he attempted to wield his soul power. Now, those injured meridians were not only healed, but his strength had also risen to new heights. Such profound grace warranted his humble reverence. Ding. The system detected the Yu family's willing allegiance, resulting in an enhancement of the family armor's attributes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fully activating the attributes and triggering the set effect. At the moment Niu Xiao knelt, Mo Lang heard the system's notification. Although he was filled with anticipation, he first helped Niu Xiao to his feet. Rise, little one. We are all on the same side here. In my Pangu Sect, there are no strictures, and I shall not interfere in the matters of your clan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang was utterly indifferent to the fact that his words were grammatically flawed. He nodded in satisfaction. He then produced the 4 black cards from earlier and, tossing one to each of the 4 individuals, declared, This 2 million gold soul coins shall be distributed equally, 50,000 each, as a preliminary year-end bonus. Such generosity from our master. Our master is formidable. Our master is unyielding. Our master is a groom every night. In awe of Mo Lang's lavishness, the 4 single attribute families, who had grown fearful of poverty, erupted into exuberant cheers, completely oblivious to the propriety of their expressions. Enough. Look at you all, behaving as if you've never encountered the world. You are this thrilled over 50,000 gold soul coins, and yet I feel embarrassed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang smiled. Ever since Tang Hao departed, he had not indulged in alcohol for quite some time, which had left him quite pin-up. Excellent. Upon hearing that Mo Lang was also fond of fine spirits, Niu Gao felt an immediate surge of delight. Though he was unfamiliar with the game of dice, he promptly instructed his servants to fetch wine and delicacies, leading Mo Lang to a different venue. Before long, the room echoed with the sounds of 5 sixes, 6 sixes, 5 ones. I strike. I counterstrike. After 3 rounds of drinking, Mo Lang suddenly recalled something. He gazed at the tipsy Bai He and inquired, "Why hasn't your granddaughter come this time?" Bai He replied, "It's midnight." After Mo Lang finished his drink, he returned to his room. This evening, he had hardly lost it all. After all, possessing the golden eyes gave him an undeniable advantage. His opponents, still in their youth, were no match for him in a game of dice. Tang Hao? It is time to examine my divine artifact set. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang sat upon his bed and activated the system interface. In the inventory, 4 radiant artifacts shimmered with golden light, lying quietly in place. Gazing at the equipment that resembled the visual imagery of his former brethren coming to challenge him, Mo Lang felt a surge of excitement as he extended his trembling hand to examine the attributes of the first artifact, the Bracers of the Strength Tribe. Bracers of the Strength Tribe increases the wearer's strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. Additional skill, Critical Strike. Critical Strike doubles the chance of a critical hit. Duration, 30 seconds. Remarkable. With this, he would possess a strength of 200,000 pounds, and coupled with the critical strike effect, a single punch could defeat even a minor title Douluo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang speculated that this additional skill was likely an enhancement of attributes. With great anticipation, he proceeded to examine the second piece of equipment. Armor of the Yu clan. Increases the wearer's defensive capability tenfold, with an additional skill of Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense. Invulnerability for 3 seconds. Immunity to all control effects. Cooldown time, half a day. Sublime. Upon witnessing this additional skill, Mo Lang could only describe his feelings with these 2 words. This skill was akin to the invincible body found in novels, a concept he had pondered for quite some time. With such invincibility, even if he encountered a deity and found himself unable to prevail, he could still utilize the art of escape to evade danger. The third item, Boots of the Min Clan, increases the wearer's speed tenfold, with an additional skill of teleportation. Teleportation enables short-distance instantaneous movement, with a range of 10 meters and a cooldown time of 1 minute. Splendid. Although the art of escape allows for long distances, its cooldown is excessively lengthy. It serves well for travel, yet in combat, one might argue it is a waste, though others may disagree. Now, with the addition of the teleportation skill, engaging in battle becomes a much more pleasurable experience, thanks to its brief cooldown. Helmet of the Pa Clan increases the wearer's mental power tenfold, with an additional skill of Sword of the Mind. Sword of the Mind condenses mental energy into a sword, capable of both offense and defense. Perfect. Upon beholding the helmet, Mo Lang was filled with such exuberance that he nearly leapt into the air. Although he had traversed into this realm with a spirit stronger than most, lacking the gradual enhancement techniques akin to Tang San's, the shortcomings of his abilities would become increasingly apparent in due course. The acquisition of this helmet has entirely compensated for his deficiencies. Moreover, the accompanying Spirit Sword, a skill that serves both offensive and defensive purposes, is nothing short of perfection. System, is there not a set effect bonus? Why can I not see it? After thoroughly examining the 4 divine artifacts, Mo Lang found himself perplexed by the absence of the set attribute enhancement. Ding. A friendly reminder, the set effect will only be displayed once equipped, only upon wearing them? Yet these 4 pieces are rather ostentatious, are they not? Gazing at the resplendent golden battle armor, Mo Lang felt a pang of embarrassment. The dazzling gold would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Ding. A friendly reminder, equipment can be hidden. Then let me conceal them all. Mo Lang adorned himself with the 4-piece artifact set and then clicked to conceal it. A chime resonated. Equipping complete. Set attributes activated. Upon hearing the system notification, Mo Lang glanced at his equipment panel and, as expected, noticed the icon indicating set attributes. The set attributes consisted of two effects. 1. A 20% enhancement to all attributes, and 2. An additional skill, Divine Entry. The presence of this supplementary skill was exceedingly gratifying. Yet, could this Divine Entry truly imply ascendance to divinity? Mo Lang felt a sense of relief for having made a clear choice. For it not only activated his hidden attributes but also spared him from the loss of 4 skills and the accompanying set bonuses. More importantly, the divine skill stirred a sense of excitement within him. Upon accessing the divine skill, he discovered Divine Entry, the ability to briefly attain divine status. Possessing the strength of a level 3 deity. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumption, the set cannot be utilized for 1 month thereafter. Who else could rival him? Mo Lang recalled the iconic lines from a film in his past life. Although he possessed only the most rudimentary level of divine power, one must remember that the Douluo continent had yet to witness the emergence of any god-level beings. With this divine artifact set, he could effortlessly sweep away all adversaries in the world. Most importantly, the only cost was a mere month during which he could not utilize the artifact set. Mo Lang tossed and turned, his hands unable to part from the mesmerizing allure of his training, ultimately spending the entire night refining the stellar technique. This technique was his foundation. The more celestial power he accumulated, the more profound his soul force would become. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, an exclamation erupted. "What on earth are you doing?" Upon awakening from his meditative state and opening his eyes, Mo Lang was startled to find 4 familiar faces adorned with obsequious expressions staring back at him. These faces belonged to the patriarchs of the 4 great families, Titan, Niugao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi. Exchanging glances, it was Titan, the one closest to Mo Lang, who finally spoke. With an ingratiating smile, he said, "Master, yesterday you helped old Rhino refine his body. We were thinking, why not let Master give us a beating as well?" "Indeed, Master," chimed in Bai He. "We too harbor many hidden ailments, and we thought that if you were to strike us, we might recover sooner and enhance our strength to serve you better in the future." Having witnessed Niugao's remarkable recovery and breakthrough after his beating, their anticipation was palpable. They had been waiting by Mo Lang's bedside since early morning, eager to receive their own punishment. While external assistance to improve oneself is often deemed a dubious path, I had advised the 3 against it, but they refused to heed my counsel. Yang Wudi disdainfully cast a glance at Titan and his companions, declaring, "Old goat, if you truly possess any courage, you would not seek Master's punishment." "Exactly. You proclaim your reluctance, yet your actions betray you, following along obediently," they retorted, brandishing their middle fingers at Yang Wudi. Blushing, Yang Wudi defended himself. "I merely came to pay my respects to the Master. Besides, I too suffer from hidden ailments. It is not mere greed for a breakthrough." "Very well, I shall grant you all a beating today. However, little Nyo, you shall be exempt. The 9-9 Convergence Hammer technique can indeed enhance your overall physical prowess, but it should only be employed once a month for optimal results. Otherwise, excessive practice may jeopardize your foundation." Mo Lang gazed at his newly acquired 4 disciples and remarked that they would henceforth serve as the backbone of the Pangu Sect. It was time to assist them in enhancing their strength. Reflecting on this, he recalled that he had not visited the Xiangjia sect for quite some time. However, there was no rush. After all, the Xiangjia sect was among the lower 4 of the 7 major sects, and relocating too soon could attract the attention of the Wuhuan Temple. Now is not the appropriate moment. Rising from his slumber, he prepared to take action. Meanwhile, a figure clad in red had already traversed the sea and was swiftly approaching the continent, heading directly towards Mo Lang's location. Chapter 105, the 17th day since the Master departed, crave him. "Very well, I shall bestow upon you 3 million gold soul coins from my private treasury. You shall be responsible for the construction of the sect. If funds run low, do not hesitate to request more from me. The sect must be grand and magnificent. Do you understand?" After Mo Lang had dealt with several individuals, he discovered that Bai Qinxiang was indeed absent, rendering his continued presence unnecessary. It had been half a month since he had last reveled in the soft embrace of Xiao Wu. He wondered how Xiao Wu had shaped Xiao Xing during their time apart. Considering Xiao Wu's mischievous nature, he held little expectation. "Rest assured, Master, we shall undoubtedly construct a sect more grandiose than the Spirit Hall," Niugao proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Master, are you not returning with us?" Taita inquired with curiosity, eager to learn how the 9-9 return hammer technique could aid in the refinement of one's physical form. Master the 9-9 return hammer technique completely before contemplating how to assist others in forging their bodies, lest you cause harm, Mo Lang advised, recognizing Tai Ta's intentions. I shall not be accompanying you back. With that, Mo Lang vanished from sight, employing the Daozuan Xingyi technique, reappearing 1,000 miles away. Goodness! Master S' strength is truly unfathomable. Yang Wudi exclaimed, marveling at Mo Lang's ability to teleport. Old goat, you are merely stating the obvious, otherwise. I would have been the first to acknowledge him as my master and introduce him to you all, Tai Ta replied proudly. Did any of you notice that Master seemed to be searching for someone when he departed? Niu Gao observed, a seemingly simple man with a keen eye, having noted Mo Lang's gaze seeking by Qinxiang as he left. Upon hearing this, he suddenly recalled that Mo Lang had inquired about his granddaughter's absence when he had been inebriated the previous night. A mysterious smile crept across Baihe's face. Old bird, your smile is rather lascivious, is it not? Tai Ta remarked, noticing Baihe's expression. However, he soon remembered Mo Lang's earlier question. His countenance shifting as he said, Master, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to your granddaughter. Bai shot Tai Ta a glare, retorting, what of my granddaughter? Does her appearance not befit the master? Is it not you, old gorilla, who mentioned my granddaughter looks quite lovely? Tai Ta recalled, feeling his expression darken as he warned. Let me remind you, Master already has a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Baihe's brow furrowed, and he sighed. What does it matter? The fortunes of children belong to them. Let destiny unfold. He could not possibly force his granddaughter upon Mo Lang for the sake of the sect. At Shrek Academy, on the 17th day since Mo Lang's departure, Xiao Wu found herself longing for him. Clutching the doll that Mo Lang had gifted her, she gazed out the window in the direction he had left. Her eyes filled with yearning. Memories flooded her mind of snowball fights at Notting Academy, where she had always emerged victorious, while the unfortunate third wheel had suffered. A smile crept upon her lips. On the 17th day of his absence, Xiaoxing, too, gazed out at the falling snow, filled with longing. It had been far too long since she had savored the essence of her master. Xiao Wu looked at Xiaoxing in exasperation. Her teachings had seemingly borne no fruit. Initially believing herself to be a stray fish that had slipped through the net of education, she was taken aback to realize that Xiaoxing was the true wayward fish. No matter how she endeavored to impart knowledge on the subject, Xiaoxing persistently sought to topple Mo Lang, even proclaiming herself as his girlfriend. Xiaoxing innocently replied, It's fine, I don't mind. This exasperated Xiao Wu, who felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her. This is not a matter of whether you mind. I certainly do. Yet, reflecting on the fact that Xiaoxing retained some feline traits due to her transformation, she felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, she was aware of the chaotic nature of cats in heat, having heard their cacophony during her time at Notting Academy, which had deprived her of sleep. Stupid Mo Lang. Where have you been all this time? Have you been ensnared by some vixen? Xiao Wu vented her frustration on the doll in her hands. Ouch, stop hitting. No wonder I feel so sore. It turns out you were the one doing the beating. I hurried back to find you, feeling rather forlorn. A voice suddenly echoed behind Xiao Wu and Xiaoxing, revealing Mo Lang clad in white, his expression teasing as he looked at Xiao Wu. Both Xiao Wu and Xiaoxing turned in unison, rushing towards Mo Lang and enveloping him in their embrace, one on each side. Stupid Mo Lang. You finally remembered to come back. Xiao Wu pouted, lightly striking Mo Lang's chest with her petite fist, playfully demanding. Master, you've returned at last. I missed you so much. You don't smell bad. You actually smell delightful. Xiaoxing exclaimed, nuzzling against Mo Lang, eagerly absorbing his essence as if wishing to consume him entirely. Experiencing the contrasting sensations from both sides, Mo Lang felt a profound appreciation for life. Far removed from the four grumpy faces of Tai Ta and the others, he seized Xiao Wu's small fist, feigning grievance as he said, Is it not because you took all my money that I had to work to earn more just to buy you gifts? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed at his words, and she shyly produced Mo Lang's card, offering it back to him. Here is your money. Just come back earlier next time. Men turn wicked with wealth. I shall not take your money, Mo Lang playfully declined. Take it. You must. Come back earlier next time and stop working. Xiao Wu insisted, forcefully pushing the card into Mo Lang's embrace with an air of pride. Very well. I shall heed my precious Xiao Wu's wishes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Lang immediately intercepted Xiaoxing. What a jest. Xiao Wu is still present. Next time for sure. However, when he turned his gaze towards Xiaoxing, he was rendered utterly speechless. Today, Xiaoxing was clad in a maid outfit. Her enchanting figure filled the attire to perfection, especially her long, fair legs, elegantly enveloped in black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. If one were to compare, only Xiao Wu's bunny girl outfit could rival it. He cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Wu. Is this what you meant by transformation? This is clearly a test for me. Yet I find it delightful. Slurp, sound of swallowing. This outfit was chosen by Xiaoxing herself. I did not wish for her to wear it, Xiao Wu remarked with resignation, especially as she beheld Xiaoxing's voluptuous form, which filled her with a tinge of sorrow. Alang, shall we engage in a snowball fight? Xiao Wu suggested, diverting from the topic while gazing at the thick blanket of snow outside. A snowball fight sounds delightful. But let us venture to Saint Soul Village. I wonder what expression old Jack will wear upon learning that I have become a soul saint. Mo Lang gazed out at the heavy snowfall, his thoughts drifting to the dumplings prepared by old Jack. As an orphan in 2 lifetimes, he held emotions in high regard, particularly considering that old Jack had spent half his life as savings to purchase the so-called soul beast meat, hoping to enhance Mo Lang's chances of awakening his martial soul. He wished to prevent the heartache of unfulfilled familial bonds. Old Jack, observing the snow, voiced his concern to his son John. Do you think that little rascal is warm enough in this weather? It's been nearly a year since I last saw him, and I miss him dearly. John, slightly exasperated after hearing the same question for the 100th time, replied, if you're worried about little Mo, why not visit him? Soto City isn't far. And hiring a carriage won't cost much. Old Jack shot a glare at his son. Do you think I'm unaware of the distance to Soto City? It's not the money for the carriage that matters. I'm saving for that rascal's future wife. If I had known, I would have walloped you against the wall. I'll cover the costs. Good son, you've made it worthwhile to raise you, old Jack chuckled. John suggested. Before we go, let us make some dumplings to take with us. That boy has always loved chive and meat filling. Old Jack put away his pipe. Rest assured, I've already prepared everything and Aunt Wong has bought warm clothes. John, despite his annoyance, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of seeing the boy again, stating, I wonder if he has become a soul master. I've heard they can earn 100 gold soul coins a month, enough to marry several wives. Are you eager to marry multiple wives? John's wife, Mary, interjected teasingly from behind him. Not at all. One is more than I can handle. John responded with a smile. Well, if you could manage more, little John, perhaps you should consider it. Aunt Mary, do be cautious. Just then, an unexpected voice echoed from outside, causing old Jack's family to freeze in surprise before their faces lit up with joy. They turned to see a young man dressed in white, radiating charm, accompanied by 2 lovely young ladies and a young man burdened with large bags. Little rascal, you finally decided to come back, old Jack exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion as he rushed towards the boy he had raised. As he prepared to scold him, he noticed Mo Lang was wearing only a thin robe and quickly turned to John. Hurry and fetch the thick winter coat Aunt Wong bought. He then looked at Mo Lang with disapproval. For someone your age, you ought to take better care of yourself. Wearing so little in such heavy snow. Old Jack, I am now a soul sage. This temperature is nothing, Mo Lang replied, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he embraced old Jack. Have you and Aunt Wong welcomed a big, healthy baby yet? Get lost. A rascal like you could never produce anything of value. If you're a soul sage, then I'm the God King old Jack. Old Jack ushered Mo Lang inside and, casting a glance at Xiaoxing, whispered, Where did you find that pretty girl? My charm doesn't need to be found, Mo Lang replied with a grin. Old Jack, secretly proud, said, Though you're not my biological grandson, you certainly share my allure. I hope you brought both of them back without any quarrels. You have nothing to worry about on that front, Mo Lang assured him. Old Jack then called out, Xiao Wu, Xiaoxing, come inside quickly. Don't freeze out there. Hello, Grandpa Jack. The girls chimed sweetly. Good, good. Bring some more warm clothes for my granddaughters-in-law. I can't have them getting cold, old Jack beamed, increasingly satisfied with the 2 charming girls. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Tang San greeted as he carried a large bundle behind them. The items had initially been stored in a soul guide, but Mo Lang had decided to take them out at the village entrance, wanting to impress the villagers with his purchases. Akin to how someone might accidentally drive their new car into a field during the New Year celebrations, inviting the townsfolk to help raise the vehicle while casually distributing some cash. Tang San had unwittingly become the bearer of these goods. While Erming had intended to accompany them, Deming had stopped him, insisting they focus on their training to achieve breakthroughs sooner. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang gazed at the stubborn old Jack, who insisted on wearing a padded jacket, and said, "If you are a soul saint, then I am a divine king. Furthermore, even if you were a divine king, you would still be your grandfather. Hurry up and put it on. Stop boasting." How could old Jack possibly believe that his 15-year-old grandson was a soul saint? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang directly produced a red card with a limit of 5 million gold soul coins, declaring, "Old Jack, I truly have made a fortune. This 5 million gold soul coins is but a mere trifle. Grandfather Jack, Brother Lang speaks the truth. I too have earned 5 million gold soul coins," Tang San interjected, revealing his own red card. Initially skeptical, Jack's disbelief deepened upon witnessing Tang San's card, prompting him to retort, "Very well, I find solace in the sacred soul village. Unless one day you truly become a soul sage, I shall remain here." Old Jack recognized Mo Lang's kind-hearted nature, yet he was reluctant to burden him. Though he had heard that soul masters could easily amass wealth, he was acutely aware of the numerous expenses that accompanied it. Moreover, having resided in the sacred soul village for several decades, he had grown accustomed to his surroundings. "Old Jack, I crave dumplings," he expressed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mo Lang was about to speak when he suddenly stood up and gazed out the window, his brow furrowed. A figure clad in red gracefully approached, strikingly visible amidst the vast expanse of falling snow. I find great pleasure in observing such daily narratives, which inspires me to write as well. I wonder, dear readers, if you share this sentiment. Starting from the 15th, I will be updating thrice daily until the 20th. Should the cumulative recommendations reach 1,000 within 5 days, or if the monthly ticket and reward data prove satisfactory, I shall continue to increase the updates for another 5 days, extending to the 25th. This pattern will persist, if conditions are met. I may continue updating until the end of the month, culminating on New Year's Eve. To those with recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and book coins, rally for me. The number of consecutive updates will depend on your support. I will also monitor the data from MeDo, so for those on that platform. If you wish for more frequent updates, it rests in your hands. Chapter 107 activates the Invincible Heart, granting fragments of the Pangu Axe. Observing Mo Lang's evident anxiety, everyone turned their gaze toward the window. Outside stood a woman in a flowing red gown, her bare, fair feet treading upon the snow. Yet not a single snowflake clung to her. She was enchanting. The crimson garment, reminiscent of blood, accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her long, cascading blue hair flowed behind her, slightly disheveled, perhaps due to her haste, yet this only added to her chaotic beauty. Her clear blue